Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, the fanfiction guy. Back with another fanfiction. This is the first part of What If Villain Deku Starts Hunting. Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. But, why do you hate me so much? What did I ever do wrong to deserve this? Let's see what I've lived through. First, I was born quirkless and bullied, abused, and hated my whole life. Then my dream was crushed by the one and only himself, only for him to reconsider what he said and come back for me. Well, at least I can say after what I went through my whole life. God must have had pity on me. Otherwise, I don't know what happened. It's not like anyone really cares what happens to a quirkless child. God must have seen the only 3 options I was left with that day. And he might have reconsidered messing with my life, or so I hoped. Sometimes I wonder, was this not enough? But this takes everything to another level. I mean sure, I love heroes and yeah, I love analyzing them. But who in their right mind writes every detail on a piece of paper from strengths to weaknesses, even their fighting style? You guessed it. This little idiot right here writes them in his notebook. Did I think that it was bad? Did I consider what would happen if villains got their hands on these little precious notebooks of mine? Did I consider what happens when Nezu or anyone finds them after Usagi? And why should I have bothered? I always helped them and even risked my life for them. So why am I so angry, you might think? Because they thought I was a traitor, even when it was just for 1 week? But that is not the point. They betrayed my trust. And that's not all. I do not know who decided to make a lesson about quirk discrimination, but whoever that genius was should have done a little research about quirkless people. Now back to the main topic here. I woke up to a appealing day like every day. There was this feeling I had that I couldn't dismiss. This feeling told me that something bad was going on, but I just ignored it. Let's be honest, since every day with Kaken was a bad day. This angry Pomeranian loves to make my day, let's just say, unique. I was so sure that nothing could surprise me anymore. I hoped that this day would be a typical day for all the students. But oh boy, was I wrong. Everyone shut up. There will be an announcement made in the school assembly hall. You have 10 minutes to get there. Before you start asking, I don't know what it is. With that being said, Aizawa got into his sleeping bag and crawled out of the classroom like the caterpillar he was. Hey, what do you think this is all about? Uraraka asked. I don't know, but I sure don't want to be late, answered Ishido. After 5 minutes, they found Class 1B also heading toward the assembly hall. Everyone was confused why the other class was there but soon came to the conclusion that it must be something important. They soon got to the assembly hall only to see the entire UA staff waiting for them except the principal. After 5 minutes, everyone started to panic a little bit. After 10 minutes, everyone tried to get an answer out of the teachers in front of them, hoping they could calm their nerves down. Finally, after 15 minutes, they could hear a small clap coming from the principal himself. Welcome everyone. First of all, let me assure you that you are not sitting here because of another attack from the LOV. With this being said, everyone relaxed immediately, as whatever the principal was about to say couldn't be that bad, or so they thought. I think I know why I had this feeling this morning. Something tells me whatever he will say next is for his own entertainment and the reason for the red flags popping up in my mind. I've decided to bring back the hero versus villain wargame. I knew it, and judging from Nezu's expression, he was totally having fun with this. I decided to look around only to see that everyone was shocked about this, even the teachers. Well, most of them, as our lovely homeroom caterpillar was not even paying attention. How can he sleep at such a moment? Anyway, we will randomly pick 2 leaders, one for the heroes and one for the villains. After that, please split up. On the left side of this room will be the villains and on the right side will be the heroes. It is up to you to decide whether you want to be a hero or a villain. Now let's have a look at the monitor to see who our leaders are. After that, everyone was staring at the big screen behind the teachers. I don't know if I want to be a villain or a hero. I mean sure, I would prefer to be a hero, but something tells me luck is not on my side as always. But even then, I could choose to be one, right? Well, I hope I won't be the leader at least, that would be too much trouble. Not that I couldn't handle it, I just don't feel like dealing with the rest of my classmates after all that happened. I still don't trust them that much, and I won't trust them on the same level as before. And the hero's leader, or better to say their commander, will be Katsuki Bakugo. Oh great, that will be fun to see. But at the same time, I do not want to be on his team. Matter of fact, I know that he will still be going after me even when I am on his side. I sure pity the villain's leader now. I know what Kaken can do and it hurts. Now let's see. For the villain's leader we have Izuku Midoriya. Hold on, what did the announcer say? Did I hear wrong? I am going to destroy you. No, I didn't hear wrong. Now I know why I had this eerie feeling. Oh, why do you hate me so much? Is it fun to watch me suffer? A quick glance at my surroundings revealed their pity, and I hated it. It reminded me of my past, the bullying, the abuse, the betrayal. I was never good enough for anything, just a useless Deku. Now it was time to pick their teams. However, what happened next was unbelievable. Everyone decided to go on the hero's side, even his friends. Of course, the next generation of heroes didn't want to be villains, even if this was only a game. That's not fair. Izuku can't possibly do anything on his own, yelled Uraraka. The moment I saw their pity, something changed in me. I could feel it, but I couldn't put my mind on it. After I saw the groups, I knew I had to prepare myself for battle. But Uraraka's words hurt the most. I could feel it. My so-called friends didn't want me, even when this was all just a game. I am still me, and they decided not to join me because I was the villain in this messed up game. Stupid. Do they really think I couldn't take them down? If so, I will take them down, and with pleasure. Worthless. I am not a piece of glass that can break that easily, just you wait and see. When all chaos breaks loose, I will be standing on top of everyone. Indeed, it seems I will need to make some rearrangements to the teams. Nezu started, but was soon cut off by none other than Izuku. No, don't change anything. It's fine. After all, life is not fair in the first place. I will just have to work harder. It's also good training for myself since villains mostly have the advantage in numbers, Izuku said with a smile on his face. Too bad no one saw the change in his eyes as his hair cast a perfect shadow over them. Considering what he just said, it made sense to the teachers, and it was his wish to challenge himself. All the students tried to change his mind, even some of the teachers tried too. But nothing they said could change his mind. He was done playing nice. Very well, if that's what you wish, I will respect that. It seems we have our teams then. Team leaders, you will have a meeting with me later so that you can ask questions. After everyone leaves, I will be handing you a rulebook. Bakugo, you're the first for a Q&A session. Please be in my office in 1 hour. After that, I will be calling for you, Midoriya. Everyone, you are done for today. Classes will be cancelled until the game ends. The war will be in 5 days. Please prepare yourselves and have fun. Now please return to the dorms, Nezu said. Though the team leaders would be allowed to have a Q&A session with Nezu today, they could also ask questions anytime before the exam/game starts. After the leaders got their rulebooks, Izuku went to find a nice and quiet place, intending to find all the loopholes and exploit them. He had no intention of making life easy for his classmates. If anything, he decided to ruin it. He began to mark some rules and write down the possibilities of loopholes. After 1 hour, Bakugo went to Nezu, and all the boy asked was how much he was allowed to hurt the green-haired one. It took only 10 minutes to answer all his questions. After that, Nezu looked at the security cameras and saw Izuku writing and marking some pages. He decided to let him work for a little while longer. After 2 hours, he called for Izuku as it was his turn now. I had no intention to tell Nezu what I would be doing, as this whole game was clearly made to entertain him, so why not let it be a surprise? I had some questions, I went through all the loopholes I found, and he just agreed that I could use them. Then again, I wouldn't make it that easy for him to find out what I had planned. I could see that he was shocked by all the loopholes I found. It seems you found a lot of the loopholes I placed, Midoriya, but I never imagined that you would find all of them. I just wanted to make sure that I will not break the rules during the game. Now I wanted to ask you this. It says that the game starts the moment we get the books, is that true? Of course, with that being said, the game has technically started. Why do you ask? I wanted to make sure that if I decided to spy on my classmates, it would not go against the rules. It wouldn't. I made sure to ask questions that seemed trivial and some that led to a part of my plan. May I also request the assistance of the support student, May Hatsum? Sure, I do not see why not. Do you have any specific plans right now? No. This was obviously a lie, but I was still surprised that it worked. Now then, let us see how badly I can hurt them mentally and physically. Am I allowed to hurt them in any form, and to what extent? As far as you do not kill someone or immobilize them for the rest of their life. Well, he didn't say anything against mentally or emotionally. Good to know that. I have one last question, can I use explosives? I will get Snipe to teach you how to use them, and after that, you will be allowed to handle them as you like. What happens when a hero kills a hero? The hero who killed a teammate will be disqualified. But that has never happened. Thank you, that would be all for today. Have a nice day. I can't wait to see what you are planning to do. I am sure you will love it. With that, I decided to prepare for the upcoming challenge and left the room. Will I blow up some stuff? Sure. Do I intend to torture them? Yes, not only physically but also mentally. Will I make sure they start turning on each other? Maybe. Let the game begin. Today, I planned a practice session with Snipe. Of course, no one knew this besides Nezu and Snipe. I intended to use grenades and explosives like C4. What they didn't know was that the grenades would be filled with fake BLD instead of paint. I only told them it would be a red liquid. Then I made sure to tell Snipe that I had a certification for using guns. Of course, he didn't believe me, so I showed him my certificate. That certificate is 1 year old. It is valid. I still want to see your skill myself. Could you come with me and show me how good your aim is? I had practiced a lot and could handle myself pretty well. Sure, no problem there. I followed him to the training area, where he told me to aim at some dummies. He specifically instructed me on where I was allowed to shoot. Not that I didn't know. Then he told me the order in which I should shoot them. Of course, I could have aimed for their heads and hearts each time, but I didn't want him to know how good I was, so I missed some targets on purpose. Midoriya, students usually do not have a gun certificate. May I ask why you have one? I can see that your aim is good, which means that you are still practicing it sometimes. My mother wanted me to know some self-defense. That should be good enough, right? After all, it was the truth. Thanks. It was a good decision of yours to encourage me to learn these things. Let's just say guns are not my only specialty. I see. But there is still no need for a student like yourself to know these kinds of things. We used to live in a district where this kind of thing was normal. That's unfortunate but understandable. Now that I know you can handle a gun, you may use it in the game. Wow, that was quick. I didn't think he would drop the topic so easily. No need for any further information, as it pains me to say it, but I wanted to know how to defend myself since not even the police would help if you are quirkless. Thanks, and could you please not tell anyone about this? I want to make it as entertaining as possible. Sure, kid. Now let me show you how a grenade works and how to handle C4. After spending the entire day learning how to handle C4 since I already knew how to use guns and grenades weren't that complicated, we decided to call it a day. A quick glance at my watch told me that I still had some time left until curfew, so I decided to meet May since she would be making everything I needed and some specialties. I had already planned to use a handgun and a sniper rifle, which would allow me to strike from a long distance. This was something Snipe didn't know. I only told him I would use guns. I never specified which ones or if I would use multiple. He should have asked in the first place. After an hour of searching for May and making sure that we were alone and Nezu couldn't see us through his cameras, I finally found her, and we started talking. Hello May, I am sure Nezu already told you that I asked for you. Hello Izuku, yes. I can't wait to make some beauties for you. Do you have something specific in mind? If not, let me show you my creations. That won't be necessary. I do have some ideas and I need you to make them. Spill it. I can't wait to hear your ideas. Wow, slow down. So here is what I need. After telling her that I intended to use guns, I wanted her to make some bullets filled with fake BLD. I still wanted to scare them. Then I proceeded to tell her I wanted to use a grenade also filled with fake BLD. I also needed some sleeping gas grenades, a mini drone for spying, some daggers and knives, and a completely new costume with a mask. I shared some ideas for the costume and mentioned that it should be spooky and scary, giving her room for imagination since I was only specific about the mask. I also wanted some eye lenses that could change color on command or based on how much I blinked, up to her to decide. After I finished explaining everything I needed, I decided to head back to the dorms since it was getting late 10 p.m., and curfew started in about 15 minutes. Once in my room, I began making videos about my past and the 3 choices I had back then, intentionally leaving out my second encounter with All Might. And one for all. I preferred to think of myself as a late bloomer. Reflecting on my choices, I realized they were, take a swan dive off the roof, Kaken would have loved that. Become a vigilante, which meant I would need a quirk to be held accountable for anything. Be a villain, since I was clever and believed there were many fake heroes out there, especially after my hope of becoming one was crushed by the #1 hero himself. I felt fortunate that fate intervened and brought All Might back to me, as I wouldn't want to be a vigilante. Sneaking out of my room and getting hurt would be complicated. As a villain, I could manipulate others to do my bidding without leaving traces. The video was straightforward to make since I wouldn't use any footage. They would only see me as a shadowy figure explaining why I chose the path of a villain. As I wrapped up my speech, I glanced at my watch and realized it was already 3 a.m. Time for some sleep. I may or may not have sneaked into Shinso's room. I also may or may not have borrowed his extra capture gear, which he kept in case his main one was ruined. Why would I do that? I wanted to use his weapon against him. Of course, I needed to learn how to use it in just 4 days. It couldn't be that complicated, right? Now I just needed to find an abandoned location to train. Since we had no classes until the game ended, getting out of the dorms was easy. I told Aizawa I wanted to gather ideas and would be walking around the city while doing some parkour training at a training center. My plan was to be on the rooftops after dark, hoping to MSTR the capture gear by then. I intended to learn how to use the scarf against Shinso and the others, only resorting to one for all if absolutely necessary. Once outside the school area, I walked towards some abandoned buildings and found one that looked promising. It seemed safe enough, and I could practice using the scarf to maneuver along the ceiling. If it didn't work, I wouldn't be risking a dangerous fall like I would on a rooftop. I needed to ensure no one was around before starting my exercises and stretching. It appeared I hit the jackpot, no one was here, and it seemed unlikely anyone would come to this facility. The ceiling looked a bit unstable, but I wasn't going to let that deter me. I pulled out my phone to review the footage from my mini-drones, which May had worked on all night. She couldn't resist the challenge of creating them. I was thrilled with the result. A camera, a microphone for recording, and a syringe. That was how I managed to sneak into Shinso's room without him knowing. I knew his sleeping schedule was as erratic as Aizawa's, and he was likely a light sleeper, so I injected him with a sleeping serum that morning. The only risk was that I received the drone from my around 6 a.m., leaving me just an hour to pull off my plan and learn how to use it. Fortunately, everything went smoothly. Now, since I knew Aizawa was secretly training Shinso to use his weapon, I could observe him explaining the techniques. It was no secret that Aizawa had taken Shinso under his wing, and they trained together at 8 a.m., which was happening right now. After some time, I was amazed at how quickly I learned to use the capture gear. Much faster than Aizawa, who had taken 6 years to master his scarf. Now it was time to practice some parkour on the rooftops as night began to fall. After managing to find a secluded area, I jumped from roof to roof. It wasn't hard to sprint and jump, I had enough energy for this. I hoped the scarf would hold up. Falling would certainly hurt, and Recovery Girl wasn't exactly fond of me considering all my past injuries. I couldn't bother her if that happened, and dying was not an option, at least not today. Let's do this. I was kind of excited. I let myself fall from the roof. It was scary at first, but I quickly grabbed the railing of another building with the capture gear and swung myself up. At the highest point, I loosened the scarf and let myself fall onto the rooftop, rolling to absorb the impact. I got up and started sprinting and jumping from roof to roof, only using the scarf when the distance was too great for me. Ooh, this is amazing. No wonder Aizawa loves his weapon. I spent the night swinging around and running sideways on a building until I heard the midnight alarm I had set on my phone. It was time to head back and rest, but I would certainly not forget how much fun this was. I was so excited. May told me she was done with my costume, and I couldn't wait to try it out. She asked me to meet her at 11 in the lab, which I reserved for us alone. I may or may not have asked Power Loader to step out of his own lab. I didn't want him to see my new costume and gadgets. Thankfully, he wasn't upset with me. I quickly scanned for Nezu's cameras and spotted them immediately. I also didn't want him to see what May had prepared for me, so I decided to do a little hacking. Honestly, it wasn't that hard to get into the UA security system. It took me only 3 minutes to bypass all the protocols. We then decided to create a fake recording to play in a loop. Essentially, I showed her my notes while she shared her drafts, so if Nezu decided to zoom in, all he would see were my analyses and May's sketches. We whispered to each other so he couldn't pick up our conversation. If anyone looked at the security footage, all they'd see were 2 students discussing things throughout the day. In reality, we faked that image in about 30 minutes since we didn't want anyone to recognize the hack I had done. After that, she revealed everything she had prepared for me. First was the costume, which included 2 sets since I intended to call myself Usagi, along with a civilian outfit. The villain costume was perfect, and she made a special mask for me with a red visor that activates on command. I also had some earbuds to protect me from Shinso's quirk, and my mask was designed to function as a gas mask. For my normal outfit, I ordered a suit since I intended to do a bit of business. Heroes have all the necessities in their headquarters, but I needed to earn some money. I didn't want to get caught easily while robbing a store, so I would probably go with my second option. Next, she showed me the bullets she had made. Some were paralysis bullets, which contained a liquid that would temporarily immobilize the user upon contact with the skin. Then there were my BLD bullets, of course. She also created some quirk-suppressing cuffs that could only be removed by me, the villain. The next items on the list were my daggers and knives, which were designed not to kill. Upon contact with the skin, the victim would see a red line. Depending on the pressure I applied, the mark would range from a slight redness to a clearly visible line. Additionally, the handles of the knives stored fake BLD that could be applied to the blade, making it look like I had used a real knife. Next up were the grenades. I would have BLD grenades and sleeping gas grenades. She also informed me that the villain costume was fire, water, and electricity proof. This was great since Todoroki wouldn't be able to use his fire against me easily, and I wouldn't be electrocuted. The fabric was also resistant to acids. I basically had an incredibly powerful costume, and I loved it. I wasn't quite sure why I decided to go with a killer rabbit theme. Maybe because my hero suit also resembled a rabbit, at least with some imagination. They would definitely learn to fear Usagi, the new villain. After spending the afternoon together, I decided to do some parkour again on the roof. I needed to ensure I wouldn't slip up and could outrun everyone. That was just an excuse, though. I loved using the scarf and was seriously considering keeping it even after the game ended. At 10 p.m., I returned from all my exercises and watched some drone footage. Have I told you that I have 3 drones? Well, now you know. One is following Shinso since I need to make sure that he won't miss his extra scarf. Then I have one drone following Kaken and Class 1A, and one for Class 1B. It was boring. Kaken didn't inform the others about the rules. Obviously, he thought he didn't need to since he can do better. What really surprised me was that none of my classmates, not even Class 1B, thought they needed to train for it. It makes me mad to think about it. They really think this will be an easy win for them because I am alone. Well, reality is knocking on the door. It won't be easy, and they will probably need to see the counselor after this. As I was watching the footage, I decided to write some ideas down in a separate notebook with the same title as my others so that nobody would suspect it. I also removed one of my notebooks with the number 13 and hid it in my room, hiding in plain sight. Nobody will find it unless they know that the 13th notebook is for the game, and the real one is hidden with the other school notebooks I have. I also made a cover for the notebook to hide it better. And that's how I spent my third day preparing. Today is the fourth day of preparation, and I plan to talk to Nezu about setting up my business for the upcoming challenge. Nezu informed me that we would be training in a city created by Cementos and Power Loader. As I was walking to the principal's office, I spotted Ida and Uraraka. They immediately ran up to me. "Hello, Izuku." Uraraka greeted. "Hello, Midoriya." Ida added. "Hello, guys." I replied. "How are preparations going for you? Do you want to hang out a little bit?" Uraraka asked. "Oh, now you are worried. Might as well try to get some information out of them." "No thanks, I am busy at the moment. Preparations are going well. How about you guys? Is Kaken doing some team exercises with you?" I inquired. "Oh, Uraraka started to talk, and I had the feeling that she would have told me everything, but then Ida stopped her. We can't tell you that, since we are supposed to stop the villain, and giving the villain key information is not very heroic," Ida said. I totally forgot that. "But Ida, it's not like he can bring us all down. He can't do anything with this information at all," Uraraka replied. "Oh well, it was worth a shot. It's not like I am not spying on them. I know what is going on and how they are training. So far, none of them even did any group training together. Everyone trained by themselves, and even then only a little bit. I understand. Oh, I need to go. Bye guys." How can they still think that I am not dangerous? Underestimating me will be their biggest fault. At least I will show a little bit of pity on Class 1B since they do a little bit more than my own class, and since I never felt such a bond to them unlike Class 1A. But I will definitely go against Shinso since he is Aizawa's son, and I want him to face the challenge. I can't go against Aizawa directly, he will expel me. In this game, however, anything can happen. I really hope he is prepared for it. When I am done with him, I hope that I didn't break him too badly. I know what he went through. I mean, he has a villainous quirk, which is frustrating. I could only wish for such a quirk. Then he was bullied and mistreated by his parents. Well, I have experienced so much more than that, but I kind of understand this guy. Too bad Aizawa did the quirk discrimination lessons. Without even realizing it, I went straight to Nezu's office and knocked, which brought me back from my thoughts. "Come in." Nezu called. I opened the door and came in. We immediately greeted each other, and he told me to have a seat. "Can I offer you some tea?" he asked. "Where did he get that from?" "You know what? I won't question that." "No, thank you," I replied. "I really need to be careful. He is our school's mastermind, and with his quirk, he could be dangerous, especially with the plans I have." "So, what brings you here today?" Nezu asked. "I wanted to discuss some items I would need to use that are not weapons, and I wanted to have a cover for my villainous side in the game," I explained. I could see his eyes sparkle. I might have let him catch on to my real intelligence. Nezu's POV. Looks like I was right. Midoriya is smarter than he shows. The only question is why. I could tell the last time we spoke he asked some interesting questions, some that were clearly stated in the rulebook. He was trying to hide his intentions. Let's see how much information I can get out of him. "What kind of items do you need?" he asked. "I would like to have red paint, preferably fake BLD, I said. I could see the shock on his face. There are many things he might want to do with it. "What purpose do you need fake BLD for?" he asked. "I wanted to make a signature, like a bloody smiley face on each scene," I explained. "A signature?" I can see he thought this through. This year's villain versus hero war game will be something else, that much I can tell. As I will be the only villain, I wanted to give it my all, I added. This is not a bad thing, but something doesn't feel right here. My instincts are telling me this. I can't see any changes in his behavior right now, and by his look, he still seems like the same person, but something doesn't feel right. I need more information. You will be provided with fake BLD. Do you need any other items? Izuku, other than the item that will be provided by no. You also mentioned wanting a cover. What did you have in mind? Izuku, oh, nothing much. Since modern criminals aren't always hiding in their base and are often unorganized like the League of Villains, I wanted to have my own business for the week. Villains are much more organized nowadays and try to hide in plain sight. Not only will this allow me to earn some money for my plans, but it also provides me with an alibi. He is right about that, and I can see how much time he spent planning this. I'm impressed he came up with such a solution. Me, fine by me, I will set up a company building for you. Izuku, thank you very much. So far, Midoriya has only mentioned that he will use explosives like C4 and grenades filled with paint. Judging from the request for fake BLD, these grenades will likely be filled with fake BLD as well. He will certainly put C4 in the building, which is important for creating distractions or cutting off supplies for the heroes. Smart moves. I know he has more planned, but what is he really up to? I'm also certain he has some kind of spying device on the hero's side since he asked if spying would be against the rules. This will certainly be entertaining. Me, before you set off any explosions, you will have to tell me the time and location since there will also be students from other departments there, besides the robots. Would you like to share your plans? Izuku, that would spoil all the fun. I intended to make this entertaining for you and the heroes. I can assure you that nobody will be killed and nobody will be seriously hurt unless I can't help it, but I will not physically harm them for life. He said, physically, and last time. He also asked about any damage. He will likely imply some mental pain as well. I can't imagine him tutoring someone. I always consider myself good at judging people's personalities, and he is one of the gentlest and most honest people I know, without any self-preservation. He would rather save someone than save himself. Such a person wouldn't torture his friends, that wouldn't make any sense. However, my instincts are telling me something is wrong with his smile. It looks the same, but I can feel a shiver down my spine, and that says everything. Me, alright then, is there something else I can do for you? Izuku, no, that's all for today. Thanks for taking some time for me. Me, no problem at all. With that, I watched as Midoriya stood up and left. Time skip provided by a busy Izuku planning his next move. Izuku POV. I was lying in my bed with my villain notebook in front of me, studying it since I wouldn't be bringing it with me. I can't stop thinking about my talk with Nezu. He definitely caught on to some of my plans. There's nothing I can do about it, I knew I couldn't outsmart him. He has a quirk that helps him. I would make sure that by the end of today, I wouldn't need that notebook anymore. As it got late and I couldn't stay awake any longer, I put my notebook back where it belongs and went to bed, only to be reminded of my past. Everything is so dark. I can't see anything. I feel like I am drowning. Where am I? As I looked around, I saw a door. It looks like a normal door but leads to nowhere. Just a door, no path, no walls. I could walk around the door and look behind it. There was nothing, just darkness and a door that has a faint glow to it. I wonder what's behind this door. I slowly approached the door and opened it. I could see a room that is all too familiar to me. How is this possible? I walked right through the door, escaping the void. Everything is better than the darkness behind me. It feels like it wants to consume me. The moment I closed the door, it disappeared, and then realization hit me. This was my room when I was around 4 years old. Flashback, Mom, let's go. Slow down, honey, give me just a second to get my things and we will go. Okay, mommy. What quirk do you think I will get? I don't know, maybe a mix of mommy's and daddy's quirk. How would you like that? That would be awesome. It would be super cool, and I will be a hero. You already are my little hero, now come on, let's go. I was super excited to get my quirk. The possibilities are endless. Mommy's quirk is cool but not so powerful, and daddy's is amazing. I want something like that. I was completely lost in thought until we arrived in the waiting room. Midoriya, please follow me, said one of the staff members. We followed her to a room where she told us to take a seat and wait for the doctor to come. It wasn't long after that he finally arrived. He began running some tests on me to see what my quirk might be until he saw that I wasn't born with one joint in my pinky toe. Instead, I had two. I am sorry to say this, but your son is quirkless. 6. There was a minute of silence. That can't be true. You see, I have a weak telekinesis quirk and my husband has a pyrokinesis quirk. There surely must be an error. 7. Ma'am, there is no doubt that he is quirkless. If you look at his pinky toes you can see that he has more than one joint. People, which are born with a quirk, have only one. He has two of them. It is a really rare occasion that people are born this way. 11. I was shocked to hear that. I am quirkless. I can still be a hero, right? I only need to work harder, right? Yes, that's what I will do. This whole time I didn't look up, I was staring at my feet. The moment I decided to look at my mother was something I couldn't forget. She was always looking at me lovingly, but at this moment, everything changed. I could see how sad she was, but I don't understand why. Time skip provided by a sad reality. 6. I was lying on my bed as I could hear my mother and father arguing again. Ever since that day I was appointed quirkless, my mother stopped caring about my father and he started drinking. I could hear that it was serious this time. I couldn't understand any word, but judging by their voices I would say something bad is going on and I am scared. Every time I looked my mother in her eyes, I could see the hatred and disappointment in them. 5. If mom gets mad, she will hit me again. I don't want to get beaten up again. 70 My whole body was covered in bruises. Each time my mother would start hitting me, sometimes using a bat or a WHP. She also attached a collar on me so that I can't run away. I tried to run once, but I really re-rated that choice soon after that. Once she starts hitting me, she won't stop until she's satisfied. 58 times skip about 2 year provided by a terrified Izuku. I am now 6 years old. Nothing really changed. My mom is beating me up nearly every day. I only get to eat once a week from a dog bowl and she would tie me up to the wall. I am not allowed to eat at the table. I am not allowed to talk to her. She said that's normal for a stupid useless BSRD like me. 23 I really envy Kaken for his quirk. I could only wish for one. 1 year ago Kaken and the others started to be mean to me. I do not understand why. I am quirkless, but that doesn't mean that I am not a person, right? They started to hut me and use their quirk on me. First, I thought that they only trained with me, but it soon started to hut more and more. Kaken's quirk is causing some burns on my skin. Since then every day is getting harder and harder. 4 times skip about 2 year provided by a lonely Izuku. 2 Today is the day that my father left us. He said he doesn't want a quirkless BSTRD and a mother that gives BRH to such a useless thing like me. 3 After he left, mom chained me in my room and looked me up so that I couldn't escape her wrath. She then started beating me till I couldn't feel anything. I stood there frozen in place. I know that I am not allowed to make a notice, but I still can't help it. It hurts so much. Please. What did you just say, you useless brat? I instantly regretted talking to her. I knew what would happen next, but I didn't thought that she was ready to kill me. She unlocked the door and went straight out. I was relieved that I wouldn't feel more pain. 10 minutes later came in with a kitchen knife in her hand. Eyes wide open, I began to shiver hard. No, that woman is not my mom. She will kill me. I'm scared. I don't want to die. 3 She was watching me with amusement. I could tell she was having fun with this. I didn't know what I should do. Should I scream? Will she stop then? No, even if I wanted I couldn't. I was frozen in place. Fear is written all over my face. Let's see how you like this. She instantly started to come closer to me. I wanted to scream. I wanted to run. But my body failed me. I could only watch in horror what she is about to do next. She started cut me slightly on my legs. BLD began dripping down my wounds, but that wouldn't stop her. She then began cutting me on my arms. I thought that it would hurt, but I couldn't feel anything anymore. Not even a flinch. It was like I was already dead. 2 You useless brat. If only I did never gave birth to you, then Hisashi would be here with me. We would have lived happily together. You are the reason he left me. You are pathetic. Why won't you scream, brat? 9 I knew better than to answer her taunting. Why aren't you saying anything, stupid BSTRD? She then throws me on my bed, which is basically only a blankets on the floor, and starts cutting my back. With each cut she would place more force on the blade so that each one is deeper. It hurt so bad. I could see little black dots. It became darker and darker each moment. Finally I passed out. At some point she must have left my room, because the next day I woke up covered in BLD and thanking God I was still alive. 8 End of flashback. I still remember my mother cutting, stabbing, burning and beating me up. These were all memories of my past. Thanks to the dorm system at UA, she can't do that anymore. Then all of a sudden, the room I was in started to fade, only for me to be greeted by darkness once again. I looked around and saw that the door I had entered was closed behind me. I opened it and stepped through. Flashback. Why don't you pray for a quirk in your next life and take a swan dive off the roof? I still can't believe that Kaken would say that to me, and then All Might just crushed my dreams. I was still standing on the roof where I had been talking with All Might, contemplating my options. Everyone told me that a quirkless person can't be a hero, but I still wanted to be one. I wanted to help people. I didn't want them to suffer like I did. No, a quirkless person cannot be a hero. You can still be a police officer or a medical staff member. These jobs are also very important. Without them, heroes couldn't do their jobs as they do now. His words are still stuck in my head. I could be a police officer. The last time I met one and told him how my mother treated me, he dismissed me harshly, saying I was just seeking attention. Maybe a medical staff member. I remembered trying to get help the first and only time I ran away from my mother's anger, but they wouldn't let me in because I was quirkless. Maybe Kaken was right, and I should take a swan dive off the roof. I stood on the edge of the building, wanting to jump, but I couldn't. I still valued my life. Sure, it wasn't the best, but I was grateful for it. I could have died a long time ago, but I didn't, and I wouldn't start taking my life now. A vigilante. Maybe. They can't charge me for that, but I would still need to gather the necessary items. I could build some, but I wasn't so sure about that. My mother was hurting me every day, and if she found out I was out and not home, that would be my end. Don't get me wrong, I knew how to pick a lock, but I still didn't want to die for that. Plus, heroes and villains would be after me. That's not an option. Wait a minute, I could become a villain and take this society down. Most heroes are fake anyway. They are only in it for the fame and money. But I wasn't sure if I really wanted to be on the run my whole life. I needed to think this through. With that, I made up my mind and went home, only to find All Might offering me his quirk. For the first time in my life, I was so happy that someone was willing to give a quirkless kid like me a chance, and I took it. End of flashback again. I was standing in the darkness, sobbing. At some point I started crying. Tears were falling down my cheeks. I turned around, and there was the door again. Unsure if I should go through or not, I placed my hand slowly on the handle and opened it. I could see an interrogation room, one I was too familiar with. Flashback. I woke up in a strange white room, chained to a desk. A closer look at the cuffs revealed they were quirk canceling. I started to look around and saw a two-sided mirror. I began to think about how I got here. I remembered being in the dorm when someone knocked at my door. Who was it? I tried to remember harder. It was Aizawa-sensei with Nezu on his shoulder and midnight. That still didn't make any sense. Why was I in this interrogation room? Then I remembered that as soon as I opened the door, I saw some purple mist, midnight sleeping quirk. They brought me here, but why? The door opened, and Hisashi Yamada, also known as Present Mike, came in. Okay, listen up. I have some questions for you. Am I in some kind of trouble? I asked nervously. I didn't like being chained, and this whole situation felt wrong. Hopefully, this was all just a misunderstanding. That depends on your answers. Did you write this notebook? He handed me my hero analysis notebook that I thought I lost. Why yes. Did you sell any information in it? Confused about what was going on, I denied it. You don't need to lie, nothing will happen to you if you cooperate. So tell me, why did you sell this information to the League of Villains? No. Was it because of the money or the fame? Why did you do it? Did you want some attention? I couldn't believe what he was saying. No, I didn't do anything like that. I would never do this. After I told him that, he began to leave, and after 10 minutes, Nezu walked in. He wasn't smiling. At this point, I was scared. I wasn't just nervous anymore, I was terrified. He asked me the same question again, and I answered without hesitation. Midoriya, why did you decide to be a villain and work for them as a traitor? I was too shocked to respond. A traitor? Was that why I was sitting here? Was that why my classmates had distanced themselves from me all week? What had I done wrong? I had tried to save everyone during the USJ attack. Were the notebooks I wrote in, which I desperately loved, the reason for this? Don't want to answer that. Okay, looks like we are done here. Nezu left the room, and Aizawa came in, asking me the same question. I was crying. I thought he, as our homeroom teacher, would believe me, but I was wrong. He was yelling at me. At one point he grabbed my collar and dragged me across the table. I felt too lost to respond. After Aizawa left, I hoped it was over, but then All Might entered and asked me the same thing again. The looks in Aizawa's and All Might's eyes were the same. They seemed to hate me, even despise me. I hoped All Might would let me speak, but every time I tried to defend myself, he yelled louder and slammed his hands on the table. He was in his muscular form, which scared me even more. I lost all hope. As he shouted, memories of my parents, if I could call them that, screaming at me flooded back, and I couldn't take it. His fist slamming on the table only made things worse. I started trembling in fear. Then there was a knock on the door, and Detective Tsukachi entered. He immediately told All Might to leave. Tsukachi gave me the same look. It doesn't matter what I say, you've already made your judgment. That was all I could manage to say. He looked surprised and introduced himself, explaining that he had a truth-telling quirk and that I should answer him again. I whispered my responses, trying to end this nightmare once and for all. Each time I answered, he wrote something down in his notebook. After he finished questioning me, he left, and once again, I was alone in the room. Panic mixed with frustration and anxiety began to overwhelm me. I couldn't stand being in these cuffs any longer. I knew I couldn't use one for all, but I needed to get out of them. I focused on one for all, increasing my power until I hit 100%. With a quick movement, I stood up and pulled my hand away, breaking the chains and cuffs. My skin was bleeding where the cuffs had been. I was panicking, desperate to escape before I lost myself. Suddenly, the door burst open, and Aizawa activated his quirk. Everything went wrong after that. He tried to capture me with his scarf, but I managed to avoid it. At one point I grabbed the end of the scarf and pulled, causing Aizawa to lose his balance for a moment. I couldn't take it any longer. It felt like the room was closing in on me. I started to hyperventilate, and that's when he successfully wrapped me in his capture gear. Small black dots appeared in my vision, and I began to lose consciousness. I knew I couldn't win this fight, but I tried anyway and failed. The next thing I remembered was waking up in Aizawa's room. He was apologizing for everything, but I couldn't look him in the eyes. I was exhausted and wanted to be alone. "It's fine," was all I could manage to say. He handed me my notebook, and I started to head back to my room. My wrist was bandaged and I felt numb inside. I couldn't stand any longer. I was gripping the door, eyes wide and crying. The door began to fade away, causing me to stumble and fall. I was alone. Nobody wanted someone like me. I cried until I saw a faint light in the darkness. I was too weak to stand up. I didn't want to be there any longer. The light spread, and before I knew it, I was enveloped in it. I woke up, crying and sweating. It had only been a dream. No, it was more than that. It was my past, my memories haunting me. It was the last day of preparation, and once it hit 6 p.m., I would be led to the battlefield. The heroes would follow in the morning. I woke up, still crying and drenched in sweat. The dream felt surreal. It took me a moment to regain my composure. My breathing was unsteady and fast. If I didn't calm down quickly, I might have a panic attack. I reminded myself it was just a dream. A very bad dream. After about 15 minutes, I finally calmed down. Still drenched, I needed a bath quickly. I stood up and headed to the common bathroom. Nobody was there or awake. After I finished showering, I headed back to my room and glanced at the clock. It was 6 a.m. Too early for this. I had 12 hours until the real game would start, and I was nearly done preparing. One last check before I reviewed the spy footage. I needed to know if Kaken had been careless enough not to share the rules, and if the others thought I couldn't defeat them alone. I had special plans for everyone. Depending on their connection to my past, I might spare them from a little fun. First, I spent about 2 hours reviewing my plans for each person. They needed to be flawless, and I had to memorize them without my notebooks. It took exactly 2 hours, and I had a plan for each and every person. Now, I just needed to destroy my notebook so the heroes wouldn't find it. After all, I would be in the war zone 14 hours earlier than they would. The best way to destroy it would be to burn it. But how could I do that without anyone noticing? I knew I would be training later and doing some parkour, so I could bring it outside and burn it in an alley. Next, I went through all the weapons I would be using or planning to use. My to-do list included Shinso's capture weapon, explosives which I knew they would provide since I told Nezu I wanted to use some, C4, all my ordered weapons thanks to Mei, special bullets paralyze and BLD bullets, Quirk suppressing cuffs, daggers, special grenades sleeping gas and BLD grenades, and my costume. I was excited about my new costume. My villain name, Usagi the Killer Rabbit. At least I didn't forget anything. I quickly grabbed some training clothes, hid my notebook and scarf inside my bag, and went out to find Aizawa to let him know I would be practicing parkour at the training center. After training some parkour and perfecting my use of the capture weapon, I felt ready. On my way back, I bought matches, a candle, some oil, and some food apples, candies, and a sandwich. I quickly paid for the items and headed to the abandoned part of the city. After training there for 4 days, I knew it was deserted. It was a better plan to burn the evidence there than to start a fire in an alley in broad daylight. I searched for a spot where I could burn it safely. Luckily, the building was nearly empty with concrete floors, so I went to a corner and took out my notebook and oil. After drenching it completely in oil, I prepared for the dangerous part. I needed to be quick after lighting the match and throwing it. First, I moved a few meters away to secure my other belongings and avoid leaving a trail of oil on the floor. Once everything was set, I took out the match and powered one for all to 15% to escape quickly. I lit the match and threw it onto my notebook. As soon as I did, I jumped back and watched it burn. I needed to ensure everything turned to ashes, so I stood there eating my food while watching. It took half an hour to burn out, and by that time, I had finished my lunch too. I quickly gathered my things and left quietly. Nobody saw me enter the dorm. I was relieved that no one would be bothering me. I took the stairs instead of the elevator to avoid running into anyone and headed straight to my room. Once inside, I checked the time. It was now 1 p.m. I took out my phone and looked at the footage from the past 4 days. Day 2 footage, Kaken's drone. Some of my classmates were asking if he had a plan and what the rules were about. Kaken snapped, "A plan. The plan. Do I look like I need a plan to capture that stupid D? Now leave me alone." He then went about his day without training or planning anything. Class 1A's drone. All my classmates were having fun together, either watching a movie or playing games. Neither of them trained that day either, and they only asked Kaken once about his plan. Class 1B's drone. The same situation as Class 1A. The only difference was that Shinso was doing some training with Aizawa like every day. I can't believe they didn't plan anything. What frustrates me most is that nobody was training except Shinso. I hope they trained on our 3rd day of preparations. Day 3 footage, Kaken's drone, no training. No planning. Neither Class 1A nor Class 1B bothered him after they tried to ask him on the 2nd day. Class 1A's drone. They formed small groups and trained in group attacks for about 2 hours before calling it a day. Class 1B's drone. They brainstormed on how one person could win this exercise and concluded that I was doomed to fail. Then they split up into smaller groups and trained for about 2 hours. Some were doing individual training as well. Well, I didn't expect anything else from Kaken. My class is foolish for not training properly, but I am glad about it. This means I will have so much fun with them, plus it will be easier on me. Class 1B did at least some brainstorming, but that conclusion. I wanted to go a little easy on them, but not anymore. Let's see what they did yesterday. Day 4 footage, Kaken's drone, some training. That's good, but of course, no group training, no strategy, just pure strength training. Class 1A's drone, they were taking it a little more seriously. They trained in the same groups as the day before, which means they will probably try to catch me the same way. But again, they only did a few hours of light group training. There was no planning, no strategic meeting, nothing. Class 1B's drone. Class 1B did the same as Class 1A. By the time I finished watching these 3 days worth of footage, it was already 5 p.m. I can't believe they didn't plan anything at all. They didn't even communicate with each other. How do they think they can beat me? I hope they did something today. Otherwise, I don't see any hope for them. Day 5 footage, Kaken's drone. Again, some training, no planning. Class 1A's drone. Some individual training. And some group training. Same groups. One Ishido, Kaminari, Azui, Koda, Kirishima 2 Ojiro, Shoji, Sato, Siro, Aoyama 3 Ida, Uraraka, Hagakure, Yaoyorozu 4 Shinso, Jiro, Tokoyami, Todoroki 5 Bakugo. After training, they all sat together in the dorm and talked about the event, except for Shinso, Todoroki and Bakugo. Azui, what do you guys think Izuku will do? Ribbit. Aoyama, what can he do? He's alone. Siro, I don't think he has a chance either. Uraraka, do you think he has a plan? Ida, he certainly has one. Kirishima, we are talking about Izuku. He always has a plan. Kaminari, I wouldn't worry too much. What can he do? All of us and Class 1B against one person. There's no chance he can do anything. Yaoyorozu, I don't know guys. I have a bad feeling about this. Hagakure, well I do too. Poor Izuku is fighting on his own tomorrow. Uraraka, okay then, let's go easy on him guys. Let's capture him without much fighting. Azui, I don't think this will be possible. We all know what he is capable of doing. Ribbit. Ida, this also wouldn't be fair. He wanted to have a challenge, and we as his friends should accept that. Class 1B's drone, some individual training and some group training, along with more trash talking about me. I had enough. I can't believe what I was watching. Nobody thought that I could win this. Well, they are all wrong. I will prove them all wrong. After this, they will have nightmares for sure. I will become their nightmare. I am furious to say that at least, but I will have my fun with them. By the time I was done with all the footage, I quickly grabbed the capture weapon and wrapped it around my torso. Nobody should know that I have it, and I can't risk Shinso being in the game without it. Not a second after I finished hiding it, I heard a knock on my door. I knew it was Aizawa, and he would bring me to the battleground. Little did I know that it was a whole little city. I heard a knock on the door. Coming. I was lucky I could hide the capture weapon in time as I walked to open the door. I was immediately greeted by Aizawa-sensei, All Might, and Nezu. Nezu, hello, I assume you prepared yourself well. Me, hello, yes I did. Aizawa, as you already know, you are not allowed to bring anything with you except one thing of your choice. I knew this, but I also knew that if I successfully hid anything and brought it with me, it would be allowed since I was a villain and the game already started the day I got the rulebook. Me, I know, and wait a sec. With that said, I turned around, headed to my table, took a USB drive from it, and held it up to show them the item of my choice. Nezu, a USB drive. Is that what you want to bring with you? Me, yes, I prepared a great debut, and this will help a lot. Nezu, haha, I can't wait to see what you have set up for the others. Me, and nothing too special. All Might, well then young Midoriya, follow us. Me, very well. The pro heroes began guiding me to the underground location where the so-called war would begin. We were currently in the elevator with the other teachers. They handed me a map to my villain lair and started talking. Nezu, from the last time we spoke and judging from the USB drive, you did prepare yourself pretty well. Me, yes, I put a lot of thought into it. Nezu, mind telling us some of your surprises? Nezu was chirpy and happy, which made the other teachers uncomfortable. He was always smiling, but now he was excited, and that was never a good sign. I knew exactly why he sounded like that. I promised him a show of a lifetime, something UA would certainly not forget quickly. Me, I could do that. But that would ruin all the fun. Everyone was now confused. None of the teachers had ever heard me say something like that. I could literally feel their eyes on me. I couldn't care less. Nezu, let me remind you again, there will be some upperclassmen here, so before you decide to use the explosives, you need to inform me so that we can remove them from that place. There will also be some civilian robots, which you are free to attack. Nezu then handed me an earbud so that I could contact him. Aizawa, explosives. Oh my, didn't Nezu tell them anything about our talk? I mean, I did technically ask him not to say anything, but I still thought that at least Snipe would spill something. Nezu, yes, he came to me with the request of using some explosives. Midnight, and you thought it was a good idea. Snipe, he is qualified to use them, that I can guarantee. The teachers looked worried, and I could tell that the air was nearly suffocating with the word, explosives. So I made up my mind to act a little more villainous. Me, don't worry, the explosives are the least of their worries. Not only did I say that in a sweet and exciting voice, but I also gave them a smile they wouldn't forget easily. By now, everyone could see the changes in my eyes. The moment I turned around, the elevator stopped, and the door opened. I immediately got out and said, "Let the games begin." I then began to scout out the city, found the highest building and went to the roof. This is only an exercise, right? Why is there a small city underneath UA? How did they even manage to do this? I won't complain, the view is appealing, but isn't this a little too much? It also kind of looks like a movie set. I appreciate it since I will be blowing up this whole place. This will be epic. There are so many hiding places. I can't wait to see my villain lair. After I memorized the layout of the city, I decided to go to my lair and see what they had in store for me. I wanted to tell Nezu where I wanted my lair to be, but he told me that since I didn't want him to reveal my plans, he would do the same. So here I am, following the map too. Wait a moment. There is an underground system. What? Okay, so I need to follow this and turn there and then turn again, and then leave the underground system, and there it is, an abandoned unit. It's not bad. But I will be needing 2 places. It's good that my stuff is still in boxes. I think I will explore the underground tunnels. Time skip provided by the hysterical laughing of Nezu. Finally, I found my perfect lair. Now all I have to do is bring everything here. Nobody will find this place for sure. I will be splitting up my weapons. I want them to think that the lair they will find, provided by Nezu, is my only lair. Time skip provided by an excited Izuku. After I split up everything and unboxed my weapons, I decided to get to work while I could and place the C4 all around the city. First, the water supply system, then the electric generator. After that, I placed devices in the police station, hospital, churches, and the fire department. Next up, the hero's headquarters. I placed a device where the food is being held and some small devices everywhere. I then carefully planted some more in case I decided to blow the whole building up, which I definitely will. I had enough C4 to blow up the whole city, and I wanted to do that, so I began spreading the C4 everywhere. This will be so much chaos. It will be appealing. I then decided to hack into the media system so my little USB video would play at 10 a.m. sharp. After that was done, I decided to call it a day, got my business clothes, and went to my company. I had the whole upper floor made so that I could relax there and wouldn't need to go to my lair to sleep. Chapter End. Aizawa's POV. It was time to get the problem child and walk him to one of Nezu's special entertainment exercises. I'm too tired for this. As I made my way to Midoriya's dorm room, I saw All Might with Nezu walking down the hallway to Midoriya's door as well. Nezu, good timing. I see you also came to SEM. Without any further words, I walked in front of his door and knocked. Izuku, coming. It didn't take long for him to open the door. He looked different, wearing a black jacket with a green lining that showed on the hood, along with gloves. It was the first time I saw my student dressed like that. I began to analyze him. His attitude seemed to have changed for some reason. Nezu, hello, I assume you prepared yourself well. Izuku, hello, yes I did. His voice sounded excited, as if he had been waiting for the exercise all day. Something felt off. Me, as you already know, you are not allowed to bring anything with you except one thing of your choice. Izuku, I know, wait a sec. He quickly grabbed a USB drive from his room and returned to the door, showing us the item he chose. I didn't understand why he would pick a USB drive. Normally, people would choose a weapon or personal belonging. It was strange. I knew Midoriya was clever, but he could also be stubborn. Despite this, he was overflowing with joy. His eyes sparkled with excitement, but now they held a calculative look. I dismissed it for the time being. I needed to speak with him later about this. Something felt off, and I trusted my instincts. They had saved me as a pro-hero more than once. For now, I would watch him closely, hoping to figure out what was going on with that problem child. Nezu, a USB drive. Is that what you want to bring with you? Izuku, yes, I prepared a great debut, and this will help a lot. Nezu laughed. I can't wait to see what you have set up for the others. Izuku, and nothing too special. All Might, well then young Midoriya, follow us. Me, very well. We began guiding him to the war zone, as Nezu liked to call it. As we reached the elevator that would take us to the fake city below the school, I handed him the map to his villain lair. He took it gratefully, and his eyes sparkled again. I began to wonder if I was imagining things. He seemed to be the happiest child in you, always smiling and cheerful. Even after the incident, He forgave us quickly and returned to his usual self. Nezu, from the last time we spoke and judging from the USB drive, you prepared yourself pretty well. Izuku, yes, I put a lot of thought into it. Nezu, mind telling us some of your surprises? Nezu was chirping again. This was always a bad sign. He knew something we didn't, which made me uncomfortable. I glanced at All Might to see if he knew more about this, but judging from his expression, he was just as perplexed as I was. The other teachers seemed tense, realizing our unspoken conversation. Izuku, I could do that. But that would ruin all the fun. Everyone was now confused. None of the other teachers had ever heard him say something like that. I could hear Zashi present Mike and Nemuri midnight whispering. Nemuri, hey, was he always like that? Zashi, I don't think so. He probably slipped into his villain role already. Nemuri, makes sense. I like this new villain. His attitude is perfect. Oh, this will be fun to watch. Too bad he won't last long. Zashi, yeah, it's a shame none of his friends wanted to join him. As Nezu spoke up, all the teachers' attention turned to Midoriya, the new villain of this exercise. Nezu, let me remind you again, there will be some upperclassmen here, so before you decide to use the explosives, you need to inform me so we can remove them from that place. There will also be some civilian robots, which you are free to attack. Wait a second. Explosives? What was going on? Me, explosives. I looked around to see everyone in shock except Snipe, who somehow looked proud of himself, which was very concerning. I shot him a quick glance that said, why would you hand a student explosives? I knew he was eccentric, but this was a new level of craziness. Nobody in their right mind would give a student explosives. They were dangerous for a reason. Nezu, yes, he came to me with the request to use some explosives. I looked at my student, who didn't even look back at us. He was facing the elevator door the whole time. This was becoming more bizarre by the minute. Midnight, and you thought it was a good idea? Snipe, he is qualified to use them, I can guarantee that. Everyone was worried about what he would do with explosives. Izuku, don't worry, the explosives are the least of their worries. Not only did he say that, but he was now turning around and facing us for the first time. He gave a smile, which normally wouldn't freak anyone out, but not this time. He looked unhinged. His eyes had a calculated, intense look in them, and if that wasn't enough, he then made a quick motion with his hand. It sent shivers down my spine, and I could see that I wasn't the only one concerned. The atmosphere dropped in temperature. It was now cold inside the elevator. Nobody dared to speak, only watching what he would do next. As if on cue, he turned around, and the elevator door opened. I didn't even notice the elevator stopping. He immediately ran out, only to stop a few feet away to turn and shout, "Let the games begin." After that, he was gone. Everyone was watching him the entire time until the elevator door closed, and Nezu pressed the button to the observer room. What just happened? Vlad King asked. Nezu, care to explain? I replied. I wish I could, but I don't really know what just happened myself. He never showed such behavior in the past couple of days, Nezu said. After this is done, set him up for a meeting with me. This is concerning, Hound Dog added. All Might, do you know what could have led him to such behavior? Present Mike asked. Unfortunately, no, All Might responded. You are his mentor, for goodness sake. How come you didn't notice anything? I pressed. That's quite a good question. He really didn't talk to you? Nezu asked. No. Young Midoriya never speaks much while training, All Might admitted. Aizawa, did you notice anything? Nezu turned to me. He did seem a little off since the incident, but he looked like he was recovering well, I said. As I thought. He probably doesn't trust us much. I tried to talk with him in the past couple of days, and he just gave me some clues on what he is planning, but I believe he is smarter than he lets on in front of others, Nezu concluded. The whole time we were talking, we made our way to the observer room and watched him running through the city, observing everything. By the look of it, he was trying to familiarize himself with the layout of the entire city. We watched him find another place and then carry half of the boxes there. As he was unpacking his weapons, everyone went quiet once again. A heavy atmosphere filled the room. Nobody could really see what kind of weapons he had, as he was carefully putting them in a dark place where none of the cameras could catch a good image of them. All we could see was the amount of C4 he had. We watched him placing them basically everywhere. It looked random, but the spots he picked were clearly chosen with care. Smart move, Power Loader remarked. I agree. I hate to admit it, but he really thought this through. Demented, problem child, how long were you planning this? Nezu said. Can anyone please explain why he would place explosives everywhere? Present Mike asked. By targeting the water supply system and then the electric generator, he made sure that the city wouldn't get any water or electricity. It makes it harder to survive a week without fresh water. Cutting any kind of power will enable him to be surrounded by darkness, Nezu explained. He will be harder to spot this way, I added. But why the police station, hospital, churches, and fire department. Midnight questioned. Think about it. No one will be able to stop him once the police station and fire department are gone. Everything will be chaotic. By getting rid of the hospital, he makes the survival chance even lower as nobody can get healed, I said. Churches are a good spot as there will be a good number of people. It makes the perfect hostage situation, All Might noted. How did he find the heroes' headquarters so easily? Snipe pointed out. Well, it's the only place big enough for everyone, plus the way it's centered in the city allows the heroes to get to any place without trouble, Cementos explained. Is he? Please tell me he isn't doing what I think he is. Vlad King exclaimed. Oh no, he is doing exactly what you think. He is limiting any kind of food and water supply. This way, they either need to split their remaining food carefully or they will need to steal some, Nezu said. I am no specialist, but isn't he also placing some of the explosives like he wants to destroy the whole building? Ectoplasm asked. He is. Snipe confirmed. He wants to show the heroes that they are not safe in their own homes, and by what I can see, he plans on destroying the whole city as a highlight, Nezu added. After this, I want him definitely in my office. Hound Dog declared. Can Vlad King, Aizawa, I would suggest a meeting with every student in your classes. I have a feeling that they will need it. We both looked at him and nodded in agreement. I think we can all agree that this will not be over in one day. Present Mike said. Yeah, the teachers echoed. Does anyone know what is in these boxes? Ectoplasm asked. Some support gear that Hatsum May made for him, as well as his custom gear, Power Loader answered. Explosives, obviously, but he also showed me that he can use a gun, Snipe added. Fake BLD, Nezu noted. I don't get paid enough for this, Aizawa sighed. Aizawa, what are you teaching your students? Vlad King questioned. Beep beep beep. I took my pillow and threw it at my alarm clock, but of course, I missed. I couldn't remember the last time I had slept so well. Wanting to sleep a little longer, I turned around and buried my face in the other pillow. This bed was too comfortable for its own good. Beep 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 beep. Oh please, shut up. I'm awake now. You happy, you annoying alarm clock? I slowly stood up and went to turn the sound off. As I grabbed the pillow beside it, I realized this wasn't my dorm room. Confused, I went to the window and pulled back the curtain, only to see that I had a balcony. I opened the door and stepped outside, taking in my surroundings. Then it hit me. The game had already started. I knew I wasn't a morning person. It was hard for me to get out of bed, but once I was up, everything else was easy. For starters, never wake me up personally. I tend to do everything I can to keep sleeping peacefully. The last time someone tried to wake me, they barely survived after I threw a knife at them. I always kept a knife under my pillow. But just look at my past and what my so-called family enjoyed doing. I walked back inside, closing and locking the door behind me. A quick glance at the clock shocked me. It was already 9 a.m. That meant the heroes were already here. Too bad. I wanted to scare them when they entered the building. But oh well, I had plenty of opportunities in store for them. I quickly grabbed my things from the apartment and made some breakfast, preparing to introduce a new era of villainy. It was time to mess with the heroes. I headed to the heroes' headquarters, knowing there was a fountain across the street and some benches where I could watch their reactions. It was currently 15 minutes before 10 a.m. The teacher's drone was following me, no surprise there. They had a lot of indoor cameras, except in private areas, and a ton of drones flying around the city. I leaned closer to the drone's camera and whispered, "Welcome to my freak show. I hope I can entertain you well. The show will start in about 15 minutes. I suggest you lean back and get some snacks." A few minutes later, I found myself facing an angry barking Pomeranian. It's well known that dogs that bark usually don't bite, but in this case, they could be dangerous. "Hello, Mr. Hero, how can I help you?" I said. "Shut up. You're coming with me." Bakugo shouted. "Okay, Mr. Hero. May I ask where we are going?" "Don't play dumb." He grabbed my wrist and pulled me behind him. We entered their headquarters and he literally threw me into the interrogation room. I landed HRD on the floor. Not wanting to stay there forever, I stood up and made myself as comfortable as possible on the metal chair. "That's not how this works, Kaken. You clearly didn't read any rules. Anyway, thanks for the alibi." Not long after he closed the door behind me, I was left alone. I waited and waited. It was boring, but I had my plans. At 10 a.m., the media would show the little video I prepared to introduce Usagi, and soon after that, the first boom would be activated. I knew Kaken would throw me into a cell or an interrogation room, but without evidence, they couldn't do anything to me. They had the right to hold me for 4 hours, but Usagi didn't plan on just sitting there doing nothing. Oh no, he was a busy villain. The door opened, and I looked to see who it was. Tenya, Ochiko, and Kaken. This would be fun. I wondered what they planned to do. "Ochiko, Izuku, thank you for not making this HRD on us." "What do you mean?" I replied. "You are the only villain in this exercise, and you let yourself be caught without a fight." Tenya explained. Again, what do you mean? I'm not a villain. I'm just an ordinary businessman who happened to be enjoying the fountain in front of the building. Can anyone explain what crime I supposedly committed to be called a villain? To answer that simply, I hadn't done anything yet. Tenya and Achiko exchanged glances, unsure of what I was talking about, while Kaken yelled at me. They couldn't do anything without evidence. I don't care what you have done or not. You are the villain. Bakugo shouted, grabbing the collar of my tuxedo and slightly choking me until the door flew open, revealing Kirishima and Momo. Guys, you need to see this now. Momo said. Kirishima pulled Kaken off me and began dragging him out while Kaken swore and walked beside him. Achiko, what's going on? Momo replied, the villain is on TV. Everyone stared at me, wondering how this was possible. Still playing the role of the innocent citizen, I asked, would you allow me to go with you to watch it too? I am curious about what this villain has to say. Tenya, I don't know if that's a good idea, one of my companions said. I'm in a building full of heroes, I replied, even if you suspect me of being the villain, which I am clearly not. I can't be in two places at the same time, and I have no chance of escaping this building. He's right, Achiko chimed in. Momo nodded, fine, but you are staying with us, understand? Yes, thank you very much. I said, relieved. We then exited the room and made our way to the common area, where a giant TV was set up and everyone was focused on it. No one even noticed us enter. Everyone was talking about how a villain had hijacked the news station. Suddenly, everything went blank and a countdown began. The heroes were informed that it was certainly the doing of a villain, and the police told them that the villain wasn't at the crime scene and that the news center had been hacked. They had no control over it. The TV flickered to life. Hello, my dear heroes. My name is not important anymore. Most people have forgotten me. I now go by the name Usagi. You will soon learn why they call me the Killer Rabbit. But let's forget about that for a moment, shall we? I have a question for you fake heroes out there. Do you know how villains are born? Then let me explain how I became one myself. You see, villains are not born, they are made. So why am I asking this? Simple answer. I want the whole world to know that heroes are not what they seem to be. Nobody can save everyone. This will be a lesson I will teach you, as I wasn't saved myself. Here is my little story time for you. I had a loving family, a home, a friend, and I too admired heroes. I loved them even. But how come I am a villain now? When I was 4, I was diagnosed as quirkless. Now I know what you are thinking. Why would that be bad? Do you know how many people are born quirkless and how many of them are still alive? Do you know how it is to live a life as a quirkless person? Let me tell you. My parents hated me because I was quirkless. They abused me, and for them, I was not a human. I was a mistake in their eyes. Any way of harming me, name it, and I assure you that I lived through the pain more than once. After some years, my father left my mother, and the pain that came with it was unbearable. I was on the verge of ending my own life multiple times, as I didn't want to experience any more pain. What did the heroes do? Nothing. It's true I had a home, but it was more like hell than anything else. I had a close friend. We played together and grew up together. I thought we were like brothers. But he too abandoned me and started bullying me because I was weak, useless, and a waste of space. He even told me, why don't you take a swan dive off the roof and pray for a quirk in your next life? Not only was my home a hellhole, but school was one too, as every day I would get beaten up by bullies, even by my best friend. What did the teachers do? Nothing. They even encouraged them. Then one day I met All Might. He was a true hero, and I looked up to him, but he wasn't better than anyone else. He saved me from a villain attack but knocked me out unintentionally. I was happy that he saved me and wanted to ask him a question. He didn't want to hear me out, so what did I do? I thought it was a good idea to cling to a hero while he jumped off and flew in some way. He did see me and landed on a 10-story building. I asked him, do you believe a quirkless child can be a hero? Do you know what he said to me? No, a quirkless person cannot be a hero. You can still be a police officer or a medical staff member. These jobs are also very important. Without them, heroes couldn't do their jobs like they do right now. That was really funny. Are you confused why? Because I can't be a cop. The last time I met one and told him how my mother treated me, he replied, don't bother us with your stupid jokes. You shouldn't tell people such a lie just to get attention. You are lucky I don't shoot you and say that you attacked me. The paperwork for that is too much trouble. Can you even imagine that? I cried out for help, but no one wanted to help me. The next option All Might provided me was a medical staff member, but here's the problem. I tried to get help the first and only time I ran away from my mother's anger, and they didn't want to let me in because I was quirkless. Even though I was completely covered in my own BLD, I ran down the streets in broad daylight, and no one cared to help me since they knew I was quirkless. All Might was practically like my childhood best friend, but instead of encouraging me, he crushed my dreams. Was it worth it? I was so close to accepting my friend's advice. Oh, and before I forget, one hero here is technically responsible for the villains standing before you. The hero who gave me the reason to embrace villainy. Isn't that right, Kaken? You must know that I've tried to end my life multiple times, but swan diving off a roof was never my style. Instead, I tried to bleed out. The color of BLD is so striking. I must thank you, dear Kaken. Without you, I never would have discovered my fascination with BLD. Since you listened to my story, let me offer some advice. Villainy doesn't sleep or rest. With me in the city, nobody is safe, not even you heroes. Usagi will usher in a new era of villainy, and you will be the first to experience what it's like to face your worst nightmare. See you soon, oh heroes. Izuku's POV. After Usagi's last words, the screen went blank for a moment before the news returned. Everyone in the room was shocked, confusion etched on their faces. This was priceless. I was glad to be here. Looks like you guys have your hands full with this guy. I hope you can catch him soon, as the villains in this city tend to be a little unpredictable, I said, drawing everyone's focus to me. Before anyone could respond, a loud bang echoed, followed by panicked voices outside the office. It was loud enough for everyone to hear. The TV was still on, showing the chaos unfolding. The heroes were called to help, but no one moved, they just stared at me. This would be quite the spectacle, and I intended to take down half of Class 1B by the end of the day, and it was only 10:30. It was just a moment of silence before chaos erupted. They were all focused on me, the villain they needed to capture. I couldn't blame them. I was so close yet so far from my goal. What are you standing there for? Go help the other citizens. You are heroes after all. I exclaimed, incredulous that I had to prompt them to act. Tsunotori spoke up, he's right, we need to go. And 1 point goes to Class 1B. I added, then why are you all still standing there? Get moving. This city needs its heroes right now. Kaken shouted, this isn't over, shitty Deku. With that, everyone rushed out of the building. There were 8 locations the heroes needed to attend to. I had placed distractions in several office buildings, each bomb set to go off after Usagi finished his speech, giving me the advantage of tracking where each group of heroes was headed. Nezu had been informed before I infiltrated the heroes' headquarters. I couldn't believe how naive they were. All I had to do was pressure them after the explosions, and they would scatter, leaving me alone. What kind of heroes were they? They could have locked me up to prevent me from escaping for hours. I needed to move as well. Now that I knew where my targets were headed, it was time for Usagi to make his move. As I walked out of the building, I observed the groups of heroes and their directions. Groups, Class 1A, 1 Ashido, Kaminari, Azui, Koda, Kirishima 2 Ojiro, Shoji, Sato, Siro, Aoyama 3 Ida, Uraraka, Hagakure, Yasuo, Mineta 4 Shinso, Juro, Tokoyami, Todoroki, Bakugo Class 1B, 1 Aways, Kaibara, Tetsutetsu, Hananuki, Fukichi 2 Kamakiri, Komori, Minoma, Rin, Tokage 3 Kuwaro, Shiozaki, Shishida, Yanagi, Tsunotori 4 Kendo, Kodai, Tsuburaba, Bondo, Shoda. All I had to do now was run to the nearby underground tunnel entrance, head to my main lair, and get my gear and villain costume. Always carried Shinsu's capture weapon. It was comfortable and provided some protection. I knew I had about 10 minutes until the next wave of explosions would go off. 5 minutes to gather my things and 5 minutes to reach my destination. The underground tunnels were a great shortcut around the city, once you knew where to go. I decided to go after Class 1B group. I was running through the tunnels as the second wave went off. I could feel the ground shaking a little, and all I had to do was exit the tunnels and position myself. I didn't intend to use any grenades or guns. All I needed were my BLD knives. Once outside, I watched as the 5 heroes worked together to rescue people from the burning building. Thanks to Mei, my villain costume was fireproof. What I was about to do next was probably one of the stupidest things I had ever attempted. In a moment when no one was watching the entrance and all the heroes were outside, I quickly dashed into the burning building and headed to the second floor. Thank goodness I had insisted on a gas mask and visor. As I walked through the second floor, I found some civilian robots. One of them was in bad condition, but luckily, the robot's motherboard and speaker were still intact. I manipulated the wires until the speaker went off, screaming to indicate that there were still innocent citizens alive in the building. This building was stable enough not to collapse when the explosives went off, which meant the heroes needed to go in and save this person. I may or may not have planted 3 C4 time bombs in the building. Okay, I did plant 3. Why shouldn't I? Heroes could be hurt if they weren't careful. I moved to a nearby window and watched the heroes decide who should go in to save the civilian. They chose Yosetsu Aways, which was no surprise. His selfless personality often led him into dangerous situations. I watched him enter the building and quickly positioned myself behind a wall, still able to see the robot and anyone who entered the room. I needed to act fast, it was getting too hot for my comfort. He entered the room and went straight to the civilian robot. I seized the opportunity and pulled my knife around his neck. With a swift motion, he dropped down, unable to move. Aizawa was now officially out of the fight. Each hero had a bracelet that would immobilize them at Nezu's or any teacher's signal. I watched his body go limp and took him to the roof. Vlad King announced that Welder was out, confirming that he was no longer in the game. His companions had no idea. I decided to play a quick game of hide and seek. Standing on the edge of the roof with him kneeling beside me, one arm supporting him and the other with a knife around his throat, I called out to the heroes. "Oh heroes! Look at them, they look like lost puppies." It was amusing to watch them search for the source of my voice until one of them pointed at me. "If you don't want him to take a swan dive, I suggest you don't move. I have a proposal for you. If you want him back, that is." I couldn't hear their discussion. I was too far up, plus there was another bomb hidden in the building. Time was ticking, and I needed to move fast or else the last one would go off with me standing on the roof. "I will be waiting for one of you on the 4th floor. I suggest real steel come alone to get your friend out. That is, if he can find me first. I guarantee I won't be leaving the 4th floor, and if I see that he isn't alone, I won't spare any survivors." After saying that, I pulled Aizawa by his hero costume off the edge and placed him over my shoulder. I made sure no one could see me jumping from one roof to another, laying the unconscious body down before heading back to the 4th floor. As I made my way to the window, I quickly checked the time on the C4 bomb. It had a timer. 5 minutes. That was all the time I needed. The next building was really close, only 5 meters apart, and there were 2 windows facing each other. As I watched outside the window facing the heroes, I noticed that real steel wasn't there, which meant he was on his way to me. I went to the center of the room, which faced the other building's window, and waited for him to find me. The timing for the stunt I was about to pull needed to be perfect. 1 second off could kill us both in an instant. I started counting in my head. For minutes. He still hadn't found me. I thought he was quick on his feet. 3 minutes. Still no sign of him. I really thought he would be quicker, considering one of his classmates was in danger. 2 minutes. Finally he arrived. "Took you long enough." He entered the room cautiously, scanning me and my surroundings, searching for his friend. "If you are looking for your little precious friend, then you should give up." "Where is he?" Real Steel demanded. "Me. He might be in this building burning to his death or maybe not. I can't remember where I put him. I guess he is a lost soul by now anyway." "Real Steel, what have you done with him?" "Me, oh hero, didn't I already told you nobody is safe from me?" 1 minute left me. Oh my look at the time. I am a busy person and here I am wasting my precious time with you. I have other planes. So see you 22. With that I turned around and ran straight to the window. Without a second doubt, I jumped, though shattering both windows. The mask and my costume is saving me from getting cut by the shards as I landed in the room next to the burning building, rolling and quickly getting on my feet. 30 seconds. The hero went to the now broken window and looked straight at me. "Me. Tick-tock, the time is nearly up. If you want your friend, why don't you come and get me? He is still in my hands, safe from the flames." 20 seconds. I watched him carefully as he went to the back of the room. He was using his quirk the whole time. His quirk steel grants him the power to turn his body into steel. His steel body has a resistance to heat. In this burning building, he needed to use it all the time in order to protect himself and be a good hero. Here is the catch with that: if he uses his quirk for too long, he will suffer from iron fatigue, resulting in his metal form losing its durability. He will also melt if the temperatures are high enough, which a C4 explosion behind him will surely accomplish. 7. I assumed since he can turn his body to steel that he will be heavier and thus needed more momentum for such a jump. Too bad he won't have the time for it. 10 seconds. He was now starting to run straight at me full speed. 5. I now went to the back corner of the room. Leaning against the wall, I waited for the determination. 3, 2, 1. I couldn't see him directly anymore. Boom 1. As the bomb went off, he was sent flying through the window and hitting the opposite wall. The heat of the explosion was too strong for him, resulting in his back melting. The impact with the wall did also its damage. He was now laying on the ground unconscious and bleeding. 1. I went to his body and killed him with a stab wound straight to his back. I made sure that the wound I gave him was fatal and went outside the building. Of course he wasn't literally dead, just hurt. 9. Vlad King, Real Steel is out. 3. Nobody was watching the side building as the main attention was the inferno in front of them, letting me do my job. Comic Man Fukudashi manga was trying to put the flames out by shouting wind noises. 57. Mudman Hananuki Juzo tried to calm the civilians down and get the injured to a medic robot. For Spiral Kaibarasan was now trying to get into the burning building searching for his comrades. 1. By now, every bomb I placed for this event went off and every hero had his or her hand full. Civilians were burned and needed help. The flames were still there. Panic was everywhere. I needed to kill them and fast. First of Comic Man. Manga's quirk allows him to materialize words in midair by speaking them. These words are onomatopoeia words that describe sounds which can manifest the effects of the phenomenon that the sound suggests. 23. I took one of my knives and threw it, aiming at the back of his head. My aim is terrifying. Never did I miss my target, and this case is not any different. At the impact of the knife, his whole body went limp and falling to the ground. 8. Vlad King. Comic Man is out. 1. This is all it took for the people to now run and shout in panic. I watched how Mudman was trying to figure out where the knife was coming from but couldn't because of all the people. Juzo's quirk allows him to soften any non-living thing he touches. He needed to calm the survivor down. However, before he could do so, I quickly grabbed one of the child robots and made the situation worse. Me, Oichiro. Are you looking for me? In an instant, everyone went silent. The people which were around me were now running away. Mudman couldn't risk attacking me as I had a hostage in my hands. Mudman, let her go. Me, and why should I do that? Mudman, she is innocent and too young to die. 3. Me, that's exactly why I am holding her hostage, but be my guest to trade her place. 24. He was now in a situation where he couldn't afford to do anything besides listen to my words. Mudman, listen Usagi, I am willing to trade her place. I will come to you. Juzo then began to walk to me. I waited until he was close enough and killed the robot in front of his eyes. Before he could even react, I was now standing in front of him with the knife placed in his heart, or at least it would be if it were a real knife. 12. Vlad King. Mudman is out. 1. 4 down, 1 to go. As the last one was still inside the building, I quickly began slaughtering each and every one of the survivors, even the medics. I took both dead bodies of the heroes and placed them in the same building as the others were. Before I did this, I collected my knife from the ground, as I will need the fake BLD. My last target is Spiral. Sen's quirk allows him to make any part of his body rotate like a drill. There is no chance of me going against him in any style of hand-to-hand combat since I do not intend to use one for all. This would be suicide. What I plan to do next is something different. I collected all the fallen heroes from the roof and one in a room on the 4th floor, placing them in the windows of the shop. Now all I had to do was a little art project. I put Mudman on the floor, facing the window, and wrote "fake" on his forehead with the BLD I had stored in one knife. I splattered some BLD on his neck and the ground. It looked like he was bleeding out. I grabbed real steel, placing his back against the window for everyone to see the burn marks, writing "fake" on the window mirrored with his own BLD. Next, I had Comic Man with Welder sharing the other shop window. Comic Man had no BLD on his face and was sitting on a chair where a mannequin once sat. His feet rested on Welder, and his whole back was covered in fake BLD. I used up all the BLD my 2 knives had stored. Not satisfied with the result, I placed both my hands on his back and made some bloody fingerprints on the window. From the corner of my eye, I could see Spiral outside the burning building, watching the sight of all the bodies in front of him. All I had to do was go outside the shop like a normal person, which is exactly what I did. I didn't care if he could see my face since he would not live long enough to tell the others. None of the heroes could contact each other. That was something I made sure of before I started to take them down one by one. I had a signal jammer by my side, allowing me to jam any signal within a 20-meter radius. If he was hoping for backup to arrive, then he was certainly a fool. "Oh hero, are you looking for me?" I taunted, standing in front of the shop door. I wanted him to come at me to see my art show. "Do you want to know where your dear friends are?" Spiral wasn't responding. He was trying to get backup, but no one would answer him. "They can't hear you. Besides, I have a gift for you. Come and see for yourself." I knew I still had fake BLD on my knife and hands. I was a mess, to say the least. All I needed to do for him to see me was step out and walk into the middle of the road. Fear crept onto his face as he watched me, frozen. "Look right there, those are your friends," I pointed at the shop window for him to see. That must have snapped him out of his trance. He started to come near me. As the shop came into his view, his eyes widened in shock. "Don't worry. They are fine. They are just sleeping peacefully for eternity." I didn't give him a chance to react as I ran straight at him, knocking him unconscious but not killing him. The now unconscious hero had no way of resisting. Wanting to get even more attention, I began dragging him by his hero costume into the shop. There was another chair, which I placed in the middle of the room. Nearly every shop had some pencils, paper, duct tape, and a pair of scissors. My promise to Nezu prohibits me from killing or lethally hurting any of them for a more dramatic appearance. That's why I had my fake BLD. However, I ended up using all the fake BLD I had on me. Quickly roaming around the shop, I found all the supplies I needed. I took the duct tape and taped the hero to the chair. Then I grabbed the scissors and made a small cut on my wrist. It is not the first time I cut myself, and it certainly won't be the last. It gives me some kind of pleasure watching my BLD drip down my wrist. It is an appealing sight. I then wrote "fake" on his forehead and gave him a bloody smile. All I had to do now was turn off the signal jammer and take his earpiece. "Oh heroes, I left a present for you on the 8th site. I hope you like it, I said to the heroes through the earpiece. I didn't intend to let anyone live, but I wanted one of the heroes to be responsible for Spiral's fate. In order to do that, I cut his neck with a knife, marking the wound but not applying enough pressure to kill him instantly. Killing him would be too easy and no fun at all. Spiral was now bleeding out as I made my way back to my villain base to prepare for the next victim. It was currently 3 p.m., and I was not done for the day. I needed to get back to the 8th side with a rifle to welcome the other heroes properly. It didn't take long for me to reach my lair. The rifles were loaded and ready. My goal was to eliminate half of Class 1B, and I was determined to do just that. I could feel my sanity slipping away. A deep cut on my wrist stung, and I wondered when it had happened. I needed to be careful not to lose myself completely. This game could easily become a reality. The darkness within me tugged at my conscience. Despite their betrayals, they were still my friends. BLD dripped from my wrist, and I had to shake off the unsettling thoughts. I quickly grabbed some bandages from the first aid kit and wrapped my injury. Then, I rushed outside to a building where I could see the heroes approaching. Timing was crucial, and for once, it was on my side. I had managed to arrive before anyone else, thanks to the underground tunnels. However, I needed to remain cautious. Every tunnel looked the same, and it was easy to lose one's way. Standing in front of the shop where I had displayed my art project, I was met with a horrifying sight. I couldn't remember creating this, but seeing it with my own eyes was a different experience. BLD was everywhere, and I could smell the iron in the air. A small trail led to the shop's front door. It felt surreal, as if I were an observer of my own actions, yet there was a strange satisfaction in it. I was losing my grip on reality. I had to think positively. I was still in control, but for how long? This chaotic exercise was overwhelming, and I hadn't planned for this outcome. I needed to end this war game quickly, or I feared I would do something irreversible. The situation was escalating, and I could feel it. Suddenly, the sound of footsteps in the distance snapped me back to reality. There was no time to dwell on my actions. I made my way to a nearby building and headed to the roof with my rifle. Peering through the scope, I could see the heroes still approaching. Maybe the roof wasn't the best spot. They could easily spot me. I decided to find a better vantage point on the 4th floor of a 7-story building. From there, I had a perfect view of the street. I waited for them to arrive, watching as Kendo, Kodai, Tsuburaba, Bondo, and Shota approached the shop. Their faces turned to shock as they noticed the BLD on the floor, a mix of mine and fake BLD. As they turned to the shop window, their expressions paled at the sight of their comrades. I aimed at Tsuburaba Kozai, the most dangerous among them. His quirk allowed him to create solid barriers, and I knew I had to take him out first. With a steady hand, I shot him between the eyes. He dropped to the ground, BLD spreading across his face. Tsuburaba is out, I announced to myself. Next was Bondo Kojiro. I didn't give them a chance to recover. I aimed and shot again, targeting his heart. I knew exactly where to aim for a quick takedown. Bleeding into the chest, the lungs, and around the heart would likely be extensive, and death could be almost instantaneous or occur in just a few minutes. My victim could survive even these injuries, but this would require quick and aggressive treatment, including emergency surgery, and a considerable amount of luck. And luck is certainly not on their side today. Battle Fist and Plamo were now also lying on the floor. The BLD bullets were taking effect on the remaining 2 heroes. They were still standing there, and I gave them a little time with no chance to run in any direction. I wanted them to go into the shop and find Spiral, who was slowly bleeding out. Mines was the first one to try and hide, but not where I wanted. I aimed at his leg and shot him. He immediately stumbled down. Rule ran to him and helped him to the nearest doorway out of my sight, which just so happened to be the store I wanted them to enter. Now I no longer had a clear view of any of the remaining heroes. I was still lying low and watching the street, not letting anyone escape. I couldn't see them entering the shop, which made me a little sad. But what I could see was the door opening, indicating that they had just found their friend. The question was, how long would he last? After 5 more minutes, I could see the other students arriving. It was a mix of both classes, and I needed 2 more people down. The arriving groups included Class 1A with Ida, Uraraka, Hagakure, Yaozu, Mineta, Shinso, Jiro, Tokoyami, Todoroki, and Bakugo, and Class 1B with Kamakiri, Komori, Monoma, Rin, Tokichi, Kuwaro, Shiozaki, Shishida, Yanagi, and Tsunatori. I waited until all 20 students were in front of the shop. They stopped in their tracks as they saw the BLD and the bodies in front of them. Judging by their reaction, Rule must have warned them of my presence, as they immediately took cover, but it was already too late. I aimed at Mineta and shot him between the eyes. The next person beside him was Yanagi, who also went down from a bullet piercing the heart. My job here was done. I quickly grabbed my things, which consisted mainly of the rifle, and returned to my villain lair. Once I arrived, I could hear Vlad King's voice again, confirming that the heroes were unable to save their bleeding comrades. I knew they couldn't know that Spiral was still alive but bleeding out, but mine's was a different story. I managed to shoot him in the leg with precision, hitting the artery. The BLD bullet immediately took effect, staining his costume red. He was unable to move but was taken to a safe place by Rule. What she and the others didn't know was that the hit was lethal, and he was bleeding out too. They should have a basic understanding of lethal wounds, and a wound should be treated immediately. 10 down from Class 1B, 1 down from Class 1A. And the best part was that I had something planned for the night. This would probably be their last night of good sleep. I needed to rest as the night was slowly approaching. I had around 4 to 6 hours until Usagi would turn the night into one nobody could forget. Aizawa addressed the class, stating that some students had actively supported Quirk discrimination, a behavior he would not tolerate. He emphasized that it was not the quirk that made a person bad, but their decisions and how they used their quirk. Looking around the room, I could see that everyone was pleased with the lesson, especially Shinso, whose quirk was considered villainous and who had been a victim of bullying. They discussed how unfair this was and how wrong it was to discriminate against others. However, a question lingered in my mind. When would we talk about the suffering of quirkless people? I wanted to know what my friends thought about this since I was born quirkless. I decided to ask, Aizawa-sensei. Yes, Midoriya. What about quirkless people? What about them? Are they also suffering from discrimination? No, there is nothing wrong with them. They live normal lives without any discrimination. I felt frustrated. Lies. Aizawa continued, studies also prove that they are not suffering any consequences in life without a quirk. All lies. Personally, I don't see a reason for them to be influenced by quirk discrimination since they don't have one. All lies. Okay, thank you. Can I ask another question? But this time I would like the input of everyone. Make it quick, the lesson is nearly over. What do you think about quirkless people? They are weak, Mon Ami, I don't see why they should get bullied for, Yuga replied. That's a stupid question, they are obviously fine, Mina added. Sue, they should be careful, they can get hurt easily, Ribbit. 8 Tenya, they need to learn about respecting other and don't discriminate others' quirks. 36 Achiko, I don't know, they are the same I guess. Mashireo, I don't see a difference. 42 Denki, I don't get it, what's special about them? 1 Kirishima, they need to be manly and let others deal with situation they can't do. 11. Everyone was saying basically the same, useless, waste of space or weak. 11 I watched how Bakugo, the first time in my life, didn't yell anything. He just sat there quiet. Obviously he knew why I asked that question and I am disappointed in what I heard. A quirk discrimination lesion with the audacity to discriminate against quirkless people. I guess ignorance is bliss. 25 End of flashback. I woke up to what looked like another memory of my past. It was currently 1 a.m. and I was in my villain lair. Dreams are something I wish for, but every time I sleep I only get nightmares. The past is past and it is haunting me. I was kinda in a shocked state. I could still hear the words, useless, waste of space, stupid, weak, die. They voices getting louder. Stop, the world would be better without you, stop it. Take a swan dive of the roof. Me, I said stop it. As soon as I screamed that out loud the voices disappeared. I was still breathing heavily but I don't care. I am Usagi and Usagi am I. 8 Oh god, what am I thinking? I am Midoriya Izuku alias Deku. I'm not a villain, I am a hero. 17 Me, let's see what is a hero's worst nightmare. Me mumbling, death. BLD fame. To be an outcast. To never make it. Civilian people's hate. No, that isn't it, is it? Oh, I get it now. Quirk. Why didn't I think about this before? That's everyone's nightmare, well, everyone except me. I lived basically without it. I know the pain of being quirkless. It's not fair, but what is fair? If I learned one thing, then that it is certainly not life. Thankfully, I am a hero in training now, but my whole life was a nightmare. So what can go wrong if I decide that my poor classmates needs to learn what it truly means to be quirkless? To me, oh gosh, I really need to stop mumbling. Do I have enough quirk suppressing cuffs? Yes I do. Do I need to use them? No, not really. Will I use them? Totally. 2 Will everyone suffer today? No, only one person at the time. 1 Why? Because I can. Bakugo Katsuki will be the first. 33 With that in my mind, I quickly grabbed a quirk suppressing cuff, daggers, sleeping gas grenades and fake BLD, but this time I had a bag full of it. One time skip brought to you by a concerned and not smiling Nezu, creeping out the other teachers in the observation room. 32 I was in front of the hero's headquarters with 2 sleeping gas grenades in my hand, ready to use them anytime. It was quiet, looks like everyone is sleeping. As I walked to the dorm area, I saw that some doors are open and some are closed. Everyone was sharing a room with 5 people in it. All I had to do now was open all the doors and use the grenades. The grenades went off without any explosions. A green gas filled the room. After this, I was certain that the heroes will be sleeping for at least 5 to 6 hours. First, I took out the fake BLD and spattered it everywhere: walls, ceiling, furniture, windows, anything that was in this and any other room. In each room I draw a bloody smiley on the wall. After an hour or so I was done covering the whole inside of the building with fake BLD. Even the rooms where everyone sleeps in were not spared. As I finished with the BLD, I then walked to Kaken's room and used the cuffs. 3. That angry Pomeranian deserves it. I have 4 more hours to mess with them. I went outside to the next building and got myself some civilian robots, which I immediately killed and dragged them to the common area of the headquarters. There was a message I put for the heroes in BLD. Why didn't you save them? 22. After another 2 hours, the room was now filled with civilian corpses. I have 2 more hours to go. What should I do? I know. An idea popped into my mind. I walked to Shinso's room and took his capture gear. I then proceeded to drag a sleeping Shinso to the common area, or should I say massacre area. The little insomniac was fast asleep. I used the capture weapon to tie him up. My idea was to let him hang head first from the ceiling, and that's what I am currently trying to do. It took 1 hour to get it done. The issue wasn't me tying him up, but how to get him hanging from the ceiling. As I was thinking how good a bloody smile looked at him, I didn't realize that I took my bandages off. The dagger, which I brought just in case, was now in my right hand, and with a smooth motion I cut myself again. I saw my BLD dripping down. 6. Me, so pretty. 28. A smiley was creeping in my face as I watched my own BLD dripping. I then draw a smiley on his sleeping face. As I finished it, my eyes went wide. I did it again. I seriously need to stop cutting myself. What's with me and bloody smileys? 11. A moment of hesitation passed as I crouched down to get the bandage from the floor and rewrap my wrist. Starting to think that I should do something more dramatic, I headed back to the dorm to my class and dragged the hero Anima Koda Koji out and put him under Shinso. Anima couldn't even defend himself as I used the dagger and applied fake BLD on his throat. Anima is out, Aizawa announced. I still had the earbud on me that Nezu gave me. Nezu, can you hear me? I asked. Yes, what do you need, Midoriya? Nezu replied. I wanted to inform you that I will be setting off every boom in the hospital tomorrow at 10 a.m., and I am also planning to set some of them off at the hero's headquarters. Okay, thank you for informing me first. I am pretty sure that the moment Shinso wakes up, he will have the most traumatic experience, waking up in a room full of civilian robots. Not to mention he will be wrapped tightly in his capture gear, hanging from the ceiling with a bloody smile and facing a dead classmate. The room will also be covered in fake BLD with a message on the wall. Not wanting to risk the heroes waking up with me in the same building, I decided to go to my cover workplace where I had my apartment on the upper floor. I was tired but needed to hide my villain outfit. There was a secret compartment built into my bed that only I could open. I placed my costume inside and went to bed. The next day would be exciting. That was my last thought before darkness consumed me once again, but this time there were no nightmares. It was early in the morning. The villain was already in the city, now it was the hero's turn to get there. Aizawa and Vlad King guided their classes down to the warground. Every hero was in their hero costume. The students thought this would be an easy win since there was only Izuku to capture. After letting them loose in the city, both teachers returned to the observation room. They watched as the heroes explored the city and relaxed in the common area. Do you think they have a plan to capture young Midoriya? All Might asked. I sure hope they do. Vlad King replied. I don't think so, Aizawa said. For all that matters, it depends on whether the hero leader Bakugo can manage and lead his team. If not, they will certainly find this exercise difficult, Nezu added. At least our villain is still resting, Present Mike noted. He is so cute. Midnight exclaimed. At 9 a.m., an alarm went off from one of the monitors showing Izuku's apartment. Looks like our villain will rise soon, Snipe remarked. Everyone was eager to see what Izuku had in store for the remaining students. They had a bad feeling after letting him go to his villain lair. The staff members concentrated on the monitors showing Izuku. He was still lying in bed when he suddenly grabbed a pillow and threw it at the alarm clock, missing it. Everyone in the room chuckled. I didn't know he loved his sleep as much as you, Present Mike said. And here I was thinking he was a morning person, All Might added. Izuku slowly stood up to turn off the alarm and put the pillow back on his bed. He looked confused as he scanned the apartment. Looks like someone still didn't wake up, Midnight commented. Midoriya then went to the window curtain and pulled it apart, moving to the balcony. He slowly opened the door and stepped outside, watching his surroundings, and then his eyes widened in realization. After that, he prepared to go out. By the time he was done, it was already 10 a.m. Where do you think he is going? Ectoplasm asked. Nobody knew the answer except Nezu, who was too busy watching the young villain walk to the hero's headquarters and set himself across the street on a bench. I would like to set off 8 booms in some buildings. There are multiple time bombs in one building. The first one will go off at 10:30 a.m., Izuku stated. He didn't even need Nezu's approval, as he basically forced him to evacuate the additional civilian students from the building. Go ahead, I will evacuate the students in the area, Nezu replied, leaning closer to the drone and whispering so that only the drone and the teachers could hear him. Welcome to my show. I hope I can entertain you well. The show will start in an estimated 15 minutes. I suggest you lean back and get some snacks. The look he gave the camera sent chills down their spines. It was the same calculated, cold expression he had shown them before. Before they could discuss what he meant, Bakugo came in and began yelling at Izuku. Oh hello, Mr. Hero, how can I help you? Izuku asked. Shut up. You're coming with me. Bakugo shouted. Okay, Mr. Hero. May I ask where we are going? Izuku replied. Don't play dumb. Bakugo yelled. I'm confused about what he is doing and why he was there in the first place, Midnight said. Wouldn't he get caught? Present Mike wondered. Our villain here is only there to mess with the heroes, Nezu explained. Midoriya had come to me and asked many questions regarding the rules, and to my surprise, he found every loophole there was. The heroes can't arrest him unless they have some proof. They can only hold him there for interrogation for 4 hours. With the bombs set to go off soon, he is simply there to provide an alibi. Aizawa, that's a smart move. The villain hasn't shown himself yet and is currently in civilian clothing, meaning they don't have any evidence against him besides the knowledge that he is indeed a villain. 13. It's frightening how close this is to a real-life scenario. Cementos, indeed, but they need to learn sooner or later how to cope with such a situation. The teachers watched Bakugo dragging Izuku into the building and throwing him into an interrogation room. Power loader, this will be interesting. The door opened, and Tenya, Achiko, and Bakugo entered, hoping to get some answers. Achiko, Izuku, thank you for not making this HRD on us. Izuku, what do you mean? Tenya, you are the only villain in this exercise, and you let yourself be caught without a fight. Vlad King, so Bakugo didn't tell them about the rules. Aizawa, of course not. Nothing can get into his head. All Might, are we going to tell them? Nezu, let's wait and see what Midoriya says to them. Izuku, again, what do you mean? I'm not a villain. I am just an ordinary businessman who happened to be enjoying the fountain in front of the building. Can anyone please explain which crime I supposedly committed to be called a villain? Bakugo, I don't care what you have done or not. You are the villain. Power loader, looks like he won't tell them. Midnight, he is playing his role really convincingly. Nezu, Aizawa, can you inform your students about the rules? I do not want to see the villain win just because Bakugo didn't inform his teammates. Aizawa, problem children, read the rules for once. Vlad King, students, there are certain rules to follow. I advise you to read and follow them. After both homeroom teachers' announcements, Bakugo stood up and went straight to Izuku, forcing him to admit defeat. At the same time, he began to intimidate him. However, the door to the interrogation room suddenly flew open, revealing Kirishima and Momo. Momo, guys, you need to see this now. Ectoplasm, the villain made his first move. They all exited the interrogation room after some debate and went to the common area. All students were focused on the TV, which showed a countdown. As the countdown reached 5, all the monitors in the observation room began showing the same footage they were watching through the drone, now displaying the villain instead of the room with the TV. Power loader, when did he do that? Present Mike, how did he do this? Nezu, he simply hacked into our system. I am impressed. Everyone was too stunned to say anything. There was an unbearable silence after the Usagi revealed his life story until someone finally broke it. Midnight, do you think that what we just saw was his past? Nobody dared to answer. Nezu was shocked by this revelation, connecting the pieces that Bakugo was a student and both kids were together in their previous school. To say Nezu was frustrated is an understatement because heroes are supposed to give hope to children, not push them to the edge like his student and All Might did. On Aizawa's side, everything began to fit. He knew that Bakugo had somehow influenced the kid to go astray, but he hadn't realized that an aspiring hero and a pro-hero had pushed the kid to despair, which infuriated him. The other teachers fell quiet as the weight of the words began to settle. Recovery girl, that would explain some of the injuries and scars he has. Present Mike, please tell me he isn't living with his parents. Please. Nezu, unfortunately he is. I had my suspicions after Chio told me about his scars, but I never knew it went to such an extent, and he never wanted to talk about it. Aizawa, I should have noticed the signs. I should have helped him. He is my student. He is my problem child. Nezu, after this, he will get all the help he needs. Aizawa, Tashinori, is it true what he said about the rooftop? All Might. Yes it is. Aizawa, what would you have done if he jumped from that roof and harmed himself, or worse, if he declined your offer and sought revenge? All Might. I don't know. All Might, I knew that young Bakugo and young Midoriya were not on friendly terms, but I didn't think it was that bad. Midnight, are we any better than any of his previous teachers? Present Mike, we need to make it up to him. Nezu, Rio, I would like to schedule anger management therapy for Bakugo. After hearing what he has done, I don't think he is suitable to be at you. But I want to hear Midoriya's thoughts about this before I make any decisions. Hound Dog, I understand. Nezu, I will also open a case against Midoriya's previous school. They deserve to be held accountable for this, as do his parents. Hound Dog, are we going to ignore the fact that he admitted he tried to harm himself multiple times? Aizawa, no, after this, I will keep a close eye on the problem child. Present Mike, I'm going to help you with that. He deserves to know how it feels to have a loving home. Nezu, true, we will need to see who is going to adopt him later. If nobody is willing, then I will certainly do it. Even if one of you decides to adopt him, I want some guardianship in case anything happens. I also hope everyone here understands how close this exercise is to reality. If All Might hadn't returned when he did, what we see now might be the reality, and I fear what he would have done. The whole staff fell silent, observing as the footage stopped, revealing their students once again. Everyone had a troubled expression except Izuku himself. It was his story and nobody knew about it. Izuku, looks like you guys have your hands full with this guy. I hope you can get him soon, as the villains in this city tend to be a little unpredictable. Now everyone was focused on Midoriya. Before anyone could respond, a loud bang was heard, followed by panicked voices outside the office. The TV in the room switched back to showing what was happening outside. The heroes were called to help and put out the fire. However, no one was moving, they were all staring at him. Midnight, shouldn't they be moving? Hound Dog, I don't think they realized what happened yet. Izuku, what are you standing there for? Go help the other citizens. You are heroes after all. Tsunotori, he's right, we need to go. Izuku, then why are you all still standing there? Get moving. This city needs their heroes right now. Kaken, this isn't over, shitty Deku. All Might, even when he is supposed to be the villain, he is still helping the heroes. Nezu, I don't think so. Aizawa, me neither. 13, but why did he say that then? Vlad King, he might want to show himself as Usagi. The heroes were running out of the building. There were 8 locations that the heroes needed to go to. In the confusion and chaos, nobody paid attention to Izuku as he walked straight out of the building, analyzing the teams. Vlad King, I can't believe they didn't detain him. Aizawa, we will need to talk with them later about their mistakes. Midoriya headed to the underground tunnels straight to his lair to get his gear and ran to one of the explosion sites. As he exited the tunnels, he observed the 5 heroes in front of him and entered the burning building. Ectoplasm, what the? Midnight, did he just? Aizawa muttering, problem child. They all watched as he went to the 2nd floor, hacking into one of the robots and disqualifying one hero. Power Loader, I want him in my lab, he might enjoy his time there. He obviously has the skills to be in the support course. Vlad King, Welder is out. Recovery Girl, I don't know if I should praise him or scold him. What he did was surprising, reckless, and yet he seems unharmed by the fire. Power Loader, that must have been May's doing, his costume is fireproof. Present Mike, even so, running straight into a burning building is reckless, and he didn't hesitate. All Might, young Midoriya's self-preservation instincts were already concerning, this doesn't surprise me anymore. Midnight, at least he is taking care of the welder. Usagi, OH heroes, if you don't want him doing something drastic, I suggest you not move. I have a proposal for you. If you want him back, I will be waiting for one of you on the 4th floor. I suggest Real Steel Tetsu come alone to get your dear friend out. That is, if he can find me first. I guarantee I won't be leaving the 4th floor, and if I see that he isn't alone, I will not spare any survivors. Snipe, taunting the heroes. I hope they won't fall for it. Present Mike, hey, do you really think they will do what he says? Vlad King, I wish I could say no, but they will. And so they watched as Izuku eliminated another student. Now both his students were lying on another safe building. Vlad King, Real Steel is out. They then proceeded to watch him throw a knife and eliminate another one. Vlad King, Comic Man is out. Then Usagi such tactics, creating a hostage situation. While dealing with the hostage, he also eliminated the hero seconds later. Vlad King, Mudman is out. Usagi then went to work on his little art project. When he was done, he faced the last hero and managed to tape him to a chair inside the shop. He then cut himself, creating a bloody smiley and wrote fake on the hero's forehead. As Vlad King was about to say that the last one on site was out, he was quickly stopped by Recovery Girl. Recovery Girl? Don't. He is technically still alive. He is bleeding out slowly. If I didn't know any better, I would say that he just didn't apply enough pressure. However, what he just did was intentional. Nezu, does anyone have anything to say about what Midoriya just did? Nezu, nobody. Aizawa, Toshinori, did you think he could do this? All Might was still shocked by what he had just witnessed. Not only did Toshinori think this was wrong, but everyone else couldn't believe that he could be so terrifying. Aizawa, at this point, I don't know what I should even think about him anymore. All Might, never did I think he would be capable of doing something like this. Nezu, look at his eyes closely. Present Mike, is that a red circle mixed within his green eyes? Nezu, exactly. I believe something has triggered this and he lost control of himself. Hound Dog, if that's the case, we need to be careful and watch his every move from now on. He might lose himself again and even harm someone. Ectoplasm, I agree. Should I send my clones to get the students out of there? Nezu, not yet. Let's see what he does. Izuku, OH heroes. I left a present for you at the 8th site. I hope you like it. Usagi returned to his lair. After he arrived, his eyes widened as he bandaged his wounds. Midnight, so he really didn't realize that he cut himself. Recover girl, that's a problem. They watched him take a rifle out and head back to the burning site. He froze in his tracks as his eyes landed on the shop window. Hound Dog, I said this already, but send him to me after this and whoever finds this mess. Scratch that, send everyone to me. They will need it. Midnight, I pity your class, Kansas. What did they do to him? Vlad King, I don't know. Usagi went to a room and placed the rifle on the window as he laid low and watched through the scope. 5 students from Class 1B arrived at the scene, only to be taken down. Snipe, I didn't know his aim was that good. Aizawa, Snipe, what? He asked if he could use guns and he had a certificate. He even showed me he could use them. Vlad King, what do you mean you didn't know if he showed you? Snipe, well, for starters he used a handgun. Nezu, I assume he didn't tell you which kind of gun he was using. Aizawa, did you even ask? All Might, where did he even get them from? Power Loader, I really need to talk with May. 13, what's with these bullets? Nezu, fake BLD bullets, also one of May's creations. I knew he was prepared to play his role to the fullest. He even asked me for fake BLD. I regret giving him permission to use it. Vlad King, I need to inform him about the disqualified students. Vlad King, Subiraba is out. Vlad King, Plamo is out. Vlad King, Battle Fist is out. 20 students arrived at the site. They stopped in their tracks as they saw all the BLD and the bodies in front of them. Judging by their reaction, Rule must have warned them of Usagi's presence, as they immediately took cover, but it was already too late. Midoriya managed to take down 2 of them. Aizawa, Grape Juice is out. Vlad King, Emily is out. After successfully disqualifying 11 people, Usagi returned to his lair. Recovery Girl, Call, Spiral and Mines are out. They both died from BLD loss. Vlad King, Spiral is out. Vlad King, Mines is out. All Might, did I get this right? He eliminated half of Class 1B and 1 from Class 1A in one day. Nezu, that is correct. All Might, and he did this with a precision that nobody knew he could achieve, rivaling Snipe. Nezu, correct. All Might, and on top of that, you're telling me that my boy had the time and skills to eliminate more people. Snipe, yes. Nezu, you, of all people, have no right to call him your boy, do I make myself clear? All Might could only nod in response. Present Mike, then why didn't he do it? Nezu, I believe he has a plan and a schedule for how many people he targets each day. Vlad King, can someone explain why he was focusing on my class? Aizawa. Nezu, I believe he still isn't going all out on the students. All Might, if that's not going all out, what is? Nezu, I don't know the exact details, but we will find out soon. Time skip Hound Dog. I don't think I need to tell you this, Aizawa, Yamada, but I want to see Shinso after this is over. This will certainly be a traumatic experience for him. Midnight, why did he do this to Shinso? I thought they were best friends. Aizawa, I have an idea, and I am ashamed of what I did. Nezu, the Quirk discrimination lessons, I assume. Aizawa, yes, he asked me back then how quirkless people are treated, and I made a mistake by only using studies from our country. Present Mike, show. What did you... Aizawa, I told him there is nothing wrong with them, they live normal lives without any discrimination. I know better now, as the question bugged me, and I did a little more research on it, but I never corrected myself. Present Mike, look at what he does to our son. And you are telling me that is your fault. Nezu, Aizawa, we will talk about this later. Ken, I believe your classes will also need lessons about quirkless people. All Might, are we going to ignore the fact that he used Shinso's capture weapon as if it were nothing? He only had a problem with the ceiling, which is understandable because there was nothing to attach it to. Midnight, didn't it take you 6 years to manage to use that thing? Aizawa, I have no idea. Recovery Girl, he cut himself again, and that scream earlier. I think he has some mental issues. 56 Present Mike, who wouldn't? Look at his past. 12 Recovery Girl, What I mean is that it wouldn't be wise letting him be alone under any circumstances. Beep beep beep, not again. Beep beep beep. I took the knife below my pillow and threw it at my alarm clock, successfully destroying it. After realizing what I just did, I slowly stood up, quickly grabbed my stuff from the apartment, and made some breakfast. I prepared myself to go outside and see how the heroes would react to the nightmare caused by yours truly, Usagi. It was already 9 a.m. by the time I was up and out, sitting on the same bench in front of the headquarters like the day before. As I waited for Kaken to come and lash out at me, I could hear ectoplasm. He was informing everyone that the 11 people, excluding the one found by Shinso, were already skirted out of the city to another observation room. It was way too quiet. Heck, Kaken wasn't even coming out to greet me like usual. I was disappointed. Fine, if they really wanted to play it hard, I took out my phone and began watching the drone footage. My 3 drones were still following everyone. First, I wanted to see how Shinso reacted to his personal nightmare. It probably wasn't the best place to watch this, but I thought it would be hilarious, so I decided to hack into the media system once again to display his reaction. This way, I could watch it without anyone being suspicious. Media footage, at around 7 a.m., Shinso woke up screaming. His eyes were wide open. He struggled to get loose, not knowing where he was. His breathing quickened as he went into a panic. Tears escaped his eyes. Thanks to his struggle, he began to spin slowly while still hanging upside down. I couldn't hold my laughter anymore. This was way too funny. 5 minutes later, everyone else in the building arrived in the common area. Frozen in place, nobody could move or speak from what they just saw. It was a nightmare. The pile of corpses, the BLD, the message on the wall, everything was straight out of a horror movie. 10 minutes later, some of the weaker students collapsed on the floor, some were overwhelmed, while others couldn't handle what they saw and passed out. Bakugo, on the other hand, was white as a sheet, standing in the middle of everyone. 15 minutes later, both classes went to Shinso and tried to calm him down. It took them an hour to do so, and after that, they struggled another hour getting him down. Live footage since it was around 9 a.m. Hitoshi, it is all my fault. He was visibly shaking. All the girls from Class 1A were trying to snap him out of his despair. They knew they needed to get him out of the room as fast as possible, but no matter where they went, they would always find a bloody room. Bakugo, OI, round cheeks, half and half, and ponytail, get him out of the building right now. They needed not be told twice. Izuku POV, since everyone was still in the common area, I decided to blow up every food and water supply in this building. If they wouldn't come to me freely, then I would force them. All I needed to do was send the activation signal for the explosion, and in the next moment, I could hear the boom. The building shook slightly. The heroes who were outside turned around, disbelief written all over their faces. I then quickly set up the signal for the other explosive to go off manually at 10 a.m., without me sending it. Next, I turned off the drone feed so that the news was no longer displaying what was happening. With a smooth motion, I tucked my phone back into my blazer. I watched the heroes as the others came running out of the building. It was 9:30 a.m. The firefighters arrived and tried to put out the fire. Nobody saw me yet. I made my way across the street and made eye contact with none other than Kaken. Me? OMG, what happened? I hope nobody was injured. It was now Kaken's turn to get mad at me. I saw him trying to use his quirk, but nothing happened. Kaken, what the hell? Ijiro, what's wrong bro? Kaken, what's wrong? Look right there. Bakugo was pointing at me. Everyone gave me a disapproving look, but I didn't mind. They gave me the same look that time they thought I was the villain for sure. At this point, I didn't care what any of them thought about me. A small group of 4 people made their way to me. I wasn't surprised they decided to approach me. It was Achiko, Tenya, Shinso, and Shoto. Achiko, how could you do this to your own friend? Me, what? I didn't do anything. What are you talking about? Tenya, don't play dumb, Izuku. All the BLD and then. Shinso hanging upside down. Me? Oh, I watched the news. Horrifying sight. My condolences. I then faked a shiver and looked at Shinso with sad and pitiful eyes. Me, are you okay? Hitoshi, why did you do this? Me, do what? Shoto, this. All of this. Me, I still don't know why you think it was me. Hitoshi, why did you do this? This time I could feel him using his quirk. There was no other option than to reply and hope I could break his mind control in time. Me, I couldn't even finish my sentence as I lost control over my body. Okay, quick, first calm down. He still didn't force me to answer. Breath and relax. Now close your eyes and imagine a string that is stretched between us. Good, now imagine a pair of scissors cutting the string. Hitoshi, I will ask again and you will answer me. Why did you do this? Me, it worked. I am free, thank God, just in time. Me, it wasn't me. Hitoshi's eyes widen once again. He was now backing up from me. Shoto, what's wrong? Shinso. Hitoshi, He broke the connection immediately. I can't use my quirk against him. Me? Oh, you were trying to use your quirk on me. I am really disappointed in you heroes. 3 Bakugo must have listened to our little conversation as he walked to us. Kaken, listen Deku, if I couldn't help it anymore. He still didn't realize that he has cuffs on. I needed to cut him off. How stupid can he be? Me. Oh my, look at your wrist. Why is a hero cuffed? On second glacé, are those quirk suppressing cuffs? Before he could answer, I leaned closer to him in order for him and only him to hear me. Me whisper shouting. If I were you, I would think about my next words carefully. The media is surrounding us, and even if this is just a test made up by Nezu, you are still not allowed to attack any civilians. You really should have read the rules and shared them with everyone. Oh, and just a friendly reminder, villainy doesn't rest. As on clue, the nearby hospital started to catch fire as the explosion went off. Kaken, Deku, I will catch you, and if I did I will end you once and for all. 14 That is the stupidest thing you could have done. There were news robots all around, as all I had to do is put an amazing show and the society will turn against them in a heartbeat in this city. I turned around and went to the robot with the camera, placing myself in front of it. Me, did you just hear what he said to me? I'm just a curious civilian of this city, and these heroes don't care how they treat us. If you ask me, these are no heroes, they are not better than any villains. Disrespecting other civilian, even threaten them for lives when the only thing I did was ask if they are fine after what happened. I'm shocked. Hope has now officially left us, my dear fellow residents. 40 They couldn't attack me now. Haha, this is so much fun. Oh Kachin, thank you so much. I turned around facing all the heroes and went back to the camera. Me, do you see that? There was an explosion, and what are the heroes doing? Nothing. 5 Now they needed to do something as all the civilian robots began to corner them. They once again split up in groups, but one group was staying behind. This particular group were all the reminding students of Class 1B, my next 10 victims. However, before I make a move, I needed to go back to my lair and get the weapons I need. 6th chapter End. The hospital was a 5-story building with multiple outer buildings attached to it. The bombs were placed all over the place, so that the heroes of Class 1A will be busy the whole day. I needed them away from the headquarters after all. My plan was to eliminate the rest of Class 1B. 79 My plans were set perfectly. Everything is going according to my plan. This game will end in some days. Needless to say, that I won't get much sleep. But who needs sleep anyway? If our homeroom caterpillar manages to stay awake and do all the bullshit he does, then so do I. Sleep-deprived heroes are a much easier target. They will let their guard down. 17 Arriving at my lair, while still lost in thoughts, I immediately search for all the necessity. Weapons such as a handgun, 3 quirk suppressing cuffs just in case, daggers and knives, a little bottle full of fake BLD, and lastly ropes. Oh no, I totally forgot to mention that I needed ropes. Hopefully, Nezu provided me with some. Let's see. Ujich, I can't find them. There are no ropes. Mumbling. Maybe I could steal some. That is an option. Where would I go to steal them? Where would I find them in the first place? That won't work. Think Deku. Wait a minute, I could use the metal cable? No, that won't work. How the hell will I be able to make a node? On the other hand, they would be stable enough. That's out of the question. I would lose too many time forgetting them. How could I forget Ibra's quirk? I swear I am so dumb. Ibra's quirk gives her hair like vines that grow on her head. She can lengthen and manipulate the vines, allowing her to attack, defend, and grapple. She also has the ability to detach them at will. She probably will guard the front entrance of the building since she could capture me easily. 5 Let's go to work, shall we, Usagi? Time skip brought to you by Usagi running though the tunnels. 18 It was broad daylight, or should be, as we are in a city built underneath the school. I needed to be careful. One wrong move and they will capture me for sure. Well, who do we have here? Vine A Ibra and OHOH. That's bad news. Gavoden aka Jiroda Shishida. Jiroda's quirk allows him transform into a large, monstrous beast man. This monster form drastically augments his strength, speed, and durability, as well as his senses of hearing and smell. While he was transformed, he became more wild and reckless. I was across the street behind the fountain, safely shielded from their sight, with the gun in my hand, aimed at the beast hero in front of the building. They wouldn't see it coming, not until it was too late. That shot would have made it if not for the car that drove past. I had been watching them for 10 minutes, and during that time, there was no car. Were they kidding me? Not only did they now know I was here, but luck was also not on my side. My cover was blown, and left with only one option. I sprinted toward them with the gun in my hand. As I jumped onto a parked car, I had a clear view of Gavoden. However, he was now in his beast form, complicating things further. Ibra was also aiming her vines at me while Gavoden tried to tackle me. The gun would only help with Gavoden, but he was too fast for me to aim and shoot accurately. I didn't want to take that risk again. I didn't have enough bullets. I quickly switched to the paralyzed bullets I still had. Once I successfully changed them, I ran straight at the beast. He was reckless in this form, and I shielded the gun from his view. What I didn't see coming was Pony Tsunotori's horn cannon. I didn't know why she was there, maybe she heard the gun or wanted something from them. I hoped it wasn't because of the gunshot. Speaking of her horns, they were sharp. While I managed to avoid one, the other pierced through my shoulder. The pain came immediately, but I was used to it. This little pain was nothing for me. My pain tolerance was high enough that it wouldn't affect my fighting. 3 against 1, and the odds were not in my favor. Still running and dodging the vines, I aimed at Pony and hit her. 1 down, thank goodness she didn't see the gun in my hand. Now back to the giant. His enhanced senses were not helping. Gavaudin always seemed to know where I was. If that was the case, maybe I could do this. Positioning myself in between both heroes in a straight line, I began to back up and stand still. Gavaudin was still running at me, thinking I was exhausted. I wanted him to think I couldn't match his speed anymore. Waiting until he was near, I jumped to the side at the last minute, avoiding both attacks. Neither of them could stop the opposite attack in time, giving me the chance to shoot Gavaudin on the side of his head while the vines immobilized Ibera completely. I walked to her, fully aware that the paralysis wouldn't hold long. Hitting a pressure point was necessary to access her quirk, vines. I put my gun away and used my knife to collect the vines. Thanks to dodging all her attacks, the vines were long enough to hang people upside down. After collecting them, I used my knife to end her participation in this game. I didn't think she realized she could have used her quirk the whole time since only her arms and legs were paralyzed. I took all 3 heroes and brought them to a nearby tunnel, not too deep but shielded from the hero's sight. I placed the vines next to them. Pony's horn was still in my shoulder. I knew better than to just pull it out. I could bleed out before finishing what I came here for. Aizawa, problem child, do you need medical assistance? No, I'm good. Recovery girl, Midoriya dearie, I need to see your... And oh, I'm not finished yet. Not wanting to hear them any longer, I put the earbud from Nezu away and placed it in an inner pocket of my costume. Next, I took Ibera's earbuds. I needed to be in their conversation. To make it work, I turned off the signal jammer. Rule, Ibert, can you hear me? Please answer. Should I answer? I could mess with them, but listening to their conversation was more important. My decision was clear. Dragon Shroud Hiryu Rin, who's nearest to the front entrance. Can someone go check on them? Izuku could be here. Shemage Kinoko Komori. Pony went to check on them, but she hasn't come back yet. Lizardy Setsuna Tokage, are you alone right now? Shemage, yes, why? Rule, me and Lizardy will come to you. Nobody should be alone right now. Where are you? Shemage, me and Pony were guarding the entrance area. Jack Mantis Tagaru Kamakiri, then it's safe to say Midoriya is probably here. Be on your guard. The front entrance. Okay, let's change the bullets out first. Why did I only take so few paralyze and BLD bullets with me? Now I needed to be careful not to end up with a useless gun. I made my way to the front entrance, and there she was, standing in the middle of the room. She watched me, dumbfounded as I walked into the building with confidence. Hello, hero. Where is your partner? Oh wait, don't say anything because I took care of her. I pointed at my shoulder, where a mark from her horn remained. After what they found, none of them could handle BLD very well anymore. Her eyes widened at the sight of my BLD dripping down my arm. She followed the trail of BLD to the gun in my hand. Without giving her time to react, I pointed the gun at her. I wouldn't move if I were you. In a matter of seconds, I had moved behind her, cuffing her hands behind her back and pressing the gun to her temple. She was shocked and unable to move. Do not talk, or I might accidentally harm you. You know how the saying goes, speech is silver, silence is golden. Now be a good girl and stay silent. Oi. A few minutes later, Rule and Lizardy emerged from the hallway. Let her go and we will let you escape, Rule said. You look hurt, Midoriya. Let her go, and we can discuss this, Lizardy added. Is that how you should talk to me right now? Or did you forget that I could end her easily? Oh really? If you do that, we will act accordingly. You are hurt, your chances of escaping are low. There are 10 of us against you. Correction, 6 of you. With that, I pulled the trigger. Bang. BLD immediately flowed down. I dropped her body and aimed at Rule. Bang, another bullet found its target. She's out. Vlad King announced. Rule is out. Lizardy activated her quirk and charged at me. Wrong choice. Setsuna's quirk allowed her to split her body into multiple pieces, each capable of levitating and moving freely. She split her arms and attacked me with 20 pieces, each sharp and dangerous. I dropped my gun and performed a backflip, reaching for the daggers attached to my costume. I managed to grab them and began to spar with the pieces. They still managed to cut me, but not too deeply. I needed to destroy them quickly, but my daggers wouldn't suffice. As the situation escalated, Jack Mantis and Dragon Shroud arrived. I was too busy dodging and fighting Lizardy's pieces to notice Dragon Shroud blocking the door. Togaru's quirk allowed him to produce large blades from his body. Jack Mantis transformed his arms into blades and engaged me in close combat. Not wanting to risk capture, I turned and sprinted toward the nearest window, leaping out. I sprinted into the nearest underground tunnel. They followed me into the labyrinthine tunnels. I managed to lose them and split them up. Lizardy was on her own now. I watched her from the shadows as I took out my gun and aimed. Bang! The echo was loud enough for the others to hear. They found her body, and as they searched for the bullet wound, 2 loud bangs rang out. Both boys ran into their own doom, distracted by their fallen comrade. Lizardy is out. Vlad King announced. Jack Mantis is out. Dragon Shroud is out. I left them there, feeling the effects of my wounds. I returned to my lair to tend to my injuries. I needed to stop the bleeding. Back at my lair, I removed my villain costume and opened the med kit. Thanks to Lizardy, I had multiple cuts on my arms and legs. I disinfected and wrapped them with bandages. My shoulder wound was deep, and I realized I needed stitches. Searching the first aid kit, I found no needles or thread. I pulled out Nezu's earbud and suched it with the heroes. Nezu, can you hear me? Yes, what do you need? I'm back at my lair and treating my wounds, but I need a needle and thread for a deep cut. I can handle it myself, but I need those supplies. No can do. Nezu replied. Ectoplasm's clone was already on his way to me. Recovery girl will need to look at that wound of yours, Aizawa said firmly. But, I started to protest. No buts, problem child. You are to follow him. Nezu added, we will not disqualify you for this matter, as it is our choice to pull you out for a break. I still don't like the idea, but I don't think I have a choice here, do I? I replied. No you don't. I'm on my way to ensure that you won't run away from him, Aizawa said. Fine. I huffed. After Aizawa and Ectoplasm's clone guided me to the teacher's observation room, I was immediately set down on the couch. Recovery girl began unwrapping the bandages to assess my injuries. This is a nasty wound. You should have been more careful, she said. I know, I got distracted and didn't see her. I admitted. What were you even thinking? All Might questioned. A strategy to take them down. By the way, are they still in the tunnel? I asked. Yes, I will get them early tomorrow morning, Ectoplasm confirmed. Good, I still need them. No you don't. What you need is rest. Recovery girl insisted, giving me a gentle kiss on the cheek. Surprisingly, I didn't feel exhausted. My wound began to heal itself, and the cuts were becoming less visible, though my shoulder wound was still there but also healing. Problem child, why didn't you use your quirk? Aizawa inquired. I'm not planning on using it at all. I want to show everyone that a quirkless person can still accomplish the same things as someone with a quirk. Can I go now? Why don't you rest for an hour or two? I'm sure there is no harm in that, Nezu suggested. I have a schedule to accomplish. Then how about some tea time? I guess I could spare some time. However, I won't reveal all the cards I have prepared or the plans I've come up with. That's all right, you don't have to say anything if you don't want to, Nezu replied, sensing my reluctance. Vlad King then asked, can I ask you, why are you targeting Class 1B so much? Huh, I'm not targeting them. If anything, I'm going easy on them. So your real target is Class 1A, your fellow classmates. Present Mike chimed in. Maybe, I said. Now let me ask one myself. I dropped my handgun. Are any heroes allowed to use it? No. They could hurt themselves, Snipe answered. Oh, if that's so, then I suggest you tell Monoma, as he just picked up my gun and the safety is still off. If he pulls the trigger right now, he could hurt himself. I watched from the side monitor as Monoma and Kuwaro entered the area, looking around for the others. Monoma picked up my gun and started playing with it, clearly unaware of what he was doing. Placed the gun on his temple and laughed, but then he accidentally pulled the trigger, and the bullet hit Kuwaro. Monoma, put that down. Vlad King shouted, but it was too late. The bullet struck Kuwaro in the stomach. It wasn't a lethal wound, but the way he was hit suggested he would bleed out. I couldn't contain my laughter, it was hilarious. Tears streamed down my cheeks as I chuckled. I wanted the heroes to face off, but this was something I couldn't have planned. How stupid could he be? He even managed to hit a target. Too bad he doesn't do anything. Kuwaro will bleed out at this rate. Aizawa and the other teachers were shaking their heads, clearly disapproving of Monoma's actions, while I continued to laugh. That's a first. Nezu said. Vlad King, call Monoma out. He is disqualified, Nezu ordered. He's right, the boy would have bled out without anyone attending to his wounds if this was a real bullet, Recovery Girl added. Wait, can you leave Kuwaro's body there? I had something in mind, I suggested. Please don't do anything that might come out of a horror movie, Hound Dog warned. No promises on that one. I replied. Problem child. Aizawa called out. What? I can't promise something I know I will break the second I go back into the game. Game. All Might interjected. Don't call me that. I snapped. Okay, I won't do it again. Calm down. All Might said. I am calm. No, you are not. Plus, the situation you were in was dangerous. You can't possibly win this exercise without using one for all. What? That was enough to snap me. One sentence was all it took for me to attack him. Still refusing to use OFA, I punched him in the face. Aizawa immediately tried to use his capture weapon, keyword tried. I dodged it and landed another punch. All Might shifted to his muscle form, defending himself while trying to calm me down. Everyone in the room was on edge. Nemuri. Nezu called. On it. Midnight responded, and the room began to fill with a light purple gas. Nemuri allowed her to put nearby people to sleep by exuding a sleep-inducing aroma from her body. The teachers didn't want me to get hurt by them. I couldn't inhale this mist at all costs. Hopefully I could hold my breath long enough. Aizawa was still trying to catch me with his capture weapon, but I managed to grab one of the ends. I pulled on it, feeling his grip loosen on the scarf, and pulled again, making him lose his footing and spin. With this move, I now had his capture weapon. Not wanting Aizawa to come too close, I used his weapon against him, wrapping him up tightly. I knew from experience it was hard to escape, as he had used it against all of his students at some point. I then threw him against the wall as if he were a rag doll and let the scarf slip from my hands. Present Mike, Nemuri, and Recovery Girl rushed to his side to make sure he was okay. Fortunately, he had no injuries at all. Aizawa was out cold because of Nemuri's quirk. During this chaos, Nemuri deactivated her quirk while watching Aizawa. I was dodging Vlad King's quirk. Sekijiro's quirk allowed him to manipulate his own BLD after it left his body, and he attempted to trap me with it. But I had other plans and continued attacking All Might, my anger radiating. Hound Dog and Nezu tried to calm me down, but I didn't listen. This went on for another 10 minutes until Aizawa woke up. He saw me dodging Vlad King's quirk while aiming punches at All Might. I didn't even realize he was awake until I felt something wrapping around my torso. Unable to move, I looked down at what was holding me. I tried to escape, but it wouldn't budge. My breathing quickened, and I felt myself slipping into a panic attack. This situation reminded me of my past, and I felt helpless. Black dots appeared in my vision, and I could see the teachers in the room were concerned. They were saying something to me, but I couldn't hear them as darkness began to swallow me. An hour later, I woke up feeling a pair of arms around me. I was sitting on the floor with someone hugging me from behind. Slowly lifting my head, I saw all the teachers around me, their eyes reflecting sadness, concern, and anxiety. Even Nezu approached slowly, petting my hand. Aizawa asked, "You all right?" The words startled me. I hadn't realized the person holding me was Aizawa himself. I instinctively tried to jump out of his embrace, but he pulled me back closer. Flinching at the unfamiliar gesture, I noticed Nezu and Aizawa either hugging or petting me, trying to help me relax. To my surprise, it worked. Recovery Girl said, "You nearly gave us a heart attack, dearie. Are you feeling better now?" I stammered, "Weiss. How long was I out?" Present Mike replied, "An hour." All Might added, "I am sorry for what I said." "You are not." Nezu cut him off. I watched him carefully analyze the situation, sensing his anger directed at All Might for some reason. I believed it was related to the rooftop incident from the video and All Might's words before I snapped. Nezu said, "If you do not wish to continue participating in this exercise, no one will be mad at you or blame you. However, feel free to go back anytime you want." I couldn't believe my ears. They were telling me that after I attacked All Might and the others, I could end the exercise. But why you are allowing me to end this exercise, fully knowing that what I will do next is on another level of cruelty? Nezu replied, "Yes. But why would you do this? Isn't he at least concerned for the others?" Hound Dog explained, "It might not be the best solution, and you are certainly putting everyone else in our care after this, but you have so much anger in you right now that Nezu and I think you might need to let it out. While this exercise is certainly not the best way to do so, we believe it will help you." I looked at Aizawa, wanting to see how he felt about this situation. He must have noticed as he spoke up. "Aizawa, Izuku, promise me not to hurt yourself anymore." I understood what he meant, the cuts. His voice was calm, not the usual tone he used with us. "What if I lose myself?" I asked. Recovery Girl inquired, "Did this happen once before?" Unable to look anyone in the eyes, I was grateful Aizawa was still holding me. I leaned against him, feeling a warmth I had never experienced before. "No," I finally admitted. "It's all right, dearie. You don't need to talk about it," Recovery Girl reassured me. "Nezu, if you lose yourself, we will make sure that nobody gets seriously hurt, including you." "Me?" "Okay. Nezu, here, have some more tea. It might help you relax a little more." Aizawa was letting me go, only to hold my hand gently and set me on the sofa. He then sat on my right side, rubbing circles on my back. Nezu came with a cup of tea and settled next to me. Nezu, to answer your previous question, I want to give you the chance to show your comrades how wrong they were. If you need any help in the exercise, feel free to contact me, and we will see how I can assist you. Everyone was shocked by what the principal was saying. He would encourage the plan I was considering to help me confront the emotions I had locked away. Me, wouldn't that be against the rules? I still don't want to disappoint you. I worked hard to have a solid plan for everyone. I made sure they would understand how I felt my whole life while entertaining you. Nezu, that's quite alright, but can you promise me to go easy on them, like you did with Class 1B? You can tell me later what you wanted to do with them, but for now I am sure they know how terrifying and cruel the world can be after last night. Me, I will think about it. Nezu, do you want to stay and rest another hour? I can see you are worried about Class 1A, but you don't have to be. They will have their hands full for another 3 to 4 hours with the burning hospital. Me, then I would gladly take you up on the offer. Everyone seemed relieved by my answer. They were all so worried for me, but why? I felt useless. They even needed to save me in this game. I can't even do that myself. Kaken was right all along. I can't do anything. I am just a useless Deku. After I went back to the villain lair, I might have snapped. I also might have confronted All Might and the others. Let's say I am pretty confident that if I ever needed to take them down, I could do that with ease. Does this mean I will be going easy on them after my talk with Nezu and the others? Did I play the innocent and hurt child card on them? Maybe. The panic attack was real, but in my defense, I hate being tied up. Will I still be going according to my plans? Most definitely. So here I am back in the game, better than ever since my wounds are healed. I have 2 hours to prepare for my next stunt. Let's go to work. I went back to the 3 people who had chased me through the underground tunnels and dragged them to the headquarters entrance area. The same happened to the other 3 near the exit of the tunnel. The vines were also an important part of my plan. Now that we are all gathered together, no matter if dead or alive, you will be helping me with or without free will. You just don't know that yet. Luckily for me, this building has an elevator big enough to transport all the players to the top floor. I really hope Nezu hasn't guessed what I am about to do. I never said I would go easy on them, and I never promised such a thing. Also, I have a feeling they will try to stop me, but why should I listen to them? Nezu is intimidating, but with a little luck and strategy, I am confident he would help me if it favors the rules. Oh look, here we are, the top floor hero's dorm quarter. I brought everyone out of the elevator into a giant room that connects all the bedrooms and the elevator. This room had only 4 large windows. The wall with the windows wasn't fully covered, and they could be opened completely from the inside. Here is what I did. I knew that the teacher's drone was still following me, so I turned to it and began talking, referring to the teachers. Me, I am pretty sure I told you that I would need the bodies, right? Did you ever ask yourself how to throw a person out of the window with style? Was I the only one who wanted to know that? Doesn't matter now, as we will shortly find out. I tied 4 of them with the vines and opened the window. Still having my little bottle with me, I wanted to use it. Since everyone loves All Might smile, I drew a bloody Cheshire smile on them. The first person was sitting on the window facing me, and with a small nudge, he began falling backward. The second person was sitting on the window as if he would jump out, but he couldn't since he was out. I nudged him from behind. The third one was in my arms, and I sprinted toward the window, throwing him outside. After a few seconds, you could hear a loud thud. The person would definitely have a headache. Vlad King shouted, "Midoriya, stop this right now." I ignored him, knowing someone would eventually interrupt me, but I didn't expect it to be Vlad King. Yes, this was his class, and yes, they were unable to move, but why interfere? I still had 7 other ways to go through. One of the students was dangling by his feet, and I was about to release my grip when I realized the vines holding them were just above the ground. As I prepared to throw the next group out of the window, I heard the elevator ding, signaling that I wasn't alone anymore. It couldn't be Class 1A. A quick glance out the window confirmed that the hospital was still on fire. Who could it be? Reaching for my gun was a foolish move since it was likely still in the entrance area, but I had daggers ready. I tied the 5th person down safely, holding him by the collar just as the elevator doors opened to reveal Vlad King. "Wait, hi there, how is it going? Enjoying the show?" I asked. "Put my student down immediately," he demanded. "Oh, so he's your student? I'm disappointed." I replied. "I said let him go now." Vlad King insisted. "Are you sure you want me to let him go?" I teased. "Yes," he shouted. "Okay," I said, letting the collar slip from my hand. The student fell out the window, and Vlad King moved protectively in front of the others. "Can you please not interfere? You're wasting my time, and I have a tight schedule to follow," I said. "You've done enough damage to them," he retorted. I laughed. "I'm glad you think so, but this is by far not enough." With that, I charged at him. He dodged my attacks and used his quirk against me. You know, your quirk is pretty annoying, I exclaimed, charging again and throwing a dagger at him. I had quirk-suppressing cuffs with me, and while I could match him without using my quirk, I was determined to take him down without his. I needed to get close enough. With the cuffs in one hand and a bottle of fake BLD in the other, I ran at him. Since he loved BLD so much, why not give him a taste? I opened the bottle and as I jumped at him, threw the BLD in his face. He didn't see it coming and let his guard down, trying to wipe the BLD away. That was all it took for me to cuff him. I quickly backed up, using one of the vines on the floor to surround him. In the chaos, we somehow switched positions, and Vlad King's back was facing an open window. Perfect. Quick question, are you scared of heights? I asked, running at him. With a forceful impact, we collided, causing him to stumble and lose his balance. We both fell out the window. I grabbed his cuffs and tied a knot with the vines. I knew we would stop falling once we reached the first floor, but I wasn't prepared for this. Isn't it against the rules for teachers to intervene? What was happening? I held onto Vlad King for dear life as the fall finally stopped, and we bounced slightly. Great. Now I had to jump or climb back up. You know, this was like bungee jumping, no biggie. Besides, why aren't you saying anything? I looked at him and realized he had lost consciousness. He must have been too scared or overwhelmed. I climbed back up and entered the room through the window like a normal person. Next, I had 5 students left and 5 methods to come up with. The 6th person was thrown out, hanging by his hands, and I let him jump like a candle. The 7th was yeeted out feet first with a little sprint. The 8th did a backflip out the window with my help. The 9th performed a flip, and the 10th was my favorite, a swan dive. It was the most appealing swan dive I had ever seen, and Kachin would have been proud of me. Now that I was done and everyone was hanging at different heights, I decided to go down and admire the view of the new makeup from the headquarters. I was standing outside for about 15 minutes. It was quite unusual since a teacher was hanging there with his students. Hey, Nezu, can you hear me? Yes, is there something I can do for you? Yes, please tell me you are recording this. Oh my yes I am. This year's result with you being the villain is intriguing. Great, because this will go down in history for sure. Yes, it will indeed. By the way, it is prohibited for a teacher to stop the villain. I won't ask for anything more than to let him hang there with his students until the next morning. I understand, and you are right. He broke the rules and he will suffer the consequences. I couldn't help but admire Nezu's commitment. Back at my lair, I realized I had forgotten my weapon at the entrance area. I had successfully eliminated Class 1B, plus I had a bonus homeroom teacher, Vlad King. The show was quite amusing. Now that only Class 1A was left, I could go all out, starting with my dear Kakin, the hero commandant. I wondered what they would do without their leading hero. Would they have a backup? I guessed Momo, Tenya, or Shoto would step up as vice leader. From what I had seen so far, they were unprepared for this situation. They didn't think I, the innocent cinnamon, could be so cruel. Thanks to them for giving me all these ideas. Without training with them, I wouldn't know what to do. First of all, I needed a handgun and more bullets. Next, I thought about some more supplies. I decided to take a BLD grenade too, just in case. Nezu, I want the bombs in the highest and second highest buildings to go off at around 7 p.m. All right, I will be evacuating them. Thanks. I set aside my weapons and changed from my villain costume to my civilian clothing. I pulled out my phone, set the time for the explosives remotely, and made my way back to the fountain across the street, waiting for the heroes to arrive. The teacher was still hanging there, which confirmed that Nezu was sticking to his word. By now, the teacher was fully conscious. Midoriya, let me down. Wait a moment. Did I accidentally put him in danger? Did I need to eliminate him for the game? I wasn't sure, and the heroes could arrive any minute. Luckily, I had a knife hidden in an inner pocket of my suit. You will be facing consequences for this. Who, me? Are you sure you are talking to the right person? I have Nezu on my side. He was starting to attract more attention. It was risky to let him remain there, as I couldn't remember if I had actually harmed him. Did I throw him out of the window? Yes, but did I finish the job? I wasn't sure. I focused and threw the knife at him. It bounced off, landing on the ground. I recalled that I had cut myself with the daggers before. They could cut but not kill. What the hell, kid? Can't he be quiet? Put down. Already. I couldn't engage with him or risk being captured. It was 6 p.m. by the time the heroes finished their rescue efforts. 15 minutes later, they arrived at the new headquarters. I was sitting in my usual spot, eager to see their reactions, but a certain someone was still causing a scene. Midoriya Izuku. I know you can hear me. Now let me loose. Is that Vlad King hanging there? How did Izuku even manage to do that? Honestly, I don't know, and I don't want to know, Ijiro replied. He is now one with the dark side, Fumikage added. Shouldn't we get him down? Kyoka asked. Finally. Someone please get me down. Yes sir. We are on it, Tenya replied. Half of the class went inside to cut the vines, while the other half ensured that no one would clash on the ground. As soon as they freed Vlad King, he immediately came to my side. Get these off of me. He gestured towards his cuffs. What were you thinking? Are you sure you got the right person, sir? Vlad King was about to say something else when an ectoplasm clone arrived. Vlad, calm down. Nezu wants to speak to you immediately. I couldn't help but chuckle at his predicament. I watched as Vlad King was transported out of the city area by the ectoplasm clone, still wearing his cuffs. As he walked away, he turned around to glare at me for a few seconds. Good luck taking these quirk suppression cuffs off without me. Mizo and Yuga were heading my way. Mon ami Midoriya, how could you do such a thing? Yuga asked. You sure you got the right person there? I replied. Let him be, he won't talk to us, Mizo said. Tenya joined us. I had a little time skipping over the rules. Midoriya Izuku, could you come with us? We would like to ask you some questions. Sure, no problem here. Lead the way, maestro. I said. He was bringing me to the interrogation room. As we walked past the entrance area, I scanned the surroundings for my gun, but it wasn't there anymore. It looked like one of Ectoplasm's clones had removed it since Monoma had shot his own comrade. This time, nobody was throwing me into the interrogation room or dragging me by the collar. I was able to go there of my own free will. They at least read the rules this time. I could have made the whole incident a lot worse the first time they brought me in. Watching everyone carefully on my way to the interrogation room, I saw Kaken still wearing his cuffs. I sat down with Tenya, Shoto, Hitoshi, and Momo. Do you want to talk about what you did? Momo asked. Sure. Where do I start? The beginning is always a good start, Momo suggested. Yes, you are right. So, you see, business in my company is going downhill, and I was busy trying to get my company out of the misery it currently is in thanks to the attack. What are you talking about? Momo asked. What business do you have? Shoto added. My company, of course. We produce medical equipment for hospitals, but thanks to that villain, my company lost its biggest client. How about you tell us what you know about Usagi? Hitoshi interjected. Again with his quirk. Didn't he learn the first time? I can break out of it. What do you? I started. I got him. Don't know how long though. Imagine a threat as the connection. Then a pair of scissors. Then cut it. I am out of his control once again. Tell us what you did. Hitoshi demanded. Didn't I just do that? I replied, and everyone looked at Hitoshi, who was staring at me bewildered. How are you doing this? Hitoshi asked. What? How did you break the connection? Wait a minute, what connection? I was using my quirk on you. What? Yes, I did. Now tell me what you did. No way, you are kidding me. Shinso. EXE stopped working. I broke him and that was quite easy. Why would I do that, huh? Hitoshi said, regaining his composure. The door suddenly burst open. Kaken was trying to get in, but Aijiro was stopping him. Oi, get these cuffs off me. Kaken shouted. Sorry for interrupting. Denki said as he and Hanta came behind Aijiro and closed the door. What was that just now? Why did a hero have cuffs on? I asked. This is getting us nowhere. Momo exclaimed. I agree, but we can make sure that in the next 4 hours nothing will happen. Tenya said. Are you sure about that? What do you mean, Midoriya? Shoto asked. Nothing really, I am just asking. No, you are not. Tell us your reason for asking, Hitoshi pressed. Well, isn't it obvious? The villainy in this city never sleeps. What was that? I exclaimed, knowing exactly what it was but needing to act scared. They looked at me tired and annoyed. Are you kidding me? Momo said. Another bomb. Tenya asked. How many are there? Shoto wondered. What a boom. Are we safe here? Please tell me we are. No, you guys are never safe. You can't hide from me. I laughed. The door opened again. Guys, we need backup. 2 bombs went off and they need us. Mina shouted. I am staying with that nerd. Kaken declared. I am staying with you. Aijiro added. I don't need help. Kaken insisted. I would feel safer with him. I mean, you still have quirk suppression cuffs on you. What did you just say, you? Kaken yelled. I said you are quirkless. And by the looks of it, deaf too. Let me go. Let me kill that bastard. Kaken shouted, as Aijiro held him back while the others left the building to extinguish some fire. As everyone left, Aijiro, Kaken, and I were left alone in the room, or so we thought. Hey, is there someone with us in here besides us? I asked. Who the hell besides you should be here? Kaken snapped. I don't know, but can't you hear it? Hear what? It's hard to describe, but it sounds like it comes from the ventilation system. I don't like this. Please tell me you are just pranking me. Oi, are you scared, nerd? Kaken taunted. Stop it, Bakugo. Don't you see he is serious? Ijiro said. You seriously can't hear that. I pressed. What? Shoo. I think I can hear what Izuku means, Ijiro said. What do you mean you can hear what too, shitty here? Kaken asked. Hisses. But, was that a hiss? Izuku, what is that? Ijiro asked. I don't know. It's not my doing. I swear. Stop pretending. Kaken shouted. That's stupid. I exclaimed. I'm not. In one moment, we were all sitting in the interrogation room, and in the next, the lights went out, and the door flew open, slamming against the wall with a loud bang. Who's there? Katsuki shouted. Hi hee hee hee, came a mysterious voice. Huh, that's your traitor. I retorted. It wasn't me all along and you guys suspected me because of my notebooks. Pathetic. I don't think this is the right time for this, bro, Ijiro said. But I was right. I told you so. Izuchan. The voice called out again. Wait a minute. That can't be. The new person rushed into the room and grabbed my wrist, pulling me out. The whole building had blacked out. Scratch that, the whole city had blacked out, and for once, it wasn't my doing. I could hear static coming from the earbud I got from Nezu. A signal jammer. What do you want from me? I hissed at the person dragging me through the tunnels. They blindfolded me and then suddenly stopped in what felt like a villain lair. How did they know about this exercise? Oh wait, there was a mole, and it wasn't me. Who would have thought that? Did they believe me? That's what they get now. Karma is biting their backs. Oh Izuchan. I saw what you did and I love it. I want to help you. Please let me help you. Now, it was my turn to be surprised. I had no words except this. Okay, I do have someone for you. OWW, Izuchan. You didn't have to. Nice job you did there. I want to see more of this side of you. Are you sure you're a hero in training and not a villain? Wait, how many of them are there? Not again. How many times do I need to be here to recognize this place, these voices, these people, even with a BLNDFLD? Really? You think so? Last time I checked, I was still a hero to be. The smiles were the best part. I loved the bloody smile. The best one was the one you did on the violet. I have a deal to offer. Not interested. You sure? You'd make a nice end boss, by the looks of it. Hold on, I am no boss or NPC. I am a glitch, a hack, or better known as Usagi, not something you can handle for sure. I see you're not ready yet. How about we help you with whatever you are planning to do, Usagi? Wahoo, why? I love what you did with the building. That really was a masterpiece. It looked like so much fun. Oh, it was. And then yeeting people out of the window, that was hilarious. Hee hee hee, you sure know how to put on a show, Usagi. I want to have fun too. Can I? Please. Your call, Usagi. Take this with you and call us if you want to make things a lot more interesting. Someone placed something in my hands. Before I could ask or say anything, I was pushed and stumbled, falling to the ground. I waited 5 minutes, unable to hear anyone anymore. Ijiro, Bakugo. There he is. Huh. I hid the earbud in my sleeve to put it in my pocket when no one was watching. Ijiro pulled my BLNDFLD off and helped me stand up. We were at the entrance area. What the heck, nerd? Bakugo shouted. Maybe I should really take the offer. Deku or Usagi, I don't know who I am anymore. Once again, I was back at the entrance area with only 2 heroes. Well, 1.5, since my dear Kaken here can't use his quirk and is therefore only half as strong as the others. Don't get me wrong, everyone is strong with their quirk, but how many can fight without them? Bakugo's hand-to-hand combat skills are brutal, but they aren't invincible. Ijiro's quirk gives him the power to harden and sharpen any part of his body, making his flesh jagged and rock-like. It would be hard to beat him without the help of my cuffs. Ijiro, are you okay? How did you even get here, bro? I don't know. Didn't you guys say there was no one in here? What does that mean, stupid villain? Katsuki asked. For starters, it means that we 3 are not the only ones in this building, and I was never the stupid spy to begin with. Why are you calling me a villain? I haven't done anything to deserve that title. After Ijiro helped me stand up and removed the BLNDFLD, he returned to Bakugo's side. Oh, and before I forget, I don't want to stay here anymore, so bye. I turned around and bolted through the door, with Kaken and Ijiro running behind me. What the heck, idiot? Kaken shouted. Bro, stop running. Ijiro called. Did I care what they were shouting? Let me think about that for a second. Nope. A new plan was forming in my head. It would be risky, but it was worth a shot. Not only was I running away from them, but I was also heading toward the underground tunnels. Once I entered, I waited patiently, ensuring the heroes were behind me and wouldn't get lost in these tunnels. My destination wasn't my main lair but the second one I had. It was perfect to torture someone to hold someone captive in this case. 3 me, Come little bunnies, come with me. Haha, too thanks Vlad King, I don't have any weapons on me now. I need to stall time. One part of the underground tunnels was a big room with a bunch of entrances to longer tunnels, which all lead to a dead end. The room could be accessed only through one tunnel, and that's where I was currently leading them. 8 tunnel entrances, and I choose to hide in the third one a little way in it. I stopped running and listened. Kaken, dash. Where did he go? Ijiro, don't know Kaken, that's so stupid. Ijiro, should we go back? Kaken, I will catch that BSD, and if it is the last thing I will do. Oi, shitty here, stop looking at me like that. I take this one, you take that one. Ijiro, Bakugo, bro wait I don't think, and he is gone. This is so wrong bro, this doesn't feel right. I could hear both of them running. Luckily none of them chose to search for me in this tunnel I am currently in. Now all I had to do was run back to my second lair since it was nearer, take one sleepy grenade and daggers and run back. 11 By the time I was back at the room with the 8 entrances I could hear Bakugo's swearing in tunnel 3 and Ijiro's talking in tunnel. It was a 50-50 choice. I could either eliminate one and drag the other with the grenade or the other way around. I choose to drag one first since the sleeping grenades has an effect, which lasts hours, and the person won't be able to help the other one in need. Tunnel 6. Here I come. 5 minutes into the tunnel and I found Ijiro. Me, Juhu. Are you searching for me? Ijiro, bro you gave me a heart attack. Don't sneak up on people, that's not manly at all. 1 Me, but. Never mind, I found something interesting. I wanted to show you what it is. Want to see it? Here catch. 2 I pulled the trigger on the grenade and threw it to him. Ijiro caught it and the next moment dropped it. It immediately exploded. Green smoke was filling the tunnel fast. 3 Ijiro. So. Sleepy. My reacting time was fast. I saw the green smoke and turned around running back to the big room. The smoke was slowly creeping at the walls and the ceiling. However, it was spreading fast, and by the time I was out the tunnel the green smoke stopped expanding. Listening to where Bakugo was, I turned to the 4th tunnel and went in with my daggers, one in each hand, ready to fight at any moment. Kaken, come out, shitty Deku. Kaken, stop hitting, idiot, you have nowhere to run. Kaken, the moment I get you in my hands you gonna die, you hear me Deku. To me, loud and clearly. He stopped and slowly turned around. His first facial expression was shock, which only lasted for a second. After that it was pure amusement. Kaken, so, you finally decided to face me villain. Me, do I look like villain? I'm not even wearing my costume at the moment. Kaken, so you admitting that you are Usagi? I knew this expression. He was grinning. Katsuki knew that if I admitted, he could end this game for good. That implied him getting back to the headquarters alive and with me in company, and there was no chance that he would be able to do any of that. Me, oh my yes, I am, but that information won't help you anymore. My next victim is in front of me and I don't intend letting anyone to survive the R of the villain Usagi. For once in his life, no Bakugo, wasn't attacking me, no he was analyzing me. Me, that won't help you Katsuki. 5 I want him to suffer like I did. I want him to experience pain, like I did. I want sweet revenge. Me, come at me oh great explosion murder. 7 At the sound of his declined hero name. He started charging at me. We were both running at each other. Bakugo was jumping in the air to land a double punch on my face since he still had cuffs on. Too bad I wasn't there, I saw the move coming and dodged it. In the process I managed to get behind him. I swiped him off his feet, causing him to fall. Pain was all I cared. Wanting to see him suffer even more, I broke his left leg and jumped back. Aizawa, Bakugo Katsuki is out. Once again, I was waiting for him to come at me. Although his left leg was broken, he was still standing up and running at me, trying to throw me on the ground. Safe to say I dodged that too. He was now lying on the ground as he fell from the last attempt. I went to his right side and stomped on his right leg, causing it to break. I wasn't done here. No, I went to his arm and dislocated them, causing him to cry out. Then I began breaking every one of his fingers one by one. Next, I grabbed him by the cuffs and threw him on the brick wall of the tunnel. A snap and a carries could be heard. 25 Aizawa, Midoriya, stop this instant. You already eliminated him. Nezu, Midoriya, stop it. Recovery Girl and Ectoplasm Clone are on their way to you guys. You are not to harm him any further. All Might, young Midoriya, stop that, that is not hero-like. 38 Still conscious, I dragged him to his feet, preparing my dagger in one hand and stabbed him in the gut. No BLD. He didn't deserve any of my fake BLD. Instead, I began punching and hitting him in the stomach. Surely, I broke some of his ribs as he was coughing. One of Ectoplasm's clones came to get him along with Recovery Girl, since he looked terrible. But I didn't care how he looked, he deserved it. Get away from Bakugo. Recovery Girl shouted, clearly angry. I couldn't blame her. Fine, but he deserved it, and I won't regret anything. I replied defiantly. Do you hear yourself? He has broken legs and fingers, 2 broken ribs, one of them even pierced through his lung. Both of his arms are dislocated, one is sprained, bruises cover his body, and he has a concussion on top of it. I think you've done more than enough to him for one day. Fine. I huffed and left. There was no way I would attack Recovery Girl. Ijiro was still in his tunnel, and the smoke was gone. It was safe for me to go in. I took him to my second lair and tied him up, even caging him. Nezu had provided me with a cage, I didn't know why, but it came in handy. To play it safe, I cuffed him with the Quirk-suppressing cuffs I had and left him alone. Usagi already had his next victim in mind, and I would need help for that. The teacher still couldn't believe what happened on the first day of the game. Izuku Midoriya not only refused to use his quirk in combat but also planned everything. After what he did with the hero headquarters, Nezu regretted giving him permission to use fake BLD. However, it wasn't just the fake BLD that worried him, it was also the little extras he left for Midoriya in his villain lair. Vlad King was concerned about his remaining students, while Aizawa and Yamato were worried about their adopted child. They couldn't sleep that night, fearing what would happen to Shinso when he woke up in a literal nightmare. He had been bullied all his life for his quirk, and with each passing year, he began to believe what others said about him. It wasn't as bad as Izuku's experience being quirkless, but it was certainly unpleasant. Everyone would have been terrified if they found themselves in the same situation Shinso was in, hanging from the ceiling in a room that looked like a horror scene. The message on the wall didn't help, nor did the sight of the dead student beneath him. The teachers were all up early, watching every move on the monitor, but nothing changed until 7 a.m. when Shinso woke up. "Can we please get him out of there?" Present Mike asked. "Unfortunately not. Any interference on our side will be against the rules I set up," Nezu replied. "He needs to learn to cope with it." "As cruel as it sounds, this is something the kids could encounter later on," Aizawa said. "You're kidding, right? This is not normal, Shota. Your student has some serious problems. I can understand why you call them problem children." Vlad King exclaimed. The remaining students were trying to free their classmate from his capture weapon. Unfortunately for him, they needed to destroy it in the process, as Izuku had managed to tie him up tightly. No one could loosen the grip. Aizawa massaged his head, feeling a migraine creeping in. He would likely need to take Shinso to Hound Dog and somehow deal with the anxiety from the capture weapon he would have after this. Plus, he needed to get him a new one, which meant more social interaction than he wanted. He couldn't deny that his problem child, yes, he was talking about Izuku, had somehow learned to tie someone down effectively. Aizawa admired his student's work and noted he would need to ask him for his technique later. He at least has his friend in this situation to calm him down. "I only hope they can get him out of there as fast as possible," Hound Dog said. "I agree with Vlad, this is not normal. He has an obsession with BLD, and what's with that unsettling smile?" Power Loader added. "It looks like his signature as a villain." "I'm glad Shinso's panic attack didn't harm him physically," Nezu noted. At 9 a.m., the teachers saw some movement from the villain. "Wait, did he just throw a knife at the alarm clock?" Snipe asked. "Does he sleep with a knife beneath his pillow? Why would he do that?" Midnight wondered. "Good to know to never wake him up." "Note taken," Aizawa remarked. After they watched Izuku hacking into the news station again, they saw the same thing they had watched 2 hours ago. He exposed the horrifying sight of the heroes to the news. "He has a drone." Midnight exclaimed. "Is that even allowed?" Vlad King asked. "It is. He personally asked me for this loophole. The game technically started the moment I gave them the books, and he just took advantage of it. Although I am surprised at how small they really are." "Power Loader, your student did a great job on them," Nezu explained. "If you ask me, she went too far with the equipment for the villain," Vlad King replied. "Look at the weapons. Bullets, knives, and even a grenade. She seems to have a fascination with them." Aizawa, "Oh, now that one of my students is beating your students, you decided to judge him. We wanted a villain, and he is playing the role perfectly. He didn't even injure anyone that badly. Midoriya could have used his quirk and easily taken everyone down, but he chose to teach them a lesson about underestimating quirkless people. I can't say I'm not shocked, but at least I'm proud of what he managed to do. All Might, what he did is wrong. It's reckless to fight without a quirk. Nezu, I won't tolerate quirk discrimination from my teachers. With that being said, I would be careful about what you say next, All Might." "All Might, I'm not discriminating against him, I'm saying his actions are reckless and foolish. He could get hurt easily." Aizawa, "So tell me then, is this not a dangerous situation for any other student? What's so special that it is dangerous for Midoriya? He has his quirk and can use it if needed." Nezu, he has a point there. "This is dangerous for everyone, and we are here to train them." They proceeded to watch how Izuku showed the news what Usagi did and how he was still calmly sitting on the bench even when 4 heroes approached him. Izuku was not only calm and confident, but he was also mocking the heroes. "Izuku, oh, I watched the news. Horrifying sight. My condolences." "Izuku, Are you okay? Hitoshi, why did you do this? Izuku, do what? Shoto, this. All of this. Izuku, I still don't know why you think it was me. Hitoshi, why did you do this? Izuku, I didn't. Present mic, ow, he's done for. No one ever escapes Shinso's control. Aizawa, I wouldn't be that sure. Izuku, Izuku, it wasn't me. Present mic, the little listener did actually do the impossible. I am impressed. He definitely needs to teach me how he does that. Vlad King, it might just have been a fluke. Aizawa, it wasn't. He did it at the sports festival. Though this time, it was much faster. He also willingly replied to him, fully aware that Shinso was using his quirk. Midnight, look, Izuku is in the news. Why would he go in front of the camera? Shouldn't he lay low? All Might, I have a bad feeling about this. Izuku, oh my, look at your wrist. Why is a hero cuffed? On second glance, are those quirk suppressing cuffs? Midnight, wait, they actually are, aren't they? Vlad King, where did he get them from? While the teachers debated how Izuku got a hold of the cuffs, Nezu watched the whole scene with a grin. It was amusing for him to see how determined the young boy was to live up to the expectations of a villain. He could do serious damage if he ever decided to switch sides, and Nezu would keep an eye on him at all costs. He knew well how it felt to be an outcast and how quirkless children were treated. Nezu wasn't happy to know that his school wasn't treating him better. If this helped Izuku get rid of his anger, he would support this young soul fully. He was even prepared to take him in as his own personal student if the hero classes didn't want him anymore. The little mouse felt a strong urge to protect this child and made up his mind. Izuku, do you see that? There was an explosion, and what are the heroes doing? Nothing. Nezu couldn't help it anymore. He began laughing hysterically. It took only seconds for all the teachers to stop and look at the principal, more worried about what he found so amusing than listening to Izuku. In the next moment, they all heard mumbling, causing the teachers, including Nezu, to focus on Izuku. Izuku, maybe I could steal some. That is an option. Where would I go to steal them? Where would I find them in the first place? That won't work. Think, death. Wait a minute, I could use the metal cable. No, that won't work. How the hell will I be able to make a knot? On the other hand, they would be stable enough. That's out of the question. I would lose too much time getting them. How could I forget Ibra's quirk? I swear I am so dumb. Ibra's quirk gives her hair-like vines that grow on her head. She can lengthen and manipulate the vines, allowing her to attack, defend, and grapple. She also has the ability to detach them at will. She probably will guard the front entrance of the building since she could capture me easily. Vlad King, what is he planning to do with my dear students? No one could answer that, not even Nezu. They watched an intense battle between the villain and three heroes, Pony, Gavaudin, and Vines. Needless to say, the teachers were once again speechless. Izuku managed to beat them quirkless, but in the process, he was injured heavily. Snipe, too bad his shot was perfect. This was just sheer luck for the heroes. If not for the car, he could have eliminated them in seconds. They watched as Izuku dragged all the fallen students away from the hero's sight. Recover girl, oh dear, the injury he has is not to be taken lightly. Call him out, I want to see it for myself. Luckily, he didn't pull the horn out yet, or he could have bled out. Aizawa, problem child, do you need medical assistance? Izuku, no, I am good. Recovery girl, Midoriya dearie, I need to see your wound. Izuku, no, I am not finished yet. Recovery girl was ready to sprint to the injured boy, prepared to lecture him for his actions. She wouldn't take no for an answer, but she was held back by none other than Nezu. Nezu, I agree that he needs help, and his injury does look painful. On the other hand, he just told us that he wasn't finished, so why don't we let him finish whatever he needs to do? Ectoplasm, can you make a clone to get him afterward? Aizawa, I would like you to SUV him back here as well. I expect him to fight back against the clone. Ectoplasm, no problem, I will get one on standby. Aizawa muttering, why, problem child? Why won't you let others help you for once? Meanwhile, Izuku, as Usagi, managed to eliminate nearly everyone from Class 1B. Vlad King was disappointed in his class for being so reckless. Vlad King, I can't believe they did that. Power loader, he is toying with your students, Vlad. Snipe, see, I knew it. He could have eliminated them back then if it wasn't for that car. His aim is really good. No, scratch that, it's amazing. I want him to practice with me at least once a week. Nezu, I am happy to hear that, I would like to arrange that. Izuku, Nezu, can you hear me? Present mic, looks like our little listener finally decided to treat his wounds. Recovery girl, he better be. Nezu, Aizawa, go and get him with the ectoplasm clone. Nezu to Izuku, yes, what do you need? Before the two could go, they were interrupted by Izuku. Curious about what he was about to say next, Aizawa decided to stay in the room a little longer. Izuku, I am sure you saw the wound I got from Pony. I am back at my lair and attending to all the wounds, but there are no needles or threads to use for stitching, and I am pretty sure this wound needs to be stitched. Nezu to Izuku, I will send recovery girl to you. Izuku, I don't need her, I know how to handle such a wound myself. Plus, it would be against the rules. I am also fully aware that I might have broken a rule right now in contacting you about this. All I'm asking for are a needle and thread. Nezu to Izuku, no can do. The ectoplasm clone is already on its way to you. Recovery girl will need to look at that wound of yours. Izuku, but, at this moment, Aizawa was glad he listened to his gut feeling and curiosity. That stubborn problem child of his wouldn't even listen to Nezu. No, he wasn't about to listen to any of the teachers after what he had gone through. Aizawa to Izuku, no buts, problem child, you are to follow him. Nezu to Izuku, we will not disqualify you for this matter, as it is our choice to pull you out for a break. Izuku, I still don't like the idea, but I don't think I have a choice here, do I? Aizawa to Izuku, no, you don't, and I am on my way to you to ensure that you won't run away from him. Izuku. HMPF fine. After Aizawa and Ectoplasm's clone guided him to the teacher's observation room, Izuku was immediately set down on the couch. Recovery girl began unwrapping all the bandages to assess the depth of the cuts and the shoulder wound. She immediately started healing him. Nezu wanted Izuku's wound to be treated so he could let his anger and frustration roam free in this exercise after he returned. The child definitely needed it. He never anticipated what happened next. The principal wasn't ready for the student to attack his mentor. No one was. Aizawa was trying to calm Izuku down, but after they began talking to him, everything went haywire. The green-haired boy literally attacked All Might. Not that he didn't deserve it, but the young boy was clouded with anger. Izuku could only see red. It was dangerous. His student refused to calm down, and none of the teachers wanted to injure him after Recovery Girl healed him. They were all stunned by how he was still able to move after recovering. He was full of energy. After Izuku landed a punch, Aizawa used his capture weapon, at least trying to do so. Never had Izuku managed to avoid it, nor had any of his students. However, Izuku not only avoided Midnight's quirk but also used Aizawa's capture weapon against him, throwing him against the wall as if it was nothing. He then dodged every attempt to capture him. Nothing worked. As anger radiated from the green-haired student, his aura shifted to a bloodthirsty one. He continued attacking All Might. Everyone tried to calm him down. Aizawa was knocked out after hitting the wall. When the teacher woke up, he managed to capture his student. Soon after that, they faced another problem. Aizawa, calm down. No one is going to hurt you. Recovery Girl. His breathing is picking up speed, he is hyperventilating. Present Mike. He's having a panic attack. They watched him trying to escape but soon fell limp. Aizawa, problem child. Hound dog. Release him already. Him being tied up must have hit a trigger. After the way he reacted, this is more than concerning. What happened to him before? Present Mike. We heard his story. Aizawa was untying Izuku and hugged him from behind as they sat on the ground. He expressed his appreciation for Izuku as his student, praising his analytical skills and assuring him that the teachers cared for him. Aizawa promised that he would never have to return to his family and that nothing would harm him. An hour later, Izuku woke up, confused. It took some time for Nezu and the others to calm him down and send him back. Nezu and Aizawa were prepared to help him in any way possible, even if it meant putting pressure on the other students. They had experienced similar situations themselves, and if this was karma, so be it. Vlad King watched Izuku as he prepared the bodies of his remaining students. Izuku addressed the camera, saying, I'm pretty sure I told you I would need the bodies, right? Did you ever ask yourself how to throw someone out of a window with style? Was I the only one curious about that? Well, we'll find out soon enough. 13 remarked, he isn't serious about throwing them out, is he? Midnight replied, poor students, they're still conscious. He wouldn't be that cruel, he just said he'd go easy on them. Aizawa added, to be fair, he never promised anything. He only said he would consider it. Vlad King insisted, I don't care if it's prohibited to intervene. The moment he throws one out, I will stop him. Hound Dog agreed, you seriously should. This isn't just a game. Nezu warned, Vlad, you are not allowed to stop him. If you do, be prepared for the consequences. Vlad protested, these are my students. I can't just stand by. Aizawa reiterated, you can and you will. Vlad, determined, rushed out of the room to stop Izuku from throwing any more students out of the window. Cementos commented, he will regret doing that. Izuku dodged every attack a moment ago. Midnight agreed, oh, that's for sure. Nezu observed, he will most definitely regret running out against my warning. The atmosphere shifted, everyone knew Nezu was serious, and his usual smile was replaced by a cold tone. Whatever punishment he had in mind for Vlad would be severe. Nezu watched with satisfaction as Usagi restrained Vlad King. Izuku called out, "Hey Nezu, can you hear me?" Nezu replied, "Yes, is there something I can do for you?" Izuku asked, "Please tell me you're recording this." Nezu confirmed, "Oh yes, this year's results with you as the villain are intriguing." Izuku grinned, "Great. This will go down in history for sure." Nezu agreed, "Yes, it will indeed. And just so you know, it's prohibited for a teacher to stop the villain. I won't ask for anything more than to let him hang there with his students until morning." Nezu acknowledged, "I understand. He broke the rules and will face the consequences." Nezu smiled at Izuku's bright expression, which warmed his heart. "Ectoplasm, please remove Vlad King from the site and insert him back here as soon as the heroes let him loose." Ectoplasm nodded in agreement. The teachers were on edge, not daring to speak. They knew Nezu wasn't in a good mood and didn't want to provoke him further, so they watched as the heroes dealt with Vlad. As Vlad began to shout at Izuku, Nezu's displeasure grew. Ectoplasm understood the situation and went to retrieve Vlad. Nezu addressed Vlad, "I believe you've learned something from this. Let me teach you a lesson you won't forget." Vlad gulped, his hair standing on end as Nezu continued, "If I see you acting against the rules I set again, I won't hesitate to make your life a living hell. Do I make myself clear?" Vlad replied, "Yes, sir." Nezu added, "Good. Your actions will have consequences. You will help Bakugo with anger management classes, and I believe Midoriya would love some extra training with you." Nezu was fully aware of how intense the anger management classes with Bakugo would be, knowing the explosive student would likely use his quirk throughout. As for Midoriya, Nezu intended to ensure he could train without holding back. Meanwhile, the heroes approached the site of the explosion. Only Bakugo, Ichiro, and Izuku remained in the building when Power Loader announced, "We have a problem. Someone is trying to hack into our system." Shortly after, the entire school experienced a blackout. Nezu instructed, "Get the systems up as fast as you can. Cementos, Ectoplasm, see what's wrong with our power generator." Aizawa, All Might, Snipe, and Vlad King secured the entrances to the underground exercise city. "Midnight and Mike, I want you to guard the eliminated students in the other observation room. Now go." After 15 minutes, Cementos and Ectoplasm managed to bring the power generator back to life. It took another 10 minutes for the teachers to ensure everyone was safe. 5 minutes later, the monitors came back on, revealing Midoriya blindfolded in the entrance area. "Ichiro, Izuku, are you okay? How did you even get here, bro?" "I don't know. Didn't you guys say there was no one in here?" Izuku replied. Katsuki chimed in, "What does that mean, stupid villain?" "For starters, it means that we three are not the only ones in this building, and I was never the stupid spy to begin with. Why are you calling me a villain? I haven't done anything to deserve that title." 13 added, "So there is still a traitor in the hero class." "Unfortunately, it looks that way," Nezu said. Present Mike spoke up, "We seriously need to apologize to him for treating him like one, as we did assume he was the spy." "I agree," Aizawa said. "After this, we might need to watch him 24/7. Nezu continued, "First, we need to know what happened while we were occupied with the blackout. I assume, judging from what he said, that the League of Villains was there and talked to him. They might have watched him in the game, and he certainly makes a formidable opponent. I'm not even sure if I could beat him if he switched sides." All Might interjected, "He would never. He only has a heart of gold." Aizawa replied, "The same way he would never attack you." All Might hesitated, "No, that was different." Recovery Girl interrupted, "I hate to interrupt you, but we need to stop Midoriya. He will seriously hurt Bakugo at this rate." The UA staff was too focused on the situation to notice how Izuku had split from Bakugo and Ichiro and was now going after Bakugo. By the time everyone looked at the TV again, Usagi had a bright red circle in his eyes and was overpowering Bakugo, more destroying him than merely beating him. "I am calling him out. He will seriously hurt him if I don't." Aizawa shouted. "Bakugo Katsuki is out." They watched as Izuku didn't stop at all. Hound Dog exclaimed, "He lost control. He can't hear you." Nezu instructed, "Recovery Girl, go with Ectoplasm. I fear Izuku would regret what he is currently doing. If this goes on, he might seriously hurt him, and with that on his record, he could slip to the other side." Both of them rushed out of the room, not wanting to witness Izuku harming someone. The teachers close to Midoriya tried to intervene. "Aizawa, Midoriya, stop this instant. You already eliminated him." "Nezu, Midoriya, stop it. Recovery Girl and Ectoplasm are on their way to you. You are not to harm him any further." All Might added, "Young Midoriya, stop that, that is not heroic." They watched, fearing he would lash out at the two. "Recovery Girl, get away from Bakugo." Izuku responded, "Fine, but he deserved it, and I won't regret anything." They were relieved to see him back off and allow Recovery Girl to treat Bakugo's injuries. Recovery Girl, do you hear yourself? He has broken legs and fingers, 2 broken ribs, one of them even pierced through his lung, both of his arms are dislocated and one is sprained. Bruises cover his body, and he has a concussion on top of it. I think you've done more than enough to him for one day. Fine. Izuku retorted. Nezu instructed, Cementos, 13, could you please go and stay with the other students in the observation room, just as a precaution? I do not want to risk the League of Villains getting in and taking hold of any of them. Will do, 13 replied as they exited the room, leaving a speechless group of teachers behind. Nezu added, I don't want them to be in the same class after this anymore. Aizawa, I hope you and Vlad King can exchange one student. All Might agreed, but Midoriya would certainly oppose this. He once told me he considers Bakugo a brother, and as much as it pains him, he hopes that one day Bakugo will see him as one too. I don't think he would agree to this change. If that is the case, then I suggest the teachers keep a watchful eye on these two, Nezu concluded. That night, Izuku spent his time planning and preparing for his next move. Sleep was not an option for him. There was a traitor, and he had a vague feeling about who it might be. The moment he caught them, they would wish they had never crossed him. He narrowed his list of suspects to 2 people, both of whom always seemed to have each other's backs. Nezu had provided him with a cage, but Ijiro was currently in it, located in Izuku's secondary lair while he spent the night in his primary hideout. If he wanted to take down the traitor, he would need to deal with the League of Villains as well. They deserved it for everything they had done. Even after he was framed, they didn't want him, but now that they saw what he could do, they kidnapped him and wanted him to join. You don't make me laugh. I would never join this bunch of idiots. First, I want Toga to help me with one of the traitors. I know she hates her. Plus, I could eliminate her. Wanting to speak with the League of Villains, especially Toga, I needed to use the earbud. However, the teacher was still around, and there was no blind spot for the drone. I had to head back to my apartment first. It was 3 a.m. when I arrived, still dressed in civilian clothing, with Bakugo's BLD on me. I took out my second villain suit from a secret compartment built into my bed. I needed it and a shower. First, I got rid of all the BLD, then put on the villain suit and activated the earbud. Aware that teachers valued some private spots like the bathroom, I decided to have a little talk with Toga while I was there. Good evening, dear members of the LOV. I said. Good evening, Usagi. How may I help you? Kurojiiri responded. I was wondering if Toga could help me take down one of my classmates. I promised her some fun, and I don't go back on my word. I will get her. Wait a minute. Is this a good phone call or what? I thought they had earbuds connected to each other, but this makes it a lot easier for me. Zukuin. Toga's voice chimed in. Oh Toga, lovely to hear you again. Mamajiri told me you wanted to have some fun. Yes, remember I told you I would prepare someone for you. Yes. Well, I have someone in mind and you will love this. There will be a lot of pretty crimson red beal. Oh, Zuzu, you didn't have to. I wasn't done talking. I have a condition, though, I want you to not tell anyone that you are going to help me. Can you do that for me? Sure, Zuchan. Great. You are really the best friend one could wish for. We are friends. Of course. And best friends trust each other, right? Of course, Zuchan. Can you be at my villain lair at 3 p.m.? They got it. Oh, and bring as many knives with you as you like. You know me well, Zuchan. Of course, princess. See you bye. Bye. This was way easier than I thought. Now all I have to do is get a teacher, not really. Getting more like capturing one. I don't have many choices, but I would prefer Midnight since her quirk would be pretty efficient against Toga. I do wonder how much trouble I would get into. Considering the rat god is on my side and I'm still a hero in training, I would say not too much. Oh well, here goes nothing. Knowing where the teacher's observation room was made it easier to plan. I would need my sleeping grenade and a pair of Quirk suppression cuffs. After gathering everything I needed, I pulled out my phone and began hacking into UA's main server, shutting down the power source in about 15 minutes. That was all I needed to maneuver through the tunnels to the city entrance. By the time I reached the elevator, the whole building was in blackout mode again. I used one for all to open the elevator door. Looking down the shocked me. I thought we were on the bottom floor. How much deeper does this go? You know what, I don't want to know that. On the left side of there was a ladder attached to the wall. To reach it, I would need to jump. It was a risky move, but I had no choice. My mind was set and I jumped. Luckily, I didn't slip, or I would be in serious trouble. I quickly climbed up the ladder to the teacher's floor. Of course, the elevator was right there. Hoping no one was inside, I climbed the ladder beside it and crawled on top, opening the emergency exit door. First, I listened to the now open elevator. Nothing could be heard, it was safe for me to enter. With a quick jump, I landed carefully and silently inside. The main elevator door was still closed. I had no other choice than to use one for all to open it. Again, I was careful not to make any noise. The room that was normally filled with teachers was nearly empty. Nezu was directing everyone, thinking the LOV had made a move, which wasn't too far from reality, considering my plans. The room was still dark. I could hear Nezu and saw present Mike right next to me. Instantly I froze. My stealth techniques are good, but not as good as Aizawa's. How much longer until the generator is back? Nezu asked. 5 minutes max, Power Loader replied. Do we know what caused it this time? Someone got into our system from inside the building. The traitor, maybe? Present Mike suggested. A logical outcome and a highly possible one. Nezu concluded. We need to find the traitor as soon as possible. This was the moment I decided to activate the sleeping grenade. It didn't make any noise since they hadn't spotted me yet. With no other choice, I took our English teacher and threw him over my shoulder. Remembering that there was another door nearby, I speculated that it would lead to the emergency exit staircase. I was right. Speeding down the stairs, I managed to avoid falling or dropping my hostage. Somehow, I made it back to the underground city undetected. The light turned on the moment I stepped into one of the underground tunnels. Knowing that the drone wasn't following me since it would shut down once the electricity to the whole building was cut, I ran to a room in the tunnels. I needed to open the door to get in. Once inside, I immediately searched for cameras but found none. I gently put present Mike down and closed the door behind me, waiting for him to wake up. Now what? I had kidnapped one of my teachers and needed to explain why, hoping he would agree to help me get rid of the traitor and the League of Villains while lying to Nezu and the others. That would be ideal, yet ridiculous at the same time. I couldn't believe I did this. But this was present Mike we were talking about. He couldn't hold a secret, could he? I had no choice but to trust him. I made myself comfortable on the ground until I remembered I forgot to cuff him. Good thing I didn't overlook that. It was too risky not to put them on him. He couldn't control his quirk in class. I didn't believe he would be able to control his voice in this situation. The last thing I wanted was to get caught since I had come so far. After I was done cuffing him, I leaned against the only door out of the room, waiting for him to wake up, and I fell asleep in the process since it was pretty late already. I was still half asleep when someone started shaking me. It was too early and I was way too sleepy. All I wanted was to sleep, completely ignoring the person and my surroundings. Midoriya. Wake up. Nope. I don't want to. Let me be. Just a little bit longer. Stop shaking. Come on, little listener, wake up. That voice. It wasn't coming from my head. This felt real. Izuku, wake up. Realization hit me. That voice belonged to none other than present Mike, Hisashi Yamada. I opened my eyes in confusion. Still half asleep, I asked the most ridiculous question I could think of. Why are you here? Yawn. Oh, I don't know, little listener, why am I here? Looking around the room, I began remembering why we were here. Shoot. How could I forget? Yamada-sensei, please don't be mad at me. Oh, that heavily depends on why I am in a room in the underground city with you and cuffed. Yeah, I get your point. I can remove the cuffs, but please control your voice. I have something really important to say to you, and I need your help. Well, a pro's help to be precise. All right, little listener, I am all ears. Present Mike crouched beside me as he woke up. I took his hands and removed the cuffs. They were only a precaution, no harm was meant. Wanna tell me what's going on? Yeah. And no, but I don't really have a choice. I need help. Where do I start? I know. Well, first, I'm sure you know there is a traitor among us, and it isn't me, right? He nodded, signaling me to continue. Good, I think there are 2 traitors, and I'm going to kind of torture them to get them to confess. Oh my, I quickly covered his mouth. He was simply too loud and had used his quirk. I know it's not the best way of doing this, but hear me out. He stopped speaking and nodded instead. I removed my hand, allowing him to talk. No, you can't do that no matter what. Oh, it won't be me if that makes it any better. What do you mean it won't be you? Well, you know the first blackout was the League of Villains doing, and the second one was me. What does that matter? Well, the League tried to recruit me while the first blackout was being fixed. He gave me a, "Are you kidding me?" look, one eyebrow raised, biting his lip to hold back his frustration. I took that as a cue to explain what happened, fully ignoring his glare. Well, Toga somehow managed to get into UA, specifically here in the hero's headquarters. The moment the lights went out, the door to the interrogation room flew open, and Toga dragged me to the entrance area, blindfolded me, and Kurogiri warped us. To make it short, they said they were impressed with my work and that I was a better villain than a hero. I took the earbud out of my pocket and showed it to him. They also said I should join the LOV. Oh, and I may or may not have promised Toga to bring her a student to play with. Present Mike looked concerned. Did you, join them? Heck no. Who do you take me for? Wait, do you think I am a villain and not a hero? I was hoping he would say no. I couldn't take it if he thought I was a better villain too. To be honest, I didn't know what to do. Tears started flowing down my cheeks as I panicked a little. Do you think I am one, right? But all I ever wanted was to be a hero. Am I jumping to conclusions? Maybe he just wanted to make sure that I didn't. SWH sides. Who am I kidding? After what I've done, they surely think I am a villain. All the fake BLD and the nightmares I put my classmates, no my friends, through. Oh God, he hates me. I never wanted to do this to him in the first place, but after how they treated me, their friend, and after what I have done for them, I couldn't help it. None of the teachers even saw the signs of my home situation. Why is life so cruel to me? Present Mike shook his head. No, little listener. You are a great hero. I don't hate you. We should have seen the signs. For that, I am sorry. And don't worry, Shinso will get better. I'm sure he understands. Could you tell me what exactly is going on? I am way too confused right now. I mumbled again. I didn't mean to. I need to stop doing that, especially in front of a teacher. I don't really know myself, but the plan looks like this. I have my suspects of who the traitor. Well, traitors are, and I wanted to bring one into this room today. Toga will be here at 3 p.m. I thought it might be a good idea to let Toga meet the traitor. This is where I need your help. I am planning to cuff Toga, but I need help because 2 against 1 is not fair, and I don't want to risk Toga getting out of the room. The intention behind this is that the traitor will give herself away and Toga will be arrested. Present Mike nodded. That does sound good. But why am I the only one here to help you? You could have told Nezu about it. That's the problem. I know for a fact that the LOV is watching my every move as Usagi. I don't know how exactly, but I suspect they can see the same things as you guys see from power loaders drones that are following me. I used the second blackout to get you here, fully aware that the drone wouldn't be able to follow us, and we could talk in private. This is way too complicated. Where did you get yourself into, Izuku? To be honest, I don't know, and it scares me. It's okay, I will help you. What do you need me to do? It's simple. I need you to guard this room from the outside. The moment I get into this room with the traitor, no one will be exiting except me. I need you to make sure that it's me and not Toga. I thought we could have a safe word for that, like, cockatoo. Sounds easy enough. Are you sure you don't need me in the room, little listener? I would prefer if you were with me, but I can't risk them knowing that you are there and involved in this mess. Language. Sorry, I am just so done with everything. I am just angry and disappointed in my friends and life itself, and now I have to deal with the LOV too. It's okay, Aizu. Count me in. Thanks, Yamada-sensei. Can you stay in the tunnel crossing in a separate tunnel, a few feet away from the tunnel that leads to this room? You would see me enter and everyone else but be hidden from the drone at the same time. And please don't tell Nezu or anyone else. The more people get involved, the bigger the chances are that the LOV will find out. Please don't throw my trust in you away. I won't. Oh, and before I forget, here, take this. I handed him 2 sleeping gas grenades. Just in case Toga gets out of the room instead of me. With that, I stood up. It was time to hunt the traitor down. Well, I better get going then. Wait 10 to 15 minutes and then exit the room and go to the corner of the tunnel crossing. Let's hope everything will go as I planned. As I exited the room, I needed to get my weapons ready. I needed one fully loaded with tranquilizer bullets and one with capture tools. If nothing worked, I would use the capture weapon that was still wrapped around me. None of the teachers knew I had one with me since I hadn't gotten injured around my torso. Let the hunt begin. By the time I went out of the tunnel, it was already 11 a.m. I had 4 hours to split the heroes up and bring that traitor down. I decided it would be best to casually enter the heroes' headquarters in my villain suit. Was that a dumb idea? Probably. I was sure I would regret this later on. Or maybe not. I entered the entrance area, approached the vent system, opened the hatch and climbed in, securing the lead so that no one would know I was there. I called this venting, as it allowed me to access specific rooms and listen without being seen. Thinking that the heroes would have learned from their past experiences, I was prepared to take down a large group. It would be difficult but necessary. However, the foolishness of my friends astonished me every time. As I made my way through the floors, I noticed they had split into teams of 2. That was perfect for me. I only needed to find the traitor and her partner. Who would have thought that the traitor and her accomplice would be patrolling together? Luck was definitely on my side since they were both on the last floor of the building. My escape route was set, the roof. I waited until both of them were below me, with one directly underneath. Opening the hatch, I saw them looking up at me, dumbfounded. Too bad for them, it was already too late. I jumped down, landing on one traitor beside my target, who just happened to be one of my closest friends, Achiko. My landing was cushioned, but the person below me hit her head HRD on the ground and went unconscious. Oh my, are you alright there, hero? I bent down and cupped her face while still standing on top of the other person. Achiko watched me shocked. She still didn't move even when I stood up and closed the gap between us. Waving a hand in front of her face, I asked innocently, "Hello? Anyone there? Earth to hero. Deku." She stammered. "Ah great, I see the hero can still talk, though who is Deku? Last time I checked, I was called a villain, and Usagi is my name, my dear hero." She snapped out of her daze at the mention of my villain alias. We were too close for my comfort. Achiko tried to use her quirk to touch me, but she was too slow. I jumped back, avoiding her hands. "Too slow. Why don't you catch me first? Come on, a little rabbit chase is all I'm asking for." I turned my back to her and began running to the staircase and out onto the roof. She followed closely behind. Usagi. Stop right there. Are we heroes really that naive? It's not like a villain will just stop when you tell them to. Let me think about it, and that's no fun at all. Where's the excitement? I replied, grinning. We stood on the roof, alone. No classmates, no heroes. The signal jammer I had with me was on. Even if she wanted to call for help, no one would hear her. I went to the edge of the building and stood there. Achiko looked at me nervously. It was painfully obvious what I was planning to do. If she wanted to be a hero, she needed to save me. Even for her cover, she had to protect my life. However, I knew I could use my capture weapon to get out of this situation. Out of the corner of my eye, I saw the teacher's drone hovering nearby. "Problem child, get away from the edge." Aizawa called. "Deku, don't go any further please." Achiko pleaded. "Midoriya, there's no need for you to sacrifice yourself," Nezu added. I wanted to tell them so badly that I was stuck in a mess I couldn't handle alone. I needed help. Sure, I had Yamada-sensei, but I knew things would go south, and I would need all the help I could get, which meant I needed Aizawa-sensei in this situation. "All I'm asking is for you to trust me," I said, looking at the camera away from Achiko. It was a message meant for Nezu, All Might, and Aizawa. I had another message for Kaken, and I would have given anything to see his reaction. "Kaken, if you hear me, please know that I will take your advice. I've tried it multiple times, but this is my first time so close to doing it. I hope it's what you really wanted me to do all these past couple of years. I never forgot your and All Might's words." With that, I opened my arms and looked at Achiko. "Save me, Uraraka." And I let myself fall, gravity pulling on my body. It was refreshing and calm but also a scary experience. "All Might, Izuku my boy. Don't. Too late. I told you all to trust me." One thing was for sure, I didn't want to relive this ever again. I had jumped from a window before, but I had at least some kind of rope. This was a free fall, and if Achiko didn't jump after me, I was done for. Panic overtook me as I couldn't see her jumping after me. Uraraka was standing on the edge, watching me fall. She was smirking at me. She was having way too much fun. "Just wait, karma is right behind you and it has a name. It's called Usagi, and you will learn to fear that name." Not long after that, she realized that the drone was quickly flying in front of her face, and she jumped after me. "That was too close," I said as she used her quirk on us to levitate 10 centimeters above the ground. "How about showing some kind of gratitude? Next time, I will make sure that you land and rest in your own puddle." She whispered the last part in my ear so the drone wouldn't catch it. However, she was still too close for it to miss. I could hear someone gasp at her words, and a small smile played on my lips. Even if they didn't hear her, Nezu could still read her lips. "I would like that very much," I replied, realizing she was one of the traitors and the other one was still out there. I would catch them both when the time was right. Uraraka was still close to me. She never needed to put me down, but I knew better. Her quirk's drawback had already begun showing itself, which made the next thing easier. We were both standing close together. I took her hand carefully, holding her wrist, and began running in a circle, making her spin in the process. Uraraka was already feeling nauseous when she floated us both to safety, but with me spinning her around, she couldn't hold it any longer and fainted. I could tell the nausea got to her, and she went limp. Well, running in circles was fun. But I will never do this free fall thing again for sure, I said, slightly out of breath as I carried her to the room. Once I entered, I got my spare cuffs out and put them on her. Now all I had to do was get back to the lair, take more cuffs, and wait in the room with an unconscious traitor and a drone, followed by a teacher outside the door. Why did I need to get involved with the LOV again? Oh right, because this person wanted revenge and to take them down. How foolish could I be to voluntarily be in a room with a traitor and someone dangerous? I was waiting in the room for the traitor to wake up. She had been out cold for about 3 hours, and all I did was sit in front of the door and watch her until one thought crossed my mind. Oh gosh. The drone. Toga will see it. I need to destroy it before she comes here. The drone was hovering between me and Uraraka. Not wanting to take any chances, I quickly stood up and hit the drone, causing it to crash against the wall and hit the floor. The LED was still on, so I hit it again, giving it the finishing blow. After that, I took out my phone and directed one of my mini drones to come in. They were super hard to spot. After 5 minutes, one of my drones arrived, and I opened the door slightly for it to fly in. It was set on autopilot and would follow me from now on, making sure whatever happened to me or my surroundings would be recorded. I would certainly need the footage later as evidence. As soon as the clock hit 3 p.m., a portal opened, and Toga stepped through. "Izuku-kun," she exclaimed, tackling me down in a hug. "Princess, nice to see you again," I replied. She stood up and held a helping hand out to me, which I gladly accepted. "Remember when I told you I had someone for you? Well, look around, Prince." I placed my hand on her shoulders and turned her around. As soon as she saw who it was, confusion crossed her face. It looked like she knew Uraraka was a traitor. Maybe they were friends. "Are you not happy? I thought this would brighten your mood. I worked HRD on getting her here for you. Besides, now that we are besties, I know she is a snitch since she told me herself." I couldn't believe it at first, but she went on about how annoying you were with your knives and how disgusting BLD was, and then proceeded to tell me all kinds of things about the LOV. "Since you guys were so kind and considered me in joining you, I wanted to do something for you." Toga looked at me for a moment, then began laughing and jumping up and down. "Oh Izu, does that mean that you are joining us?" "Oh, no, not yet. I haven't decided yet, but I want to help you guys out since you were so kind to me and you are the only people who want something so useless and broken like me." We chatted a little about how she wanted me to join, how good of a friend I was, and how excited she was to have a friend. The topics revolved around friendship and trust until we heard a groan. Both of us looked at the source of it only to see a confused Uraraka sitting up and staring daggers at me. "Two serves you right, Beach. Now let's get this over with quickly. I don't want to hurt her, Miss Lef, and I still can't stand the thought of her being stabbed right in front of me, an ex-friend of mine on top of it." Toga was quick to react and pulled a knife out. She was slowly approaching the cuffed girl while playing with the knife in her hand. "Toga, oh I really thought we were friends. Raracha ate Uravity, we are to-chan." I could see how desperately Achiko was trying to keep the act up. "Not gonna lie here." Toga was grinning and stepping closer to her until her knife made contact with her face. "Toga, you know what we do with snitches. Raracha. And we are no friends. Friends don't stab their friends in the back and go tell everyone about them. I can't believe you told them our secrets. We considered you as family. Family. But now, I can have fun with you. Oh, we will have so much fun together, you and me and Zukuin. Well, more me and Zukuin. Tell me, is BLD still disgusting and ugly to you?" Toga cut her cheek and liked her knife. I was watching this from the sideline with the drone hiding close by. "Uravity? No. I'm not a traitor. I didn't tell anyone anything. I swear I didn't snitch you guys out." "Toga, then how come Zukuin over there knew exactly who our UA spy was?" "Uravity? I don't know. Please believe me, to-chan, I did nothing bad. To be honest, it was all just a lucky guess for my side. Thank God it was correct." Toga, blah. Toga was mad and she began cutting Uraraka's arms and legs. The cuts were not deep, but BLD was sipping out. "Toga, look, you BLD is so disgraceful. Such a pity. All the pretty BLD wasted on a snitch like you." I watched Toga having her fun with Uravity. In the first step, she began cutting her only to see her bleed. Next thing, she was hitting, slapping, throwing and strangling her. This went on for about 2 hours. Uraraka was now covered in her own BLD. She had bruises everywhere and a black eye was visibly beginning to show on her face. She also had some broken bones as well. Uravity was screaming the whole time in agony. I am no medic, but that doesn't look good. I can't watch that. I could see an open wound on her right arm where the splitter of a broken bone was showing. In my mind, I was freaking out. My stomach was against this scene, but I needed to stay focused and not throw up at the sight in front of me. It was hard to focus on the task at hand with the iron smell of BLD in the room. Toga was laughing and giggling all the time. After 1.5 hours, she finally decided to stop, or so I thought. She went up to me and holding her knife out for me to take. I was confused, to say at least. I tilted my head to the side in confusion, not knowing what else to do and what she was expecting from me. "Toga, oh Zukuin, don't be silly. Take it, it's not fair for only me to have fun. You can stabby her, I have another knife." My eyes went wide by the meaning of her words. I didn't thought that she would ask me to do that of all things. What do? I don't want to hurt her. Please let this work. Me, oh that's so sweet, princess. I would gladly take your knife, but I prefer my daggers. You see, they are special to me. I sure hope they don't know that the daggers are dull but are filled with fake BLD. I mean, I did manage to cut myself twice with it. I still don't get it how, but I did. Toga, then join me. I want to have fun with my new friend. Me, therefore I do that. I was wondering if you would like me to SSH show you how to SHSH shoot a GG gun. I faked my nervousness. She needed to believe that I was excited and shy but at the same time nervous about her reaction. Toga, don't be so nervous. I would totally like that Izuku-an. But before that, she turned around and went back to Uraraka, stabbing her into the ribs and cut open the area where her smallest rib would be. It was a deep cut and BLD was seeking out. I froze at the sight. I didn't know how to react to this anymore. She then went on and grabbed the small rib with her hand, breaking it and pulling it out in front of her eyes. 44A BLD curdling scream could be heard from Uravity's mouth before she passed out. Her pain tolerance was high, like any other hero in training, but mine was higher from all the abuse and bullying. I knew exactly how this feels like since my mother decided to do this once and I had to force the broken rib back through the wound and position it myself. It was not a fun thing to do, in fact it was painful as hell, and I am sure even all the pain in hell can't be compared to what I lived through. I took my paralyzed gun out and went to Toga's side. Next thing I did was aim at Uraraka's head and shoot. The paralyzed bullets immobilize a person, which means that the whole body would react in a way like she was sleeping, and if I didn't want her to die right here and now, I needed to use every bullet that is loaded in it, but before I do that I need to get rid of Toga. She watched me as I handed her my other gun, the BLD bullet gun. It was easy to show her how to use it. Toga was a quick learner, but her aim wasn't great, which meant she couldn't really hit anyone with it. See, that's super easy, right? I asked. Yes, you are right, Zukuin, she replied, though I could see her disappointment with her aim. Uraraka was pretending to bleed from a bullet wound, and Toga was pouting. What's wrong? I asked, concerned. It's not so much fun. I like stabby more. Well then, go ahead. I'll be right behind you at the door. With that, I walked past her, glancing back the whole time. The moment I saw Toga leaning in to stab Uraraka, I took my paralyzed gun and shot Toga in the neck and legs, causing her to fall. I quickly caught her before she hit the ground and hit a pressure point, rendering her unconscious. I laid her down and shot the rest of my bullets into Uraraka's torso, legs, arms, and one at her heart. Then, I took one of my special knives and made a stab wound directed at her heart. For the teachers, this meant she was disqualified from the game. For her, it meant she was now safe but in a lot of trouble. Next, I needed to use the cuffs on Toga. After that, I bolted out of the room directly to Yamada-sensei, stopping right in front of him. Kakatu. He looked at me shocked. I was drenched in real BLD and looked a mess. My stomach churned, and I struggled not to throw up, tears streaming down my cheeks. I grabbed his hand and ran back into the room. Take her to Recovery Girl and take this drone with you. Give it to Nezu and tell him I'm sorry, they're watching us. I deactivated the drone and handed it to Mike. Wait, little listener. The other drone will catch me walking out with her. Shut. You're right, give me a second. I took my phone out and hacked into the system again, which was much easier this time. Pick her up and stay close to me. I'll shut down the power supply again. The moment we step into the teacher's office, hand her and the drone to Nezu and tell him to check the computers before watching the footage. I didn't give him time to respond as I entered some codes and hit the enter button on my phone, causing another blackout. Yamada took Uraraka in a bridal carry while I took Toga, and we ran through the underground tunnels to the outer city and into the emergency staircase straight to the teacher's observation room. Once we entered, I laid Toga down and placed the bone beside her before heading back to the city. The last thing I could make out was the yellow cockatoo gently laying Uraraka down as the teachers looked at us in confusion. Nobody could tell who had just entered, but they were greeted by Yamada's shout, and I was thankful for that. I subconsciously returned to the now bloody room, stiffening at a troubling thought. What if they knew? Uraraka was badly hurt, Toga was with me, and I didn't have any scratches, meaning I had tricked her. That was bad. I needed to hurt myself. Toga's knife. That would mean she stabbed me and I betrayed her. In a moment of desperation, I used One for All at 25%, running straight at the brick wall. My head cracked against the impact. I then grabbed my knives, daggers, and the only gun I had left, scattering them across the room. The room looked like a battlefield. Still conscious, I ran at the wall again, jumping and somehow managing to turn my back to it. It looked like someone had thrown me against the wall, leaving visible damage and BLD from my head. I would likely get bruised, and my ankles might be sprained, possibly a broken rib or two as well. Arg, this feels like a concussion. That was my last thought before I blacked out completely. All the teachers were taking a break except for two. The sleep-deprived hero and the principal of UA kept a close eye on Midoriya, who wasn't planning to sleep that night. It was late, and they watched the green bean pacing back and forth, mumbling to himself. Unfortunately, the drone couldn't catch what he was saying. Finally, around 3 a.m., Izuku decided to return to the apartment and went to the bathroom to take a shower. He needed it since he still had Bakugo's BLD on him. Nezu was relieved to see that his child was taking a shower. The mouse began to wonder if Izuku realized how much BLD he was covered in. He had been in that state for more than 6 hours, and it worried Nezu. What could make his child so unobservant? Those questions lingered in his mind. He had some theories, but if he knew the truth he surely would have acted differently. If only he understood the reality of the situation and how far it was from his assumptions. After the shower, Aizawa expected his problem child to go to sleep. Little did he know how wrong he was. Aizawa began to worry about Izuku's well-being since the boy had taken on a villainous role during the exercise. Midoriya had visible dark circles under his eyes, which he hadn't had before, and his actions frightened the pro-hero. It wasn't normal for a child to feel so frustrated, sad, and angry, and the worst part was that Aizawa hadn't done anything to help him. He resolved to support Izuku in every way possible, ensuring that he felt loved again. After all, the boy deserved a loving home and people who cared for him. They both watched as Izuku gathered something from his lair before pulling out his phone. The next thing the pros knew, they were sitting in a pitch-black room. Aizawa exclaimed, "A blackout. Again." Nezu quickly ordered, "Wake the others immediately." Not long after, Nezu was directing the teachers to protect the students, secure the entrance to the city, and check on the power generator. "How much longer until the generator is back?" Nezu asked through the earbud the teachers used to communicate in such situations. 5 minutes max, Power Loader replied. "Do we know what caused it this time?" Nezu inquired. "Someone accessed our system from inside the building," Power Loader answered. "Could it be the traitor?" Present Mike suggested. "A logical outcome and a highly possible one." Nezu agreed. "We need to find the traitor as soon as possible." However, another thought crossed his mind. Midoriya was one of the brightest minds he had ever encountered. If his assumption was correct, then this blackout was Izuku's doing. The last thing he and Aizawa had seen together was Izuku typing something on his phone. It was highly probable that he hacked into the system and shut down the power, but why would he do that? He certainly didn't need to go to such lengths. In the observation room were only Nezu, Recovery Girl, Hound Dog, and Present Mike. Each of them was lost in their thoughts as Izuku managed to enter the room unnoticed and used a sleeping grenade. He then took the unconscious English teacher and returned to the city. After 5 minutes, the lights came back on, and the remaining teachers tried to contact Nezu or anyone in the observation room, but to no avail. Aizawa was worried for his husband. He couldn't reach his yellow cockatoo. After another 15 minutes, he decided to return to Yamada's side, even if it meant going against Nezu's orders. The sleepy teacher felt an urgent need to go, as if something was pushing him. When Aizawa finally entered the room, he couldn't believe what he saw. Nezu, Recovery Girl, and Hound Dog were lying on the floor, fast asleep. He wished he could join them, but it felt unfair for them to be resting while he wasn't. Despite his fatigue, he knew that this scene was wrong. After inspecting the room, he found no signs of anyone entering or leaving. This was impossible, especially since his husband was missing. "Aizawa, Midnight, where are you?" "Midnight, what do you mean where I am?" "I'm at the position Nezu told me to be." He assumed it was Midnight's doing since her quirk could have such an effect on them. He hoped she and Yamada were trying to catch whoever was responsible for this, and that in the struggle she activated her quirk, causing the others to fall asleep as collateral. It was a slim hope, as Nezu was too clever to be caught off guard while she used her quirk. "Aizawa, get the others here immediately." After every teacher except Cementos and 13 gathered in the room, they began bombarding Aizawa with questions he couldn't answer. The sleepy teacher was just as confused as the others. After 6 hours, the sleeping victims began to wake up slowly, also faced with questions none of them could answer. Nezu remained suspicious that his student was behind this. He was impressed that Izuku had gotten so far and so close to him and the pros without them noticing. A thought crossed his mind. He wanted to see how his student would fare against all his teachers. He was confident that the greenette could handle himself well, but he wanted to witness it firsthand. Perhaps he would get that chance, especially since he had already seen Deku as Usagi throwing Vlad King out of a window, which was a hilarious thought. A small child like him against a giant, and he won. After dismissing the thought, Nezu searched all the cameras but couldn't find any trace of his student. "Can anyone see Midoriya?" Nezu asked. This caught Aizawa's attention. He was worried about his husband and checked the footage to see if he was with Class 1A. When he couldn't find him, he felt a surge of anxiety. Maybe young Midoriya is in the underground tunnels. All Might suggested. "Why would he be there?" Aizawa replied, puzzled. Nezu suspected Midoriya might be responsible for the blackout, and if that were true, Present Mike would be with him somewhere underground. The only question was why Izuku would do that. At 11 a.m., the drones found Midoriya as Usagi entered the hero's headquarters. "At least you are safe, my problem child," Aizawa whispered, relieved. But that relief was short-lived as they saw him on the edge of the building. "Problem child, get away from the edge." Aizawa shouted. "Deku, don't go any further please." Achiko pleaded. "Midoriya, there is no need for you to sacrifice yourself," Nezu urged. All Might stared at the scene, unable to speak. He feared this moment since the first day he met Izuku, regretting the time he left him alone on the roof after shattering his dreams. He hoped the child wouldn't jump. All I am asking is for you to trust me. Izuku called out. Kaken. If you hear me, please know that I will take your advice. I tried it multiple times, but this is my first time so close to doing it. I hope it is what you really wanted me to do all these past couple of years. I never forgot your and All Might's words. Save me, Uravity. They watched him fall. No, Izuku my boy. Don't. All Might cried, a tear running down his cheek. Uraraka will save him, right? Midnight asked, though it didn't look promising. The drone flew closer to her, and they caught her smirking. What is she doing? Why is she smirking at him? What the hell is wrong with your class, Aizawa? Vlad King exclaimed. Aizawa was at a loss. Wait, isn't she one of Midoriya's close friends? He wondered, unsure of the answer. He knew Izuku considered her a friend, but after witnessing her reaction, he wasn't so certain if that feeling was mutual. The teachers were on edge, watching a student they thought had no problems throw himself off the roof. They felt helpless, and the thought was disheartening. Luckily, Uravity saved Usagi at the last moment. They were relieved to see them both alive until they heard her whisper something shocking. How about showing some kind of gratitude? Next time, I'll make sure you land in your own puddle. This class is seriously messed up. Hound Dog remarked. Vlad King added, again, what are you teaching these kids? Shut up. Aizawa snapped. I would like that very much. Izuku replied, drawing the teacher's attention again. Oh, now that he felt how it feels to fly for a second, he wants to do it again. Is this kid serious? Power Loader exclaimed. I could ask Hawks for this if he really wants to fly again, All Might suggested. No. That was sarcasm, you idiot. Aizawa retorted. Although that might not be a bad idea, Nezu mused. Well, running in circles was fun, but I will never do this free fall thing again for sure. Izuku declared. He better not. Recovery Girl warned. I will whack him with my cane until he can think straight. They watched as he carried Uraraka to an underground room and destroyed the drone. My babies. Why did he do that? Power Loader cried. We should interfere. He could do anything to her after what she said. Snipe urged. I agree. Imagine him being loose without us watching and stopping him from harming her, Vlad King added. Nezu, you should send someone to watch him in case he loses control, Recovery Girl suggested. Nope. He told us to trust him, and that's exactly what I will do, Nezu replied. What do you mean no? They are students of your school. Midnight protested. I agree with Nezu. The problem child told us specifically to trust him, Aizawa stated. How can you be so sure he told that to us? Ectoplasm questioned. He did. I trust young Izuku, and I won't break the trust he gave us. All Might insisted. Me neither. Aizawa added. Me too. Nezu affirmed. You are all insane. Power Loader exclaimed. They debated the matter a little longer until Midnight couldn't take it anymore and decided to help Uraraka. Unfortunately for her, she was stopped by something wrapped around her. It wasn't hard to guess what it was. Aizawa had used his capture weapon on his friend and was using his quirk, making him look intimidating. I won't let you go and destroy the little trust he gave us, Aizawa declared. Vlad King would have gone to save the girl if she had been in his class, but since it was Aizawa's class, he simply didn't care as much. If the underground hero thought it would benefit the villainous kid if she died, then so be it. Little did they all know what was really going on and what they would have to deal with. After a time skip, they heard Yamada entering the room. As soon as he stepped inside, an all-too-familiar smell of iron filled the air. The lights turned on, revealing Uraraka injured on the table. Quick, she is still alive. Yamada shouted, rushing to Toga and taking the bone in front of her. He then went to Recovery Girl, who immediately began working on fixing Uraraka. Care to tell what happened? Aizawa asked. Before that. Yamada replied, moving to Nezu and whispering what Izuku had told him. Nezu understood and signaled for Aizawa and Yamada to follow him. They entered the elevator and went to his office to discuss the situation. Once inside, Yamada handed the drone footage to Nezu. Aizawa watched them, confused about what was happening, his mind racing with terrible possibilities. Nezu played the footage and the three pro-heroes watched intently. How did he get into this situation? Aizawa asked. Yamada explained, he told me they are watching the exercise and were impressed with what he accomplished as Usagi. They want him to join the League of Villains. However, he also said he wants to take them down and the traitors. Traitors? Aizawa echoed. Plural. Like more than one. Yes, he said there were two and he knew who they are, Yamada confirmed. Then why isn't he telling us and instead doing this complicated stuff on his own? Aizawa questioned. Nezu remarked, I am impressed he came up with this idea. Although I am indecisive if I should praise him or scold him for that. It is indeed a brilliant plan if he can pull it off. You know what he is planning? Aizawa asked. I have a hunch, Nezu replied. A hunch, huh? Aizawa said, feeling a headache coming on. Whatever he is planning, he needs more help than just me, Yamada added. And that's what he will get. Aizawa, would you mind helping out too? Nezu asked. Aizawa pinched his nose, shaking his head. He couldn't believe what he was about to do. For now, he needed to help the kid, his problem child. Fine. Aizawa finally agreed. Great. Until we find out how they are watching Izuku, we will not discuss this further. I copied the drone footage and secured the file. I will release the drone back into the city. He will need it. As they returned to the observation room, none of them could stop worrying about Izuku. I woke up to someone shaking me. My head hurt and my body ached. I opened my eyes to see Dabi in front of me, but my vision was blurry, likely from a concussion. Trying to stand, I instantly fell back down, dizziness overwhelming me. Each time I blinked, my eyelids grew heavier. Dabi leaned closer, crouching to be at eye level. What happened? He asked. That girl used her quirk on me. I replied. Dabi looked confused. All he knew was that Toga wanted to see Usagi, and he had kept his promise to her. He never questioned what that promise was. I came to get Toga. Where is she? Dabi asked. She took her. I exclaimed. Who are you talking about and what happened here? Dabi pressed. What does it look like? Relax, breathe, play it cool. He doesn't know what happened, and I need to turn the tables. I thought, panicking. Any mistake on my part could cost me my life. I kept my promise. I said, trying to stay calm. Hey, Usagi, stay awake. What promise? Dabi urged. I told her I would find someone she could have fun with. I know about Uraraka and how she is a traitor, she told me herself. All I wanted was for you guys to be safe. You offered me a place among you, and although I still haven't decided, I am thankful for that. In return, I wanted to help you. I took her here, and she began fighting me and Toga. I couldn't help her. Tears streamed down my cheeks, not from sadness but from the pain that overwhelmed me. My headache intensified with every passing moment. That girl used her quirk on me and sent me crashing into the wall. I don't know what happened to Toga after I blacked out, but I tried to get her out of the room. I didn't want her to be discovered, which is why I smashed the drone. Well, more like I didn't want you guys to find out what really happened. I was surprised at how easily the lie came from my mouth. What was even more surprising was that I wasn't stuttering. Dabi cursed under his breath, frustrated. I swear, if I find her, she better run and be prepared for what the League of Villains and I will do. I was so tired. I couldn't hold myself awake any longer. My eyes shut, and I drifted into darkness once again. Dabi observed Izuku as he struggled to stay awake. He wondered what kind of fight the boy had gone through for the room to look so chaotic and for him to be so broken. Searching for any trace of Toga, all he found were her knives. He took out his phone and contacted Shigaraki. Did you find them? Shigaraki asked. Yes and no, Dabi replied. What does that even mean? I found Midoriya badly injured, and Toga is nowhere to be found. But we have another problem. Bring him here. Shigaraki commanded before hanging up. Kurogiri opened a portal, and Dabi carefully picked up the young hero in training and stepped through. The moment he entered the bar, he was met with worried eyes and an angry Shigaraki. Dabi could relate to that emotion, knowing that the traitors they had planted in the school were not reliable anymore, especially with one turning against them and Toga missing. Quickly making his way to the bed, he laid the grenette down and turned to face the others. I am going to treat his wounds to the best of my knowledge, Kurogiri said, his tone reassuring. Dabi didn't even realize how protective he felt about the new recruit. Midoriya lay on the bed, but he was beside him, unable to pull his eyes away. Was worried for him, and he didn't understand why he felt that way. It was a similar feeling to wanting to protect his little brother, Shoto, but why? They weren't related at all. Kurogiri took the first aid kit and approached the unconscious boy. He carefully examined his injuries and wrapped his head in bandages. So? Shigaraki asked, wanting an explanation. He had expected Dabi to return with Toga, hoping the Green Rabbit would follow and even join them. His expectations were shattered when he heard Dabi's tone on the phone. The sight of Midoriya so badly hurt and Toga missing was not what he had anticipated. After a moment of silence, Shigaraki asked again, more sternly, care to tell me what happened? We have a traitor among the traitors, a snitch we need to take care of. Dabi replied. Who? Spinner asked, clearly concerned. He had admired Midoriya, believing he would be a formidable pro-hero after UA, but now he saw him in this painful state. Dabi, Uraraka, he said, frustration evident in his voice. The members of the League of Villains began discussing how to deal with the traitor in various ways, unaware that a certain rabbit had woken up and was listening. Kurogiri began asking Izuku questions about his well-being, which he answered truthfully. The second-in-command then stood up to get a syringe. As he walked back, he explained to Izuku that this was a healing potion of sorts, made from a healing quirk. Midoriya didn't want to know the details. He had a hunch about how it was made, and the thought made him uneasy. However, left with no other choice, he allowed the villain to inject it. 15 minutes later, most of his injuries were healed, except for one head wound. The potion had worked well but couldn't heal everything, leaving him with a bruise and an open wound. Still, Izuku was thankful for the help. I didn't expect them to heal me. Not in the least. Although I am glad and thankful for that, he said. How are you feeling now? Kurogiri asked. Better, thank you. So what's going on? Who are they planning to murder? I don't care, I didn't listen to them. I was focusing on getting you back on your feet. Oh okay, thanks. They didn't even realize you are awake. Well, let's change that, shall we? Izuku stood up and walked toward the others. They still hadn't spotted him, so he decided to sneak up behind Dabi and hug him suddenly. Naturally, they were all surprised, and Dabi jumped at the sudden touch, but as soon as he heard Izuku's voice, he relaxed. Oh, sorry. It's just me. Thank you. Izuku said. You okay there? Dabi asked. Yep. Kurogiri did a good job. Thank you guys for patching me up. What happened? Shigaraki inquired. I found out that Uraraka was a traitor since she basically told me herself. She began spilling information on you guys. I got mad because you were so kind and wanted me after all, even inviting me to join, so I wanted to help you out and get rid of her. Toga was supposed to help me, but things didn't go as planned. She used her quirk on me while I used mine, and she threw me against the wall multiple times while I was trying to get Toga out of the room. I didn't want her to get hurt or, worse, get caught. I destroyed the drone that was following me to keep Toga safe. There was no way I would risk her getting seen because of me. After some fighting, Toga managed to cut her, but my weapons weren't real, so all I could do was paralyze her and fight back. Eventually I blacked out. I'm sorry. I couldn't save Toga. If only I was stronger. I was literally tearing up in front of them to make my story more believable. Growing up in an abusive household, like I did, teaches you some things. One of them being how to evoke sympathy. I needed to get some money and food from people, and a child crying in front of an adult begging for food is something most can't resist. I would get pity looks from them, which I have grown to hate, but you do what you need to survive, right? Mr. Compress said, you did your best, that's what's important. Spinner added, you truly are a hero. Twice chimed in, how pathetic. It's alright, it happens even to the best. I asked, so what are you guys planning to do now? I need to go back before they start questioning me. Shigaraki replied, we will deal with this later. Kurogiri, bring him back, and Izuku, if you need help or find Uraraka, tell us. I nodded, alright I will. Thanks again. Kurogiri opened a portal and I went through. Once back, I went to my lair to prepare for the next two victims, or better said, for two brothers to meet each other again. I still couldn't believe they took the lie and even trusted me to an extent that they would offer a helping hand no matter what. This would certainly be entertaining in many aspects. Let's just hope I can make it through to the end. As I walked back to my lair, I began planning how to successfully get Shoto away from the others. Multiple plans popped up in my mind, but none had a high success rate. I was left with only one choice, get him to use his fireside while telling him about his dear missing big brother. Nothing could go wrong with this. I would be straightforward and anger him a little while teasing him to somehow get him to cooperate. Luckily, my villain costume makes me immune to his quirk. This led me to wonder how I would do this. He would never agree to help me figure out his quirk more than I already knew. If he didn't, there was always another way, brute force. I would rather not resort to that, but I would have no other choice if it came to it. Please don't make this more complicated. I arrived at my lair and looked at the clock. It was 11 a.m. I was out for more than 12 hours. I was glad to be alive. I needed to take better care of myself, but it wasn't entirely my fault. I grabbed 2 daggers, some knives, a sleep grenade, and of course, a BLD grenade. Next were my 2 guns, one with BLD bullets and the other with paralyzing bullets. There was one thing I didn't have, which was essential for me. Nezu, can you hear me? I asked. To what do I owe the pleasure this time? Nezu replied. Can you provide me with a voice modifier? Consider it done and on the way to your lair. Thanks. The rules never said anything against asking for things. It was kind of a gray area. I knew I was only allowed to bring one thing with me unless I hid it, and I was allowed to bring what I prepared for this event. Oh, and I would have built one myself from all the civilian robots, but there are no tools or utilities I would need to do it. Power Loader laughed, that I find hard to believe, Midoriya. Next, I described how I could use the mic from the robots and the specific part of the circuit board responsible for the voice signal, detailing how I would need to program it. At the end of my explanation, I couldn't hear anything from the teacher anymore. Cat got your tongue. Didn't expect that. After 5 minutes, I could hear faint footsteps echoing through the tunnels. I knew exactly who it was, Eraserhead, my dear homeroom teacher. He was good at stealth, but I knew how hard it was in these tunnels to not be heard. I could tell he was purposely making some noises to ensure I wasn't caught off guard. It took him another 2 minutes to reach me. Aizawa, here you go, problem child. He seemed like he wanted to say something more. I beat him to it and declared that I needed a hug. Aizawa-sensei was happy to oblige, giving him the chance to speak to me safely since the teacher's drone was focused on me, capturing my face and his back. On top of that, I really did need a hug. Aizawa, Mike told me and Nezu everything. We're in this together, so don't hesitate to call upon us if needed. You are not alone in this, don't forget that, problem child. I buried my head into his neck, doing it intentionally to appear as if I was about to cry and to hide my reaction to his words. That means a lot to me. I need to warn you that what I'm about to do next will probably make you angry, but know that it's necessary. I wouldn't do it if I didn't need to know more about his quirk. Aizawa, what are you planning to do? That's not important right now. Nor do we have the time for this. Aizawa, Nezu released your drone back into the city. I know it's in the room right now following me. Oh, and before I forget, please don't leave the teacher's observation room. Next time there's a blackout, I might take one of you again, so be warned. Aizawa, noted. Please play along. I broke the hug and stepped back, shouting at him. You don't understand. You are no better than anyone else. You are a fake too. Aizawa-sensei looked hurt by my words, but he understood the hint. Aizawa, Midoriya, we are not fakes, we are your teachers. If anyone is fake, it's you. After all, you are the villain here. It hurt. I didn't expect him to say that. I knew we needed to perform an act to fool everyone into thinking he was mad and giving up on me, but still, this hurt more than it should. My eyes widened in shock, and a tear fell down my cheek. Leave me alone. With that, he returned to the other teachers. I made my way to the hero's headquarters. This time, I didn't dare to enter through the door like a normal person. Who needs that? I don't. I'm not normal, I'm a villain after all. I went to the side of the building and spotted a hatch that led to the ventilation system. I did the most logical thing and vented once again. After 5 minutes of checking every room and floor, I found my targets. How convenient it was for me that Shoto Todoroki and Hitoshi Shinso were together in their dorm room. It looked like they shared the same room. I quickly ensured there was no one else on this floor and dropped down into the main room that led to each dorm room. I walked up to the room, prepared my mask and earbud to avoid being affected by Shinso's quirk, and managed to set the voice changer to mimic Shinso's voice. Knocking on the door, I didn't wait for it to be opened. A villain doesn't need approval, so I let myself in, surprising both boys. Me voice changer off. Hello boys, I came here to talk to you. Shoto, what do you want, Midoriya? Me voice changer off. Aw, didn't I already say? I only wanted to talk to someone. I'm feeling lonely, that's all. Hitoshi, then why are you armed? Me voice changer off. Oh, let me take my weapons off then. Where do I put them? I wouldn't mind letting them fall on the ground, but I'd prefer putting them on a table. They both looked at me as if I were insane, then exchanged confused glances before nodding at each other. Shoto, lay them on the table right there next to the door. I did exactly as he said. Taking off every weapon I had except for a hidden knife, I placed them on the table and raised my hands, stepping back while Shoto and Hitoshi watched me carefully. Me voice changer off. Sue, am I allowed to talk to you guys now? Hitoshi, sure, I don't mind. Me voice changer off. Great. How about I ask a question and then you do too? Shoto, sounds fair enough. They wanted information from me, and I needed Shinso's help, well, his quirk's help, to be precise. Me voice changer off. Okay, let me start. Shoto, how many siblings do you have, and what are their names? Shoto, 3. Toya, Fuyumi, and Natsuo. Why do you use explosives? Me voice changer off. To create a distraction. Hitoshi, what's it like to have 2 pro heroes as parents? Hitoshi, not bad I guess. Why did you leave me in a bloody room? Me voice changer off. Because I had a grudge against Aizawa? Well, I had one at the time, but now I have one for another reason. So, Shoto, you have 3 siblings. What about their quirks? Are they the same as yours, half and half? So Toya is your real name, Dobby? Me voice changer off. Mostly because it was fun and I was bored and wanted to mess with Vlad King. That's also the reason why he was there. Let me tell you, it was hilarious. He tried to stop me and we both flew out the window. Well anyway, my turn. Hitoshi, does Aizawa have a lot of cats? Hitoshi, yes, 9 of them to be precise. Why were you mad at Aizawa-sensei back then? Me voice changer off. Because of the quirk discrimination lessons and how he and everyone said quirkless people would be fine and are weak, useless, yada, yada, yada. Last question, Shoto, how haven't you confronted your father yet? Don't get me wrong, but he is a flaming trash can. Shoto, PFFFFA. I don't know myself, I did plan his downfall multiple times. Why is this your last question? I pulled out my knife and went behind Shoto, placing it around his throat. They didn't even have time to react, that's how quick and skillful I was. Me voice changer off, that's why. Hitoshi, why are you doing this? I really hope this works. Figuring his quirk was activated when someone was answering him, I wondered if I could make him answer himself. I hoped he could be affected by his own quirk. Let's find out. Me voice changer on, why are you doing this? Hitoshi, because, oh, I was right. He never answered his own question while using his quirk. This made me suspicious. Thank goodness it worked. This means I can trick his brain into thinking he was talking to another person using his quirk. That means I can also give him some commands too. Me voice changer on, forget you ever saw me today and, Shoto, no, you are not. Snap out of this. Arc so annoying. Letting the knife go, I karate chopped him on a pressure point, making him fall to the ground unconscious. Me voice changer on, you never saw Shoto today too, forget you were with him. Now go to bed and sleep. Well, that proves my theory. Good to know. I will be using this weakness of his. I am pretty sure he will be confused when he wakes up. With that, I picked Shoto off the ground, took all my belongings with me, and went back to another underground room. This time, the room was a lot larger than the one Uraraka was in. I laid him down on the ground and went to the side opposite him against the door. Once again, I shattered the teacher's drone into pieces. I took the earbud from the LOV and used it. Me, hello. Kurogiri. Yes, Izuku, what can I do for you? Me, can you give me Dabi? Kurogiri, wait a sec. Dabi, what is it little brother? Me, did you just call me brother? Dabi, shut. Did I say that aloud? Shoto woke up and was looking around the room until he spotted me. He began using his ice to trap me, but I simply dodged it. In the process, he managed to freeze the door leading out, trapping us both inside the room. Me, yes, well anyways I could use some help. I am currently trapped in a room with fire, and I thought fighting fire with fire would be the best idea. So, your fire is hotter than these flames. Can you help me control this fire, please? I am pretty sure this flame misses you more than me. Dabi, I will be there in 5 minutes. The villain hung up, and I put the earbud back into my pocket. The room was getting colder and colder. Me, wow, easy there, Shoto. I have a surprise for you. Please stop attacking me. Shoto stopped attacking me for a while and just looked at me, surprised. However, this didn't last long as he froze the entire floor. I wasn't surprised at all. That was expected. He did the same thing at the sports festival. Freezing the floor and immobilizing the opponent. Clever if you ask me. If you've seen it once or twice, then this isn't surprising anymore, so I jumped the moment I saw him freezing it. I might not be elegant when my feet touched the ground, as I slipped and fell down. Shoto, why should I believe you? I somehow managed to get up and began gliding on the ice to dodge his attacks. Me, I know what you've been through. You and your brother didn't deserve it. Shoto, you know nothing. This triggered something. I could see that the ice beneath his fireside began to melt. Me, you sure about that? Besides, I see you still refuse to use your fire. Shoto, I refuse to use his quirk. Me, again. I thought you were over this. Besides, didn't your brother Toya also have a fire quirk? Do you perhaps despise him too? I mean, I can understand that. He abandoned you and let your father train you, shaping you to his heart's content. Shoto, don't talk about my brother like that. The room temperature began to rise. All I had to do was give him the final push. Why doesn't Shoto get it? It is his quirk, not his father's. I would have killed to have such an amazing quirk, and he was born with it. No, he was gifted. How can he refuse that? He needs to learn that it's his power, not his father's. Me, why not? He abandoned you. His fire is equal to your father's. He isn't any better. Shoto shouted, shut. As his control over his fire slipped. Red flames began to engulf the room, a sight that was both appealing and terrifying. My costume was fireproof, but even it had its limits. The heat was becoming unbearable and I called out, Dabi, where are you? My costume can handle a lot, but I can't be cooked alive. Just then, a portal appeared, and Dabi stepped through, scanning the room. I am right behind you, I said. He turned to me, his eyes widening as he noticed the burn marks on my skin from Shoto's flames. I could tell he was concerned. Do you want to burn me alive, you burnt chicken nugget? I joked, but the heat was intense. As if on cue, Dabi unleashed his blue flames, extinguishing the red ones. The room was still hot, and I could feel the heat radiating from the walls. Okay, now that you're both here, let me introduce you. Shoto Todoroki, meet Toya Todoroki, I said. Dabi looked shocked, realizing this was his little brother. Shoto was equally stunned, struggling to find words. Shoto, please lower the temperature in the room. You two might like this heat, but I can't handle it, I pleaded. He finally noticed my discomfort and nodded, using his ice to cool the room. As soon as he finished, I fell to my knees, my skin aching. Dabi crouched beside me, concern etched on his face. Shoto, help me get his costume off, he's burning. Dabi urged. They quickly assisted me, and though I wasn't completely exposed, I felt relief as they helped remove my costume. Thanks, I said, grateful for their help. I'm sorry, Izuku. I didn't mean to burn you. Shoto exclaimed. It's okay, I provoked you. It was my fault, I replied. Shoto sat beside me, his icy side providing some comfort. Dabi settled across from us, and an awkward silence fell until he broke it. Izuku, how did you know my real name is Toya? Dabi asked. Your eyes gave it away. You have the same shade of blue as Shoto, and your flames were a dead giveaway. I also know you hate your father, Endeavor, just like Shoto. Your fighting style is similar to his when he uses his flames, which made me suspect you were trained the same way, I explained. Is this what you meant by having a surprise for me? Shoto asked. Yes. I know you missed him, and Dabi, you called me little brother. You both missed Shoto. I wanted to give you the chance to catch up, I said. Why are you so kind to me? I tried to kill you in the past. Dabi said, confusion in his voice. Because everyone deserves a second chance. I replied. But I'm a villain, he protested. So what? You both heard my story, even the watered-down version. I could have been a villain too. We could have been on the same side. Villains are not born, they're made or forced into it. Nobody listened to your story or gave you a second chance. I care for both of you and want to help you find that chance, I said earnestly. Dabi looked relieved, a tear slipping down his cheek. It was only a hunch when he carried me to the League of Villains and protected me, but I could see the change in him. That's how protective of a brother he was. Toya deep down missed his family, and I was determined to bring him back. He had someone who loved him and siblings who missed him. He had everything I didn't, and although I wanted revenge, it broke my heart to see these two brothers like this. Shoto, so, you coming back to us, brother? Me, don't worry about the LOV, I will make sure that everyone gets a second chance. Toga is also safe. I will ensure that you guys don't go to prison. Dabi, how? Me, oh, I have my way, and Nezu will surely help me. I have a feeling he won't have any chance to go against me. I gave them both an evil smirk. They looked at me shocked, and I could tell they were afraid of me at that moment. Shoto, you sure you are not secretly a villain? Me, who knows, maybe? Me, so, Dabi, what do you say? You want to take this chance? Toya looked at me first and then to his brother. Shoto nodded to him, he wanted his brother back. Dabi, I am in. Me, great to hear that. Shoto, I hate to break the spirit, but I need to eliminate you from the game and get the others out too. Shoto, I understand that. Do what you need to do. Me, thank you, but before I do that, I have a request for both of you. Dabi, just tell us. Me, could you please destroy the room so that it looks like a fierce battle? Oh, and I need some burn marks too. Shoto, why? Me, nobody needs to know what happened here. I would rather it look like a battle I lost and you taking Dabi with you than anyone finding out that you, Dabi, such sides. Shoto, I understand. Dabi, wait, that would put you in a more dangerous position than you already are. Me, don't worry about me. I can handle it. Midoriya took his costume from the ground and carefully began putting it on. He then took out a BLD grenade and threw it into the room. After it exploded, the whole room was covered in BLD. Shoto covered the now bloody floor with his ice while Dabi began burning the ceiling. Izuku then took out his BLD bullet gun and shot every bullet he had into the walls and the spikes of ice coming from the floor. After they were finished, the room looked like a battlefield. Me, now, Shoto, burn me, that's the only thing left you need to do. Shoto, are you sure about that? Me, yes. Besides, it's not the first time I got burned, I can handle the pain and the injury. Shoto, I still don't want to hurt you after what you have done for us. Besides, my flames can only hurt people. Me, stop thinking like that. Your flames are your quirk, not your father's. Besides, is your ice your mother's? Shoto, no. Me, then your fire is not your father's. Toya's flames are his as well. His blue flames are appealing and so are yours. You might not have noticed it, but your flames are gentle and more reddish than your father's. Believe me when I tell you it's your quirk and it's appealing. I would have given everything to have one like this in the past. Shoto, thank you. Your words mean a lot to me. Me, good, because I will repeat them every time you forget it. Now burn me. The young bicolored-haired boy had mixed feelings about this. He didn't want to burn his best friend, not after what he did for him and his brother. However, he asked for it, and who would he be to not grant him his wish? The moment he placed his hand on Izuku's arm, leg and back, he could smell the burned fabric and the BLD running down his costume. It took a while for him to actually burn the fabric since it was fireproof to an extent. Dabi looked Izuku in the eyes while Shoto burned him at his request. He was ready to catch him the moment he couldn't stand the pain anymore. Much to Toya's surprise, Izuku didn't even flinch. He stood there, looking him in the eyes, showing no pain. It was like nothing for him. Dabi began to wonder what his newfound brother, not related by BLD, had gone through to have such a high pain tolerance. He even feared the thought of what a person must have lived through to react like this. Whatever it was, he knew it was 10 times worse than what he and his family went through, if not even more. After Shoto was finished with Izuku, the greenette took out his dagger and approached Shoto. Izuku, it won't hurt. This will only eliminate you from the game. Please bear with it. He then made a stabbing motion toward Shoto's heart. The candy cane boy fell limp on the ground, and Izuku was quick to react and caught him. Izuku, Dabi, don't worry about him. He is just immobilized because of the game. Dabi, so what now? Izuku, blackout time. Dabi, what? Izuku, I will force the power generator to shut down in order for us to get to the teacher observation room. Nezu, Aizawa, and Yamada already know about this. Well, not in detail, but they know that the LOV is involved. Midoriya took his drone that somehow managed to survive the burning flames in the room by hiding in a small gap in the wall. He turned it off before handing the small device to Dabi. Izuku, give this to Nezu and he will understand what to do. Be careful that nobody else except the 3 teachers, Nezu, Eraserhead, and Present Mike, sees the drone. I will carry Shoto, you just need to follow me. Izuku instructed. He took out his phone and began hacking into the system again. This time, he needed only a minute to break in and shut down the power supply. Before Dabi could debate or take his younger brother from the injured rabbit, Midoriya grabbed his wrist and ran through the tunnels toward the teacher's location. Once they entered the room, Izuku quickly made his way back without a proper goodbye, leaving the 2 brothers with the teachers. 5 to 10 minutes later, he returned to the room, laying down on the cool floor. He took his BLD knives and used the remaining fake BLD to cover himself, waiting for the teacher's drone, which he knew was searching for him. Aizawa's voice echoed, Shoto is out. Midoriya was sure that Aizawa must have also mentioned that Uraraka was out. He was probably unconscious from his concussion. Izuku lay on the floor, waiting for the League of Villains to come and ask for Dabi. Much to his surprise, nothing happened. The door to the room remained open. After what felt like hours, the teacher's drone finally came flying in. Still lying on the ground, he was aware that the League was watching the stream too. An hour later, he decided to slowly get up and add a bit of drama to his movements, hissing in pain and limping slightly until he reached his lair. He took out the first aid kit and began patching himself up. Once he was done, he reloaded his weapons and set out to find his next target, his dear friend, Ida. He pondered how he could get their class representative to follow him until a troubling memory resurfaced. Flashback. It was an ordinary week. I got up, went down to make breakfast for everyone, and called them to eat. This time, however, things were different. I knocked on doors, but all I received were responses like, I'm not hungry, go away, or, I already ate, which confused me since I always prepared breakfast for them. After putting the remaining food away, I wondered if they had eaten something that made them unwell. I decided to leave the food in the fridge, hoping they would eat it later. I went to the table and started eating my portion, unaware that other strange things were happening. After leaving the dorms, I headed straight to the classroom. Normally, I would be the first one there, but this time, I was the last. Am I late? Did I forget something? Are we having special lessons? I couldn't remember Aizawa-sensei mentioning anything like that. When I entered, the whole class was staring at me. I could hear them whispering before I walked in, but now the room was silent. Feeling uncertain about missing something important, I mustered the courage to ask, did I miss something important? Nothing. No response. They continued to stare. Why are they looking at me like that? Did I say something wrong? I felt a wave of discomfort wash over me. Aizawa-sensei entered the room, and the lesson began as usual, but he too gave me a glare similar to the others. At lunch, I got my food and went to sit with my friends, but I was met with an unexpected response. Sorry, but the seat is already taken, Uraraka said. What do you mean? I always sit here, I replied, surprised. That means we don't want you here, Azui added. I couldn't believe what I was hearing. What did I do wrong? I think you are aware of the actions you've taken, and we would appreciate it if you stopped associating with us, Ida said firmly. See crime. What do you mean? Don't play dumb. You make me feel sick. Ashido exclaimed. Go away. We don't want you here. Ida insisted. We know what you did and it was not heroic at all. To think I believed you would be a splendid hero was a mistake. You are no longer a member of our class, he declared. The class was feeling uncomfortable with my presence. If you have any human feelings at all, I appeal that you must leave right now. The words stung, and I couldn't help but cry. I noticed that every student was giving me a look of disdain. After what happened, I lost my appetite and threw my meal into the dumpster before heading to the rooftop, the only place I could be alone. That night, I couldn't sleep at all. The next day, I didn't even bother to make breakfast, I simply wasn't hungry. All I felt was sadness, and the haunting words of my past echoed in my mind. Worthless, waste of space, useless. The voices grew louder, and in a moment of despair, I succumbed to the urge to hurt myself. I went to the bathroom, took a razor blade, and made a series of cuts on my arms. It was a desperate attempt to silence the voices, and for a moment, it worked. We had hero lessons with All Might that day, and I felt his gaze on me, which was unusual. I couldn't understand why he was watching me so closely. Hatred filled my mind. Why did he seem disappointed in me? I wanted answers, so after class, I approached him. All Might, I have a question, what did I do wrong? He seemed taken aback by my question, as if it should have been obvious. Young Midoriya, this is a foolish question. You know exactly what you did. Wait please, I really don't know. My boy, are you sure about that? Yes. If I knew what I did wrong, I wouldn't be asking everyone. No one wants to tell me what's going on. I can't fix something when I don't even know what I did. Please, I beg you, tell me. It is not my place to tell you. Be prepared for when I come back with a true successor. I expect you to pass my legacy to that person. Now, if you'll excuse me, I need to go. What did he just say? He wanted his quirk back. I felt utterly useless. The next day, I didn't want to go to class, but Ida burst into my room, scolding me for being a burden. Our argument escalated, and in a moment of frustration, I punched him. I couldn't take being called a villain when I had done everything to save everyone selflessly. We exchanged blows, neither of us using our quirks, but I soon felt dizzy from my injuries and collapsed. I woke up in the infirmary, where Recovery Girl was treating my wounds. She remained silent, which I appreciated. After what happened with Ida, I decided not to be a burden and returned to class. The rest of the week, I spent my time either in class, on the rooftop, or in my room. End of flashback now, I stood in front of the hero headquarters, ready for a little chase. Oh heroes! Come and get me! I shouted, waiting for the first one to come out. I wrapped my capture gear around my neck like a scarf. Tenya Ida was the first to rush out, using his quirk. As soon as the door opened, I used the capture gear to swiftly move from one lamppost to another. I was fast, and he couldn't catch up. The training I had done was paying off, and I created a gap between us. I landed on the ground and ran into the next alley, only to find it was a dead end. I waited for him to enter. There's no way you can run now, Midoriya. Ida called out. Are you sure? Suddenly, Usagi threw a knife at Tenya. He dodged it but was hit by another knife on his left leg. My first throw was a distraction, allowing the second knife to find its mark. I had hidden one knife in my left sleeve, and as I threw the first, I slid the other into my right hand and threw it too. Ida couldn't escape that one and fell to the ground, paralyzed from the direct hit. I may have also destroyed a paralysis bullet to coat the knife. He was being careful while handling the knife. The young villain approached the hero, exuding a menacing aura that paralyzed Tenya in fear. Memories of past encounters flooded his mind as Izuku's eyes glowed ominously. What's wrong? What a fake you are. A fine specimen too. Oh, I will have fun with you. Izuku taunted, his voice dripping with malice. Tenya's heart raced as he struggled to think clearly, fighting back the overwhelming fear. After a tense moment, Ingenium stood up and they began to fight. Izuku was fast, using his speed to outmaneuver Tenya, throwing him against the alley wall and landing blows with precision. Throughout the fight, Izuku made shallow cuts with his daggers, tainting the scene with a sense of dread. After what felt like an eternity, he decided enough was enough. With a swift motion, he threw Tenya to the ground, forcing the air from his lungs. As Tenya lay there, immobilized, Izuku approached him with a chilling calmness. He targeted Tenya's legs, inflicting pain that left him unable to move. How does it feel to be like your brother? You're both fakes that society doesn't need. Izuku sneered, his voice laced with contempt. He then took out a gun and fired, hitting his target with precision. As he laughed maniacally, the fear in Tenya's heart grew. He knew he wouldn't die, but the terror of facing Izuku was overwhelming. Tenya recalled the times they had shared, the moments of camaraderie that now felt like a distant memory. He regretted the past, wishing he had been there for Izuku when it mattered. As Izuku smeared fake BLD over him, he turned to create a chilling symbol on the wall, a reminder of the chaos that had unfolded. Aizawa's voice echoed through the alley, declaring Tenya out. The scene resembled a crime scene, BLD splattered across the ground and walls. Satisfied, Izuku returned to his lair, pondering if he had forgotten something important. Today had been full of surprises. He had reunited the Todoroki brothers and taken his revenge on Tenya, relishing the thrill of the moment. As he made his way to the hero headquarters, he felt a mix of excitement and curiosity about the darkness that surrounded his next target, Tokoyami. The facade of the cheerful Izuku was just that, a facade. What lay beneath was a different story, one he was eager to explore. As he arrived at the headquarters, the silence of the night enveloped him, hinting at the darkness that awaited. But this was too quiet. On the side of the building in an alley was the still open hatch for me to go in and search for the bird boy. To my confusion, no one was in the building. Therefore, I vented to the upper floor and got out of the vent system. If I was going to search for the hero, I would do it my way. Once I got to the roof, I started hopping from roof to roof, occasionally using the scarf to get across the street. This was so much fun. I seriously needed to ask if I could have one of these scarves for myself, maybe a dark green one or a black one. After about 30 minutes of searching through the city, I finally found the little birdie, and he was not alone. Zero was with him. The moment I laid my eyes on them, I stopped running and approached the edge of the building, stealthily hidden in the dark. I quickly learned that darkness was my friend. Ever since I was a little boy, I had learned how to use my surroundings to blend in. This was also why I wanted to understand why darkness was so significant to them and why I wasn't invited to their group. I jumped down into the alley and made my way to the main street. There they were. It was surprising that Dark Shadow hadn't found me yet. I used my capture scarf and caught Zero from behind. He couldn't yell because of the scarf wrapped around his mouth. With a quick motion, I dragged him to the alley. Fun fact, Dark Shadow and Tokoyami didn't even see that or react to it. I had enough time to do what I wanted. Before releasing Zero, I hit a pressure point, making him unconscious. I then used his tape to secure him to the wall. It was a funny sight. He was hanging there like a spider's victim. I also made sure to tape his mouth shut. Then I climbed back up to the roof and dropped a fake BLD grenade into the alley. Once it detonated, the boy and his surroundings were covered in fake BLD. Have fun getting him down, dear heroes. This took me only about 30 minutes, and I could hear Tokoyami searching for his missing comrade. Too bad he wouldn't find him. I began running and roof hopping again until I spotted the bird boy a few houses ahead. Nearing the edge of the building with every step, I suddenly shouted, "What are you looking for? Surely it isn't me, is it?" With that, I jumped down, landing in front of him with the scarf wrapped around my neck, just like my homeroom teacher likes it. I was sure Aizawa-sensei would be proud of me for jumping around like it was nothing. I had a feeling he might even ask me a few questions after this whole game ended. How didn't I feel your presence? Even more importantly, what did you do with Zero? Tokoyami asked. Oh, nothing. He's just chilling in an alley. I replied. And why don't you ask Dark Shadow? It's dark and late, so you tell me why you couldn't sense me. Tokoyami's Dark Shadow made himself bigger, ready for an attack, but I had other ideas. I think this isn't the right place for our little. You know what? Come and catch me. With that, I sprinted away into the nearest underground tunnel, making sure Dark Shadow and Tokoyami were close behind. I led them to a very dark room. Once I entered, I waited behind the door. It was so dark I couldn't see a thing, and I was sure Tokoyami couldn't either, but Dark Shadow could. However, I wasn't dumb. I could still hear and feel my surroundings perfectly. The moment my pursuers entered the room, I closed the door behind them. Tokoyami was surprised by the sudden loud sound of the door slamming. Dark Shadow, where are we? He asked. In a dark room, Dark Shadow replied. No surprise there. Do you have any information besides stating the obvious? I teased, running in circles at a distance from Tokoyami. My footing couldn't be heard. It would be even hard for Eraserhead to find me in this circumstance, and I wanted to make a statement. I had always been able to hear my sensei walking in the classroom, no matter how stealthy he was. Years of practice had taught me how to sneak around. I needed to be able to move quietly and quickly. My mother sometimes lent me to her boyfriends or friends from the bar, and I often had to do the dirty work for them, whether it was watching for anyone or defending them while they ran away from trouble. It wasn't pretty and I knew it was illegal, but I was forced to do it to stay safe. I preferred to stay above ground. Tokoyami was having a little panic attack. Not only couldn't he see or hear Midoriya, but he also couldn't feel him, and Dark Shadow couldn't find him. He was being intimidated. For the first time in his life, he was scared of the dark. Dark Shadow searched for the greenette but couldn't find him, as if Izuku was one with the shadows. Dark Shadow began to respect him as the rightful owner of the darkness. Sensing Tokoyami's fear, he lost all will to fight. He wanted to protect him and would gladly oppose Tokoyami if needed. After all, Deku was the MSTR of the darkness. After some lapses around Tokoyami, Usagi took out his daggers and attacked, landing a cut on Tokoyami's left arm. Dark Shadow didn't see the attacks, nor did Tokoyami. All he could hear was his heartbeat. Why are you standing still? Why are you not defending yourself? Izuku taunted, landing another cut on Tokoyami's right hand. He then put the daggers away, ran to the frightened boy, and punched him in the face. Izuku could hear Tokoyami's heartbeat and quickening breaths, forming a clear picture of his prey on the ground. Don't tell me you are scared of the dark. Usagi leaned close to Tokoyami, whispering, what happened to revelry in the dark? Tokoyami felt Izuku nearby and tried to fight back, but it was too late. Izuku had already moved away. Fumikage was overwhelmed, feeling close to a panic attack. He wondered how Izuku had become one with the darkness. The loyalty of Dark Shadow to Izuku was palpable. It was as if the quirk would protect him at all costs, even against its own owner. A sense of dread filled the room, mixed with a bloodthirsty aura from both Izuku and Tokoyami. Realizing that Dark Shadow wasn't attacking him, Izuku decided to test his boundaries further. Dark Shadow attack. To Izuku's surprise, the quirk obeyed, attacking Tokoyami with its claws. A scream escaped Tokoyami's mouth as Dark Shadow tore into his back, leaving a long claw mark. It wasn't too deep, but it was painful. As Tokoyami curled up in defense, Dark Shadow continued to claw at his hands and legs. After a while, when Usagi could no longer hear Tokoyami's screams and his breathing steadied, he concluded that Fumikage had passed out. "Stop it, Dark Shadow. I think he's had enough." "As you wish, Miller." Dark Shadow replied. Confused by the quirk's address, Izuku reached out to touch it. Dark Shadow's beak brushed against Izuku's hand, and he relaxed, beginning to slide the creature's head. To his surprise, the shadow felt warm. "Why did you call me Emu?" Izuku asked. "Because you are the emissary of the darkness and hence my true emissary." Dark Shadow responded. Accepting the answer, Izuku whispered, "Am I a villain? A true monster?" "I don't think so. You are a true hero by heart." Dark Shadow replied. Izuku was taken aback by the response, not expecting any reply at all. "How do you know that?" Izuku asked. "I cannot feel any vicious aura coming from you, only sadness and a shimmer of hope." "Thank you. Do you think he will be okay?" Izuku inquired. "He will recover from this." Help him recover as best as you can. Can you do that for me?" "As you wish, Miller." Dark Shadow replied. "Please stop calling me Mr. Use my name as you did before." "No can do, Mr. I don't want to be rude." "Aren't you rude by not following my request?" "I would be more rude by calling you by your actual name or your hero name, as it means useless, and you are far from that." Not wanting to discuss this further, Midoriya approached the unconscious Tokoyami, took out his knife, and made a small cut on his throat, leaving a red mark where the blade had touched his skin. Usagi didn't need the fake BLD this time. Izuku's POV, "I can't believe I bonded with Dark Shadow. This is unbelievable. How did I manage to do that? It feels weird to be called emissary, but this is amazing. Tokoyami will be so jealous of me." Aizawa, "Tsukuyami is out. Red Riot is out. Why is Kirishima out?" "Me, I don't want to be rude but I didn't eliminate Kirishima." Aizawa, "Recovery Girl said you did because he would have died due to lack of water. He is currently unconscious and was brought in by ectoplasm." "Me, that's what I forgot." Aizawa, "You did what, problem child?" "Me, to be honest I wanted to use him as bait, but I completely forgot I had him caged up." I could hear Aizawa sighing and Nezu laughing. "I was just sad. I really wanted to use him as bait. Now I needed someone else." Before I could exit the room, the door flew open, and one of Ectoplasm's clones came in to collect Tokoyami, who was injured. Recovery Girl wouldn't let him stay on the ground with such an injury. I didn't want to anger her any further, she had enough patience as it was. I let him take Fumikage with him and went back to my villain lair. This time, I would find a nice spot to sleep. Aizawa, Uraraka is out. After the teacher returned to the observation room, Recovery Girl managed to patch up Uraraka. Even though she was a traitor, the old recovery hero couldn't help but attend to the injured girl. Uraraka was seriously hurt and on the brink of death. Recovery Girl knew she couldn't use her quirk on Uraraka, but if she didn't at least heal the broken rib, she might not survive the night. Chio worked all night, putting the bone back in place and stitching up the wound. She then used her quirk a little to help the bone attach itself and to heal the smaller cuts. After that, she stitched the deeper cuts and wrapped her up in bandages. When Nezu whispered to her that the girl she just patched up was a traitor, she was shocked. Chio couldn't believe it at first. The sweet Uraraka would do something like that. However, she trusted Nezu and knew she could rely on her old friend. She put Uraraka into a comatose state until everything was resolved. Recovery Girl estimated that Uraraka would need 1 to 2 weeks to be back on her feet again. Meanwhile, Vlad King carried Toga out of the room, followed by Snipes. The two heroes placed the unconscious villain in a top-secured room, where nobody should be able to get in or out. The room had no cameras, and Nezu had given them strict instructions. Secure her in a room without cameras or mics, no electricity. Make sure she has quirk suppression cuffs. The room must be soundproof and have walls at least 1 meter thick. After they read the note, they returned it to Nezu. The other teachers were informed not to discuss the students and villains outside of Nezu's game. Everyone questioned the decision, but no one dared to go against it, as Nezu had long stopped smiling. He had an overwhelming aura, and everyone sensed that something serious was going on. All Might, where is young Izuku? I can't find him on the monitor. that drew their attention to the screens, but no one could spot him. Aizawa was getting worried. He knew Izuku was okay, but he had a feeling something was wrong. He wanted to find his problem child and search for him to ensure nothing was amiss. Yamada searched frantically for the greenette but couldn't find him. After what had happened in the room, he began to worry if the League of Villains had gotten to him. All Might was overwhelmed. First, his boy attacked him, then he nearly harmed Bakugo, and now the League was involved. It was too much for him to process. Nezu was also worried. He knew if Izuku didn't have any injuries after Uraraka and Toga disappeared, the boy was in trouble. All he could think of was how Izuku had told them to trust him. Nezu liked to assure himself that nothing was wrong with his child because Izuku was smart, smarter than he originally thought. It was getting late, and most of the teachers went to bed. However, Aizawa couldn't help but stay awake until they found Izuku. At 11 a.m., the greenette appeared in the view of a drone, and all the teachers who knew about his secret were relieved. Izuku, Nezu, can you hear me? Nezu, what do I owe the pleasure this time? Izuku, can you provide me with a voice modifier? Nezu, consider it done and on the way to your lair. Nezu instructed Aizawa to retrieve one from Power Loader's class and bring it to Midoriya. Izuku, thanks. I would have built one myself from the civilian robots, but I don't have the tools or utilities I need. Power Loader, huh, I find that hard to believe, Midoriya. Soon after, Aizawa entered the room and handed the item to Izuku. Izuku, CC can I hug YY. PPLE please AI Aizawa-sensei. The greenette looked like he would break at any moment. All Might, what happened to him? Midnight, how about the fact that his best friend wanted him dead and he is hurt? Look at his costume, it's completely bloody. What she said was true, and everyone was wondering once again what had happened to that boy and the traitor in the room. Recovery Girl watched him carefully and saw no serious wounds. After tending to Uraraka, she thought Izuku would be covered in cuts too, but to her surprise he wasn't. After breaking the hug, Izuku yelled at Aizawa. Izuku, you don't understand. You are no better than anyone else. You are a fake too. Midnight, it's true, we aren't, are we? Her question hung in the air, and everyone felt bad remembering what they had learned about his past. Soon after, they heard Aizawa's voice. None of the teachers paid attention to any other TV but the one where Izuku and Aizawa were. Aizawa, Midoriya, we are not fakes, we are your teachers. If anyone is fake, it would be you. After all, you are the villain here. Izuku, leave me alone. Time skip brought to you by Shinso being under the influence of his own quirk Yamada. How can he do that? Aizawa quickly erased his husband's quirk. Power Loader, and here I was wondering what he would do with it. Namuri, poor Shinso. How can Izuku do this to his friend? Aizawa, could you please calm down? Vlad King, what is wrong with you? Aizawa raised an eyebrow at him. Namuri, are you kidding, Shota? Yamada, Shota Aizawa, this is our son. Aizawa, he isn't injured. He will be fine. Besides, it's a good experience for him to know how it feels to be under his quirk. Hound Dog, you didn't just say that, please tell me it was a joke. Recovery Girl, oh my Shota, you are being foolish. How can you stay so calm and say that? With that, Chio began hitting him with her cane. Aizawa, I guess I deserve that. Yamada, you are a lost cause, Shota. Time skip brought to you by Power Loader lamenting the loss of another of his precious creations. Power Loader. Again. Why? What did my baby do to you? Ectoplasm. It's okay, you can build a better one. Power Loader, but she was appealing and too young to die. The hero was furious and sad. He didn't understand why Izuku would destroy a perfect drone. Snipe, what's wrong with him? Nezu, what's wrong indeed? Perhaps he is angry because Midoriya destroyed another drone. This only shows that the design wasn't flawless if it could be destroyed that easily. I suggest you make another sturdier one. Nezu had a way of shattering spirits and bringing them back together. Power Loader, you're right. I will build one that not even All Might can destroy. Just you wait, Izuku, my next creation will be indestructible. Nezu, good luck with that, I cannot wait to see it. You don't have to test it before we use it. I also want to be the one to turn it on and release it into the city. This personal request had a twist. He wanted to manipulate the drone after Power Loader had finished building it, so that Izuku wouldn't have any difficulties breaking it. Time skip brought to you by a moment of comfort between Shoto and Dabi. Nezu, another blackout. You know the drill. Aizawa, Yamada, stay here. Ectoplasm and Power Loader to the generator again, and the others split up to secure the entrances. The teachers once again dealt with the situation. The four pro-heroes in the room, Aizawa, Yamada, Shizenji, and Nezu, didn't expect the door to open and Todoroki to be carried inside while Dabi followed Usagi. Izuku left them without a word, confused. Aizawa, what happened? Dabi, he gave me a second chance with my brother and I took it. Izuku is a hero. No matter what you all think, he is a true hero to us villains. Recovery Girl, who of you is burned? Dabi, None of us is. Recovery girl, don't lie. The smell of burned flesh is lingering in the air. Dabi, Izuku got hurt. He begged my brother to burn him as a cover. Recovery girl, I swear that boy loves to get himself either killed or nearly killed. Does he have a death wish, or does he simply love the pain? If that's the case, I will need to show him that even death isn't a nice place. Dabi, I will not let you hurt my brother. Recovery girl, relax, dearie, I will not hurt him. I will have a good talk with him after this, that's all. The most I will do is scold him thoroughly, but he will survive that. More importantly, how bad are the burns? Dabi, he didn't even flinch or react to the pain. I can only guess that it isn't that bad, but from the look of it, it is. I don't know honestly what to think about it. Anyone would have screamed from the pain or reacted in some way. But he just stood there and did nothing. They are not life-threatening, but they are at least third-degree burns. Aizawa, DMN that problem child. Recovery girl. Nezu, the moment that boy falls asleep, I'm going to check on him with ectoplasm, and that's final. Nezu, of course. Thanks for looking over Midoriya. Yamada, did you call him your brother? Dabi, I slipped again. Aizawa. Care to explain? Dabi, after what he did for me and Shoto, we officially count him as one of ours. Aizawa, you know what? I'm not gonna ask more about this. I'm not getting paid enough. Izuku have any message for us? Dabi, not that I could remember. Nezu good. Now, listen carefully, you are not allowed to speak to anyone about what you just witnessed. I will put you in the same room as Toga, and you will get Quirk suppression cuffs for the safety of my stuff. Am I clear? Dabi, yes. Nezu, good, the others will be here any minute now. Time skip Aizawa. Ingenium is out. Midnight, did anyone else feel that? Vlad King, doesn't that situation remind you of an event from not too long ago? Hound Dog, Aizawa, I swear, what are you teaching your class, especially Midoriya? After these couple of days, I think we will need to have a talk later. All Might, this is the same situation young Ida found himself in with Stain. Yamada, did anyone else notice the red in Izuku's eyes? Nezu, the aura is probably related to his bloodthirst and the red circle appearing in his eyes. Ectoplasm, please go get Ingenium to be checked by Chio. Ectoplasm, on my way. Recovery girl, Midoriya will be the death of me. I get that he couldn't help himself as he lost control, but he didn't need to break his legs. Aizawa, he did manage to control himself better than before, though. Recovery girl, for that, I am thankful. He at least isn't injuring too many of his classmates. Vlad King, how can he do that with non-lethal weapons? Nezu, oh he can. Do not underestimate him. Let me remind you, he did throw you out of the window and attacked All Might, even managing to avoid being caught in Aizawa's capture weapon. To say the least, he obviously knows how to use it after what we just saw. Midnight, say Shota. Did you train him? Aizawa, never even gave the child my capture weapon in hand. I don't even understand that. First, he tied Shinso to the ceiling, then threw me like a rag doll, and now he just swings around as if it were child's play. Yamada, someone is jealous. Aizawa, I am not. Yamada, oh come on Sho, you obviously are. Aizawa, fine. So what if I am? He uses some techniques I didn't even know you could do with it, and he is obviously skilled with it too. Yamada, you are so gonna ask Izuku about it. Midnight, he 100% will. Nezu, perhaps we should include the capture weapon in his hero costume. Power Loader, can the support course make one in dark green for him? Power Loader, yes of course. Vlad King, no way he will be allowed to have one for himself. Nezu, why not? Vlad King, he is powerful with his quirk alone, he doesn't need it. He will be unstoppable. Nezu, that's the purpose of it. I don't see your point. He will be a pro hero in the future, so why not train him now with it? Vlad King, this will be our doom. I'm telling you right now. The mouse thing wasn't listening to the childish argument of his staff members anymore. He was happy to see that his son and future protege made Aizawa jealous. The creature was proud of his student for being able to fight quirkless and take out so many of the heroes in training. He pulled one of his tea sets out and began making tea for him to enjoy while watching what Izuku was planning next. The greenette surprised the principal in many ways. Nezu couldn't help but be intrigued by him, not knowing what Usagi's next move would be. Time skip recovery girl. Call Red Riot out too. He could survive one day without any water, but he has struggled with his cuffs and is injured. I do not want him to develop some kind of mental trigger for PTSD from this. Ectoplasm, we are going now to get Tokoyami. Aizawa, Tsukuyami is out. Aizawa, Red Riot is out. Izuku, I don't want to be rude but I didn't eliminate Kirishima. Aizawa, recovery girl said you did because he would have died from the lack of water. He is currently unconscious and was brought in by ectoplasm. Izuku, that's what I forgot. Aizawa, you did what, problem child? Izuku, to be honest, I wanted to capture him, but I completely forgot I had him caged up. Upon hearing Midoriya's response, all the teachers either shook their heads or sighed. Aizawa even pinched his nose. Nezu was laughing as if he just heard the joke of the century. The nurse couldn't help but rush to her new patient. Looks like he outstealthed you, Aizawa. I am proud of my boy, All Might said with a grin. Unfortunately, I have to agree with him, but you are outmatched by his stealthiness, 12 Midnight added. I would like to know where he learned that in the first place. It's not like you taught him that, All Might. I have so many questions for him, Aizawa replied, frustration evident in his voice. Why not ask the little listener to teach you one or two of his tricks then? Yamda suggested. Aizawa considered this seriously. He wanted to know how his husband had learned to use the scarf so effectively and was a bit envious of his skills. Watching Izuku execute such a sneak attack made Aizawa eager to challenge him. He wanted to see if he could sense him during a one-on-one fight. He figured he might as well request Izuku to teach him some stealth moves afterward. You really are going to ask him to teach you, aren't you? Midnight teased. Maybe, Aizawa replied. Nezu chimed in. Well then, I have a proposal. Why not join the hero versus villain fight, Aizawa? I know you want to face Izuku. If he wins, you will join him and assist him with any tasks. If he loses, the hero's team wins. Isn't that kind of unfair? Midnight questioned. He deserves it. I agree you should go and teach your brat some manners. Vlad King added. Watch what you are saying. Nezu warned. You could help him in any way. Yamda suggested. My boy can win any fight with his quirk. All Might declared. Are you serious? He isn't using his quirk the whole time. Aizawa retorted. If not, then how do you explain him moving so fast and blending into the darkness? All Might asked. Aizawa face-bombed mentally, incredulous at the number one hero's lack of understanding. He uses skills he surely needed to develop in his challenging home environment, All Might. Everything you've seen so far, he accomplished with his skills alone. So, what do you say, Aizawa-sensei? Nezu prompted. Aizawa sighed. Fine. Tomorrow at 10 a.m., I will officially send you to join the hero's team. However, you are not allowed to lead the students or disclose any information about Usagi, Nezu instructed. Understood, Aizawa replied. Meanwhile, Recovery Girl was in the other observation room healing Tokoyami and Ida. After ensuring they were healed, she made her way back to the city with ectoplasm. Once there, she headed straight to the villain lair and found Izuku sleeping peacefully on the ground. He must have passed out from exhaustion, she murmured. She did her job and healed him. After confirming that the beloved Greenette was fine, both teachers returned to the observation room. I woke up feeling strangely relaxed. This was probably one of the best dreamless sleeps I had ever experienced. Standing up from where I had curled up the night before in my villain lair, I immediately noticed that Todoroki's burns were healed. Thanks, Recovery Girl. I said, grateful despite knowing the hero was probably upset with me. I appreciated her kindness in healing my wounds. To be honest, I hadn't expected it at all. It wouldn't have affected my fighting one bit. I was used to being beaten up or burned. Now, who should I target next? Should I go against a member of the League of Villains or one from Class 1A? Should I use their quirks against them or rely on my daggers? What if I created another tragic experience or nightmare? There were so many possibilities to consider. While contemplating my options, I went to my arsenal of weapons, refilling my knives and daggers with fake BLD and stuffing grenades and cuffs into my pockets. Just as I finished, I heard footsteps, familiar ones. The sound was light but echoed through the tunnels. A normal person might not have noticed, but I did. Nezu, I want an explanation. Why is Aizawa-sensei running in the tunnels? I called out. Oh dear, so you could tell. If you don't mind me asking, Izuku, how did you know he was in the tunnels? Nezu replied. Well, I'm not deaf. I can hear his footsteps echoing, and by the sound of it, he's getting closer. I want to know why. I didn't do anything wrong. Oh no, quite the contrary. The show you put on yesterday was quite unique, Nezu said. Don't tell me I need to face my teacher's wrath. I exclaimed. No, that's not quite it. I made a proposal, and Eraserhead was willing to accept it. If you beat him in a stealth fight, he will become a valuable asset to you, a partner in this game. You mean a villain or an informant? I asked. A villain in terms of the game. However, if you lose, the hero side wins by default. Me, do I get a say in this? Nezu. Me sarcasm. Ah, great, how lovely. Nezu, nice to see that we have come to the same agreement. I swear this is more of a punishment than any help. Is he serious? I understand what he meant by assessment, but there must have been another way to handle this situation. Don't get me wrong, I can win the fight, but I don't want to right now. On the other hand, I would have Aizawa as backup if needed. The more I think about this, the more I am happy about it. What's wrong with me? Now I even like the idea. Nezu is really brilliant. I do wonder if Aizawa was forced to do this too. Me, am I at least allowed to use everything I have on me to defend myself? Nezu, of course. Here is the condition. You will fight until one of you gives up or is unable to move for more than 10 seconds. Me? Alright. Nezu, good luck. I closed my eyes and listened carefully. He was close, nearly here. The walls in the underground tunnels were made of brick. There was a slim chance of me climbing that wall, and if I managed to do that, I could surprise him from behind. Alright. The plan is set, let's do this. Not wanting to waste any time, I prepared myself and took out 2 of my knives, beginning to climb the wall with them. It was a challenge, forcing the knife into the slim gaps between the bricks and pulling myself up. This is harder than it looks, but so worth it. After somehow climbing the wall, I maneuvered myself above the entrance and waited for Aizawa to come in. Luckily for me, he was just a minute away. Unfortunately, that meant I needed to hold myself for a whole minute and hope that the knife wouldn't fall out of the wall and let me down. Here comes the final moment. Aizawa sneaked into the lair, a good 3 feet away from the entrance, and began looking around. I had a clever smile on my face, thinking, oh kitty, you must have lost your way. Aizawa was looking around the room frantically. He didn't spot Izuku or Usagi in his costume. The hero wasn't able to sense him or spot him. He hated the fact that he was really out-stealthed. Then, out of nowhere, the greenette jumped behind Aizawa without making a sound. No reaction came from the hero as Usagi took out one of his knives and threw it, aiming at his shoulder. The knife hit its mark and fell to the ground. Aizawa wanted to mock him, letting him know that if that had been a real knife, he would have been in serious trouble. The moment Aizawa felt the impact on his shoulder, he jumped back and turned around, only to be met with Izuku running full speed at him with daggers in hand. They were now engaged in close combat. Aizawa tried to get a hold of Midoriya, reaching for his scarf and untying it from around his neck, ready to bring him down while dodging any attacks aimed at him. Unbeknownst to him, Izuku wasn't really trying to cut him. It was no use with the knives and daggers he had. Seeing that the underground hero was trying to create distance, the young boy jumped back and threw everything out of his pockets. The objects weren't heavy, he didn't have many to begin with, but they would hinder Aizawa's agility, and he needed that right now. Aizawa saw Izuku throwing his knives, daggers, grenades, and cuffs onto the floor. He didn't know what the little rabbit could do. However, he was not foolish enough to underestimate him. After what he did yesterday, the hero had a clear image of what Izuku was capable of. It saddened him to realize that one of his students was holding back during training and could take out anyone if he wanted but still pretended to be weak. The capture gear floated around Aizawa for a moment before he threw it at Izuku. The young hero dodged it effortlessly, jumping to the side when needed or flipping to avoid it. As time passed, the game of cat and mouse came to an end as Izuku declared his turn. Izuku, is this all you can do? With that, Midoriya began running at the tired teacher, dodging the scarf in the process. He closed the gap between them at an alarming rate. Not even a minute later, Aizawa needed to drop his scarf and retrieve it, as they were now in close range and Izuku seemed ready for hand-to-hand combat. The fight began. Izuku was the first to land a hit, his right foot connecting with the hero's head. The greenette jumped at the last second to make the hit count. Aizawa stumbled back, but Izuku wasn't letting him recover easily. He immediately closed in, punching Aizawa in the gut. In one moment he was in front of Aizawa, and in the next he was behind him, pulling at one end of the capture gear. Seeing that Aizawa still hadn't regained his balance, he began turning in circles until the scarf was gone from his shoulders. Because of the dizziness from turning in circles and the unsteady footing he had, Shota fell down. Izuku wrapped the scarf around his neck and looked down at the tired and confused man in front of him. It was amusing for him to see the underground pro-hero erase her head at his mercy. "Wanna give up?" Izuku asked. "Kid, you're still holding back. As long as you won't face me seriously, I won't give up." Aizawa replied. "Fair enough. Have it your way then." Aizawa was impressed by the kid in front of him. He couldn't sense Izuku's movements nor predict them, as his student waited for the last moment to attack, and it worked. Izuku landed a solid blow to his head. Aizawa realized that Izuku was holding back again, but he was proud to be outmaneuvered by his problem child. Suddenly, Izuku vanished from Aizawa's sight. The hero looked around, but it was too late. Izuku saw Aizawa standing there, waiting for his next move, and he took the fight to another level with speed, agility, and stealth. He wasn't breathing, but he could tell that his teacher was tiring from the pace. Aizawa was not a speed fighter, but he could fight for hours without tiring. However, the concentration needed to keep up with Izuku was exhausting him quickly. Midoriya focused on his aura, making it vanish as if he never existed in the room. He took a few steps toward Aizawa, ducked out of sight, then ran to his side and swept him off his feet. The hero fell down, and Izuku jumped back, waiting for him to rise, only to attack again. This time, he struck Aizawa in the gut, followed by a right hook, then another hit and another. Aizawa desperately tried to protect himself but couldn't counter any of Izuku's attacks. Aizawa coughed, realizing he had a black eye and a cut lip. Izuku was attacking without using one for all, but his kicks and punches were powerful, and his speed rivaled Ida's quirk, perhaps even surpassing it. It was astonishing to see someone move with such raw speed and agility without any quirks. Seeing that Aizawa could no longer fight, Izuku jumped back and waited for him to recover. Soon after, he was caught in his own capture gear. Their little fight had ended. "Checkmate," Izuku declared. "Congrats. Now would you be so kind and let him free?" Nezu said. At the signal, Izuku released Aizawa and helped him to his feet. "Let me take a look at the wounds you got from my hits. I know you don't have any open wounds besides the cut on your lip, but I still want to tend to your injuries," Izuku insisted. "That won't be necessary, problem child," Aizawa replied. "You coughed up BLD. How is that not serious? You either let me see them or I will ask for recovery girl." Izuku pressed. "Fine." After ensuring Aizawa's injuries weren't life-threatening and that he didn't have a concussion or broken rib, Izuku began tending to his teacher's wounds with supplies from the first aid kit. "All right, nothing serious, just bruises," Izuku said once he was done. He took the scarf from his shoulders and handed it back to Aizawa, who wrapped it around his neck, feeling more secure with it. Izuku then gathered his weapons from the ground, including the cuffs, and placed them back in his pockets. "So you are now my villainous partner, huh?" Izuku joked. "You won fair and square." "So yes, I am kid," Aizawa replied. "That's coming in handy right now. I hope you don't mind terrorizing Class 1A even more than you do normally in the training field." "What is that supposed to mean?" Aizawa asked. "Nothing." Now that he had Aizawa on his team, Izuku needed to adjust his plans a little bit. "So how do I contact you for backup? Do we have an extra earbud or are we talking over the teacher's line?" Izuku asked. "The teacher's line, kid," Aizawa replied. "Okay." Izuku left his villain lair, leaving a confused Aizawa behind. His teacher soon followed him through the underground tunnels. "What's the plan, kid?" Aizawa asked. "Me? Oh, nothing much. Just go and distract the heroes. I have some preparation to do. But you could also go back and sleep. You know I can handle them, and besides, you look like you could use a good nap after our little dance." "Aizawa, what shall I do to distract them?" "Me? On second thought, I don't need your help for now. Just go back in the lair and do what caterpillars do best, sleep." "Aizawa, problem child." "Me, what? Don't tell me nobody ever told you that you look like a caterpillar in that sleeping bag of yours. Besides, you're always tired and I can handle them. Now go." Aizawa hissing. "Don't call me that again, understand?" "Me, what? Caterpillar? But it describes you very well." "Aizawa, just don't, problem child." "Me, and what if I don't? What will you do, caterpillar?" Aizawa, "Oh, I don't know, maybe expel you." "Me, right?" I rolled my eyes at his statement. There's no way he would do that. Let me rephrase, there's no way Nezu would let it happen. I might be banned from Hero Course 1A, but I could become Nezu's personal student. "Me, we both know that you can't do that. I'm pretty sure Nezu will have something against it. You realize I outsmarted you and learned how to deal with the capture weapon without anyone teaching me. After this, I might show you some tricks with your scarf too. And you do realize that I might drop being a hero and become a villain for good. If he really wants to expel me and I can't attend UA, I'll become a vigilante for sure. Then I'll haunt him at night and become one of his problems." One more reason to annoy the sleep-deprived hero in front of me. The hero tensed up at my statement. He didn't think I would suggest such possibilities. After knowing my past, it was painfully obvious that I could easily become a villain, and a terrifying one at that. He had just learned what I was capable of and experienced it firsthand. Believe me, they don't want me as a villain nor as their opponent. I am dangerous, and with One for All in my possession, there's nothing that can stop me. What I did the last couple of days shows what I can do as a quirkless child. Never underestimate a quirkless child. We're simply built differently. Aizawa, DMN it, problem child. "Me? Oh come on, you love me. Besides, I am your problem child, caterpillar." Aizawa sighed and pinched the bridge of his nose. "Me, well, as much as I love calling you a caterpillar, I have work to do, so see ya." Before he could say anything else, I turned and bolted through the tunnels. No one could hear my footsteps, not even Aizawa. I heard a little gasp of surprise behind me. Aizawa sure was surprised by the sudden events. Can you blame him? Who wouldn't be when the student who breaks their bones daily during training suddenly takes down both classes and can take down any pro hero without using their quirk? On top of that, nobody ever escaped his capture gear. Now imagine me being able to throw him like a rag doll and taking his beloved capture gear to use it against him. That must have hurt his pride a lot. It's unheard of for a villain or a vigilante to do that to him. And here I am, doing all this and outsmarting him without breaking a sweat. I might need to rethink my position with All Might. Maybe I should be Nezu's private student or Aizawa's protege. We'll see what they say after the battle and where I'll end up. While thinking about my position with All Might and the battle with Aizawa, I ran to an underground room with a door. Quickly entering it and closing the door behind me, I needed help from the League of Villains for this one, and taking down another member would be perfect. I swapped the earbuds before calling them. Me, Usagi here, can you hear me? Spinner, loud and clear. Are you alright? What happened in the room with Todoroki? Me, what happened? Well, I gave him a chance, not like you guys manipulating his hatred toward his father. Me talking fast, I tried my best to avoid his fire but wasn't able to. To be honest, if I hadn't called for backup and Dabi hadn't been there, I might have died. I can't believe Class 1A is out there to get me. Is Dabi back? I kind of blacked out at some point in the battle. It was way too hot in that room. I mean, imagine being cooked alive. That's how it felt with not just one but two fire quirk users. Red flames are hot, but blue. Oh gosh, they are extremely hot. I'm happy I'm still alive and not some burned chicken nugget. Spinner, we saw you black out. You had some nasty third-degree burns, kid. I'm glad to see that recovery girl healed you up. We were considering getting you after your fight with that Raven guy. Where did you even learn to move like that? Me, needed to survive. Spinner, you know, if Stain could have seen you with that wannabe hero Ingenium, he would be proud of you. Me, thank you, Spinner, that means a lot to me. By the way, is Dabi okay? Spinner, he never came back. Me, do you think he might be lost in the underground tunnels? Spinner, don't know kid. Me, I wanted to check on him after I woke up, but he wasn't there, and Shota wasn't there either. I assumed the teachers got to Icy Hot because he was severely injured from Dabi's flames. I thought he might be back with you. Oh my god, what if he hid himself in the tunnels? He could still be somewhere in the city. Need to find him before the teachers do, or else we're all in trouble. Spinner, calm down kid. Me, what if the teachers got him, and that's why they let me in the room alone? Spinner, calm down Izuku. I'm sure he's okay. If you do find him, tell him to come back. Me, hey, can I ask you for a favor? There's this classmate of mine with an invisibility quirk, and since you have a lizard-type quirk, you might be able to locate her. Can you help me deal with her? Spinner, sure can. Me, really? That would be awesome. Can you come here right now? I want to take care of about 5 of the fake heroes in training. Spinner, see you in a minute. Me, okay. With that he ended the call. I was excited that I would be able to deal with one member while also managing my class, and Aizawa was here to help me. Nezu really thought this through. He sent Aizawa-sensei for a special reason. He wasn't a valuable asset to the exercise, he was more like a good backup for the League of Villains when things went south. I appreciated it and felt more secure knowing there was an underground pro hero who could help me if needed. As I was thinking about how Nezu was truly someone to admire, a portal opened right in front of me, and Spinner stepped through. Spinner, so what's the plan? Me easy. Get her and some other fakes to follow me into the tunnels. You'd better stay hidden so the drone cameras don't catch you. I don't want to be responsible for another missing member. I can't stand to see you guys hurt because of me. That was a lie. I would love to see you all out of commission because, to be honest, the League of Villains is a pain to deal with. I started fake crying and fell to my knees. He came to my side and crouched in front of me, placing a hand on my shoulder to comfort me. Spinner, it's not your fault kid. Don't beat yourself up. Me, but if I hadn't promised Toga to have fun with the traitor, she would be with the League right now. I started crying harder, and he was now gently patting my shoulder to calm me down. Spinner, you couldn't do anything with that concussion of yours. Besides, it's that fake hero's fault, not yours. Me, you sure? Because if I hadn't asked Dabi for help to deal with his brother, he would be with you. Now we don't even know where he is. This is all my fault. Spinner, nonsense, Izuku. If you hadn't done that, you wouldn't be here right now. You said it yourself, they are out to get you, and we are here to protect you. The League has your back, Usagi. Always remember that. If it bothers you that much, we can search for him after we deal with the others. Me, thanks, Spinner. Can we really do that? I hugged him while visibly calming down. This surprised him, as he didn't hug me back for a moment. Spinner, of course. Besides, it will be easy for me to find him in this cold environment. Me, thanks. I was running in the tunnels, followed by Spinner, who was moving with the speed and grace of a lizard on the ceiling. I headed to a large room with 8 different tunnels. Each tunnel was a dead end except for the one leading to the room. Once we entered, I motioned for him to wait. Next, I made my way to the closest exit. I still had some bombs hidden in the city, and the police station was currently the nearest to the tunnel entrance I exited. It was becoming tedious to sneak into their base and vent to the person I needed. Time for a little distraction. Me, Nezu, I want to create a diversion at the police station. Get all the students from other courses out of the building and its surroundings. The bomb I placed there is needed for a distraction. Nezu, on my way to evacuate the students. You have my consent to do that in about 5 minutes. Me, thanks. Quickly grabbing my phone from my pocket, I set a timer for the bomb to go off in exactly 5 minutes. All I had to do now was wait. Still, I wanted to see the heroes, so I scaled the building to the rooftop and used my capture weapon to maneuver to the building across from the police station. I had my very own front row seat to this show. Let's see how long the heroes take to get here. I hope they're fast. They've already experienced some of my bombs, so they should know how to act accordingly. After 5 minutes, the bomb exploded, engulfing the entire building in flames. 10 minutes later, the remaining students of Class 1A arrived at the scene. It took them long enough. What were they doing? It certainly didn't look like they were running. Seeing the heroes distracted by the chaos, I climbed down the building unnoticed. I cautiously made my way toward the hero groups, ensuring the civilian robots covered me from their sight. Once I located my target, I took my capture weapon and threw it. It wrapped around Hagekyure's body. I couldn't believe it was that easy. That certainly caught the hero's attention. I didn't mind, though. I was already running away with a tied-up Hagekyure on my shoulder. As I ran, I tugged on the scarf with force and she came flying toward me. I quickly grabbed her and placed her on my shoulder. She struggled to escape, but it was futile. Jiro, Siro, Ojiro, and Aoyama were in hot pursuit, trying to get her back. I carefully led them into the tunnel, and once we reached a room, I set her down and loosened the grip of the scarf. I retrieved the scarf and looked at her. Weren't expecting that now, were you? I could end this right here, but you're my little bait after all. She looked confused, and I could sense her stillness. I dashed into the room, taunting her. If you're clever, you wouldn't follow a villain into an underground tunnel. The question is, will you go back to your friends or chase after me into a trap? She chose to follow me, but once inside, I was nowhere to be found. Spinner had loosened his grip on the ceiling, his feet still attached, and he held his hands out. I jumped up and he pulled me toward him. I grabbed my knife with one hand and stabbed it into the wall for support, not wanting to risk him falling. We watched as the 4 heroes entered the room, concerned for Hagekyure. Ojiro asked, "Hagekyure, are you okay?" Aoyama added, "Mon ami, what happened to you?" Siro inquired, "Where is Midoriya?" Jiro said, "I can't hear him. Did you see where he went?" Hagekyure replied, "No. But I saw him run in here." Jiro suggested, "Let's split up. Aoyama, Siro, you're with me. Ojiro, you go with Hagekyure. We'll start at one end and work our way through the tunnels." "Alright, let's go." It was foolish of her to give her friend a chance to bond with her crush, especially at such a critical moment. Once they left, I jumped down and destroyed 2 teacher drones that had followed us. Spinner jumped down after me. "I'll deal with the invisible one, you handle the others," he said. "Thank you," I replied. We split up, but I carefully followed him in the shadows. The heroes reached the end of the tunnel, closely pursued by Spinner. I watched as he engaged them in battle. Spinner didn't notice me following him. When the heroes turned around, they saw him charge at them with full force. He fought fiercely, managing to injure Ojiro and incapacitate him. Next, he ensured the fake hero remained conscious but unable to move, breaking his legs and wounding him severely. Hagekyure, in shock, attempted to sneak up on Spinner, but he sensed her presence and captured her, pinning her to the ground. "I wonder, is your BLD also invisible?" he taunted, stabbing her shoulder with his knife. Before she could react, a grenade was thrown beside them, exploding and enveloping the tunnel in green smoke. I had my gas mask on to avoid the effects. After witnessing Spinner nearly kill one of them and injure Hagekyure, I threw a sleeping gas grenade. I couldn't let Ojiro die on my watch. I tore a piece from the red scarf Spinner wore and used it to stem the bleeding. This was only a short-term solution. I needed Aizawa for help. "Please don't die on me." After I stopped the bleeding, I heard the other 3 heroes running my way. I took another sleepy grenade and threw it at them the moment I saw them. Once again, they didn't pay enough attention to their surroundings. By the time they noticed the green smoke, it was already too late, and they fell down. I quickly made my way back to the villain lair, destroying any drones that were recording me. Once I entered, I was relieved to see that none were in the room. However, I knew that the room had some cameras, so I stopped in the tunnel leading to the entrance. "Aizawa, I need help. Come to me and make it look like you are defending the base." He quickly got up from his sleeping bag, ran to me with his quirk activated, and his capture weapon ready. Once he was out of sight from the cameras, he began asking, "What? No time for explanation, follow me." We made our way to the sleeping students and the League of Villains member. "Please be still alive. I will create a blackout, but I can't carry both Ojiro and Spinner." "You carry Spinner," Aizawa instructed. "Alright, please follow me closely, or else you will get lost down here. I can't have a bleeding student lost in the tunnels." "Stop worrying about others for once, problem child." "I just can't help it. How are you so calm? What did you take to stay so calm? Look at him. Look at the situation he is in because of me. It's all my fault." I was already on my phone shutting the power generator down. Once it was down, we made our way to the teacher's observation room, laying the villain and Ojiro down. We exited the room quickly. Aizawa went back to the lair entrance, and I returned to the students in the tunnel. I hated it. I needed to injure myself again to avoid looking suspicious. Why did he need to use this kind of knife? This would be way more painful than a normal knife wound. Why does the universe hate me so much? I didn't want to participate or be the villain in this stupid game. I took out Hagekyure's knife and stabbed myself in the stomach, shoulder, and one leg. It was painful but necessary. Once I was finished, I carefully returned the knife to Hagekyure's shoulder to avoid injuring her further and to stop her bleeding. Then I used my knife for the game and stabbed her above her heart. I laid down and faked the effects of the sleeping gas grenades. Once the power was back on, a new drone was searching the area where we were lying on the ground, and soon after, Aizawa ran to my side and picked me up. I will get my problem child. You go get Hagekyure, she is out too. Looks like Recovery Girl sent Ectoplasm and Aizawa to get us. He brought me back to the villain lair, but not without a sigh. Problem child, you will be the death of me. Why did you feel the need to injure yourself that much? I know you need a cover, but, he whispered it into his scarf, but because he was carrying me, I could hear every word. I was pretty sure he thought I didn't hear him, but I did. I wasn't sleeping, only faking it, and matching my breathing with someone who was sleeping helped my injuries stop bleeding so much. Aizawa-sensei was currently carrying me back to our villain base. Once we entered, he laid me gently down on the floor, as none of the tables were large enough to put me on. This hurts like hell. I opened my eyes slowly and wanted to stand up. Keyword. Wanted. Aizawa-sensei was quick to force me back down, not giving me a chance to stand or sit up. Lay down, problem child. I'm fine. And who do you want to fool with such an obvious lie? I am awake and alive. That's all I care about. How are you even awake? You inhaled that sleeping gas, and yet here you are claiming to be fully awake and fine. Well, pain is one hell of a medicine to stay awake. You do know that with your injuries, most pro heroes wouldn't even be awake now. Well, what should I say? I am just special. Would you stop moving, problem child? Would you let me stand up? No, you are severely injured. Well, there's your answer. I don't get paid enough for this. Aizawa-sensei was making sure that I couldn't stand up. He had one hand on my chest, carefully applying pressure to not hurt me but at the same time to keep me from getting up. Great. Why not give me the first aid kit so I can patch myself up? That would be too simple, now would it, Eraserhead? Well, that didn't stop me from struggling. Izuku, I suggest you stop moving. Your wounds are deep from what we can see, and Recovery Girl is already on her way to you. All Might, my boy, stop struggling, nobody is going to hurt you. Me, did you just call me my boy? Again. I will not put up with this. Let me teach him a lesson. I was now struggling even more. Aizawa, calm down, problem child. Me, I am calm, caterpillar. Before I could say more or struggle further, I heard footsteps behind Aizawa. The next thing I knew, I was trapped in a marble. While I struggled to get out of Aizawa's way, Kurogiri opened a portal behind the pro hero. Eraserhead was too busy with me to notice the portal. By the time he did, he was already engaged in a battle with Twice and his clones. He tried his best to protect me from the League of Villains members, but he was simply outnumbered. Although he managed to use his quirk, Erasure, on Twice, eliminating his quirk and all the clones, he didn't see the Nomu enter the battlefield. Aizawa knew better than to attack the creature head-on, but my life was at stake. While he fought off the Nomu, Compress came to my side and used his quirk, trapping me in a marble. As quickly as the villains had entered the base, they left with their target, leaving Aizawa to fend off the Nomu. He needed to stall for time until other pro heroes arrived. Then he found one of my sleeping gas grenades on the floor. I had dropped it when I heard footsteps approaching. Aizawa, unaware that I had dropped it intentionally, took the grenade and pulled the trigger. Green gas filled the room, causing the Nomu to go limp and fall to the floor. Aizawa held his breath and ran out, knowing he couldn't hold it for long but needing to ensure the beast wouldn't harm any other students. He ran as fast as he could to the observation room for a better view to find me when I returned. Izuku POV, everything happened too fast for me to process. I knew that Twice was fighting Aizawa, and I saw Compress coming toward me before I was trapped in a marble. How dare he trap me like this? I wasn't in the mood for surprises. Once released, I found myself in the League of Villains base. Shigaraki, how dare they hurt our rabbit? Since when do I belong to anyone? I tried to stand up again but was pushed back down on the table by Compress, who had so kindly released me there. All the League members surrounded me. Kurogiri, don't move, you are severely injured. Me, tell me something I don't know. Twice, die, please get better. Me, thanks I guess. Kurogiri returned with a syringe. I hated them and didn't want to see them. Me, what's in there? Kurogiri, a stronger healing potion. It might take some time, and it will probably hurt. Oh great, more pain. Shigaraki, I'm impressed you are still awake with all these deep wounds. Me, I've had much worse. This is nothing. Shigaraki, wanna tell me what happened to Dabi and Spinner? Me, I don't know what happened to Dabi. I fought his brother, and I called for help because he tried to roast me alive. All I know is Dabi came to help, and I couldn't cope with the heat and fell unconscious. You try being in a room with red fire and then blue fire surrounding you. Watch it. Mr. Compress, so a needle hurts, but all the stab wounds don't. Me, so what if I can't handle needles? Do you have a problem with that? Kurogiri, I would suggest you calm down. Me, why is everyone telling me that? I am calm. Twice, haha, as calm as the ocean. You're freaking out right now. Shigaraki, Kurogiri is right. Izuku, try to calm down. With that, Shigaraki came to my side and petted my head. It felt good, even if it was strange coming from a villain, especially the league's leader. I couldn't remember the last time someone did that to me. I instinctively calmed down a little and relaxed. Without realizing it, I pulled him into a hug. Shigaraki was surprised but didn't resist. He hugged me back. Twice. Is Deku weak? Izuku, you are strong. I broke the hug and face twice. My injuries were still present, and the potion hadn't taken effect yet. Me, don't call me that. Twice. I am not sorry, Deku. I am so sorry, Izuku. That was enough for me to jump off the table and tackle twice. I managed to hit him with a right hook before anyone could stop me. Shigaraki, compress. Get him off twice. He is still injured and making it worse. Hey, Izuku, calm down will ya? I saw Mr. Compress moving my way and jumped back. Kurogiri didn't seem pleased with our situation, as he opened a portal behind me that led right in front of Compress. Now, I am sorry to do this, but you are injured, and we don't want you to hurt yourself or any of us at the moment. I will release you once you calm down and the potion takes effect. With that, he touched me and trapped me once again in a marble. How dare you do that? I swear, you will be next. Watch your back. I'm coming for you. Even though I was in a marble, I could still hear their conversation. Do you know why he reacted that way? Mr. Compress asked. It seemed like he wasn't in the mood when we captured him. Looks like he's mad because of the useless NPCs cheating, Shigaraki replied. I'm confused, that sounds logical, Twice added. From what I saw and what we heard from the drones, someone already provoked him before we arrived. I'm not surprised he's upset. The wounds he has are from a sharp knife, and they are deep. It's a wonder he was still awake and able to talk to us, Kurogiri explained. No kidding, those wounds look terrible. I wonder what happened, Mr. Compress remarked. He said that the NPC was out to get him, and from the look of his wounds, all the other NPCs were too. I'm going to make them regret laying a finger on our little rabbit, Shigaraki declared. I'm not going to give you the chance for that. I shouted. Please think this through at least, Kurogiri urged. Oh, I will, and when I'm done with them, they will wish they never hurt my little rabbit in the first place. Oh great. Now I'm his. I exclaimed. I'm not participating in that. Count me out. Twice said. You know how much I love a good show, and that kid has potential. He made them look weak, Mr. Compress noted. I know what you mean. Just look at what he did with that fake hero wannabe, Sonic. He's a valuable asset to us. I'm not going to give him up that easily. He is mine. Shigaraki insisted. Stop saying that. I yelled. Kurogiri, how long until his injuries are healed? Shigaraki asked. That depends on how fast he calms down, but in his current state, an hour or two at most, Kurogiri replied. Well, we need him healed before he tells us what happened. For now, his well-being is more important than the NPCs. How could they even put him back to his base without any treatment? These heroes are worse than villains. I had been trapped for 3 whole hours. They had better release me soon, or I swear I was going insane. It was so boring. Kurogiri, why don't you release Izuku now? His injuries should have healed by now, Compress suggested. Oh really? You said 1 to 2 hours, and I've been in here for 3. I exclaimed. Instead of Compress smashing the marble to release me, it was Shigaraki. Finally. I'm free. Did you miss me? I said, noticing Kurogiri shaking his head in disbelief while Compress laughed. What's so funny? I asked. You know, if you had calmed down, you wouldn't be stuck in a marble for your own good, Compress replied. Who said it was for my well-being? That was so boring it could be considered torture. I shot back. Couldn't you hear everything we said, Usagi? Shigaraki asked. Yeah, I could. And I'm honored to be such a popular rabbit. Wait, is Shigaraki blushing? No way. Imagine you, Shiggy, stuck unable to move or play, just watching the bosses defeat the NPCs. It would be so boring. I teased. Torture. Shigaraki agreed. Exactly. Now please tell me you have a plan for sending me back, besides planning to get rid of those useless NPCs that I call former classmates for 3 hours. Leave, no one wants you here. Can't you stay? Twice pleaded. Unfortunately not. I have a plan to make their worst nightmare come true. Besides, it's pretty funny to mess with their heads. Please teach me how to do that. I don't want to know what you've planned. Twice exclaimed. You're so cool. You're scaring me right now. He added. Oh good. You need to be scared of me, at least someone got the message right. I replied. So, how dumb can you be? How am I supposed to go back? I was injured to the point of dying from bloodlust, and you guys saved me. Ironically, the villains did more good than the heroes did by now. But still, how should I explain this? It's not like I can go back saying, hey, the League of Villains kidnapped me to do your job as a hero and saved me. They were so kind to heal all my injuries and bring me back. Yeah, no, that won't work. They'll think I'm the traitor. Even though I am a traitor, but for the wrong side. I looked at them as they exchanged glances. They obviously didn't know what I was expecting from them. All I wanted was a plan. Was that too much to ask for? So, you don't have a plan for getting me back? I asked. We haven't planned it further than saving you, Kurogiri admitted. Me, sigh, this will be complicated to explain. Shigaraki, then don't go back. Me, I can't. What about Toga, Dabi, and Spinner? They are probably captured because they helped me. Twice, let them rot. We need to get them back. Compress, we still have our other spy. Me, no you don't. I know that both of them were deceiving you guys. Shigaraki, and how do you know that? Me, simple. How do you think Uraraka could beat Toga and me? 2 against 1. The odds were in our favor, and yet Uraraka managed to beat me while Toga was busy handling the other one. Shigaraki, why didn't you tell us that earlier? Me, I'm sorry, it slipped my mind. I was too beaten up and worried about Toga. And then you guys saving me made me so happy. Besides, I told you I was busy protecting Toga from Uraraka. I thought it was self-explanatory that while I was having trouble with that cheater, Toga was busy dealing with the other snitch. I guess I should have been more precise, but can you blame me? I had a concussion thanks to that fight. I really hope they don't remember what I told them after everything that happened. Shigaraki, I call hacks. Kurogiri, that is an unfortunate turn of events. I have an idea. This might work to my favor if I play it right. Me, I have a suggestion. It might be exactly what we need right now to get me back into the game without suspicion and get rid of the traitor while we're at it. Shigaraki, I am all ears. What do you have in mind? I began explaining my idea to them. It took me about half an hour to explain it. Shigaraki, that might work. No, it will work. I can't wait for this game to end so that we can have you on our side. You are an exceptional strategist. Kurogiri, wouldn't you be in the most dangerous spot? Me, so what? If I can help expose the traitor, then I would gladly take the risk. Twice, he is insane. You are a genius. Compress, I am going with you as backup. Me, you sure about that? I don't want to risk you getting captured by Aizawa. This is a risky plan after all. Compress, don't worry, I can handle myself. Shigaraki, he will go with you. If those useless NPCs are after your head, then you will need every backup you can get. Me, but I have a teacher following my every move. Compress, don't worry about him. We can handle him. Me, please don't, he is the only one I really am attached to. I know he treated me poorly, but I can't bring myself to hate him. He at least tried to make it up to me after the whole traitor incident. Shigaraki, then he can be your pet once we finish brainwashing him. I shivered at the thought of it. Me, brainwashing. Shigaraki, yes. We just acquired a brand new brainwashing quirk, and I would love to test it out on him. Me, I would love that. Kurogiri, it is time to send you back. Compress, take care of him, and Izuku, please try to avoid getting yourself killed. Me, hey, it's not my fault. Well, it kind of is my fault, but mostly yours as I need to have a good cover that you guys will believe me. What is better than an injured rabbit? Compress, well, let's go and make the show more interesting, shall we? Me, okay, you know what they say, the show must go on. Compress, you are right, kiddo. We both laughed, and Kurogiri made a portal. We stepped through to execute my plan. Little did he know that he would be a sacrificed pawn in my game. Let the fake show begin. Compress and I were currently in my second villain lair. I was relieved that Aizawa-sensei wasn't there. He would be a threat to my plans if he showed up too early. Mr. Compress, do you need to grab anything from here? Me, let me think real quick. Yeah, I think I do. I went to my weapons and changed them, swapping the one I had with a complete one. There was no big meaning behind it besides getting the chance to fill my drone with a special substance. The drone had a syringe and a little bottle. I usually don't use that feature, but I will need it. Thank you so much. I took out my phone and programmed it to fly to Aizawa and write the word, lair, on his hand. Hopefully he would get the hint and wait there for me. It now only needs the signal from me to fly to him. Mr. Compress, you ready, kid? Me, yeah, just a little stage fright, I guess. Mr. Compress, how come just now? Me, oh, I don't know, maybe because I have such a great showman beside me this time, and I don't want to look like a fool next to you. How can you trust me that much? I mean, he was facing my back the whole time and let me do my preparations. He didn't even question what I was doing. It didn't take me long to finish what I was doing and turn to face him. Me, I am done. Let's go. Mr. Compress. Finally, let us give them the best show they have ever seen. I rolled my eyes at this statement. At first, it was fun talking like this, but after a while, it became annoying. I was still keeping my act up. Me, I'm going to lead the way, maestro. You might want to stick close to me. Guiding him through the tunnel while avoiding the teacher's drones searching for me wasn't the easiest task, but it was manageable once you knew the layout of these tunnels. I was moving fast and knew every shortcut. The best part was that even when the teacher's drones were small and nearly silent, they still hummed at a high frequency that echoed through the tunnels. One could always tell where they were, thanks to that. Our target destination was the hero's headquarters. Once we arrived, we went to the alley, and he gave me the signal to get into the vent system. I was the only one who could fit in there. Compress was too big for the hatch. This was why I went through the vents again. In every room where our target wasn't but other students were, I dropped a sleeping gas grenade. This ensured that we didn't have to fight too many people at once. Although I could have handled it and wished for the chance, the League of Villains was against it, fearing I might get seriously hurt again. I didn't get it. It would have been faster if we had skipped that step. Why did they even care if I, a hero in training, a person born quirkless, got hurt? After everyone besides a couple of chosen students who were with our main target in the room at that time was taken care of, I went back to the alley. It wasn't intended for these two extras to be in the same room as the second traitor, they just happened to be together, and I conveniently put every other hero to sleep. Once I was outside again, Compress and I went over the plan since there were now 2 more people involved. Me, so we go in, defeat them, capture our target, and leave. Sounds like a solid plan to me. Mr. Compress, how many are there? Me, just 2 extras. Mr. Compress, all right, then let's go. It isn't very nice for the host to let them wait, now is it? Me, MHM. How come you don't care about their quirks or who they are? For all you know, it could be Shinso or anyone, even a teacher could be there. Thinking about the teachers, I realized the place was filled with cameras. Me, wait. What is it, Zukuin? Me, the place is filled with cameras, and they will see us enter. Mr. Compress, your point? I mentally face-bombed myself at his question. It was pretty obvious that I didn't want to be seen associating with the League of Villains. Me, the teachers will see me with you and will figure out that I am a traitor after all. Mr. Compress, completely forgot about that. Me, just give me a minute and we are good to go. I took out my phone again and hacked into the security footage of the cameras, shutting them all down. Once that was done, I nodded to Compress, signaling that I was finished. We then both went to the hero's headquarters and entered the building as if we owned it. Mr. Compress, which floor? Me, common area, 2nd floor. It took us less than 10 minutes to get in front of the room. Compress then pushed the door open, making our presence known. Compress, we are back. I didn't have to say anything, but the look on the heroes in training was priceless, especially the traitor. Sato and Zero were in the room with our second and last UA traitor. Before Sato could do anything, I took out my knife and threw it at him, hitting his heart. The knife fell to the floor after hitting the target, and Sato went down, immobilized. I then sprinted behind Compress right at Zero, who tried to capture me with his tape. He was way too slow. Before he could tape me or even touch me, he went flying from where he was standing to the ground. Too careless. He left me plenty of opportunities. I got in front of him, ducked to the side, and swept him off the ground, effectively throwing him down. Next, I jumped because Zero tried to use his tape to wrap around my feet. Too bad I saw that coming. Not wanting to waste any more time, I took my daggers out midair, and the moment my feet touched the ground, I crouched down and made a mark on his neck. This meant that I had incapacitated him. Seconds later, he too was immobilized. I took Zero and dragged him to the nearest wall. Me, so, you wanna help me or what? Mr. Compress, nah, you are doing fine, kid. Watching you is way more entertaining. Me, hey, snitch, come over here and help me tape him to the wall. Traitor, who are you calling snitch? Mr. Compress, you heard him, now go do what he says. Traitor, since when do I need to do anything Deku says? Me, since I consider joining the League of Villains and proving myself worthy unless a certain someone. Traitor, what is that supposed to mean? Oh, nothing. Now help me. Traitor. Jesus. No need to yell at me, Death. She came to my side and took Zero from me. After seeing her struggle to position the unconscious boy by herself, Compress joined us and helped out. I then used his tape to secure Zero to the wall. Once done, I used my BLD knife to create a smile on his face. Zero now hung on the wall like a figure in a painting. I turned to Sato and dragged him in front of Zero. You might want to get either behind me or out of the room. I took out my BLD grenade. Compress noticed it and moved behind me, but our little traitor didn't budge as I threw the grenade right in front of her, Zero and Sato. The grenade went off, and all three were now covered in BLD. What was that for, D? Meh, you didn't move. Your fault for having reflexes like a dead cat. I dipped my hands into the pool of BLD to write a message on the wall. You can run, but you can't hide. You will never be safe from me. The traitor was furious and came to slap me, but before she could reach me, Compress grabbed her hand and transformed her into a marble. Thanks. No problem, kid. Say, can I have the marble? I hate her and feel like I have the right to have her life at my mercy. Sure. Here you go. Before we left, I dipped my hands into the fake BLD again, went to the door and wrote, "The traitor sends her regards." I put the marble in my pocket. As we exited the room, I threw all the BLD grenades I had left inside. I wanted it to look like a bloodbath, and it did. There was a thin layer of BLD on the ground, and every move would make a little splash. I also made sure to leave some bloody handprints on the door along with the message. I thought you fakes might like it. Yours sincerely, Usagi. Once we exited the building and entered the underground tunnels, I took out my phone to reset the cameras and signaled my drone to get Aizawa to my lair. Compress and I made it to my main villain lair unnoticed, but we were greeted at the entrance by none other than Aizawa-sensei. I was glad he got the message. Before either of us could enter the camera's view, Aizawa ran toward us from the tunnel. He had been hiding at the entrance, listening to our footsteps. Once they were loud enough, he stepped into view. I could tell he had been lying in his sleeping bag before he positioned himself to greet us. He immediately used his quirk on Compress, shooting his binding cloth to capture him. Compress was quick and managed to dodge it, but I used the capture weapon I got from Shinso to capture him myself. He evaded my first attempt, but not my second. When he realized he couldn't move, he looked back at me, his feelings evident in his voice. Izuku. Why? I thought you were on our side. You see, I am on nobody's side. Nothing bad will happen to you, I promise. You will see that what I did wasn't that bad. Besides, you'll be able to see Toga, Dabi, and Spinner again. Before he could respond, Aizawa approached him and hit a pressure point. I am going to take him to the others. Okay, I'll hide in the tunnels away from the drones for a bit. Can you come back and search for me after you put him with the others? Sigh, I will. Sorry to make you worry about me, but I can guarantee that they healed me completely. I feel great and have no injuries at all. Aizawa looked me over, searching for any injuries to confirm my statement. He looked relieved when he found none. You better not get hurt before I find you. Or I swear, problem child, I am going to make you train with me. Is that supposed to be a threat? Because now I want to get hurt just to have a private training session with you, Aizawa-sensei. Aizawa shook his head, pinched the bridge of his nose, and sighed in defeat. Just don't. It was amusing to see him like that. I wasn't joking and he knew it. I really would like to have a private training session just to beat him again. The last time, I clearly won and had fun doing it. I wanted to do it again. Me? Alright, I won't, I promise. Maybe if I ask him nicely, he will let me fight him again someday. I flashed him my brightest smile. Eraserhead then untied the villain and took him with him before disappearing into another tunnel. I watched him leave before retrieving the scarf and hiding from the drones while waiting for him to find me. The teachers were up early, watching the green bean sleep peacefully for once, and the heroes had a little break. This peace, however, wasn't for long. Nezu planned to get Aizawa involved in the game as the situation was becoming more dangerous for Izuku, who was currently walking on thin ice. One slip-up could lead to serious, life-threatening situations. He was already reckless enough, but his plans were flawless. Nezu was impressed by Izuku's planning and quick thinking and had decided to take Midoriya as his own personal student. He believed Aizawa would also be willing to take Izuku as his protege. However, the Chimera didn't like to share his son. Izuku, thanks, Recovery Girl. Recovery Girl was frustrated with Izuku for being so reckless and getting hurt all the time, as well as for injuring his classmates unnecessarily. However, she couldn't stay angry at him for long. After hearing his gratitude and seeing his usual smile, she quickly forgot her irritation. Nezu, I believe it is time, Aizawa. Aizawa nodded in response before making his way to the villain's lair. Nezu's POV, Izuku, Nezu, I want an explanation. Why is Aizawa-sensei running in the tunnels? I was impressed that Izuku could sense Aizawa's approach. How did he know that? If it were me down there, I wouldn't have known. There was no indication that I had sent Aizawa down to him, nor did I explain why he was there. Me, oh dear, so you could tell. If you don't mind me asking, how did you know he was in the tunnels? Izuku, actually, I'm not deaf. I can hear his footsteps echoing, and by the sound of it, he's getting closer. I want to know why. I didn't do anything wrong. His ability to hear footsteps was impressive. I wondered what else he was capable of. Me, oh no, quite the contrary. The show you put on yesterday was quite unique. Izuku, exhaling, don't tell me I need to face my teacher's wrath. I felt a pang of guilt that Izuku thought he had done something wrong when it was quite the opposite. His accomplishments so far showed what an amazing hero he would become. I often wondered what he planned next. It was hard to read his moves. This was one of the reasons he fascinated me. I was curious about his intelligence level, and planned to ask him to take a test for evaluation. He had hidden his intelligence, fighting skills, and health issues well. It was already day 5, and he hadn't eaten anything for more than 3 days, barely getting something to drink and sleep. That couldn't be healthy. Every time he took down a villain, he would injure himself to appear more believable. His mental health wasn't great either. He flinched at certain physical interactions, indicating he didn't like to be touched much. Me, no, that's not quite it. I made a proposal, and Eraserhead was willing to accept it. If you beat him in a fight of stealth, he will become a valuable asset to you, a partner in this game. Izuku, you mean a villain or an informant? Me, a villain in terms of the game. However, if you lose, the hero side wins by default. He'll get the hint, he's smart. Izuku, do I get a say in this? Me, no. Izuku sarcastically, ah, great, how lovely. Me, nice to see we've come to the same agreement. Izuku, am I at least allowed to use everything I have on me to defend myself? Me, of course. The condition is that you fight until one of you gives up or is unable to move for more than 10 seconds. Izuku, all right. Me, good luck. Time skip brought to you by a mouth wide open starring All Might Izuku, checkmate. Me, congrats. Now would you be so kind and let him free? I looked around at the reactions of my teachers and saw their faces. All of them were shocked, except for 3 people. Mike and Midnight were laughing at the display, while All Might stared at the monitor, mouth wide open. First, he looked stunned, then shocked, which evolved into anger. Mental note to myself, let Izuku handle this. Oh, scratch that. I will do it myself. Me, All Might, what do you have to say to this? All Might, that was unacceptable for my successor. My smile dropped as I realized where this conversation was heading. He had beaten Aizawa without a quirk, and while All Might was disappointed, he should have felt proud that his successor accomplished this through sheer skill. Too many heroes relied too heavily on their quirks. All Might himself had once been quirkless, which only fueled my frustration. Me, I believe you're not happy to see him still refusing to use his quirk. All Might, he's foolish not to recognize how fortunate he just was. Me, fortune. This had nothing to do with luck. He defeated Aizawa fair and square with his own abilities. How can you not see that? Even a chimpanzee would understand better. I'm disappointed that he had to train under someone like you. I promise, Aizu, I won't let you train with him anymore. I'll find you a better teacher. Me, you seem to have forgotten that you were once quirkless too. All Might, I didn't. I trained my body my entire life and was fortunate to inherit one for all. When I found Izuku, he was weak and needed to train hard. Me, oh, is that so? Care to say another word against quirkless individuals? I dare you. Please, go on so I can hold you accountable for your discrimination. All Might opened and closed his mouth, momentarily speechless. Oh, so that giant can think when it counts. I thought as everyone in the room stared at us. I didn't care, no one insults my friend and gets away with it. The tension in the room shifted as everyone returned their focus to the monitors. I, however, kept my eyes on Izuku. Present mic POV. Peef, caterpillar. Where did the little listener get that idea? I can see the similarities, but still, a caterpillar. He's more of a caterpillar. I struggled to hold back my laughter until Midnight burst out, and soon I couldn't contain myself either. Tears streamed down my face from laughing so hard. It was amusing to see Izuku being so cheeky. After watching him defeat my husband, nothing surprised me anymore. I knew he was talented, but not this talented, and he even managed to make All Might jealous. Midnight, did you hear him, Zashi? Me, yes, caterpillar. Ha, I need to call show that sometimes when he's in his sleeping bag. Midnight, please do. What do you think about spending some time with Midoriya after this? I'm sure he'd be fun to hang out with. Me, absolutely. The little listener has already grown on me. Recovery Girl, I know, it's hard to stay mad at him for long, isn't it? I couldn't believe Recovery Girl felt the same way. At this point, it wouldn't surprise me if everyone in the room thought the same. I had trouble believing it at first, especially after what he did to Shinso, given how hard we worked to help him overcome his traumas. I still wondered why Izuku hadn't eliminated Shinso when he had the chance. One thing was certain, Nezu was keeping a close eye on Izuku and was fiercely protective of him. One wrong move, and anyone would face Nezu's wrath, which was quite intimidating. The students referred to Nezu as Rat God, which sometimes gave him the wrong ideas. For someone so intelligent, he certainly knew how to get what he wanted. Me, say, Nezu, do you know why the little listener didn't eliminate Shinso? Nezu? Why indeed? It's a good question, considering he had plenty of opportunities. The only thing I can think of is that Izuku still has plans for him and needs him in the game. I'd also venture to say that his plans might lead to either reliving some past trauma or creating a completely new one. Me? Wait, does that mean you don't know what he's planning? My face drained of color. I had never seen Nezu this excited before. This was concerning. Nezu, oh don't worry. Hound Dog will surely make time to help Shinso get over it. The fact that Nezu didn't oppose Izuku made me question whose side he was truly on. He looked more like a trickster than ever. Midnight, which side are you on anyway? She asked, voicing my own thoughts. It was a dangerous question, but it needed to be asked. The room's atmosphere shifted, becoming tense. Nezu, oh, on my student's side. Why do you ask? Did he just say, his student? He didn't say, students, he said, his student. This situation was getting worse. I glanced at Namuri, who seemed just as shocked. I shook my head, signaling her to stop asking questions. The ice we were on was already thin. But she couldn't help herself. Midnight, your student. Who are you talking about? You don't have a personal student. Nezu, oh, Izuku Midoriya, of course. It was nice to see Nezu taking an interest in Midoriya, but he wasn't the best option for guidance. It was scary to think about what would happen if the mouse creature got angry, especially since he was already upset with All Might. I could sense a strange pride in him as he announced his thoughts. If those two ever teamed up, world domination might not be far off. The only question was, is this a bad thing or not? I honestly couldn't tell. As far as I knew, Midoriya had a heart of gold, and I would be happy if he ruled the earth one day. But Nezu was the opposite. If Izuku was a pure, innocent angel, Nezu was the devil himself. Mixing the two didn't sound good at all. Time passed, and Vlad King was still in disbelief about the binding cloth. Where did he even get that? He wondered aloud. Not from May, that much I can tell. Power Loader replied. Nezu chimed in, I might have an idea where he got that from. Care to share? Mike asked. Oh, of course. I believe he stole it from Shinso. But Shinso had his on the whole time, Mike pointed out. Nezu explained, I meant he might have taken it before entering the game. Does Shinso have an extra one? Yes, he does. He always manages to destroy his, Mike said. Power Loader asked. Don't know. Don't even ask. He destroys one every month. Oh, that's why Eraser was ordering so many of them. Power Loader realized. Still doesn't explain how Izuku learned to use it, Midnight said. I can guarantee you that Shota didn't teach him. He was busy getting Shinso to learn how to use it, and believe me, he complains about it a lot. Mike added. Nezu suggested, he might have self-taught himself. The teachers gasped. How? I believe his IQ is near mine, and if that's the case, he should be able to do that with ease. Nezu stated. Midnight said, now I'm scared of the little cinnamon roll. Just now. Mike teased. I still think he's cute. Midnight insisted. Vlad King shook his head, there is no longer any hope for you. After the blackout, everyone was concerned about the students, especially Izuku. While Recovery Girl was busy healing Ojiro, she instructed Aizawa to bring Izuku back to the villain lair and lay him down until she arrived. Nezu and the others watched as Izuku struggled to stand. Aizawa was trying his best to calm him down, but the Greenette only grew angrier at All Might for calling him, my boy. Recovery Girl. How much longer do you need? Nezu called out. I'm working as fast as I can. I'm not the young woman I once was. She replied. All Might, how could you make the same mistake again? Nezu shouted, furious. Izuku had already told the hero he didn't want to be called, my boy, and now here they were again. To make matters worse, Izuku looked like he was bleeding heavily, and All Might's words only made him struggle more, worsening his injuries. This will have consequences. Nezu declared, raising his voice at the number one pro-hero. He began outlining the consequences and how he would ensure All Might faced them. This continued until Aizawa burst through the door. Everyone turned in shock, too focused on trying to calm Nezu down to notice what was happening. Aizawa, looking beaten up, was met with concern. What happened to you? Mike asked, rushing to his side. Didn't you watch anything? Aizawa replied. No, we were too busy trying to prevent Nezu from attacking All Might, Midnight explained. Aizawa raised an eyebrow, incredulous. The sleep-deprived hero had been fighting members of the League of Villains and a Nomu, while they were trying to de-escalate an equally frightening situation. Nezu glanced at the cameras, realizing Aizawa should have been with Izuku. The moment he saw Aizawa in the doorway, out of breath and injured, he felt a sinking sensation. Izuku was nowhere to be found. Instead, a Nomu lay unconscious in the villain lair where Izuku should have been. Suddenly, a portal opened, and the Nomu disappeared. What happened to him? Nezu asked, alarmed. They took him. Aizawa replied, understanding the gravity of the situation. He felt guilty for not being able to protect Izuku. He promised himself that he would never let the child face danger alone again. All Might, clearly frustrated, exclaimed, "What? How could you let him be taken?" It was evident to everyone in the room that Aizawa had done his best, yet here he was, being questioned about his capabilities. "Oh, you don't have to say another word." Mike interjected. "He did his best. How can you ask such a thing?" Midnight added, defending Aizawa. Recovery Girl approached All Might and began tapping him with her cane. "I hope I can smack some sense into you," she exclaimed. The tension in the room was palpable. Everyone was upset with him. Nezu spoke up, "There's nothing we can do now, let's watch and hope he is okay." Despite his frustration, the teacher knew they were powerless in the situation. Time skip. At some point, the monitors displaying the hero's headquarters went dark. "Look!" Power Loader shouted. "I want them back on as fast as you can." Nezu demanded. "I can't. I'm banned from the system. Someone hacked into it." Power Loader replied. "Let me see." Nezu moved closer to Power Loader's laptop, examining the code. To his surprise, he found it flawless, along with a hidden message from Izuku indicating that he was back. Nezu felt a wave of relief and curiosity wash over him. "Interesting," he said. "How is that interesting?" "Someone hacked into the system." Vlad King interjected. "This time I'm on Nezu's side," Power Loader added. "It's impressive to see such high-level programming skills." "Don't you think it's the wrong time to be impressed?" Vlad King asked, but no one responded. Aizawa was jolted from his thoughts by a sting on his hand. Looking down, he saw BLD spelling out the word, lair. His eyes widened as he noticed a small drone resting on his hand. Only Izuku could control them. Without wasting any time, Aizawa dashed back to the villain lair. Meanwhile, Yamada watched his husband rush out of the room, confused. He turned back to the camera and saw the hero headquarters were back online, with his husband lounging on the floor in the villain lair. "What is going on?" Mike asked. "Not again." Hound Dog exclaimed. "Well, this kid sure loves BLD more than anything." Vlad King remarked. "How much fake BLD did you give him?" Mike questioned. "Enough to probably fill the whole room, why?" Nezu replied. "Look at the second monitor," Recovery Girl suggested. "Oh dear." Nezu murmured. "Yes, oh dear." Recovery Girl echoed. "Can we please remove the remaining fake BLD from his arsenal?" Midnight asked. "I would have suggested it earlier if I had known you gave him that much." Hound Dog added. "He asked for it." Nezu defended himself. "So just because he asked for it, you gave it to him?" Hound Dog questioned, exasperated. "Yes, and I wanted to see what he would need it for. I see no problem in that." Nezu replied. Hound Dog sighed, facepalming. "Seriously, sometimes you act as if you're not the smartest person on Earth." Ectoplasm, go and remove all the fake BLD from his villain lair. Recovery Girl ordered. "I'm not against it, you should probably go now while he isn't there, or I'm sure he will fight you for it." Nezu added. "On my way." Ectoplasm said, knowing that Izuku had a second lair without cameras. "I had been hiding all night. Every time I heard Aizawa nearby, I either concealed my presence or sprinted away, only for him to chase after me. It was amusing to frustrate the sleep-deprived hero. After enough fun, I waited for him to pass and then emerged from the shadows, closing the gap until I was just a step away. I crept up from behind, slowly raising my hand and placing it on his shoulder. He spun around, jumped back, activated his quirk, and let out a high-pitched. He shot his capture weapon at me, but I dodged it. His reaction was too funny, and I fell to the ground, laughing uncontrollably. Aizawa looked at me, a mix of surprise and irritation on his face. "Problem child," he said, his tone slightly threatening. "Should I be scared?" His expression was too amusing. I had managed to scare the one teacher who never seemed fazed in any situation. "Are you done now?" Aizawa asked. "Are you kidding?" I replied, tears of laughter streaming down my cheeks. Aizawa raised an eyebrow before using his capture weapon on me. Unable to stop laughing, it was easy for him to wrap me in his scarf and drag me back to the villain lair. Once we arrived, I noticed my fake BLD was gone. "What happened to my fake BLD?" I asked. "Ectoplasm removed it." Aizawa replied. "Me what?" "Aizawa, we don't want you to traumatize any more students than you already do." "Me? Fair point." He was still dragging me to the middle of my villain lair, not making any move to release me. "Me, so you gonna release me or what?" "Aizawa, when was the last time you slept?" "Me, the last time I really slept was when I had a concussion, say 1 to 2 days ago." "But..." Aizawa groaned at my answer. "Aizawa, Jesus, kid." "Me, it's fine. Now can you let me go, or do I need to cut myself loose?" "Aizawa, you're gonna sleep now. Just lay down, don't struggle, try to relax and sleep. I'm gonna be right beside you." Me, and no. And I warn you one last time. If you don't get your scarf off me, I will cut myself loose. Aizawa, how do you think you're gonna do that? You don't even have a real knife. Me, good point, but I will get out of it. Aizawa, sigh, can't you even relax for a moment? Me, I have a game to win, so no. And if you don't get me loose, I'm going to scream and throw a tantrum. I saw Aizawa get into his sleeping bag, so I tried to contact Nezu before I really went too far. Me, Nezu, tell him to let me free. Nezu, no can do, Izu. Me what? Nezu, he has a point, you need to rest. Me, and who are you guys to decide what is best for me? Nezu, soon to be your adoptive parents. Me, excuse me. What? Nezu, we will talk about this later. Now be good, Izu, and take a nap. It is still early. Me, sigh, fine, but only because it's you guys. I admitted defeat and relaxed. It was really comfy being wrapped in his scarf. It was nice and warm. Soon, I couldn't help but fall asleep. I could only hear Aizawa's words faintly before I was fast asleep. Aizawa, finally giving in. Sigh, sleep tight, problem child. 3 hours later, I woke up completely refreshed. I saw that Aizawa was still asleep and loosened his grip on the scarf. That was a really good rest, but I needed to finish this game. Thanks anyway. I wiggled myself out of the scarf and carefully left the villain lair, not wanting to wake the sleeping Aizawa. I headed once again to the hero's headquarters, this time going to the roof of the opposite building. Me, good morning Nezu. Nezu, a good morning to you too. How come you didn't sleep longer? Me, it's already 9 a.m. I couldn't possibly sleep the whole day. Nezu, I see. Now, what did you need from me? Me, I wanted to blow up the 3 apartment complexes. Nezu, which 3? Me, the only 3 that have 6 stories, south, north, and west from here. Nezu, okay, you are good to go in 5 minutes. Me, thank you. I waited 5 minutes and set them all off simultaneously. Then I watched how the heroes split up. I went after a team of 2 heading to the north location. The heroes ran through the streets while I swiftly followed them on the roof. Once we arrived at the scene, I watched them save some civilian robots and help put out the fire. I quickly jumped down from the roof and went in between the heroes. They didn't realize I was there until I made myself known. Me, the heroes. They quickly turned around while the civilians ran away. Tsu and Denki were the heroes. While Denki was helping the firefighters, Tsu was trying to calm the robots down, and I was simply standing in between them, only 5 feet away. I faced Denki and ignored Tsu for a moment. Me, so you just gonna stay there and do nothing? What a fine fake hero you are. Denki, what are you talking about, Izuku? Me, let me spell it out for you. Hey, stupid. Dumb. Idiot. That was all it took for Denki to charge up electricity. Denki, I am not dumb, Midoriya. Tsu was behind me. She also made a move and tried to capture me with her tongue. I simply dodged it, and because Denki was foolish enough to come closer, he faced the consequences. I waited until the last second to move away. Tsu's tongue captured Denki, and startled by the sudden movement, he used his quirk. Too bad it hit Tsu directly as Denki's whole body charged up. The electricity shocked her, and she trembled from the high voltage. In the next moment, Azui went unconscious, her tongue letting Denki loose. He, on the other hand, overused his quirk and was momentarily dazed. Before he did, though, he looked at Tsu with wide eyes, bewildered at what he had done. Oh, he will remember this. Recovery girl, Tsu Azui is out. As soon as I heard that, I went to the poor hero's side and tapped the back of Denki's head. He fell limp, and before he could hit the ground, I took him and threw him over my shoulder, making my way back to the hero's headquarters. I placed him right in front of the building and used some fake BLD to write, murder, on his forehead along with my signature smile. Then I made my way back to the villain lair to see if Aizawa was still sleeping. It was currently 10 a.m. I intended to go to my main villain lair but found myself back in my second lair. How did I end up here? I looked around, and my eyes settled on a shadowy figure in the corner of the room. Not again. Please, not here. I closed my eyes and began counting. I slowly opened my eyes, and the shadow figure was gone. I moved to the middle of the room. If you really want to be a hero, why don't you take a swan dive off the roof and hope for a quirk in your next life? Why didn't you jump? A tear fell down my cheek. I don't believe a quirkless person can be a hero. Even the number 1 hero said it. It must be true. Useless. Die. Waste of space. Die. Stop. I whispered, now completely crying, unable to hold back my tears. Disgusting. Die. Please. Deku. Die. Just stop. I didn't do anything wrong. Worthless. Die. Stop please. Stupid. Die. Bastard. Die. Quirkless disappointment. Do us all a favor and just die already. Death. Stop already. I get it. I don't deserve to be here. The voices continued, repeating the same words over and over. I grabbed the table for support, but suddenly, I became dizzy. My head hurt, and I was filled with anger, angry at my parents, my teacher, my classmates, the world, and myself for feeling so useless. Not knowing how to deal with the rising anger, I flipped the table, screaming, "Enough already!" From the corner of my eye, I saw a shadowy figure approaching me, laughing. I felt like I was losing my mind. In the next moment, I laughed too, not knowing why. Ha, ha, ha. After my outburst, I ran out of my second lair, leaving the voices behind, and headed straight to the hero headquarters. No one was there except Denki, still unconscious on the ground where I left him. I ignored him for now. Where were the heroes? I quickly made my way to the rooftop, jumping from roof to roof until I reached one of the burning buildings. The heroes were still there. I stepped to the edge of the building, grabbed my BLD grenade, and threw it at the two heroes, Aoyama and Shinso. I was laughing hysterically by now. Usagi was standing on the roof, throwing all the BLD grenades he had at the two heroes. Unbeknownst to him, his eyes had a red tint alongside his toxic emerald green. He had lost himself completely, seeking revenge on those who had hurt him. His classmates had betrayed his trust and hurt him emotionally to the point of breaking down. Now, he had the chance for revenge, and that was all he could think of. Shinso and Aoyama didn't see Izuku, nor did they think he would be there. The young hero, now playing the villain, radiated a bloodthirsty aura. Both heroes in training felt it and looked around until the first grenade exploded, covering them in BLD. They heard someone laugh. Shinso wasn't foolish. After one BLD grenade, he took cover, knowing Izuku was dangerous, but this felt different. He watched as Midoriya jumped down from the third story and rolled on the ground. The red in his eyes was unsettling. This wasn't the friend he once knew, the one who helped him overcome his trauma. Midoriya was different now, and it scared him. As Shinso looked around, he saw that all the civilians were gone. Lost in his thoughts, he didn't notice Izuku shooting at the robots, taking them down one by one. Once no civilian robots were left, he heard Izuku laugh again, this time with a villainous edge. He watched Izuku approach Aoyama and realized he couldn't do anything. Hitoshi tried to reach out for help, but there was no response. He began to panic. His only option was to get back up. Hitoshi made his decision and ran. Aoyama was frozen in place, watching Izuku approach him, seeing a look in his eyes he had never seen before. Izuku POV. After I took down everyone, I moved toward the only hero close to me, Aoyama. I wanted to see him bleed, so I took out my daggers and ran at him. The hero just stood there. How naive. This won't work. Hand-to-hand combat it is. I put the daggers away and punched him in the stomach. His eyes widened and he began shaking. It felt good to see him suffer. He curled up protectively, but that didn't stop me from hitting him. Defend yourself. This is getting boring. To my disappointment, Aoyama didn't move, so I grabbed him by his hair and threw him against the wall with as much force as I could. He hit the wall, and a crack echoed in the air. I went to his side and began hitting him again, breaking some of his ribs in the process. This ended way too soon. What a disappointment. This was no fun. Soon I realized he was unconscious and stepped back to see my work. The moment I was a few feet away from him, I realized what I had just done. My eyes went wide, and tears rolled down my cheeks. What have I done? I slowly approached the injured body until I felt something wrap around me. I looked down and saw a gray scarf, a capture weapon. Looking around, I saw Aizawa standing there with Shinso. I don't. Keikino. WWI. did. I stammered. It's okay, Midoriya. Aizawa said, gesturing for Shinso to check on Aoyama. Shinso got the hint and ran past me. I couldn't. Kokon control. By myself. I whispered. I know, problem child, I know. I didn't struggle at all, I was lost. I couldn't believe that moments ago I was willing to hurt someone for revenge. Aizawa must have seen my distress as he came close and released me from his scarf. The moment I felt free, I looked at him. He looked so sad, and then I turned around and saw Shinso's expression. Hitoshi looked scared of me and yet sad at the same time. You don't deserve friends, a voice echoed in my mind. That's not true. I whispered back to the voice. No. Shinso was there when you attacked Aoyama. You were ready to attack your so-called best friend too. I wanted to deny it, but it pained me to know it was true. I bit my lip until I could taste BLD and looked down at the ground. I am sorry. I said, then I ran. I heard Aizawa shouting, but I couldn't hear what he was saying. I just wanted to be alone. I didn't want to hurt anyone else anymore. I couldn't take it. It would break my heart to lose myself again. I entered the closest tunnel and ran through the underground passages without a destination. Soon, I found myself in a dark, cold room. I went to a corner and sat down. Murderer. Useless. Disgusting. Die. Quirkless. Abomination. Waste of space. I curled myself into a ball and leaned against the wall. It was cold and I was crying. It was getting harder to breathe. I didn't know how long I was in there alone. I didn't even hear anyone enter the room until I felt a hand on my head. I looked up and saw Aizawa crouching beside me. I flinched but couldn't move back. "It's okay," Aizawa said. "I won't hurt you. Now breathe with me, okay?" I looked at him and nodded a little. "Good. Now, and out. And out. You are doing good, Izuku. And out." I felt myself calm down. After a few more minutes, I could breathe again. It wasn't normal, but it was still breathing, albeit shaky. I was still crying. I didn't want to hurt him. I managed to say, "I know that, problem child. You are a good child." Aizawa reassured me. "I am not." I interrupted, shaking. "They were right, I am broken. I am just a stupid, useless waste of space, an abomination to nature." I shouted at my teacher. An emptiness spread through my entire body. "Am I losing my mind?" I asked, lowering my head back into my arms. After I asked that, I slowly lifted my head, and in the next moment, Aizawa pulled me into a hug. "No, you are not. Don't say something like this, Aizu. There are always people who care for you." "Who would?" "I am alone." I replied. "What about me, problem child?" "I would. I care for you as if you were my own son. Even after what I did. What you did wasn't something you could control. Don't blame yourself for something you couldn't stop. I'm right here. I won't leave you, problem child." I was still in his arms and he hugged me tighter. All the energy I had was gone. I was tired and felt comfortable in his embrace. No one had ever shown me this kind of kindness and it felt good. I was slowly falling asleep. Izuku soon fell asleep in Aizawa's arms. The teacher didn't move for a while, not wanting to wake his problem child after the panic attack he had. He made sure that Midoriya was fast asleep before he wrapped his scarf around him. Shoda was carrying Izuku back to the main villain lair and placed him into his sleeping bag. He then took the sleeping bag close to him and leaned against the wall. Aizawa was sitting with Izuku's head on his lap. The tired underground hero looked at Izuku and felt sadness after hearing the green bean's words about himself. In that moment, Aizawa wanted nothing more than to comfort his child and protect him. He promised himself he would help his problem child overcome his struggles. He would be the one caring for his own little ray of sunshine. Izuku woke up in the sleeping bag and recalled what had happened. Why had he let go of his sanity? It was his idea to shut down a part of his rationality. Great idea, he thought. Nothing could go wrong, right? Oh boy, how wrong he was. First, he had hurt himself without realizing it. Then he had taken it to a new level, nearly hurting others. At least he now understood how dangerous it was to shut down a part of himself. He vowed never to do that again. As he opened his eyes and shifted, he realized he was in the villain lair. Something was beneath his head, and it wasn't a cushion. Turning his head, he was met with Aizawa's concerned face. "Are you okay?" Aizawa asked. "Yeah." "Wait, I was laying on my teacher's lap." Izuku exclaimed, sitting up quickly and struggling to get out of the sleeping bag. Aizawa chuckled at his clumsiness. "Let me help you, problem child." Thanks," Izuku said as Aizawa helped him out of the sleeping bag. He sat near him, wondering how long he had been asleep and when he had fallen asleep. "I'm so sorry for being a burden to you, Aizawa-sensei. I never intended to go that far. Normally I have my sanity in check, I swear. What I did was a miscalculation on my part. I should have never let myself lose completely," he mumbled. "Kid," Aizawa interrupted. "I never wanted to hurt Aoyama that badly. Sure, I wanted to scare him and maybe teach him a lesson. I mean, I wanted to teach everyone a lesson since they were looking down on quirkless people." Izuku continued. "Problem child," Aizawa said firmly. "That's why I decided to let myself lose and shut down a part of my rationality. I thought it would be a nice change to let all my emotions take over, but obviously it wasn't. I should have thought it through better. If only I hadn't made that decision, then I wouldn't have hurt them so badly." "Izuku," Aizawa said, trying to regain his attention. "Thankfully, I didn't kill anyone. I'm sure I would have done it without a doubt. I mean, I hurt Bakugo really badly, and I'm not sorry for it. He deserved it. He was always telling me I couldn't be a hero because of my quirkless status, and he even told me to jump off a roof." "Midoriya," Aizawa said, raising his voice slightly. "Can you believe that a future hero told a broken child to do that?" It was tempting, to say the least. I found myself thinking about it multiple times, but I never did it for real. Well, that's not entirely true. I jumped in front of Uraraka a few days ago. It wasn't a fun experience, and I could have passed on it. Aizawa, Midoriya. Izuku replied, startled. "You were mumbling." "Oh, I'm so sorry, Aizawa-sensei. I didn't realize it." "It's fine. But what did you say about your sanity, problem child?" Nothing much. It was more like a question than an answer since I couldn't remember how much I talked about it in my mumbling spree. "That's more a question than an answer," Aizawa pressed. Maybe. I didn't want to talk about it for obvious reasons, Izuku said, hesitating. What did you mean by having your sanity in check and shutting down your rational part? Aizawa asked. Do I need to answer? Izuku replied. Yes, you do. Why? Because you were happy to kill someone. I didn't kill anyone. I only nearly killed 2 people, Izuku protested. Yeah. Only nearly killed someone. To be honest with you, Izuku, that doesn't make it better. Now answer my question. What question? Izuku began to panic a little. He didn't like talking about his mental struggles, but Aizawa raised an eyebrow at him, urging him to respond. You know exactly what question I referred to, problem child. Sigh, fine. It took him a moment to think about how to describe his feelings without sounding completely insane. What he experienced in his life wasn't something everyone went through, it was something quirkless people often felt. Even then, it was a wonder he was still alive and somewhat normal. The suicide rate of quirkless people was alarmingly high. I had my bad days, where the voices of my past haunted me, urging me to give in to despair. I usually managed to ignore them, but sometimes the pain would become overwhelming. I would see shadowy figures at the edges of my vision, never approaching but always present, as if they were mocking me. Despite these struggles, I tried to maintain my sanity, though I had my personal issues to contend with. One of my biggest problems was Bakugo. Every time I saw that angry Pomeranian, I was reminded of the past, and all I wanted was to confront him. He needed to understand what it felt like to be powerless, to be deemed useless. My mother had involved me in some minor crimes, believing it was a good idea for me to carry a gun to help her and her friends. Most of her boyfriends were gang members, so I learned to aim well and to be quick on my feet. I even picked up some fighting skills from them, and the gangs nicknamed me Ghost, because no one ever caught me stealing. I also struggled with eating and sleeping. My nightmares left me waking up in a cold sweat, and my mother rarely bothered to feed me. I often had to prepare meals for her but wasn't allowed to touch the food myself. Thankfully, the food at UA was free, and I finally had a warm meal every day. However, I had a traumatic experience with being tied up, which triggered panic attacks whenever I felt restrained. I confided in Aizawa about my struggles. I don't know how to cope with my anger and anxiety, I admitted. Most of the time I just ignore it, but sometimes it becomes too much, and I hear voices and see shadows. I needed a break, I continued, looking down at my hands. Before we started this exercise, I decided to let myself lose control, which shut down my rational side. Clearly, that wasn't the best choice. Aizawa asked why I would do that. I looked up, surprised by his genuine curiosity. How else was I supposed to cope with the bullying and the pain? I felt like I had no one to turn to. I just buried my feelings. You could have, he started. I could have what? I interrupted. I was registered as quirkless. No one believes a quirkless child. They think we just want attention. I tried to get help, but eventually I gave up. No one cared to listen or even look at my wounds. Tears streamed down my cheeks as I spoke, my voice cracking. I noticed Aizawa's expression, filled with a rage I recognized from Bakugo. I'm sorry. I know you'll probably expel me after this. I can understand why you'd be angry at me for what I've done. I'm not mad at you, and I won't expel you, Aizawa replied firmly. You're one of my best students. I'm angry at the people who treated you that way. You've suffered so much without help. But those days are over. You have us now. If you have any problems, talk to me, Mike, or even Nezu. We're here for you. I don't know what to say, I stammered. You don't need to, he assured me. Just promise me you'll come to me if you can't cope with your emotions. Bottling them up is never a good idea. Yeah, I learned that the hard way, I admitted. Aizawa paused for a moment before asking another question. Me, if that's about my mental health, then I'd rather not talk about it now. This isn't supposed to be a therapy session. Aizawa, I understand, and no, it's not. How did you know that Shinso was my adoptive son? Me, for legal reasons, I won't answer that one. Aizawa, fair enough. I now have at least an idea. After my conversation with Aizawa, I stood up to get the next person out of the game. I wanted some help, but Aizawa was sticking right by my side, not leaving me alone. We walked through the underground tunnels. Me, you do know that I'm not a little kid anymore. I don't need someone tailing me. He raised an eyebrow at me. Me, can't trust me anymore. I see. Well, who would after knowing my problems? I knew you wouldn't like me anymore after this, and I'm sure no matter how many times you tell me you won't, you will expel me. Me, I have myself fully in control. I don't plan on losing it again. I won't hurt anyone. Aizawa, I know. Me, then why are you following me? Aizawa, to ensure that you don't do anything reckless. Me, Peter. I wouldn't do that. Aizawa, you sure about that, problem child? Me, totally sure. Aizawa, don't lie to me, Izuku. You have little to no self-preservation. Me, well, that's true. Maybe I would. Aizawa, Another question as an answer. This isn't smart, problem child. Me, I know, but it's worth a shot even if I know it won't work on you. Aizawa, sigh, I don't get paid enough for this. Me, I'm pretty sure you do. Besides, you love us, you love your class, and you love your job. It's not like you care about me anyway. Aizawa, how many times do I need to tell you that I care about you? Me, and I don't really see why you do. Aizawa, Izuku, I already told you, you are like son to me. I mean exactly what I said. Me, we're not related in any way besides you being my teacher. You're not my father, so why? Aizawa, after this is over, don't expect me or Nezu to let you go home. Me, that's the only place I have. Where should I go instead? I can't stay in the dorms forever. Aizawa, you don't have to. I'm planning to adopt you. Nezu would also be willing to adopt you, but since he isn't allowed to have a human child in his care alone, he wants partial guardianship over you. You have people who care about you. Just accept it. Shinso was also worried about you. Me, I can't believe that. You're just lying to me to reassure me that there are people who care about me. Don't give me hope and take it away. That's cruel, Aizawa-sensei. Aizawa, sigh, I don't give false hope, problem child, and you know it. I'm brutally honest, and if I ever think you're not worth being here, then you wouldn't be. But you are still here, and if I tell you that I want to adopt you, then that means I will. Me, sure, whatever you say, sensei. Just keep telling yourself that, and you'll believe it eventually, but not me. Reality is harsh, and I know it. Besides, I wonder if you'd still say that if you knew I was thinking about giving up my quirk. No one wants a quirkless person like me. Nothing will ever change that, and after this game, I'll probably be quirkless again. It's hard to look All Might in the eyes and be his protege after knowing how little faith he has in me. I knew what he thought about quirkless people, but I thought he had changed. Guess nothing ever changes. Whatever he saw in me isn't there anymore. I no longer trust him, not even a little. I went to his side and touched him. Me, let's play a game of tag. You're it. With that, I started running through the underground tunnels. I kept in mind that my steps and voice would echo, which wasn't a bad thing. It would help mask my whereabouts. I ran and turned around every corner, confident in my knowledge of the system. Aizawa, sai Izuku no. However, I was already running, and he had no choice but to chase me. It took me about 5 minutes to get away from him. But he wasn't the only one following, a teacher's drone was too. Now all I had to do was destroy it. I went around a corner and waited for the drone. One try, that was all I had. The drone came around the corner and I took my dagger out and struck it. It didn't see me, and since it was programmed to follow me, it couldn't move away. Now that I hit it, it fell down and I took advantage of it and kicked it against the wall. Next, I took out the paralyzed gun and shot it with 3 bullets. One to shut it down, another to make sure it stays down, and the third just because I could. Now that I was completely alone, I went to find a room where I could be by myself. After about 10 minutes, I found one that I hadn't used yet. Wanting to get a little help with my next target, I took out the LOV earbud and contacted them. Is anyone there? I asked. Zuku, good to hear that you are okay. Did the NPCs target you again? After what you did with that French fried NPC, I hope they learned a thing or two about not cheating anymore. Shigaraki replied. If you mean my teacher restricting me and making me talk to him like a therapy session, then yeah, I guess so. I responded. That no good NPC. If I get my hands on him, I will make him pay for it. He will be a mindless Nomu when I'm finished with him. Your loyal minion. He doesn't deserve it, but since you like him, I will show some mercy. Huh? Thank you. I said. Do you have a game plan? Shigaraki asked. Yeah, I do, and I need the help of Compress. That won't be possible. Unfortunately, you can't revive lost team members. What do you mean lost? I questioned. That sleep-deprived NPC was a hidden end boss. Compress lost his level and can't be used anymore. So he was captured. Yes. Oh great. Just great. Do you have a plan B, Bunny? Shigaraki asked. Yeah, but I would need Twice's help with it. Why not me? I wanted to help you. Because my opponent can spot anyone near him, and Twice's clone ability would be a huge advantage. For once, I want to cheat and not be cheated, if you understand. As much as I would love to say no, I do. I will send you Twice, but be careful, Bunny. I don't want you to get hurt. You are mine, and no one touches my things or breaks them without my permission. I am hurt. If you give your permission, it would be okay. Zuku, that's not what I meant. I shouldn't have said it that way. I would never give anyone permission to do that. You are precious to me. Really? You won't betray me? Of course not. You are like family to me. You are my bunny. Thank you. Liar. You don't care about me. I'm just a tool for you. I want to be a hero for everyone, and I think you deserve a second chance too. So you are a pawn in my game as well. With that, our conversation ended, and Shigaraki sent Twice to me. I was waiting for Twice to arrive. How likely was it that Aizawa would find the room? Very low, I thought. But apparently, this room was easier to find than I expected. Kurogiri was about to open a portal for twice while Aizawa was nearly at the door. I could hear him. His light footsteps were hard to dismiss, and I hadn't closed the door for this exact purpose. What should I do? Stay in here and play dumb or distract him and get him to leave somehow? He was close to the room. Kurogiri opened a portal and twice stepped through. Stay here and be quiet. Eraserhead is outside the room any minute now. I whispered, leaving a confused twice behind. What's your problem, dude? I could hear him say before I shut the door behind me. Immediately after stepping outside, I came face to face with Aizawa. Congrats. You found me. Play it cool, Izuku. He doesn't know that Twice is here. Oh god, what if he enters the room and sees him? I can't give him the chance for that. Are you not going to tag me? I mean, we are playing tag, are we not? I asked. No, we are not, problem child, Aizawa replied. Then why did you chase after me? I have a question for you, and please be honest with me. It's not as if I can, I'm pretty sure you would know it the moment I try. So what's the question, sensei? What do I need to do for you to trust me? Good question. Actually, no one ever cared for me that much to want my trust. Maybe you weren't lying after all. Let's test this out. You want my trust? I asked. Yes, problem child. I want you to be able to trust me. Okay, then how about you capture Hitoshi and bring him into the cage in my lair? Oh, and please do it so that no one else sees you. Here is a BLD grenade. Use it on him as soon as he is in the cage. Here also a pair of Quirk suppression H and CFFS, just in case he tries something funny. If he really wanted my trust, then I wanted to see how far he was willing to go for it. I saw his eyes widen for a moment before he returned to his usual poker face. He won't do it. Alright. Say what now? Did I hear him right? Really? Yes. So I did hear him right, interesting. Well then, what are you waiting for? I have another situation to handle, and I need time to think about a strategy, I said. Aizawa sighed. Just don't do something completely reckless. No promises. I replied with a grin. You will be the death of me, kid. Maybe you're right about that one. Say what now? Nothing. Aizu. Okay, it was a joke. A very bad one. It had better be. Totally was, huh? Anyway, how fast can you get him? It won't take long. Great, then off we go. I began walking past him until I reached the first tunnel cross. This way is the shortest route to headquarters. I'll be going the other way. I need to check something. I didn't need to say more. We split up and everyone went their way. I only needed to go a little bit until I was sure he was really gone, then I returned to the room and closed the door behind me. I was fortunate that no drone was following Aizawa when he found me. Finally, I could focus on my own business. As I entered the room, I saw Twice watching my every move with crossed arms. First you call me here, and then you have the audacity to ditch me. You're lucky Eraserhead didn't enter the room. I know. That was a close call. I never thought he would actually find me. I don't want to be here. I'm glad I can help you, Zuki. Zuki. Have a problem with that. Toga called you Zukun, Dabi referred to you as little brother, and Shigi calls you Bunny. So I'm gonna call you Zuki. Well, anyway, we have plans and we need to go. Oh, and before I forget, we need to be careful because Aizawa is also dealing with one of his students. Blackmailing, I see. You're joking, right? No, I'm not. I'm serious, and I didn't even have to blackmail him. Bold move. You're way too scary. Let's just say I have my ways. Now come on, we have a job to do. I took his arm and guided him through the tunnels, keeping an eye out for drones. After a 10-minute walk, we exited near the hero's headquarters. The front entrance had hidden cameras for the teacher. To ensure we didn't get detected and that Aizawa didn't catch us, I went to the side of the building. Stay here for a moment and let me check the vent system real quick. I need to see if our target is in there. You stay put and I will go. Okay, I won't go anywhere. I climbed up, went through the hatch to the vent system, and began searching for my target. I soon spotted Aizawa. Curious to see if he truly wanted to prove he was worthy of my trust, I followed him and watched. There was no way he could know I was there, and I would find out if he really cared. Let's see how much I can trust your words. I gave him a task I knew he would refuse because everyone knew how intense my mental games could be. I felt bad for Shinso. He was my best friend, and I was the worst friend he could have. I would need to make it up to him, if he still wanted me as a friend after this. Aizawa entered the hero headquarters, unnoticed. He knew where the blind spots in the security cameras were. Finding his adoptive son wasn't a problem, but getting him away from his other students was the real challenge. Aizawa wanted to earn Izuku's trust so badly that he was willing to trust him blindly. He hoped Izuku wouldn't do anything harmful to his own adoptive son. Aizawa's heart ached knowing one of his students had been treated poorly when he deserved better. He was angry that Bakugo was a reason for Izuku's suffering. As he searched the headquarters, he soon found Izuku alone in his room. The sleep-deprived hero knew how effective a surprise attack could be and how beneficial it would be to capture him and hit his pressure point to make him fall limp. Unfortunately, he could hear two other students approaching. Not wanting to fail his mission, Shoda decided to go to an empty room where he knew no one would be since the players residing there had been eliminated. 2 out of 3 girls came down, luckily not to Shinso's room, but 2 rooms down from his. The tired, coffee-addicted hero stealthily entered Hitoshi's room and immediately shot his capture weapon at his target. His son was very confused to find himself captured after all he did was look at the map he found of the city they were currently in. He marked all the places where Usagi showed himself and searched for the villain's lair but couldn't find it. It didn't make sense, all the attacks were centered around the hero's headquarters. Hitoshi thought that Izuku's lair was near them, but that didn't add up since they had searched the area countless times over the past couple of days without success. He was studying the map, hoping to uncover something hidden in the information he had gathered, but nothing stood out. Suddenly his dad came in and threw his scarf, capturing him successfully. One end of the scarf was wrapped around his mouth, preventing him from calling for help. After that, he only remembered being pulled into his father's arms and feeling a sharp pain in his neck. Aizawa had captured his son quickly and quietly. He unwrapped his scarf, put special HAVS on the lilac-haired boy, and took him with him. Izuku's point of view. I watched Aizawa carry out the task I had assigned him and followed him until he reached the ground floor. My next objective was to ensure that my target was in the building. Unfortunately, he wasn't there, so I returned to Twice. Can we go home? Are we good to go? Twice asked. No, he isn't there. Let me check my drones quickly. I pulled out my phone and saw that Shoji and Kaminari were currently patrolling the area near us, 12 blocks away to be specific. They are patrolling, let's go. I led the way to an underground tunnel, and Twice followed me until we were about to enter it. Are you stupid? They are above ground, and we're going under. Zuki, what are we doing underground? He questioned. I turned around to face him politely. You don't want to be seen or captured by any teacher or their drones, right? Right? He replied. Well then, the only other way is for me to lead them to you. So follow me, we will head to a room with 8 other tunnel entrances. All the tunnels have a dead end. I explained my plan briefly and began walking to the room. Once we arrived, I told him to make clones, each one looking like me. Each clone was sent to a tunnel entrance, totaling 8 clones. Okay, then hide in the middle one and don't make a sound, or Shoji will spot you, I instructed. Not gonna happen. Got it? He said. I will lead them down now. I will be back shortly. I assured him. Goodbye forever. See you soon. He called out as I made my way to my main villain lair to see Aizawa. I felt that he truly meant what he was saying if he was willing to trust me blindly not to harm Hitoshi. Moments later, I entered my villain lair and saw Shinso cuffed in a cage, covered in fake BLD. So you really did this? I remarked. I told you, I want you to be able to trust me, problem child, Aizawa replied. And it doesn't matter what I am about to do with him. I asked. I trust you to not kill him or hurt him severely in any way, Aizawa assured me. And you are willing to trust me just like that? I pressed. Yes, Aizu, I am, he affirmed. That's good to know. So you weren't lying the whole time? I questioned. Sigh. No, I wasn't. Kid, you know me, I don't lie very often. It's way too bothersome. You don't say. Anyway, I could use some help. You want to trust me and not ask any questions but instead just follow me. If possible, don't show yourself to my next opponent. I just need you to be around me at a safe distance as backup. All right, lead the way, Usagi. Aizawa agreed. With that, I went to the spot where I last saw the heroes patrol, and sure enough, they were only 5 blocks away from the hero headquarters. I ran out of the tunnel and made my way to the main street where they were patrolling. Then I casually walked out into the middle of the road. Hello there, what a good day we have for a little stroll. Don't you think? I called out. Kaminari. What are you doing here? He exclaimed. Isn't that obvious? I am here for my next victim, and don't worry, only one of you is my next target, I replied. And who is it, if I may ask? Shoji inquired. Oh, you may, but I don't need to answer that. I teased. Stop being dramatic and just tell us. Kaminari urged. Then come and get me. I began to back away, and sure enough, Kaminari started running straight at me. Denki, stop. This might be a trap. Shoji warned. Oh, so you can think. Here I was thinking you guys were only foolish and didn't have a single brain cell. I taunted. I am not foolish. Kaminari shot back. Says the one following me. I was running straight to a tunnel entrance, and Kaminari was close behind me. Shoji was a little further back, but I knew he could hear us and would follow. Leading the way, I quickly ran to the room with 8 tunnels, standing in the middle of the room and waiting for them to arrive. Oh, welcome to my game of hide and seek. As you can see, there are 8 tunnels, And only in one of these tunnels is your dear friend Kaminari, or should I say girlfriend? Kaminari shouted, what did you do to her? I swear if you laid a single finger on her, then I will make you pay for it. I replied, that I want to see. Now good luck. I took my paralyzed gun out and aimed it at the drone right beside Kaminari's head, a little behind him. The bullet grazed his ear as I aimed it that way. I wanted to make him scared. After one hit, the drone fell down. I hit one of the engines. The next bullet shut it down, and the third one made it explode. Looks like Power Loader has a lot to improve on these ones. I taunted. Are you insane? Kaminari shouted. And what if I am? I smirked. Kaminari lost it and began charging at me. I didn't want to fight him but Shoji, so I dodged the first attack. He began to charge up his quirk. I needed to act quickly now. I intentionally erased my presence and then ran at him, dodging to the side and vanishing from his sight. Only seconds later, I reappeared and hit his pressure point. He immediately fell down. Shoji began running at me to get Kaminari out of the situation he brought himself into. Now twice. I shouted. With that, 8 clones of me came out of the tunnels and charged at Shoji. I was laughing hysterically. This was way too funny seeing myself trying to beat up Shoji in 8 different ways. One clone used daggers, another used a gun, one engaged in hand-to-hand combat, and another threw knives at him. One clone helped in combat since Shoji was really strong. Another clone was trying to mess with Shoji's senses, making sounds and jumping at him before retreating to safety. It worked. Shoji got distracted. Clones 7 and 8 were destroyed immediately as their teamwork wasn't good enough. Twice emerged from one of the tunnels. That's so boring. That is so much fun to watch. He exclaimed. Haha, I know right. I replied. They will all win. I bet number 2 will only survive. I bet that number 1 with the daggers. You're right. I don't believe that. Well then let's find out and watch. Shoji destroyed clones 3 and 5 rather quickly. Both clones were good but not strong. Their hits simply weren't effective. Then he punched clone 6, sending it flying into the wall with a cracking sound before it vanished. Clone 4 ran out of knives and began to engage him in one-on-one combat. Needless to say, he lost. Now there were only 2 left, number 1 and number 2. Number 2 was firing the gun and eventually ran out of bullets. In a moment of desperation, he threw the gun at Shoji, hitting him right on the head, then charged at him. Shoji simply needed to punch the clone with 3 of his tentacles as arms. The clone was gone. Ha! Called it. I cheered. No you didn't. Wow, you were spot on, Suzuki. Twice said. Then I took out my BLD bullet gun and stretched my arm out for him to take the weapon. You want to finish him? I asked. No, why should I? Thank you, he said, gladly taking the gun and shooting Shoji down. He emptied the gun and then started laughing. You are my nemesis. You are the best buddy I have. Thanks, I guess. I began backing away from him. You can come out now. Eraserhead emerged from the shadows of one of the tunnels. He quickly threw his capture weapon and erased Shoji's quirk. I bet you would like to get even with him after he destroyed you last time you both met. However, this is not the time for it. Twice, I am willing to give you a second chance like the other team members. Eraserhead will SCRD you to them. Nothing will happen to you, I promise, as long as you don't do anything stupid. Toga is waiting for you. I am sure she misses you too. Please don't make this hard by fighting us. If any god can hear me or Satan, I don't care at this point anymore, please make this easy. Twice exclaimed, I hate her. Love her. How did you know? It was obvious the way you looked at her. Now go with him. You both deserve a second chance and a normal life. I don't want to talk to you ever again. I don't know what to say. Then don't, just go with him. You will pay for what you have done. No one ever cared to do that, thank you. Eraserhead said, follow me. Aizawa-sensei then led Twice out. I watched them go before I used a sleeping grenade and laid down on the floor, resting for a little bit. Denki was there too, out cold on the floor. As I lay there with Kaminari, I suddenly heard footsteps. Since I was pretending to be knocked out, I stayed put. The footsteps came out of nowhere and began approaching me. What? How is that possible? People can't just appear out of nowhere. These footsteps didn't belong to Aizawa. They didn't sound that light. This new person was not trained in stealth. Judging from the pace, they were not trying to hide or be careful, and from the sound, the person must be heavier. Who the heck is that? I felt something cold and wet pour down my face, and I immediately sat up to confront the culprits. Shigaraki, you okay there, bunny? Me, do I look okay to you? What was that for? Now I'm dripping wet and cold. Shigaraki, you were lying there unconscious, and I thought this might wake you up. And look, it did. I rolled my eyes at his antics. He had thrown a bucket full of ice water at me. Me, where did you even get that? Shigaraki, from the base, where else? Kurogyri, I'm sorry Izuku. I tried to stop him but couldn't. Me, nah, it's okay. At least someone had fun. Shigaraki chuckled a little. Even if I didn't appreciate the surprise, I was glad someone was enjoying themselves. Kurogiri, where is Twice? Me, in one of these 8 tunnels, I think. Shigaraki, what do you mean you think? Me, look, do you see that guy over there? He electrocuted me. I have no idea where Twice is. It was a necessary lie. I hated lying, but here I was, doing it again. Me, I have a question, Shiggy. Shigaraki, go ahead. Me, what would you do with a second chance? I mean both of you. Shigaraki, don't know. Nobody ever cared to give me one. They either saved me and opened a path for me. Kurogiri, maybe start a bar. I'm a great bartender. I know all the ins and outs of drinks. Me, that sounds just like you, Kurogiri. Now, Shiggy, I want you to think about it. Shigaraki, I really don't know. All I ever wanted is to destroy that false symbol of peace. Me, but what after that? World domination. Shigaraki, maybe. Sounds like fun if you ask me. Me, I don't think so. I stood up, facing him with a serious expression. Me, people would learn to fear you and wouldn't value your true nature, Shiggy. You're an exceptional gamer and a good buddy. It would be a shame if everyone hated you just because you think life is a game you can beat. In truth, life is just one game over and there are no restarts. You can't beat life. I could see he was starting to understand the meaning behind my words. Me, so what would you do with your second chance? What if I was willing to give you one? Shigaraki, what do you mean by that? Me, after everything that happened to me, I thought about what kind of hero I wanted to be. Honestly, I didn't know until recently. I want to be a hero for everyone, even for those lost causes that heroes won't save. Whether it's someone who broke the law out of necessity or a villain who saw no other way, I don't care about the reasons. Society can be harsh and I've lived through it. I was told to end my life multiple times. No one ever cared for me. Just because I had one lucky break at UA, I'm truly thankful. I could have easily turned into a villain, and I've done things considered villainous. Yet here I am, wishing to be a light for those who need it, for people who have lost everything. So what would you do if I gave you a second chance? They both looked at me with wide eyes, as if my words were too good to be true. I meant every single one of them. Me, Kurogiri, what would you say if you could manage your very own bar? Shiggy, what would you say to stay by my side and be the brother I never had? I know you don't have a true family besides the League of Villains, and I don't have one either. So why not stick together and figure something out? Kurogiri, is that what happened to the others? Me, yes. Shigaraki, I want to hear what you did for them, bunny. Me, I gave Dabi a chance to be with his brothers, Toga to find new friends, and I helped Compress find a stage. Twice got a new beginning with Toga. I saw how much they liked each other. Spinner is a great fighter, and I believe a teaching job would suit him well, maybe even a dojo of his own. Kurogiri, that doesn't sound bad. Me, it's not. I promise it's not. So what do you say? Shigaraki, fight me. Me, Echuch. Shigaraki, you heard me. If you want me to take the second chance you offer, then beat me. It doesn't feel right to just accept it. Me, so you want me to fight both of you? Kurogiri, no, only him. Your offer is a nice one, and I am willing to accept it. Me, alright, what are the terms? Shigaraki, we fight until one gives up or is unable to fight any longer. Everything is allowed. Me, Sai, I hate to do this, but if it helps you, then so be it. I turned around and gathered all my weapons from the ground I could still use, like my BLD bullet gun, daggers, and knives. Then I faced him in a fighting stance with a dagger in one hand. Kurogiri, you know that they don't cut, don't you? Me, Anichim. I don't want to hurt you. So I will use these. Shigaraki only laughed at me. Did he think I wouldn't be able to beat him? I had just taken down most of Class 1B and nearly all of Class 1A, plus I had dealt with all the additional members of the League of Villains. I was more than capable of beating him. I watched Shigaraki get into his fighting stance before Kurogiri gave the signal to begin. Kurogiri, are both sides ready for the fight? Me, Shigaraki, ready as I ever be. Kurogiri, then fight. Izuku and Tamura stood opposed to each other, both prepared for the fight of their lives. No one dared to make the first move. Midoriya didn't want to fight Shigaraki. He knew how messed up the world was, and if All Might hadn't returned and offered him his quirk, things would have looked very different. He thought he could have easily become a villain himself. At the same time, he recognized that Tamura had chosen the easy path by following All for One. He believed that if someone had offered Tamura a chance and shown him a different way of life, he might not have turned out to be a villain. Shigaraki reflected on Izuku's words. He couldn't believe that this hero was willing to give a villain a second chance when the whole world had turned its back on him. To say Tamura was moved would be an understatement. It felt as if an angel had come down to earth to fix everything that was broken. Shigaraki knew he was broken, but he also sensed that Izuku was just as damaged, if not more. For reasons he couldn't explain, Tamura felt he could trust Izuku and was willing to find out if the hero in training was sincere. Shigaraki was the first to break the silence and charged at Izuku, attempting to grab his hand to disintegrate him. What he didn't expect was for Izuku to wait until the last moment to grab his hand instead of dodging. All 5 fingers touched Izuku's hand, and he felt the disintegration process begin. Izuku, do we really need to fight? Shigaraki, unfortunately we do. Izuku, it was worth a shot to ask one last time. Midoriya let go of Shigaraki's hand and backed away, looking at his own left hand where some layers of skin were already gone and BLD was seeping out. He still held the dagger in his other hand and charged at his opponent. It would have hurt more if his pain tolerance wasn't already high enough. He only felt a stinging sensation from his hand. Izuku thought it was foolish to grab Tamura's hand, but he couldn't just leave him. He saw the pain in the villain's eyes and knew that Shigaraki didn't want to fight. Deku wanted to show him that he was willing to get hurt to earn his trust. Tamura saw Izuku running at him, one hand hidden due to the injury and the other holding the dagger. It would have been easy to dodge, but something told him that Izuku had more up his sleeve. As they were now within arm's reach, Shigaraki used his quirk on Izuku again, managing to disintegrate part of his costume. Izuku quickly jumped away, throwing the dagger with all the force he could muster. The dagger pinned Tamura to the wall, and he struggled to free himself, tearing at his own costume in frustration. In the heat of the moment, he forgot he could have disintegrated it. Realizing his mistake, he was distracted just long enough for Izuku to throw the other knives at him, trapping him against the wall. Shigaraki didn't like being trapped. He first tried to pull the knives out but then disintegrated them and charged at Izuku again. No matter what he did, the small green-haired boy dodged his attacks with ease, as if he could predict his every move. Izuku knew that the fight was pointless. He could have easily hit a pressure point and won, but Shigaraki wanted a fight, and who was he to decline the villain's wish? Every attack from Shigaraki was aimed at nothing. Whether it was a right hook, a kick, or an attempt to grab him, nothing could touch him. After a good 15 minutes of Shigaraki trying to land a hit, keyword, trying, the greenette noticed the villain's movements slowing down, indicating he was getting tired. This was the perfect moment to switch from defense to offense. My turn, Izuku declared. He dashed in front of the villain, erasing his presence, then sidestepped to the side where Shigaraki least expected him and landed a punch to his face. Tamura fell, and Izuku didn't wait for him to recover. If it were up to him, he would have let Shigaraki stand, but he knew the villain wouldn't appreciate that. Instead, Izuku grabbed the collar of Shigaraki's costume and threw him against the wall. The impact forced the air out of the villain's lungs, and he fell down, immediately trying to get up. Before Tamura could regain his balance, Izuku was already by his side, landing a hit to his gut, causing the villain to crumble again. This, however, wasn't the end. Izuku pulled Shigaraki back up forcefully and hit him with a right hook. It was clear that Izuku was leading the battle, and there was no way Shigaraki could beat him. Kurojiiri watched the fight, impressed by the green hero in front of him. He knew Izuku was a good fighter, but this was beyond his expectations. When he saw Tamura unable to stand, he realized the fight was over. Izuku thought to himself, after I hit him with a right hook, I forcefully pulled him to his feet again. I stepped back and executed a jumping kick, connecting my foot with one side of his face, sending him down. That's enough, Izuku. Kurojiiri called out. Izuku looked down to see Shigaraki with BLD on him, his own BLD. At some point, Tamura had started to cough up BLD. He had a cut on his lip and one on his eyebrow, and a black eye was forming. I admit defeat. I never thought you were that good, Bunny. Where did you hide all that strength and skill? Shigaraki said, breathing. It didn't feel right to fight like this, and I always restricted myself in front of others. I really don't want to talk about it too much, Izuku replied. That's okay, Kurojiiri said. Well, I lost, and I will gladly accept the second chance you offered me. I'm not sure where this will lead, but I am willing to trust you, Bunny, Shigaraki said. Excellent. You won't regret it. Izuku responded. Hey, I have a question. I know you were watching me through the drones. Was all for one too, or just you guys? It was only us. It was getting boring at the base, and this sounded entertaining, Kurojiiri explained. Well then, I hope I gave you one heck of a show, Izuku said. You did. In fact, you did more than that by getting us involved and offering us something we could only dream of, Shigaraki replied. You guys deserve it if you ask me. Everyone does. Now, let me quickly get Eraserhead to SCRTU to the other members. I will be with you once I end this game, Izuku said. Very well, Kurojiiri acknowledged. Izuku stepped back and activated the earbud he had received from Nezu. He realized he must have accidentally turned it off, as it was off. Aizawa, you there? He called. What is it, problem child? Aizawa replied. Can you get to me? I'm in the room with the 8 tunnel entrances that all lead to a dead end. On my way. Not even 10 minutes later, Aizawa entered the room. Once he saw the remaining League of Villains members, he readied his capture weapon and activated his quirk on Shigaraki. It's all right, Aizawa-sensei, they won't do anything. Could you escort them to the other members, please? Izuku requested. Aizawa dropped his scarf, looking perplexed. Izuku had never seen his teacher drop his capture weapon like that. It fell to the ground from around his neck. Say that again. Aizawa demanded. Come on, you heard me. Why do I need to repeat myself? I thought you hated it when your students do that. Izuku replied. I asked if you could escort them to the other League of Villains members, Aizawa reiterated. I don't know what to say. I don't even want to know what happened here. Aizu, you are going to the teacher's lounge to get your hand checked. You two follow me. Okay. Izuku said. They all went outside the city through the underground tunnels. Once they were out of the city, Izuku headed to the teacher's office while Aizawa led the villains to their friends. He also informed Nezu that I would be heading to them and that I would need medical attention. Once that was done, we agreed to meet at my main villain lair. Some of the teachers were sleeping through the night from the 5th day of the game to the 6th, except for 2 people, Nezu and Present Mike. Present Mike watched his husband search for Izuku, while Nezu was thrilled to see how good Izuku was at hiding from an underground hero. If Izuku truly wanted to remain hidden, there was no one, not even Hound Dog with his canine-like quirk, who could find him. It took the scruffy-looking teacher the entire night to get close to the greenette. In the end, it was Midoriya who managed to sneak up on the sleep-deprived hero and startled him. Nezu laughed. I never thought Shota could make such a sound. Present Mike joined in, chuckling at the unexpected high-pitched noise his husband made. They then witnessed Izuku laughing so hard that he fell to the floor. Aizawa wrapped the kid in his capture scarf and dragged him back to the lair, needing a bit of persuasion to get Izuku to rest for a few hours. Time skip brought to you by a pouting Izuku who lost almost all his fake B. Good morning, Nezu, Izuku greeted. A good morning to you too. How come you didn't sleep longer? Nezu asked. It's already 9 a.m. I couldn't possibly sleep the whole day. Izuku replied. I see. Now, what did you need from me? Nezu inquired. I wanted to blow up the 3 apartment complexes, Izuku stated. Which 3? Nezu asked. The only 3 that have 6 stories, south, north, and west from here. Okay, you are good to go in 5 minutes. Thank you. By now, all the other heroes were awake and watching the green bean trick Kaminari into electrocuting Azui. Tsuyu Azui is out. Recovery Girl announced. Oh ectoplasm, Izuku missed his fake BLD. It was a good choice to get it before he saw you doing it, Present Mike said. Indeed it was. He would have done who knows what to prevent you from taking it from him. That would have been interesting. Now I regret my decision to let you get it while he was away. Nezu admitted. Oh please no. Thank God he wasn't there. Did you see what he did with Vlad King? Or how he beat Eraserhead? There is no way I could have beaten that kid. Ectoplasm exclaimed. What, you scared of a kid now? Vlad King challenged. He's still refusing to use his quirk. There's no way a pro hero like you would lose to him. All Might argued. If I may remind you, he managed to hit you too without using his quirk. Nezu pointed out. That was just a lucky hit, a fluke if you want to call it. All Might insisted. Oh really now? That's what you think? Nezu pressed. That's how I see it, yes. All Might replied. After hearing this, Nezu was already plotting something, confident that Izuku would be up for the challenge. If the stubborn number 1 hero refused to accept the reality in front of him, Nezu would gladly show him how wrong he was, and he was sure Izuku would rise to the occasion. Alright then, explain to me how he managed to trick 2 of his classmates. Nezu asked. That wannabe Pikachu is just foolish, that's all. If he had paid enough attention to his fellow comrade, this wouldn't have happened. Vlad King scoffed. I disagree, he planned it. He waited for the last minute to dodge it, Power Loader countered. He also intentionally mocked Kaminari to get him angry, which made him charge at him. This was thoroughly planned out. No luck at all. Hound Dog added. Vlad, if you think he's that beatable, then why don't you go in there and show us? Oh wait, he already beat you once. Midnight teased. And so the teachers began discussing how Izuku had thrown Vlad King out of the window and tied him up so that he was hanging outside a building. Time skip brought to you by a murderous aura that could freeze the teacher's BLD. The observation room witnessed Izuku losing his composure and nearly harming Aoyama. Get Aoyama to me immediately. No wait, I am going with you. Recovery Girl said to Ectoplasm as they exited the room. Did anyone else feel like he was about to get murdered by him? Midnight asked. Not just you. That aura is reminiscent of Stain's, if not worse. I feel like my BLD could freeze just being here, Present Mike replied. Could. Mine froze just by watching. Midnight exclaimed. Don't be ridiculous, he isn't related to Stain or learned anything from him. If anything, this shows how poor my choice was in finding my successor, All Might lamented. This was enough for Nezu, he couldn't take it anymore. No one belittled his son, not after what he had shown them he was capable of. Poor choice. Care to elaborate? Nezu demanded. He's clearly an insane psychopath. I can't believe I didn't see that in the first place. Thanks to this exercise, I realized his true nature, All Might stated. True nature, you say? Nezu's voice took on a dangerous tone, causing the other teachers to take notice. Hound Dog's fur stood on end, sensing the tension in the air. They were scared of the sudden change in behavior that was more animalistic and the clear intention of aggression in his small black eyes. There was also a burning rage clearly visible in them. All Might, I think it would be best if you don't talk anymore, Midnight suggested. Why? Look at that boy and tell me he isn't mentally unstable right there. All Might exclaimed. I would suggest you take Midnight's advice. Hound Dog interjected. So you say he doesn't have a mental issue? Is that it? All Might pressed. No, that is not what I said. I do think he has one, Hound Dog clarified. Nezu was about to jump out of his seat, ready to throw his cup of tea away to P&D some sense into his teachers. The growling became louder. But I also think that he has just lived through too many bad things for this to be unavoidable, Hound Dog continued. Nice save, was all that Nezu could think. He isn't cut out to be a hero. All he has shown us is that he would be the perfect villain. All Might declared. That was enough to shock everyone in the room. While everyone was looking at All Might, one person let his teacup fall to the ground. It shattered, and the noise made everyone look at the Chimera, who was already fully attacking All Might. It was too much for Nezu to hear All Might's words any longer. He dropped his teacup, jumped out of his chair, and rushed at All Might with claws out, pouncing on him. He quickly climbed up to All Might's face and began scratching. The teacher looked at the principal for a moment before Hound Dog tried to pull Nezu off All Might. This is not a good solution and you know it, Hound Dog said. I do, but nothing besides raw physical lessons can get through to his thick skull. Nezu retorted. It took 3 teachers to get Nezu off. Present Mike, Midnight, and Hound Dog managed to calm him down while Snipe and Vlad King helped All Might exit the room to stay with the other students in the observation room. Power Loader was making a fresh pot of tea for Nezu to help him calm down. Hound Dog said, I know I am saying this every day, but I want him to come see me once a week, or even more often, and he should come with Aizawa since he seems comfortable speaking to him. I will arrange that, don't worry, Nezu replied. He really doesn't trust us much, Midnight observed. I am going to make sure that every single person who rejected a quirkless kid because he is quirkless pays for it, Nezu vowed. Surprisingly, almost everyone in the room agreed with him, except Vlad King, who still couldn't see what was so special about Midoriya. Present Mike was furious to see his husband had taken their adoptive son. I can't believe Sho did that, he exclaimed. Why would he do that in the first place? Midnight asked. I believe Izuku told him to prove his loyalty and if he was worth his trust, Nezu explained. Why would you say that? Snipe questioned. Well, look at the vent hatch. If you look closely, you can see something green in it, Nezu pointed out. Does that mean Izuku was watching him without Aizawa noticing? Ectoplasm asked. Is that even possible? Midnight wondered. Well, the answer is right in front of you. Why not believe it? Recovery Girl said. If I wasn't scared of him before, I surely am now. His skills are impressive. I don't want to face him in a one-on-one battle. I'm not even sure if my quirk would do anything. The last time he was here and snapped, he just held his breath. Midnight admitted. I am sure he would even think of a way to use it against you. Nezu warned. How? Present Mike asked. I am not sure, but remember how he used Shinso's quirk against him or Tokoyami's dark shadow to do his bidding. He will find a way. I am sure of it. As the teachers discussed how skillful Izuku was in using other quirks against them, the door to the teacher's lounge opened, and Aizawa came in with twice. I need the keys to the room. And Power Loader, Izuku said your drones need more upgrades. Aizawa announced. I'm going with you, Sho. I need some answers. Present Mike insisted. With that, the 2 heroes scooted twice to the other members of the League of Villains while Present Mike pressed Aizawa for details about the situation. He did it again. How? Midnight exclaimed. The real question here is, how is he doing that in 1 week? Snipe added. Power Loader agreed. He destroyed Class 1B in a couple of days and is now playing cat and mouse with Class 1A while bringing down the League of Villains all by himself without even using his quirk. I can't believe this is possible if I wouldn't see it myself. Vlad King scoffed. He only had luck with my class. I guarantee you that. Oh really? You want to end up like All Might? Nezu said sweetly, but with an underlying intensity. Nezu couldn't believe how foolish All Might was, and now he had to deal with Vlad King, who still couldn't get over the fact that Izuku had essentially defeated not only his class but him as well in one go. He was happy to see that All Might decided to stay with the students in the other room. However, Power Loader had some special plans for the hero at the end of the game. He couldn't get over Aizawa's words. By now, he had his very own graveyard for his creations because of Izuku. Power Loader, what am I doing wrong? Snipe, the last one wasn't bulletproof obviously. And even then, I doubt that it could help prevent destruction. His shot was a precision shot. He aimed at the point and hit it. There was nothing you could do, buddy. Nezu was pleased that he didn't even need to manipulate the drones as Izuku found new ways to destroy them every time. Why not ask Izu after the exercise what points he found lacking in your design? Power Loader, good idea. Brilliant. I can't wait to ask him and make the perfect creation. Midnight, careful, Power Loader, you are beginning to sound exactly like your student May. I wonder if she has this habit from you or the other way around. Power Loader, what are you talking about? I don't make things explode on purpose. The room was filled with light laughter. Time skip brought to you by Shinso waking up in a cell and accepting his fate. Aizawa informed Nezu about Izuku's injuries and that he was on his way. Recovery girl, I want you to treat Izuku's injuries. He is currently on his way to us. Recovery girl, what did the green bean do this time? Nezu, apparently he successfully defeated the LOV. Cheering filled the room. The teachers were relieved that they didn't need to cope with them anymore. It was hard finding them, and even then, their nomas were dangerous, making their capture really difficult. The door to the teacher's observation room opened, and Izuku stepped in. His hand was dripping, leaving a trail behind him. Oh dear. Recovery girl immediately rushed to Izuku's side, ushering him to sit on the couch while she inspected his injury and condition. Some layers of his hands were damaged, and he had developed a fever. It wasn't high, but it was concerning. The healing hero began her work, using her quirk to speed up the healing process. She then gave him some medicine for his fever and let him rest on the couch. In a matter of seconds, Izuku was fast asleep. I healed his hand, but his physical condition is worrying me. He hasn't eaten much since the game began and barely slept. I'm glad to see that he is sleeping now. However, he does have a fever and it could get worse. Nezu, I agree, but the game is nearly at the end. After that, I will ensure his physical health improves and that he takes some time with you, hound dog. He will get the help and all the time he needs. Izuku woke up in the teacher's observation room, barely remembering how he ended up there. All he knew was that he battled Shigaraki and thought he had won, but everything after that was a blur. Slowly lifting himself into a sitting position, he noticed that not all the teachers were present. All Might isn't here. I wonder where the others are too. Nezu and Recovery Girl were the first to approach him. Recovery Girl, how are you feeling, dearie? Me, pretty good. That was actually a lie, he felt terrible. His head was pounding, and it was too hot in the room. Recovery Girl, let me check your condition. Me, that won't be necessary. I am fine. I feel pretty normal, and besides, you healed all my wounds. Shigaraki probably touched me in our battle. I really can't remember much, but knowing that I won is all I care about. At last, no attacks from the LOV anymore, and they get a second chance. They can change their lives for the better. I'm so happy about that. He saw Recovery Girl walking toward him with a clinical thermometer. A fever. That would explain how I feel right now. Gosh, worst timing ever. I have a game to win. I can't be sick right now. He jumped up from the couch and bolted to the door. No teacher was going to stop him from getting back to the game. Nezu was sitting across from the couch, sipping his tea. Izuku swore he knew some kind of magic. His quirk was his intelligence, but he always seemed to have a cup of tea that appeared and disappeared. He wouldn't question it any longer. The other teachers weren't near him at that moment, which he was grateful for, as he didn't give them much time to react. After jumping to his feet, he bolted to the door, opened it, and stopped in the doorway. Thanks for everything. I really feel fine. I have a game to win. Later. That was all he wanted to say before heading back to his main villain lair. Once he entered the underground tunnels, he began to wobble, unsteady on his feet. His vision was blurring. He held onto the side of the tunnel for support and slowly made his way back. Before entering the lair, he paused a few feet away from the entrance to catch his breath. He could tell that his fever was affecting him, and he didn't want Aizawa to drag him back to the teacher's observation room and cancel the exercise. I came too far to be disqualified because of my fever. After I felt better and regained my balance, I went inside and greeted my guest and teacher. Hello, Toshi. Nice to see you up and ready for your judgment. I said. Aizawa was in his sleeping bag, but once he heard my announcement he quickly wiggled out of it. Say, caterpillar, when are you evolving into a butterfly, or do you prefer a moth? I teased, noticing Shinso giggling, trying to hold back his laughter. Problem child. I remember clearly telling you to stop calling me that. Aizawa replied. I'm only stating a fact here. I said, turning my back to them as I went to my weapons arsenal. I took out a gun and filled it with paralyzed bullets and another with BLD bullets. He won't know what hit him until it's too late. I had a feeling my teacher would somehow interfere and stop me from saying what I wanted to say. Toshi, I'll give you an option here because I feel gracious. You either join my party or face the consequences. So simple. What are the consequences? Toshi asked. Oh, you'll see, or rather feel it. So what's your choice? And before I forget, don't forget my present from a couple of days ago. I believe you liked the appealing crimson-red landscape I left you hanging upside down facing one of your smiling friends. Can I even call them friends? They said you had a villainous quirk after all. You needed to prove them wrong at the beginning and earn your spot, but do they really think of you as a friend or a teacher's pet? Aizawa. Now is not the time to interfere, Aizawa-sensei. I continued. Before I was so rudely interrupted, I wanted to ask, do you really believe that they don't consider your quirk villainous? They belittled quirkless people, and although you didn't say anything back then, I'm sure you had a similar mindset. After all, your eyes were filled with pity. Now imagine if I told you that with your quirk, you would be the perfect villain. Aizawa, he shouted. I turned around and shot my paralyzed bullets at his legs. My teacher immediately fell to his knees. Then I suched my gun to a BLD bullet one and held it against his head, wanting to shoot him but deciding it would be a bad choice. Instead, I shot a bullet that grazed his ear. How rude of you. I will not tolerate this. This is a warning. I said, putting my gun back down and equipping myself with daggers and knives. So, Shinso, what is your choice? Join me or face the consequences? I didn't need to look at Hitoshi. I could hear his sniffing. He was crying. I'm sorry, Toshi, but I really want to trust you. I whispered. Aizawa heard me and immediately got the point. Shinso, you might not know this, but I am on Usagi's side. We were cast out by society like you, so why not join us and show them what they created? As you know, I too have a villainous quirk. I will join you. You're right. They never treated me like one of them. I want to show them how wrong they were and what they made me do. Shinso exclaimed. Good answer. Caterpillar, let him free. I have a mission for you. I turned around and looked at him. My trust is something a person must earn, and I believe he is worth it. This is his only chance to prove himself to me. I really hope he will do what I ask him to do. I could feel my headache worsen. I want you to eliminate a target for me. Her name is Kyokujiro. You will use your quirk on her and bring her here. Cage her up and wait for further instructions. With that, I turned to leave the villain lair but stopped in my tracks, remembering an important detail. Shinso doesn't know his way around the tunnels. Oh, Caterpillar. Do show him how to get to the hero headquarters unnoticed. Then I exited the room. I was on my way to the hero headquarters too. My target was someone really special, the class vice representative. Knowing my way through the tunnels, I reached my destination in a matter of minutes. Next, I went to the side of the building and entered the vent hatch. Same story every time during my past visits. Why am I crawling in the vent system like this? I could have just entered the building. I really should have just entered the hero's headquarters like a normal person. Regretting my decision as my fever made things hard for me, I could barely breathe in the small area. Luckily, Shinso was helping me get one of the victims. I was looking for the class vice representative when I saw Shinso entering a room where both our targets were together. Let's watch this. Shinso made up his mind to help Izuku out. He knew what the Greenette was capable of by now and learned to never get on his bad side. The moment Shinso entered the building, he was met with Denki. Denki, yo, where were you? I was searching for you. Shinso. Denki, the girls are having a girls' night and didn't want to let me in. Shinso, I was out making sure our surroundings are safe from the villain. Denki. Shinso, if I met him, I believe I wouldn't be here. Denki, you've got a point. Shinso, I have a question. Denki. He tilted his head to the side, sensing the seriousness. Shinso, are you dating Mina? Denki, I am. Shinso, go to the storeroom and don't make a noise for the next hour. Denki had no choice but to obey Shinso's command as he used his quirk to maintain control. Shinso followed him to the storeroom. After Denki entered, the lilac-haired boy closed and locked the door. Shinso, now to the girls. He headed to the girls' room, knowing where they would be thanks to Denki. Jiro and Yaoyorozu were in their dorm room chatting when they heard a knock. Jiro, who is it? Shinso, it's me, Shinso. Yaoyorozu, oh, come in. Shinso entered, aware that it was a bad time but needing to convince Jiro to gain Izuku's trust. He was anxious about the consequences of his previous actions. The thought of Izuku being willing to do anything worried him, especially with his father involved on the villain's side. Shinso, I wanted to ask if you saw Denki. I can't find him anywhere. Jiro, I swear that silly Pikachu is probably somewhere sleeping or passing the time. Shinso, the last time I spoke to him, he was looking for Mina. I fear Midoriya might get to him first. Yaoyorozu, we can help you find him. I suggest we split up and search each floor. Jiro, you sure this is a good idea? Shinso, why not? We need to find him before Izuku does. Jiro, you're right. Yaoyorozu, I'll take the first floor then. Jiro, guess I'll take the second. Shinso, I'll check the ground floor. Yaoyorozu, great. We'll meet on the third floor in about 30 minutes. Alright. The heroes split up. Shinso went to the ground floor and used the emergency staircase to reach the second. Once there, he immediately found Jiro. Shinso, guess what? I found him. Jiro, W. Before she could finish, she fell under his control, unable to resist his commands. Shinso, follow me. They exited the building through the emergency staircase, heading toward the entrance of the underground tunnels where Shinso's father awaited. Aizawa, good job. Now let's get her back to the base and lock her up just in case. Shinso, where is Izuku? Aizawa, I don't know. He's probably in the building too. Shinso, I didn't see him enter. Aizawa, he has his ways. You shouldn't worry about him. He can manage himself. Shinso, how come you're helping the villains? Aizawa, Izuku beat me in a fair battle. Nezu decided that if I lost, I would join him, but if I won, the heroes would have won by default. Shinso, makes sense. Wait. Izuku beat you. Aizawa. After Shinso got the other target out of the building and with Denki still missing, it was easy for him. All he had to do was get one of the girls disqualified from the exercise. It was a good idea to follow Shinso. Now he knew where she was. Let the last day be a success. He headed to the floor where he knew Yaoyorozu would be. His headache was worsening, and he had developed a fever, which he hadn't accounted for in his plans. Some people get a fever from injuries, but not him. The first time he was seriously hurt, he developed a high fever. Back then he was nearly at death's door. His mother refused to treat him, fearing too many questions would be asked. After escaping the basement where he was punished, he went to the hospital, believing it was a place for healing. Instead, he was turned away when they discovered he was quirkless, thrown out through a back entrance. They thought he was seeking attention. Why would he do that? Well, apparently I only wanted attention. After that, I learned how to deal with such wounds. I was currently in the vent system and watched Yaoyorozu enter a room. Opening the hatch silently, I let myself fall down without making any sound. I was quick on my feet, a little wobbly, but soon regained my balance. Waiting behind the door that would open my way, I hoped she wouldn't slam it open. Please don't slam the door open. I don't feel like being hit with a door. Thanks to the luck that heard my pleading, Yaoyorozu exited the room and left the door open. It was easy for me to sneak up on her from behind, but unfortunately, something happened. HHU, DMN fever. I sneezed. Yaoyorozu reacted immediately, turning around and using her quirk to create a gun aimed at me. Seeing something in her hand caught my attention, and I dodged to the side. Lucky for me, I was still fast on my feet and managed to escape the bullet. I sprinted at her while she shot every bullet from the gun. Dodging to the side, I jumped and kicked the gun out of her hand. Then I took out my daggers, ready to attack. HHU. Another sneeze. However, before I could attack, she created a baseball bat and used it to block my knives. Then she began swinging wildly. Careful, we don't want to hit the villain now, do we? You sure about that? She replied. Totally. She tried to hit me, but I dodged every attack until another dizzy spell from my fever hit me. My vision blurred, and I miscalculated the trajectory of the baseball bat. It struck me on the head. Something began running down my face as I jumped back. I wiped it away and saw her coming right at me again. A glance at my hand told me I was bleeding. Wrong move. This time, I took out my gun and shot at her hands with a paralyzing bullet. She dropped the baseball bat. I dashed toward her and kicked her in the gut. Yaoyorozu fell down, clutching her stomach and trying to get up again. Before she could, I grabbed her hair and dragged her to the window. She scratched at my hand, doing everything she could to escape, but it was in vain. As I dragged her across the room, I took out one of my knives and made a quick cut across her neck. She now had a red line across her throat and fell limp. Nonetheless, she was still conscious. HHU. You had the audacity to hit me with a baseball bat. Now it's time to pay. I knew a fall from the first floor wouldn't likely kill her. The chances were high that she would survive the fall since she could still use her quirk. I wondered if she would use it to soften her landing. Dragging her to the window, I opened it and took her in my arms. Midoriya. Don't you dare drop her. I stepped closer to the open window. Don't you go any further, young man. Another step. I swear if you drop her. And I took the last step, holding her outside. What's the worst she could do to me? I have Nezu on my side. She dared to hit me, and that was just calling for punishment. I dropped Yaoyorozu, and her eyes went wide. Though unable to move, she was still conscious. As she fell, her quirk activated instinctively, creating an air mattress. I took out a BLD bullet gun and shot beside her ear as she connected with the mattress, causing it to explode. She lay unconscious on the ground, covered in fake BLD. One down, 4 to go. I went down the staircase and found Kaminari exiting the storeroom. What are you doing in there, buddy? Are you hiding from me? Ah, that wasn't necessary. I'm just a trainer wanting to catch a Pikachu. I took out my marble and showed it to him as I ran past a confused Denki toward the entrance area. What did you do to her? He ran after me until we met face to face in the entrance area. I stood in the center of the room and turned to face him. Nothing yet. I smashed the marble and released the traitor. Ashido appeared in front of me, and I quickly took out my Quirk suppression cuffs, cuffing her in one swift motion. I held her in a hostage-like situation with a BLD knife pressed against her throat, watching Kaminari's every move. I still didn't feel like fighting after the head injury and the fever, so I needed to act quickly. I suggest you don't move, or else. Kaminari, Mina. Are you okay? Did he do anything to you? Yeah, Mina, why not tell your loyal Pikachu how you betrayed him and you... Kaminari, what is he talking about? What am I talking about? I do wonder. Mina, don't listen to him. Kaminari, did he do anything to you? Mina, he is the UA traitor. I pressed the knife against her throat a bit harder, trying to silence her. But it wasn't enough. Mina, he works with the LOV. Compress trapped me. They work together. Kaminari took that as an act of hostility and charged an electric attack at me. It was a precise shot. If I hadn't had extremely high senses and agility, there was no way I would have dodged it. However, I could read his next move and knew what he was aiming for before he shot. So, I took the dear UA traitor into the line of fire. I let her go just before the bolt hit her, causing her to collapse to her knees. I forced her back up, my knife still in place. Kaminari, Mina. You should have thought this through, Pikachu. Kaminari, that's just cruel. Let her go. Nope. I have a better idea. Why don't you watch her suffer instead? His eyes widened, and he began running at me, but I pressed the dagger into her skin, making a red line while activating the hidden compartment in the knife to cover her in fake BLD. The clean cut with the fake BLD looked too realistic, and I threw her into his arms for dramatic effect. She was already eliminated from the game, but he didn't know that. Kaminari caught her, tears streaming down his cheeks. Kaminari, Mina, come on, please wake up. How stupid can he be? This is just a game. She isn't dead. I took out my BLD bullet gun and moved to his side. He was trembling and didn't realize I was standing in front of him. Pikachu looked up at me, hatred clear in his eyes. Kaminari, you monster. I will kill you. I love to see you try. My gun was at his forehead, and I pulled the trigger. He immediately went limp beside her. I needed a little break. It felt freezing cold in the room, or at least I felt that way because of the fever. Not wanting to rest, I exited the room and slowly made my way back to my lair. Once inside, I saw 2 sleeping bags. Am I seeing things? Why are there 2 caterpillars? I approached the sleeping bags, one bright neon yellow and the other dark purple. Shinso. The purple sleeping bag moved. I wasn't going insane, there really were 2 of them. Where did he get that one? Where did you get that, and since when do you want to be a caterpillar? Are you trying to evolve too? He didn't answer, and I went to the cage. Jiro was sitting there, watching the interaction while giggling. I don't want to know. Here is a gun, eliminate her. I stretched my arm out and offered him my BLD bullet gun. To my surprise, once he got out of his cocoon, he took it and went to the cage. He shot every bullet in the gun. Of the 5 bullets, only 1 hit the target in a non-lethal shoulder wound, and 3 grazed her skin. I took out my last knife and threw it at her heart. It went through the slit of the cage and hit her. She immediately fell down. Shinso was visibly shaking after using the gun. Is this his first time? Only 1 left. I went to his side. Good work, and as a thank you, I am going to make this quick. He turned around, and I was standing right there with my dagger in hand. 1 move, 1 slit across his neck, and he was out. He fell down, but before he could hit the ground, I caught him and let him down gently. This is finally over. I could already feel my fever worsening. Aizawa. Congratulations, Midoriya. Thanks. Aizawa, follow me. Ectoplasm clone will get them. Okay. As we moved away from the lair, Aizawa stopped in front of me. He came to my side and touched my forehead with his hand. I wasn't expecting this. The touch felt good. His hand was cold, and I felt like I was burning from the inside out. One moment I was cold, the next hot, as the fever such conditions. Aizawa, I thought so. Aizawa, recovery girl told me there was a possibility you might have a fever, but you are burning right now. Kid, how are you even standing and conscious? Aizawa asked, concern etched on his face. I wanted to end the game. I didn't want to get disqualified or forced to forfeit just because I got sick. I replied, trying to sound upbeat. Can you make it back to the observation room with me? Aizawa inquired. Yep, I'm positive. Besides, I feel fine. I insisted, though I could feel the heat radiating from my skin. Aizu, you look like a dead person. You're as white as a sheet and burning up. On top of that, you have a head wound. Where did you even get it from? Don't tell me this is your definition of fine. Aizawa exclaimed. Well, it's not, but I really don't feel that sick right now. I got hit with a baseball bat. It was my fault for being careless. I admitted. Aizawa sighed. Let's go get you treated. He turned around, and we headed toward the observation room. However, as soon as we exited the tunnels, another wave of dizziness hit me, and I couldn't hold on to my consciousness. My vision blurred. Aizawa-sensei. I managed to gasp, breathing heavily. Something was definitely wrong. My sleep-deprived homeroom teacher turned around, making eye contact with me. Just seconds later, I collapsed, and he caught me just before I hit the ground. Izuku! Aizawa shouted. Nezu's POV. I was waiting in the staff room for my child to arrive so I could congratulate him personally. Recovery Girl had already warned Aizawa and me that he might develop a high fever since he was pale and shivering. I was sure he caught something after sneezing earlier. The head wound he sustained was also concerning. Aiza wouldn't be so careless. He is my child after all and a genius. He demonstrated skills above what he showed in his last fight, and I worried about him. I hoped his fever wasn't too high, but deep down, I knew my hopes were misplaced. If he hadn't developed a fever, I was sure he would have performed even more impressively. Recovery Girl assured me that his head injury wasn't serious and that he wouldn't suffer a concussion. At least I didn't have to worry about that. If Izuku had been seriously injured because of Yaoyorozu's choice of a baseball bat, I wouldn't have shown any mercy toward her family. The door to the staff room opened, and Aizawa entered, carrying my child in a bridal style. I jumped from my chair and rushed to his side as he laid my green-haired son down on the couch. What happened to him? I asked, alarmed. He collapsed on the way back. Recovery Girl, he has a high fever. He's literally burning up. Aizawa explained. Recovery Girl approached and measured his temperature with a clinical thermometer. 41.5 degrees Celsius, she announced. Get Todoroki here to help regulate his body temperature. I urged. Aizawa left the room in a hurry. Is there anything you can do for him? I asked Recovery Girl. I swear your and Aizawa's problem child will kill me one day. I'll give him an injection to help with the fever. It would be best if Todoroki cools him down. It should only take about 6 hours for the fever to subside, she replied. Okay, then I guess we will have the discussion without him. I sat on the couch next to Izuku's head, playing with his fluffy, soft hair. After a few minutes, Aizawa returned with Todoroki, who immediately positioned himself next to Izuku, allowing the green bean to lean against his cold side. Todoroki, would it be okay if you stayed here with him? I asked. I will do anything for my brother to get better. Todoroki replied. So, he considers him a sworn brother already. Interesting. I wondered if my child had made any enemies after this. The League of Villains was also rooting for him, wanting to watch the whole thing unfold. Brother! Midnight exclaimed. I mean Izuku, he helped me get my brother back, and I would do anything to return the favor. Todoroki clarified. All right, then let us go, my dear teacher. We still have to review what they think about him and what they did wrong. I didn't like leaving him alone with Todoroki, but I knew it was the best choice considering the situation. Before I stood up, I looked at Izuku and then at Todoroki. If anything happens to him while I'm gone, then losing your brother Toya will be the least of your worries. Todoroki looked at me, unsure of how to respond, his stoic expression betraying a hint of fear. I knew nothing would happen to Izuku while I was away, but I wanted to make sure Todoroki understood the seriousness of the situation. Then, I stepped outside, joining the other teachers in the observation room where the disqualified students were gathered, along with All Might and some other faculty members. As we entered the room, Class 1A fell silent while Class 1B remained oblivious to our presence. It took them 8 seconds to notice us. Aizawa remarked. It took you 8 seconds to realize we are here. No wonder you all got disqualified. Cut it out, Aizawa. This is my class, not yours. Vlad King interjected. I responded, Vlad King, I suggest your class take a lesson from Aizawa if they really want to improve. I moved to the side with the monitors and stood beneath them, the teachers lining up beside me. I think all of you learned a lesson or two from this exercise. Bakugo shouted, Where is that stupid Deku? Aizawa replied, That is none of your concern. Yaoyorozu added, He looked sick. Is he okay? How could you hit him on the head knowing he was unwell? I thought, feeling a surge of anger. Monoma sneered, Yeah, right, sick in his head. The teachers noticed the shift in my demeanor, and I felt a strong urge to confront him. Vlad King warned, I wouldn't say anything about his mental health if I were you. There will be no discussions about this. Mineta chimed in. He's a sick psychopath. He doesn't deserve to be here. Aizawa responded, Pack your things and go home. You are expelled. I added, from tomorrow onward, if you set foot in UA again, you will wish you hadn't. Does anyone else have anything to say about his mental health? I asked and silence filled the room. Thought so? Well then, let's continue. Aizawa and Vlad King pointed out their mistakes, and by the end, everyone looked verbally beaten down. It took us 4 hours to make it clear that they had all misjudged Izuku and were unprepared for it. How I wished Izuku were here. He would have loved this moment. They still couldn't believe their cinnamon roll could do this. Present Mike asked, "Are there any more questions, little listeners?" Ida raised his hand. "Sir, I do have one if you don't mind." Midnight replied, "What is it?" Ida continued, "Is it true that we had 2 traitors in our class?" Aizawa sighed, "Yes, that's true." Azui asked, "How come Midoriya knew about them?" I explained, after we suspected him, he must have done his own investigations to find the traitor. Kaminari exclaimed, "I can't believe that. She was one of them." "What?" "That we don't know yet," I said. Suddenly, the door opened, and 2 more students entered. "Izuku, what are you doing here?" I exclaimed, questioning if his head injury had affected his judgment. Aizawa shouted, "Problem child." Recovery girl gasped, "Midoriya, what are you thinking?" Midoriya replied, "I wanted to see their expressions, but judging from their looks, I'm already late. Too bad. I was really hoping to see their faces." Bakugo exploded, "Deku." I watched everyone freeze for a moment before Bakugo unleashed one of his explosions. A growl escaped my lips, and the teachers recognized it as a warning. "Don't you dare go to him." I warned, but he didn't listen. Everyone else in the room did. I never growled or dropped my smile in front of my students, but this was different. No one threatens or hurts my green bean. My instincts kicked in hard. I saw Bakugo approaching Izuku and felt a rush of anger. But before I could intervene, something wrapped around Bakugo and pulled him away. Aizawa said, "I suggest you calm down, Bakugo." All Might defended, "He did nothing wrong, Aizawa. Let the child go." Still holding a grudge. "Haven't you learned anything?" I retorted. Midoriya asked, "Wait, what grudge?" I grinned, and so did Izuku, as he pieced together what I was about to say. Izuku's POV. It was clear that All Might was frustrated because I refused to use his quirk. I wanted to prove a point and wouldn't rely solely on my abilities. Nezu observed, "I believe you figured it out." I replied, "It's not that hard if I think about it." Everyone in the room looked confused as Nezu and I shared a moment of understanding. "Do you think I could?" I asked. Nezu responded, "That's a brilliant idea. However, are you up to it?" "I'm fine. I never was one to stay down for long," I assured him. Nezu called to Recovery Girl, "Can you check him?" As I walked toward her, she examined me. Recovery Girl noted, "The injection does wonders." That was the new improved version, and I'm glad it worked so well. I had been out cold for 4 hours with Todoroki cooling me down. So I'm a test subject now. How low can I fall? I'm good to go, I declared. Nezu chuckled, "I'm glad you're enjoying yourself. Come on. I don't want to wait." "Fine, fine." I returned to my group, which consisted of Shinso and Todoroki. I didn't trust the others in the room. "Are you good, Zuku?" Shinso asked. "Yeah, I'm fine, Toshi." Shoto added, "Are you sure, Aizu?" "Yes, I am. I feel a lot better now." Shinso inquired, "What were you two talking about?" "Oh, you will see," I replied, confident that Nezu would grant my wish since I was feeling better and eager to get back at them. "Come on, Nezu, announce it. I really want to do this right now." "Midoriya?" Jiro asked. I replied. "Is it true?" "What?" "Your dark past. What you announced during the exercise on the first day," Tokoyami interjected. "Nearly everything is right, only some small details are not," I explained. The whole Class 1A looked guilty, while Class 1B seemed angry. "Hey guys, look, the past is the past. Forgive and forget. I hope you can forgive me for what I did the past couple of days. Although you clearly deserved it. I will never forgive you for what I experienced in my past and what you did, but life goes on, and I am good at faking things. Alright, enough of that. Izuku, as you wished, I sent 2 new opponents down in the city. They are waiting for you," Nezu announced. "Thank you." I turned around to leave when my homeroom teacher's voice stopped me. "Aizawa, problem child. You don't have any weapons on you at the moment." He stepped to my side and took his capture weapon off. "Where did I leave mine?" "Oh no. Did I lose it?" "Why, I loved it. I want mine back." Then he placed it around my neck. "Go and beat them," he said, just for me to hear. "Yes, sir," I replied, heading down for the final showdown. I ran back to the city, excited about what I was about to do next. It wasn't hard to figure out that All Might was upset with me for not using my quirk the whole time against anyone except for destroying a drone. Now I had the chance to show him what I'm really capable of and that I am not just a crybaby. Well, I do cry, but I am not weak. I planned to prove it to him, knowing this would probably be one of the strongest opponents I had ever faced. All Might preferred to use his strength over strategy, and I was about to show him how foolish it was to underestimate me. The other opponent could only be one person, a teacher I had angered because I was better than his whole class. I might have thrown him out of a window at some point. I arrived at the city, jumping from roof to roof until I finally met my first opponent, All Might. So, look who we have here. This isn't the most intelligent thing to do. Why not yell out loud, I am here. Come and beat me. You are literally presenting yourself on a silver platter, but don't mind me taking it and breaking it. Oh All Might, I will defeat you, and after I am finished, you will wish you never challenged me or talked badly about me or any other quirkless child. You were once quirkless too. How dare you question my strength and intelligence? I crouched on the roof, hiding my presence. He was near a building where I had placed some C4. Throughout the city, my C4 bombs were still intact, and I had my phone with me. I might have lost all my other weapons, but I still had Aizawa's scarf and my phone. That was all I needed. I took out my phone, activated the bomb, and watched as it exploded right in front of All Might. He was only a meter away from the building when it happened. The force of the explosion sent him crashing into the wall of the next building. Why not use your quirk now, huh? I held back laughter. This was too funny. I quickly hopped down from the building using the capture weapon to land safely. All Might was still stuck against the wall, stunned as he processed what had just happened. Gravity took over and he fell down, looking furious. Young Midoriya, this was very foolish of you, he shouted. No. You know what foolish is. You staying where you are. I took out my phone again and activated another bomb, targeting the building behind him. Initially, I wanted to burn the whole city down with the heroes in it, which was why I had placed so many bombs around. All Might didn't move again, and the force of this explosion sent him flying into the burning building in front of him. I readied the capture scarf and waited for the giant hero to emerge from the flames. Say, do you like flying around? I called out. Before he could answer, I threw the scarf at him. All Might used his quirk to dodge it. Can't even dodge without your quirk. This was an easy one to avoid too. How low are you going to fall? Can't do anything without using your quirk. He ran at me and tried to punch, but his movements were so exaggerated that I easily dodged and used my capture weapon at the right moment. What are you doing? This isn't a show. Just throw a punch normally for once. His hand went past me, and I wrapped the capture weapon around his fist. I erased my aura completely and sidestepped below his captured hand. What, am I too fast for you now? I don't even rely on my quirk. But wait, I don't have one. I got it from you, so it's not really mine to begin with. All Might tried to grab me with his free hand, but I dodged below his captured arm and moved behind him. So what are you going to do now? Still holding his hand, I kicked him behind the knees, forcing him to fall. Using the other side of the capture weapon, I wrapped it around his neck. He struggled to break free, but after a few minutes, he fell limp. This was easier than I expected, and I hadn't even gotten hurt. One down and another one still out there. I released him and wrapped the capture scarf back around my neck. Where was the wannabe vampire? To get a better look at the city, I climbed the next building and began searching for the vampire king, Vladimir. I could have bet he was waiting for me. Well, how about you enjoy a little firework too? Vlad King stood in front of the hero's headquarters, but I didn't plan on meeting him there. I wanted him to see how foolish he was. The teachers had been watching my actions all week. They should know where all the bombs were, especially the one in the headquarters. I activated the bomb, and it hit him from behind, sending him flying into the fountain. I couldn't help but laugh, tears streaming down my cheeks. It was funny to see All Might fall for it twice, but watching the vampire get thrown into the fountain was even more hilarious. I jumped down from the building and headed to the park with the fountain, capture weapon ready. I think the water isn't deep enough to dive into like that. But feel free to correct me. You will pay for this, Midoriya. Vlad King shouted as he clumsily tried to get out of the fountain but slipped and fell again. Need any help? I teased. You're laughing now, but after I'm finished with you, you'll wish you never crossed my class, he retorted. You do realize that I beat you once, right? What's going to stop me from doing it again? What's different this time? You don't have any weapons, he replied. I don't need anything else except this. I held up the capture weapon. What can you do with it? You don't even know how to handle that thing. Did you even watch me the past few days? I think I've proven that I can use it as well as Aizawa, if not better. Sure kid. Whatever you say. I couldn't believe someone could be so dense. He finally managed to get out of the pond, and as soon as he stepped out, I threw the scarf at him. Let me show you and get this fact straight into your thick skull. The scarf wrapped around him and I pulled. He stumbled toward me, and I flung him aside, spinning him like a rag doll. After making sure he was dizzy enough, I let go, and he was thrown right into the burning hero headquarters through the first-floor window. That must have hurt. I wasn't about to go into a burning building after just recovering from a fever. Vlad King quickly made an exit, looking like a maniac. What a lunatic. I dodged his attack and jumped, kicking him from behind. You are too slow. He attacked again, but I sidestepped and landed a punch right in his face, forcing him to stumble. He began using his quirk to try to capture me, but it was child's play to avoid it. This is useless and a waste of time. You must realize that by now. Why not simply give up? He kept trying to land a hit, but I was too fast and agile for him. After a while of dodging, I got bored and started attacking back. A kick here, a punch there, and then I took Aizawa's scarf for the finishing blow. Can't use it, huh? I jumped back and created some distance between us, finally using the scarf one last time to throw him around like a rag doll. Each time he hit his head against the cold, hard floor, he grew weaker until he passed out. Present Mike announced, "We have a winner." I felt a surge of happiness, knowing I had proven my point. Both teachers would not underestimate me again. After I had literally knocked both heroes unconscious, the students and other teachers, aside from Aizawa and Nezu, realized I was still holding back during the game. It was painfully obvious that I could have defeated them all easily, yet I chose to play with them. They were shocked and unsure of what to think about me anymore. Nezu asked, "What do you all think about Midoriya after this?" Class 1B was terrified and viewed me as a monster. They knew my past from what I had shared, but they still couldn't forgive me for my actions. Half the class was unhappy about being thrown out of the window and left hanging, while the other half was traumatized by my use of BLD and the extent of the explosions. Class 1A had mixed feelings. Some pitied me, others hated me for what I had done, and a handful admired me, willing to support me no matter what. Aizawa sighed, "Izuku will not return to this class. He is now officially part of Class 1X. Nezu will be moving some of you to Class 1X. I don't know who it will be, so please don't ask." He wanted to ensure that Class 1X received more attention. Nezu had created Class 1X for me, a space where I would feel accepted and could continue to improve. After the announcement, the classes were dismissed, including mine. The two unconscious heroes were taken to Recovery Girl for a checkup. Aside from the burns from the explosions, they were fine. For hours after our showdown, the heroes woke up. All Might felt depressed about losing to his own protege, especially since I had beaten him without using my quirk. He reflected on his past mistakes and realized he had underestimated me. He hoped to make up for his foolishness, recognizing that I was a strong opponent worthy of being his successor, even if he thought I had some quirks of my own. My power was something he couldn't easily dismiss. Vlad King was furious. He didn't like being tossed around. However, he learned his lesson. After waking up, he recognized how foolish it was to anger me and not pay attention in the days leading up to the game. He vowed never to engage me alone again, knowing how skilled I was. Nezu and Aizawa approached the traitors after the game, wanting to understand their motivations. Detective Tsukachi was called in to help interrogate the two girls. The teachers had learned from past mistakes when they had interrogated me and realized they had broken something in me. The games had shown that I held a grudge against Aizawa initially but was willing to forgive him later. The class treated me like a villain after learning I was a traitor, and I did not take that lightly. Entering the room where Uraraka was, the three adults sat opposite her. Aizawa introduced Detective Tsukachi, stating, "He has a truth-telling quirk, so there's no point in lying." Uraraka replied, "What's the point in doing so anyway?" Detective Tsukachi began, "Let's start with something simple. What's your name?" "Uraraka Ochako," she answered. "Truth. You are a UA student, is that right?" "Yes." "Truth. Do you want to be a hero?" "Yes." "Truth." Aizawa sighed. "Then why did you become a traitor?" "I can't tell." "Why not?" the detective pressed. "They will kill them." "Who?" Nezu asked. "My family." Uraraka cried, revealing her fear for her loved ones. Detective Tsukachi nodded, indicating the truth of her statement. "Who will?" Uraraka sobbed, "The loan sharks." Aizawa asked, "Your family is in debt." She nodded. "How much?" the detective inquired. $10 million, she replied. It was a significant amount, raising questions about who they had borrowed it from. Nezu asked, "Who are the people your family borrowed the money from?" "I don't know exactly which cartel, but my father is a gambler and borrowed it from the first person willing to lend him money. I love my family dearly. I had no choice but to be the traitor. I didn't want to lose them, and the League of Villains told me they had me covered. They even rescued my family from their hands. I am in debt to them, and there was no other way to pay them back than to gather information for them. I swear I never would have done it if it weren't for my family." Detective, "True." Nezu, "I have a quite different question. What do you think about Izuku Midoriya?" Uraraka. Aizawa, "Answer it." Uraraka, "I hate him, okay? I hate that crybaby. He can't do anything right. Always clinging on to others. Detective. Aizawa, how is your relationship with the League of Villains? Uraraka, never had one really, except with Toga. At first, we got along and even became friends, but after she heard what I thought about Izuku, she became distant and I would say even jealous of me seeing that good-for-nothing Deku. Detective, true. Nezu, thank you for collaborating. The three exited the room, leaving Uraraka lost in thought. She went to Ishido's room. Aizawa, this is Detective Tsukachi. He has a truth-telling quirk, so there is no point in lying. Ishido, so what if he has one? Aizawa, Sai, just answer the question truthfully. Ishido, that depends on the question. Detective, let's start with something simple. What's your name? Ishido, Mina Ishido. Detective, truth. You are a UA student, is that right? Ishido, obviously. Detective, truth. Do you want to be a hero? Ishido, I don't care. Detective, what do you mean you don't care? Ishido, exactly what I said. I don't care if I become a hero or a villain. Detective, okay. Why did you become a traitor? Ishido, for no special reason. Detective, false. Aizawa, kid. Don't make this hard for anyone. Ishido, fine. Because it's fun. Detective, false. Nezu, I see you won't be telling us the truth on this one, am I right? Ishido, no kidding. Nezu, then let me make a guess. Ishido, go ahead. Nezu, you have quite an appearance because of your quirk. I can only imagine how other people treat you. This shocked the girl. She never thought that anyone would understand her reasons, let alone guess it right on the first try. Ishido, so what? Nezu, I believe your family treats you differently because of it. You must feel like an alien with no place you belong. Ishido. Nezu, UA is a place where everyone would be accepted, and yet you are the traitor. From what I can tell, Kaminari really loves you and was shocked to hear that you are a traitor. This means that you found friends who accepted your appearance and the way you are, right? Ishido. Nezu, you don't need to answer, your facial expression tells me everything I need to know. Shall I go on? Still no response from the girl. Nezu, well then I will take this as a yes. You found friends here that accept you, there is only one possibility why you are a traitor. The League of Villains found you before you got into UA. Back then, you found friends here that accept you, there is only one possibility why you are a traitor. The League of Villains found you before you got into UA. Back then, you were alone and had no one else. So finding someone who accepted you, even with a motive behind it, was enough for you. How close did I come to the truth? I would say I got it right, didn't I? Ishido looked confused and shocked. Ishido, Ichich, how did you know all that? Nezu, as I said, it is just a guess, but you just confirmed it. Ishido, AHM. Detective, false. Aizawa, Sai, did you still not get the point? We know when you are lying. Ishido, I just wanted a place where I belong. They found me and treated me like one of them. I felt like I had a family. Detective, true. Aizawa, you realize by being the traitor you just lost all the friends you made while being in UA. I am pretty sure they will forgive you after they hear the reason for it. My class has a heart for some people after all. Nezu, well, that is all we wanted to know. Shall we go now? This was more a statement than an answer. The three adults left the room once again and went to Nezu's office. Detective, what are you going to do with them? Nezu, that is something for me to know and for you to find out. It was clear that Nezu wouldn't tell them anything, and so the detective went back to his work while Aizawa left too. The Chimera was left alone. Nezu was then preparing all the necessities for Class 1X and chose the students for it carefully, while smiling. His smile could have rivaled the Cheshire's. This will be very interesting, was all he thought while finishing bringing Class 1X to life. Will they take it, or will they let Izuku's hard work for them crumble to dust? What if the bigger game wasn't entirely Nezu's idea? And what if not only the UA students but also all the teachers will be participating in it? Some pro-heroes were called to help the hero's side capture Izuku and his accomplice. The only question is, will they be able to get him and his teammates? No real harm is allowed, but besides that, everything is permitted. Can the little rabbit win this game, or will he be captured? How will he cope with being outnumbered once again? Let's find out. This story will explore Izuku's relationships, including a strong bond with Nijire. As you might have already read, the League of Villains and Shinso will be on Izuku's side, but they are not the only ones. Nijire will join for obvious reasons, along with other members whose identities will be revealed in future chapters. In Part 2, after the League of Villains infiltrated and disrupted the Civil War game at UA, Izuku decides to take them all down by himself and succeeds. Then Nezu announces a bigger game. What will happen when Izuku manages to persuade Nezu to give the League of Villains members a second chance right here in UA? Will they take it, or will they let Izuku's hard work for them crumble to dust? Let's find out how this unfolds. You can leave any suggestions you want to see in Part 2, and I might include them. Also, let me know which pro hero you want to see in it. Looking forward to revealing more in the upcoming chapters. You were alone and had no one else. So finding someone who accepted you, even with a motive behind it, was enough for you. How close did I come to the truth? I would say I got it right, didn't I? Ashido looked confused and shocked. Ashido, how did you know all that? Nezu, as I said, it is just a guess, but you just confirmed it. Ashido, ahm. Detective, false. Aizawa, did you still not get the point? We know when you are lying. Ashido, I just wanted a place where I belong. They found me and treated me like one of them. I felt like I had a family. Detective, true. Aizawa, you realize by being the traitor you just lost all the friends you made while being in UA. I am pretty sure they will forgive you after they hear the reason for it. My class has a heart for some people after all. Nezu, well, that is all we wanted to know. Shall we go now? This was more a statement than an answer. The three adults left the room once again and went to Nezu's office. Detective, what are you going to do with them? Nezu, that is something for me to know and for you to find out. It was clear that Nezu wouldn't tell them anything, and so the detective went back to his work while Aizawa left too. The Chimera was left alone. Nezu was then preparing all the necessities for Class 1X and chose the students for it carefully, while smiling. His smile could have rivaled the Cheshire's. This will be very interesting, was all he thought while finishing bringing Class 1X to life. Will they take it, or will they let Izuku's hard work for them crumble to dust? What if the bigger game wasn't entirely Nezu's idea? And what if not only the UA students but also all the teachers will be participating in it? Some pro-heroes were called to help the hero's side capture Izuku and his accomplice. The only question is, will they be able to get him and his teammates? No real harm is allowed, but besides that, everything is permitted. Can the little rabbit win this game, or will he be captured? How will he cope with being outnumbered once again? Let's find out. This story will explore Izuku's relationships, including a strong bond with Nijire. As you might have already read, the League of Villains and Shinso will be on Izuku's side, but they are not the only ones. Nijire will join for obvious reasons, along with other members whose identities will be revealed in future chapters. In Part 2, after the League of Villains infiltrated and disrupted the Civil War game at UA, Izuku decides to take them all down by himself and succeeds. Then Nezu announces a bigger game. What will happen when Izuku manages to persuade Nezu to give the League of Villains members a second chance right here in UA? Will they take it, or will they let Izuku's hard work for them crumble to dust? Let's find out how this unfolds. You can leave any suggestions you want to see in Part 2, and I might include them. Also, let me know which pro-hero you want to see in it. Looking forward to revealing more in the upcoming chapters.